Chapter 61. It's the mutated Elder Gerard. Aphra vaguely saw the shadow of Elder Gerard in the mutated mermaid. It's just that Elder Gerard, who used to smile kindly at her, now has a sharp mouth and fangs, and is ferocious and terrifying. What surprised her was that behind Gerard was a large group of mutated mermaids led by him. Gerald's nose moved slightly, and suddenly opened his mouth with sharp teeth without warning, and swam towards Zhu Zi excitedly. Zhu Zi frowned. Could it be that her meat was tenderer and more delicious, which attracted the mutated Elder Gerard? Although Zhu Zi was puzzled, his hand movements did not stop at all. Zhu Zi held a white long sword tightly in his hand, and the sword body emitted a bright glow after being injected with spiritual power. Wu Suaning's auxiliary mental power domain also spread out in an instant. As always, he poured a lot of energy in the domain toward Zhu Zi, and the sword in Zhu Zi's hand shone brighter. Seeing Gerard swimming straight toward Zhu Zi, Aphra's heart immediately sounded alarm bells. Aphra rushed to Zhu Zi's side at the fastest speed. The ubiquitous sea water quickly condensed into a huge sharp ice cone in her hand. Aphra waved her hand, and the ice cone pierced Gerard's fishtail directly. Gerard, who was devoted to Zhu Zi, suddenly felt a sharp pain from the fishtail. He opened his mouth and let out a sharp roar that pierced his eardrums. This cry made Aphra feel that her heart was tightened, and a faint smell of blood overflowed from her mouth. Gerard suddenly turned around and locked his eyes fiercely on Aphra. He swung his tail and broke free from the ice cone, and a hand with sharp black nails went straight to Aphra's throat. Seeing this, Zhu Zi did not hesitate at all. She swung the long sword in her hand suddenly. Along with the sword energy, a mental wave attacked Gerard's back. Suddenly, purple-black strange blood flowed out from Gerard's back, and the blood spread in the sea water and emitted an unpleasant fishy smell. But what surprised Zhu Zi was Gerard's extremely strong self-healing ability. Gerard's wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The deep wound that could be seen to the bone recovered as before after more than 10 seconds, as if nothing had happened just now. Aphra also realized the terrifying nature of the mutated Elder Gerard. If they couldn't kill him with one blow, all the damage they had caused before would be in vain. Instead, they were wasting their own energy and then dying. Aphra and Zhu Zi looked at each other. The tacit understanding honed by such a joint battle allowed them to understand the meaning in each other's eyes at a glance. Aphra secretly gathered her strength and opened the spiritual power field to the extreme. The water temperature around her dropped several degrees rapidly, emitting waves of coldness. Zhu Zi also used all his spiritual power to inject into the long sword. The long sword instantly shone brightly, and the pure white sword body also emitted a slight hum. The energy in the spiritual power conversion gem embedded in the hilt flowed rapidly, and the gem had a tendency to break faintly, and it seemed that it was about to be unable to withstand such a strong spiritual power. The mental power fluctuation spread out from Zhu Zi as the center, and also brought a chilling pressure. The surrounding seawater was shocked by this pressure, and ripples appeared. Even Aphra felt this powerful mental pressure. Although this pressure was not directed at her, she felt a sense of stagnation. Aphra looked up at Zhu Zi in surprise. She still remembered that Zhu Zi told her that she only had A-level mental power. Aphra's mind was full of shock and horror. Could it be that the outside world has developed to this point? Such a strong mental power can only be rated as A-level. Aphra felt that if according to their standards, Zhu Zi's mental power could definitely be the best SSS level, but outside Zhu Zi was only an A-level mental power, which was simply outrageous and unbelievable. Gerard also felt this invisible sense of oppression. He instinctively sensed the approach of fatal danger, and turned around to escape here first. How could Zhu Zi and Aphra let it go? They attacked Gerard at the same moment in tacit agreement. Zhu Zi's long sword, with a surging and majestic spiritual power, suddenly fell down, pointing directly at Gerard's chest. Thousands of ice blades pierced the water at a sharp speed, and the biting coldness was about to freeze the surrounding seawater. Gerard's great pupils suddenly dilated, and he struggled to run away, but there was nowhere to hide. The long sword pierced his chest, and made him unable to move. Aphra raised her hand to take out his heart and crush it. Elder Gerard and the mermaid royal family are distant relatives with blood relations, but there are too many generations between them, and this blood relationship has become very weak. But there is no mermaid here who is more suitable for doing this than her. But just when Aphra's hand was about to touch Gerald's heart, she was bounced away by a huge force. Zhu Zi also felt this powerful repulsive force. She widened her eyes in shock, and saw the gray-black mental field spreading out with Gerald as the center. The mutated mermaid can actually use the mental field. This is completely beyond Zhu Zi's understanding. Afra was more surprised than Zhu Zi. She couldn't even believe her eyes. This was a situation that had never appeared since the mutated mermaids appeared. However, the mental field of the mutated Elder Gerald was very different from the previous one. There was a strange atmosphere in the whole field. Wu Suining was shocked. Logically speaking, within the range of his mental field, no enemy could successfully use the mental field. Unless the opponent's mental field is extremely powerful and can transcend the rules in his field. In Gerald's mental field, Zhu Zi felt that everything in front of her was gray, and she couldn't even see the surrounding environment clearly. She gasped for breath, but felt a strong sense of suffocation. Her nose and throat seemed to be blocked by something, and she couldn't breathe. The long sword in her hand broke, because it couldn't withstand her mental power. To be honest, Zhu Zi didn't expect that her mental power would directly break the solid sword. In a dangerous environment, she had no weapons but had to beware of Gerald, who could attack her at any time. In contrast, Gerald swam freely in his mental field, and it quickly locked onto Zhu Zi, who exuded an alluring fragrance. This was the most intense smell of energy he had ever smelled in this sea area. Gerard opened his mouth excitedly, and couldn't wait to take a bite. Zhu Zi stood in the darkness vigilantly. She was suddenly startled and felt the water fluctuations coming from behind. But Gerard's mental field greatly restricted Zhu Zi's 5 senses. When Zhu Zi sensed the danger and turned her head, it was too late. Zhu Zi saw Gerard's open bloody mouth directly, and even the fishy saliva in Gerard's mouth was about to drip on her hair. It was dark all around, and Zhu Zi only heard Gerard's sharp roar that seemed to crush her internal organs. At the moment when Gerard's fangs were about to fall on Zhu Zi suddenly burst out with huge energy in her body. She saw a little light in the darkness, which was the light emitted by a small seed. Following Zhu Zi's thoughts, the tiny seed absorbed her spiritual power, then broke out of the shell, and within a few breaths, a towering tree grew. The deep and rich green pierced through the gray haze, and sparkled in the deep and silent ocean. The lush branches and leaves stretched out wantonly, and each piece seemed to be a carefully carved jade emitting a mysterious and dreamy brilliance. Gerard's spiritual power field was directly broken, the dark space disappeared, and was replaced by this lush towering tree. The mermaids looked up in amazement at this mysterious tree that suddenly appeared. Its existence seemed to fill every inch of the surrounding space with green. Zhu Zi stood under the tree, flapping the gorgeous elf wings behind him, like the only king of this world. Under the giant tree, all the mutant mermaids lay on the ground in pain and twisted. Even Gerard, who was so rampant just now, seemed to be suffering from great torture. He collapsed to the ground with his eyes wide open in disbelief. The surrounding mermaids looked at the scene in shock. Is this her mental field? A mermaid asked tremblingly. How strong a mental power must be to support such a mental field? No way, these mutant mermaids were easily solved. The mermaids looked at the little girl under the shade of the tree in surprise, as if as long as they were in the field, life and death were decided by her alone. Look, there is the holy light seaweed. A green-tailed mermaid pointed to the boundary between the black water area and the safe area and said in shock. I saw that the giant tree in Zhu Zi's mental field grew safely between the black water area and the safe area. The terrifying black water area was still slowly advancing, but what was amazing was that the branches and leaves of the giant tree in the black water area were still lush and continued to emit a bright glow without being affected at all. The ocean under the giant tree was also protected, and the intact holy light seaweed swayed with the waves. This area became the only exception under the approaching black water. Zhu Zi also noticed these holy light seaweeds. The big tree in the spiritual power field was in tune with her mind. As soon as it appeared, Zhu Zi knew how to control it. After dealing with the mutant mermaid, Zhu Zi tentatively used energy on the holy light seaweeds under her feet. She injected spiritual power into them to make them grow. To her surprise, the holy light seaweed that should have died under the pollution of black water actually miraculously resisted the invasion of black water. After doing all this, Zhu Zi felt very tired. Even with the full help of Uncle Wu Suining's auxiliary spiritual power field, she could no longer support this spiritual power field. Chapter 62. The giant tree that was shining brightly disappeared. If it weren't for the piece of holy light seaweed on the ground that should have been swallowed by the black water, but was still full of vitality, the mermaids would have thought that the scene just now was just an illusion. An old man with wrinkles on his face, trembling hands, gently stroked the holy light seaweed with extremely strong vitality. Tears welled up in his turbid old eyes. He looked at Zhu Zi with hopeful eyes. Our mermaids are finally saved. Although only such a small area of holy light seaweed was safe in the black water area, It was enough to make the mermaids very excited. The Holy Light Seaweed Cultivation Center has made no progress in research for so many years, but at this moment a miracle appeared in front of them. The mermaids looked at Juzi excitedly, and the mermaids around her gathered around her and cheered. They have been walking on this dark road full of world malice for too long, watching their family and friends turn into irrational monsters, and their beautiful and fertile homeland being swallowed by the terrifying black water. And the poor little mermaids, they have to face the hellish scene from the moment they are born, and spend every day in worry and fear, fearing that they and their families will turn into monsters in the next second. But just when they were about to despair, and almost exterminated, a beam of light suddenly shone into the dark seabed. The mermaids looked at the little elf, who fell into the ocean in the center of the crowd with gratitude, as if they saw new hope. Juzi, who was suddenly cheered and surrounded by so many mermaids, smiled unconsciously. If her domain could help the mermaids of Atlantis, she could run around with her spiritual domain every day. However, Juzi looked past the jubilant crowd and saw Afra standing in front of Gerard. Afra was surrounded by the bodies of mutant mermaids. As early as when Juzi's spiritual power domain was opened, the mutant mermaid, who had lost the ability to resist, was quickly crushed by other mermaids, and there was no movement. Juzi had never tried to see what the effect of attacking other creatures under the spiritual power domain would be. But as soon as these mutant creatures entered her domain, it was as if the highest level alarm in the domain was directly triggered, and the domain immediately launched an attack on them. Even the mutant mermaid Gerard could not escape the ubiquitous attack. Now he fell to the ground with a painful face, making a weak roar, and the scales at the tail of the fish curled and fell off piece by piece as if they were burned by a raging fire. But even so, no mermaid swam forward to deal with Gerard. No mermaid felt that they could crush Gerard's heart. They all tacitly left Gerard to Afra. However, Juzi found that Afra seemed to be a little bit wrong. She swung her beautiful and gorgeous mermaid tail, and looked absent-minded. Sensing Juzi's gaze, Afra came back to her senses and smiled at her, as gentle and beautiful as usual. Afra then looked at Gerard, who had collapsed on the ground. This mutant mermaid, who had worried them for so long, was finally solved. It was a pity that the heart of the ocean brought back by her brother could not be restored. And she also. When she was pulled into the gray mental field by Gerard, her fish tail accidentally swept into the black water area, and she felt a needle-like piercing pain. At that time, she thought she would become a monster like her brother. But Afra looked down at her smooth fish tail and fair skin. It seemed that the tingling was all her illusion, but Afra could not deceive herself. She did touch the black water. Afra felt a surge of fear and panic in her heart, and she suddenly realized what Elder Gerald felt at the time. Maybe Elder Gerald thought that he would be the only mermaid who was lucky enough to survive under the black water. But Gerald's body lay on the cold sea rocks, with black blood flowing on his body, and he also killed many of the tribesmen he had protected. Although Afra was extremely greedy for the present time, she would never let herself become the next Gerald. Noticing Afra's abnormality, Juzi walked past the cheering crowd and walked to Afra's side. "Afra, what's wrong with you?" Juzi frowned and asked with concern. Afra looked at Juzi with worried eyes in her light green eyes. If Juzi knew that she might mutate, she would be very sad. She might even shed tears secretly, but if the elf cries in the ocean, the tears and the seawater will mix together, and no one can tell which is which. And Afra didn't want Juzi to see her after she turned into a monster. She hoped that she would always be a beautiful mermaid in Juzi's mind. Then Afra pursed her lips and shook her head. "I'm fine, I just feel a little tired." Seeing that the doubts and worries in Juzi's eyes had not yet dissipated, Afra pointed to the piece of holy light seaweed and tried to distract Juzi's attention. "Z, why don't you send some holy light seaweed to the cultivation center? Maybe they will have new discoveries." The holy seaweed injected with energy by Juzi looks thicker than other holy seaweeds, and the color of the seaweed is slightly darker and looks full of vitality. Afra feels that these vigorous holy seaweeds may really bring new hope to their mermaids. Afra longs for the prosperous Atlantis mentioned by her elders, but when she looks at her fish tail, she may never have the chance to see such an Atlantis again. Juzi didn't think much after hearing what Afra said. She nodded in agreement. It is necessary to let the Holy Seaweed Cultivation Center study it to see what is going on with these holy seaweeds she made. Juzi carefully dug out 2 holy light seaweeds and put them into a small bag, then turned to look at Afra, who was standing there. "Afra, won't you go to the Holy Light Seaweed Cultivation Center with me?" Afra shook her head. "I'm a little tired and want to go home." "Okay, Afra, go back and have a good rest. I go by myself." Juzi smiled and said, "Afra, see you tomorrow." Okay, see you tomorrow, Z. Afra smiled and nodded. But watching Zhu Zi's back as he left, Afra silently said goodbye in her heart. When Zhu Zi walked away, Afra breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't know how long she would have left of her sanity, and she couldn't stay in crowded places anymore. After leaving a text message for her father and confidants in the optical brain, Afra went directly to the special dungeon of Atlantis. Afra looked in a trance at the blood-stained chains in the dungeon, where many mutant mermaids had been imprisoned, including her mother. At that time, everyone was still hopeful that there was a way to cure the mutant mermaids. But later, they killed the mutant mermaids directly when they saw them, and there was no need for these dungeons. The guard on duty in the dungeon looked at the third princess, who suddenly appeared with great confusion. Third princess, are you going to imprison someone? He couldn't understand why the third princess would appear in such a place alone. But what surprised him even more was that the third princess actually carefully selected the cell. The guard was confused about what the third princess was going to do. Would she lock herself up? But the guard didn't expect that his guess was actually true. Afra walked straight in, walked into a cell, and locked herself in it tightly. Afra didn't expect that she would use this place one day, just like her mother. But Afra thought of Zhu Zi, and a smile appeared on her face unconsciously. With Zhu Zi, this fate should not be repeated on mermaids in the future. Zhu Zi came to the cultivation center with 2 holy seaweeds, but she was not alone. She was followed by a large group of mermaids, who could not be shaken off. The news that Zhu Zi's spiritual field could make the holy seaweed resist the invasion of black water had already spread throughout Atlantis. Countless mermaids cheered for this. They had waited for this moment for too long. Their Atlantis was finally saved. The mermaids at the Holy Seaweed Cultivation Center also stood at the door and looked forward to it. A researcher carefully opened the bag in Zhu Zi's hand, and then dozens of researchers leaned over at the same time, looking at the 2 special holy seaweeds almost devoutly. The head of the cultivation center, Keppel, wore white gloves and carefully used a knife to draw on the blade of the holy light seaweed. She wanted to take a blade of the holy light seaweed for research, but if she cut it too short, she was afraid that she would not have enough samples for research, and if she cut too much, she was afraid that this precious holy light seaweed would be wasted. Zhu Zi opened her mouth and looked at Keppel, who was extremely hesitant. There was no need to be so careful. She could get a lot of such holy light seaweed by opening her spiritual field once. Finally, Keppel still used the knife on the holy light seaweed. She carefully took a small blade of the holy light seaweed. 3 hours later, the report on these 2 special holy light seaweeds was freshly released. The researchers looked at Zhu Zi eagerly. The moment they saw the complete report, they knew that their mermaids were definitely saved. This kind of holy seaweed not only has a purification capacity 3 times higher than before, but also has extremely strong vitality, which means that these holy seaweeds can easily survive in harsh environments. The seeds of these holy seaweeds can also be spread under the flow of seawater. When the seeds mature, they can fall off from the mother body and float to other places with the sea current to take root. The holy seaweed that was swallowed by the black water before was because the seeds that were spread out died without exception when they encountered black water, which allowed the black water to occupy a large area of the sea area of Atlantis. However, under the illumination of the rich life force in Zhu Zi's field, the holy seaweed also gained a new life. This is also the rebirth of their mermaids. The researchers looked at Zhu Zi excitedly. Zhu Zi held her forehead, and the eager and excited eyes of the mermaids outside were about to drown her. She thought that it would be much better to go to the Holy Seaweed Cultivation Center where there were fewer mermaids, but she found that the researchers here were even more exaggerated. However, Zhu Zi looked at the analysis report of the Holy Light Seaweed in his hand. Since the Holy Light Seaweed has energy that can purify black water, can't this energy be used on mutant mermaids? Thinking of this, Zhu Zi asked. Keppel looked up excitedly. Yes. The previous Holy Light Seaweed couldn't do it, but the purification ability of these Holy Light Seaweeds is much stronger than the previous ones. Maybe a potion that can cure mutant mermaids can be extracted from them. Keppel thought of the planets covered by black water in the ocean galaxy, and the mutant mermaids on the planets that have not been completely solved. If the mutant mermaids can really be cured, then the ocean galaxy can really wipe off the dust and restore its former glory. Most of the researchers at the Holy Light Seaweed Cultivation Center fled to Atlantis from other planets, and some of their mutant family members stayed on the original planet. When they thought that they might be reunited with their families, the hearts in their chests beat wildly, and every breath was hot and burning. They were exhausted by the torture of the black water, and felt lucky to be able to snatch back their home from the black water area. But the little girl in front of her, all these sufferings had nothing to do with her, but she had a sincere heart and felt that the mermaids could be better. Chapter 63. Zhu Zi opened her mouth slightly, looking at the smaller version of the tree in front of her in disbelief. This is still her spiritual field. Why is it different from the awesome giant tree yesterday? This tree is still bright and beautiful, but why is it so short? Now this tree is only as tall as her, and it is only a little taller than the red coral next to it. Zhu Zi took back the spiritual field in disbelief, and then released it carefully. But in Zhu Zi's expectant eyes, the small tree still appeared in front of her. Obviously, every step was correct. Why is there such a big difference? Oh right, today, Uncle Wu Suaning's auxiliary spiritual field is missing. Wu Suaning looked at Zhu Zi's lost look and wanted to laugh. Now his head still hurt slightly because of the consumption of spiritual power yesterday. At the critical moment yesterday, he had devoted all his energy to develop his spiritual power domain, and he almost poured all the energy in his spiritual power domain into Zhu Zi alone. At that time, Zhu Zi's spiritual power increased several times, and coupled with her own infinite potential, she was able to stimulate her spiritual power domain under extreme circumstances. However, Wu Suang never expected that such a dazzling towering tree would appear yesterday. There are only a few entities in the spiritual power domain in the entire interstellar history, but without exception, people with this level of spiritual power domain have become famous and powerful people. Zhu Zi's spiritual power domain is definitely full of potential, but the little guy himself has not realized it yet, and is now worried about his little tree. This little tree will definitely grow up in the future. Wu Suang said with a smile, no one's spiritual power field is very powerful when it is awakened. Just like me, when I first awakened my spiritual power field, the diameter of the field was only 6 meters. It was only 6 meters at the beginning. Zhu Zi was a little surprised. There was such a big difference. Uncle Wu Suang's spiritual power field can now cover hundreds of thousands of square kilometers. Then my little tree will one day be able to rely on its own strength to become the towering tree that was yesterday. Zhu Zi said with expectation. I think your spiritual power field in the future will definitely be more powerful than the one yesterday. Wu Suang looked into Zhu Zi's eyes, and said very seriously. Wu Suang himself didn't know why he blurted out such words easily. He might think that the little girl in front of him must have unlimited potential. Zhu Zi looked at Wu Suang with a little surprise. Uncle Wu Suang was usually taciturn, and he didn't expect that he would praise her like this today. But seeing Uncle Wu Suang's serious look, it seems that this is not a compliment to her, but Uncle Wu Suang has great confidence in her. This made Zhu Zi very happy. She raised her hand and touched her little tree, whispering, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have disliked your smallness just now. However, the mermaids around Zhu Zi did not dislike the smallness of the tree in Zhu Zi's spiritual field at all. The mermaids looked at the tree devoutly like pilgrims. Now in their eyes, this tree is no different from the sacred tree. And the person who created this sacred tree is Zhu Zi. If anyone dares to dislike Zhu Zi's small spiritual field, they will be the first to disagree. Zhu Zi raised her hand to inject energy into the holy seaweed under the spiritual field, and soon these holy seaweeds changed. They became tougher and more vigorous, successfully resisting the invasion of black water. Zhu Zi's task these days is to get more of these holy seaweeds, and then the researchers at the Holy Seaweed Cultivation Center can extract their seeds from these holy seaweeds. The researchers put the seeds in the cultivation center to let them grow and reproduce quickly, and get more seeds. In this way, she doesn't need to run all over the seas of the 5 surrounding stars, and can let these holy seaweeds that can resist black water take root and sprout there. As for other planets in the ocean galaxy, they have to wait until the potion that can cure the mutant mermaid is developed before they can find a way to plant the holy seaweed. Now her most important task is to get more of these holy seaweeds, so that the waters of Atlantis can turn blue faster. Zhu Zi has been releasing her spiritual power these days, and she is willing to stop and rest only when her spiritual power is exhausted. However, Zhu Zi, who has been busy these days, always feels a little flustered. She found that she had not seen Afra for many days, and Afra had clearly told her that day that they would meet again tomorrow. But after waiting for Afra for so long, Zhu Zi still did not wait to meet Afra. Afra seemed to have disappeared out of thin air at the bottom of the sea. After that day, Zhu Zi could not even get through Afra's optical brain. Based on her understanding of Afra, Afra is not a person who will disappear without a word. Something must have happened to Afra. This premonition became stronger and stronger in Zhu Zi's heart, because he was worried about Afra's safety, and even when he released his spiritual power, Zhu Zi was always distracted. Finally, he could not bear the anxiety in his heart. After Zhu Zi exhausted her spiritual power, She hurried to the underwater palace. She wanted to find Afra and ask her what happened to her, and why she had not been seen for so many days. In the airtight underwater dungeon deep in Atlantis, Afra curled up weakly on a small bed. Her face was as pale as paper, and her body trembled slightly uncontrollably. There was no wound on her body, but Afra could feel the pain of her body being torn violently, as if all the cells in her body were fighting with the invaders. Afra felt that her consciousness was getting more and more blurred, and sharp nails grew on her hands, which directly pierced the quilt and scratched into the bed board, making a harsh sound. Sure enough, no mermaid could escape the black water, either dead or mutated. Afra wondered if her mother and brother had also experienced such pain. But she seemed to be luckier than them. They all turned into monsters in pain and despair, but she had seen warm light in the endless darkness. These warm feelings were enough to accompany her through the last journey of her life. Afra lay on the edge of the bed, letting her long hair fall to the ground in a mess. She tried to open her eyes. Her vision was a little blurry, but she could still see the holy light seaweed swaying with the waves through the narrow long window in the dungeon. Afra showed a happy smile on her face. She recognized at a glance that these holy light seaweeds were the fruits of Juzi. Now these holy seaweeds may have grown all over many places in Atlantis. But she lied to Z, and she couldn't see Z tomorrow. On the other side, Juzi walked out of the underwater palace in frustration. Just half an hour ago. As soon as Juzi swam to the entrance of the underwater palace, the guards around her immediately recognized her and let her pass respectfully. The Mermaid King Alfred came out to greet her in a hurry with a group of princesses and princes. No need to notify, anyone can enter and exit, and the Mermaid King came out to greet them. This can be regarded as an unprecedented high-standard treatment in the underwater palace. But what disappointed Juzi was that she didn't see Afra here. And when she asked Alfred, Alfred always changed the topic to other places. This made Juzi feel that Afra's situation might be even worse. Under Juzi's repeated questioning, Alfred finally told the truth. After learning that Afra had locked herself up, Juzi felt as if a huge rock was pressing on her chest. Afra obviously didn't have to fight desperately with the mutated elder Gerald. Gerald was coming for her, but Afra was the first to rush in front of her regardless of the danger and shared Gerald's attack with her. In order to save her, Afra accidentally touched the black water and was contaminated. Afra locked herself up in the dungeon alone, and now she must be very uncomfortable and scared. But Afra didn't want her to know about this, so she pretended not to know. Afra was so beautiful that she definitely didn't want her to see her in such a mess. The most urgent task now was to quickly develop a potion that could cure the mutated mermaid. As long as there is a potion, not only Afra, but all the mutant mermaids in the ocean galaxy can return to normal. Holy Light Seaweed Cultivation Center. The researchers at the Cultivation Center are working with experts from the Research Institute to study mutant mermaid recovery potions day and night. Under the extremely high-intensity work, no mermaid complained about the hard work. All the mermaids worked excitedly and wanted to develop the potion immediately. These vigorous holy light seaweeds gave them hope for the mermaid kingdom. Suddenly, in the quiet and tense laboratory, a researcher couldn't help but cheered excitedly. We seem to succeed. Success? The researchers stopped their work the moment they heard this, and they looked at the source of the sound with excitement. In the solid explosion-proof glass, a hideous mutant mermaid gradually faded away from the purple-black skin, and his skin became white and smooth. The rotten and damaged fishtail also returned to normal little by little, and some blue scales grew back. The researchers all gathered around, staring nervously at the mutant mermaid's cloudy eyes. They had failed countless times these days. The potion could restore the mutant mermaid to normal appearance, but it was very difficult to restore the mutant mermaid's sanity. Some mermaids looked normal, but they were still monsters that would bite anyone they saw. However, the effect of the potion this time was obviously much better than other potions, and the mutant mermaid recovered faster and more completely. Time passed by minute, and under the expectant eyes of the researchers, the mutant's cloudy eyes gradually returned to their original appearance. These were a pair of beautiful black eyes, and then these eyes became clear and bright little by little. The mermaid who regained her sanity blinked a little blankly, looking at the large group of excited mermaids around her in confusion. Then the mermaid rubbed her head, as if she had finally remembered something, and widened her eyes in disbelief. The mermaid looked at his white arms and smooth fishtail. Wasn't he mutated? He actually had a chance to return to normal. The mermaid's heart was beating excitedly. But even more excited than him were the researchers outside. Tears of joy flowed freely in the eyes of every mermaid. All the pain, despair, sadness, and grievances turned into boiling cheers at this moment. Chapter 64. The news that the mutant mermaid recovery drug had been successfully developed spread throughout Atlantis in an instant, just like having legs. The first mutant mermaid who recovered, Palmer, walked out of the research center excitedly under the expectation of everyone. He was overjoyed to see the outside world again. But what made him even more excited was that his mother was waiting for him outside. As soon as she saw Palmer, who was intact and had clear eyes, come out, Palmer's mother immediately hugged her son tightly in her arms. She didn't expect to be able to hug her child again in her lifetime. Palmer's mother trembled with her hands, and her voice was a little choked. "Great, it's great that you can recover." Palmer also hugged his mother tightly back. The memory of becoming a mutant mermaid was like a vague darkness. He didn't remember what he did after the mutation, nor did he know how much time had passed. However, Palmer looked at his mother's haggard face, and the many wrinkles on it. He could not imagine the pain and suffering his mother had endured during the time when he was mutated. But now everything is fine. The mermaids around were also moved to tears when they saw the mother and son hugging each other. The mermaids cheered and shouted. Their faces were filled with uncontrollable joy, and their eyes were shining with joy. The mermaids were not only happy for the reunion of their mother and son, but also happy for themselves. No mermaid could survive this disaster alone. The pain of losing their loved ones, the endless panic and depression tortured every mermaid's body and mind all the time. But now the holy seaweed that can dispel the black water will gradually grow in every corner of this planet, and even their mutated relatives and friends will have a chance to recover. How can this not be exciting? A mother and son hugged each other with tears in their eyes, and the mermaids were excited and cheering. With a click, this scene was clearly recorded by the holographic camera. Then it will remain in the history of the mermaids forever. However, Zhu Zi, who created this history, was holding a tube of mutant mermaid recovery medicine and standing carefully at the door of a cell in the underwater dungeon. A harsh sound of iron chains colliding and dragging on the ground came from the iron door of the cell. In the cell, Afra's fair skin had completely turned into a scary purple-black color. Her purple pupils were turbid and gray, and her mouth made dry and unpleasant roars one after another. Suddenly, the tightly closed iron door was pushed open, and light shone in. As soon as Zhu Zi entered the room, she saw Afra, who had lost her mind and opened her mouth to bite her. However, Afra before the mutation locked herself up very tightly. The heavy iron chain rubbed her skin, and purple-black blood flowed out as she bit forward. No matter how hard the mutated Afra struggled, she couldn't break free of the shackles she had set and take 2 more steps forward. So Zhu Zi approached her easily, and then carefully pushed the mutant mermaid recovery potion into Afra's body. The recovery potion took effect quickly, and the manic Afra gradually calmed down, and her purple-black skin slowly faded and became white and smooth. Zhu Zi looked at Afra's changes with anticipation. She received the news as soon as the mutant mermaid recovery potion was successfully developed. She was strengthening the holy seaweed in the ocean temple. She put away her mental field without hesitation, left the other mermaids, and ran to the underwater dungeon. Fortunately, everything was still in time. Afra's turbid eyes gradually regained their former brilliance. The first thing Afra saw after her recovery was Zhu Zi smiling at her. Zhu Zi looked at her with bright green eyes, and a pair of beautiful elf wings behind him waved, and he couldn't wait to come to her side and hugged her gently. "Afra, you are finally well," Zhu Zi said happily. Afra wanted to push Zhu Zi away. She remembered that she had mutated and was a monster who wanted to bite any living thing she saw. "You can't get close to Zhu Zi, she will hurt her." However, Afra suddenly found that the heavy chains on her hands had been taken off, and there was no iron chain wrapped around her fish tail, so her tail could swing freely. Zhu Zi looked at the dazed Afra with some amusement. Afra's beautiful light purple eyes were full of confusion and bewilderment, and she couldn't figure out what was going on. "Afra, let me take you outside to have a look," Zhu Zi said with a smile. Now the whole Atlantis is filled with an atmosphere of excitement and joy. The holy seaweed ripples with the waves, and the mermaids swim happily in the city. Afra will definitely like this kind of Atlantis. Afra hasn't seen the sunlight on the seabed for a long time, and the sunlight shines in beams and forms bright spots in the water. Afra, who had been in the dark for a long time, suddenly felt a little dazzled when she saw the light. But Afra still tried to open her eyes, and looked at the outside world happily. Every mermaid outside had a smile on her face, and her eyes were full of expectations and hopes for the future. Afra had never seen Atlantis like this. After all, Atlantis had been shrouded in the shadow of the invasion of black water since she was born. Those scenes that had only appeared in her dreams actually appeared in front of her, and Afra wanted to cry. "Hey! Afra, don't cry. Zhu Zi looked at the little pearls falling from Afra's eyes, and said anxiously, "How did he make Afra cry?" The little pearls turned into by Afra's tears fell all over the floor, and Zhu Zi, who was at a loss, didn't know whether he should pick them up. But although Afra was crying, her face was full of smiles. Afra looked at Zhu Zi seriously, and then choked up and said, "Thank you, Zi. If it weren't for you, we might have died." The waters of Atlantis are getting clearer and clearer, and the vigorous holy light seaweed grows safely in the black water area. Where there is holy light seaweed, the black water retreats as if it has seen its nemesis. The mermaids no longer have to live in a small area, they have a wider sea area to swim freely. Not only Atlantis, but the other 4 planets are also recovering rapidly. With the mutant mermaid recovery potion, the black water is no longer a disaster that the mermaids fear. Without worries and fears, the mermaids bravely swim into the star areas of the ocean galaxy covered by black water. They spread the seeds of holy seaweed in their former homeland, and also spread the hope of recovery. However, although the pharmaceutical factory that makes mutant mermaid recovery potions is mass-producing potions day and night, the recovery potions are still in short supply. There are too many mutant mermaids who need recovery potions. But no matter how anxious the mermaids are, they are in good order and patiently waiting for the distribution of potions. They have been waiting in despair for too long, and now the hopeful waiting makes them feel happy and at ease. The mermaids in the ocean galaxy are happily busy building their homes. But Zhu Zi, who was originally very busy, is now idle. The holy seaweed is grown enough, and she doesn't need to drive the mental field to run one place after another. But Zhu Zi felt a little homesick when she was idle. She lay on the soft shell bed without interest, and colorful fish swam in groups in front of her. If the second brother was here, he would definitely catch these small fishes and taste them. But she and the second brother have been separated for more than 3 months, and she doesn't know how he is doing. Undersea Palace. Mermaid King Alfred excitedly looked at the virtual projection of the ocean galaxy in front of him. The ocean galaxy has 4 major star regions, and nearly 100 habitable planets. A few years ago, he also stood in this position, painfully watching these planets turn gray and dark one by one. Until the end, only 5 planets in the entire ocean galaxy still had a pitiful small piece of blue sea. But now one planet after another has come back to life, and they were almost extinct, but now they are thriving. However, all these changes were due to the elf named Zhu Zi. Alfred didn't know what to say to express his gratitude on behalf of the mermaids. He couldn't thank them enough for saving the entire race from danger. Alfred solemnly took off the Mermaid King's crown on his head. The crown, which symbolized power and status, was inlaid with the last ocean heart of the ocean galaxy in the center. Zhu Zi, who was lying on the shell bed, suddenly received an invitation from the Mermaid King Alfred. This was not her first time to the Mermaid Palace, but it was indeed the first time she saw the Mermaid King dressed so formally. The Mermaid King Alfred wore gorgeous and heavy clothes, standing upright under the dazzling crystal chandelier of the palace. As soon as he saw her, he smiled gently at her. But Zhu Zi could see at a glance that the crown on Alfred's head was different from the previous one. The bead in the middle of the crown, which originally shone with a royal blue light, was forcibly buckled off, leaving an empty shallow pit. This beautiful crown is not as beautiful as before. But just when Zhu Zi was wondering who would dare to touch the crown of the Mermaid King, the beautiful blue bead appeared in front of her. The heavy bead was placed in her hand. This is the heart of the ocean. Although the heart of the ocean cannot express the gratitude of the Mermaid Kingdom, it is also a small gift from our mermaids. Please accept it, Alfred said sincerely. The heart of the ocean. Zhu Zi had been in Atlantis for so long that she knew the heart of the ocean. The heart of the ocean has a powerful healing ability, and is a sacred object of the mermaids. The heart of the ocean in the ocean temple had been broken, but what Zhu Zi didn't expect was that the Mermaid King would actually give her the heart of the ocean inlaid in his crown, saying that it was just a small token of his love. But there is no other heart of the ocean in the world for the Mermaid King to inlay on his crown. Without the heart of the ocean, the Mermaid King's crown would no longer be perfect, which is absolutely a taboo for a king. But what shocked Zhu Zi even more was that the Mermaid King revealed another ability of the heart of the ocean that was not known to the world. Resurrection. Zhu Zi's eyes widened. There was actually something in this world that could bring people back to life. Originally, only the Mermaid King knew about this, and it was because of this that the heart of the ocean could be passed down safely until now. But since he had decided to give the last heart of the ocean to Zhu Zi, Alfred directly told the secret of the heart of the ocean. But there are also limitations to the heart of the ocean's ability to bring people back to life, Alfred said. What are the restrictions? Zhu Zi asked. The heart of the ocean can only revive people who have been dead for no more than 24 hours, so it's best to carry the heart of the ocean with you, Alfred said. Only 24 hours. Zhu Zi felt a little disappointed. When she heard that the heart of the ocean could bring back the dead, Zhu Zi immediately thought of the fallen elf King Smollett. Although Smollett might not remember her, he was a very important person to her. The sudden death of the elf king made her feel uncomfortable and sad. Zhu Zi always felt that such a gentle elf king should not have such an ending. Can't the time of death be longer? Although it was already amazing to be resurrected within 24 hours, Zhu Zi couldn't help but ask. It can be longer, but the conditions will be very harsh. Alfred patiently explained, the ability of the heart of the ocean to resurrect is not omnipotent. Although the organs of the body have failed within 24 hours, the healing ability of the heart of the ocean can restore people to life. However, once it exceeds 24 hours, the healing ability of the heart of the ocean will be greatly reduced. If you still want to resurrect, you need to ensure that the body is intact. Zhu Zi wondered that in the interstellar era, ensuring the integrity of the body only requires the simplest freezing technology. Isn't this very simple? Why did the Mermaid King say that the conditions are very harsh? Not only the surface is intact, but also the important organs of the body, and the blood of the heart veins, Alfred said. Alfred knew that this was indeed a very harsh, even useless resurrection condition. A person whose important organs and blood of the heart veins are intact means that he is still very healthy, and there is no need to use the heart of the ocean. Zhu Zi thought of Smollett's funeral ceremony. High Priest Nanhill said that Smollett died of heart disease. If there was a problem with his heart, it would naturally not meet the requirement of the heart of the ocean to be intact. Zhu Zi felt a little regretful and disappointed, but she still happily accepted this precious gift. The ability of the heart of the ocean to bring the dead back to life was already amazing enough, and she couldn't be more greedy. Elf Kingdom, Second Spacetime Research Institute. The lights in the institute have never been turned off since the king disappeared. The king's disappearance touched the hearts of every elf, making them live in endless worry and longing every minute and every second. No elf was willing to stop their work. They just wanted to find the king in another universe as fast as possible. The people from the New Universe Research Institute of the Interstellar Federation also worked tirelessly with the elves, because the dragons gave them too much. They could earn enough star coins to last a lifetime in just a few months, which was what the people in the institute were trying to do. If Zhu Zi was found, the dragons would give them 3 times the salary, which made the people from the Interstellar Federation work even harder. Their enthusiasm was no less than that of the elves who were crazy about finding the king, which surprised the other elves. Moreover, Zhu Zi, the chief of the dragons, had a gloomy face recently, but as long as their research made more progress, Zhu Zi's face would be a little better. Although breaking through the space barrier of the universe is as difficult as ascending to heaven, with so many resources and money invested, and so many experts and scholars working hard day and night, breaking through the space barrier is just a matter of seconds. On this day, the high priests, ministers and marshals of the Elven Kingdom all gathered on the Asta Star, and even the dragons came from the Interstellar Federation. Asta Star is the weakest place in the cosmic space barrier discovered by experts. Everyone stared at a small white dot in the middle, which was a simulated cosmic void produced by the Second Universe Research Institute. Once the cosmic void is formed, it can break through the cosmic space barrier and reach the universe where the king is. The white dot was seen spinning and expanding wildly, and then formed a dark space channel. Nanhill's eyes widened with excitement, and a clear and strong mental signal from the king came from the other end of the space channel. Their king is there! Chapter 65. The channel that breaks through the barrier of the universe is not stable enough, but a platinum-colored starship full of people has already entered the dark space channel impatiently. Zhu Ziyuan stood in the command room of the starship excitedly looking at this new universe. Soon, he will be reunited with his beloved sister. He didn't know how his sister was doing here. She must have suffered a lot when she was stranded in this strange universe. Zhu Si, Wei Shilan and Zhu Xingtao also squeezed into the first starship that set off for the new universe. During the 3 months when Zhu Zi disappeared, they were tortured by missing her all the time. They didn't want to wait even a minute longer, and wanted to see Zhu Zi as soon as possible. The elves looked at these people from the Interstellar Federation with some dissatisfaction. The first starship had limited space, and the 4 members of the Dragon Clan had to squeeze in. However, Heloise scratched her head. When it comes to the relationship between the king and them, they were elves who had never met the king, so how could they compare to the friendship they had had for more than a decade? Although Heloise was very reluctant, she had to admit that the king definitely wanted to meet the dragons more. So when the dragons wanted to board the starship, the elves, although reluctant, still gave way. After all, making the king happy was the most important thing. And the elves sadly discovered that if only these elves went to find the king might suspect that they were human traffickers, and would not go back with them. The starship was sailing smoothly. After entering the planet, Nancy was excited. He felt that they were getting closer and closer to the king. But the strange thing was that the king's mental signal came from the bottom of the sea. Following the king's mental signal, the starship flew low over the Black Sea water. Suddenly, the starship suffered a violent collision, and the hull began to shake uncontrollably from side to side. The red alarm sounded, and made a piercing sound. Heloise widened her eyes, and looked at the scene outside in shock. She saw dozens of hideous purple-black mermaids around the starship jumping up like crazy, and hitting their starship hard. The weapons equipped by the starship automatically launched an attack, but what was even more surprising was that these monsters had a very strong recovery ability, and the bloody wounds could be restored to their original state in a short time. These strange mermaids seemed to be immortal. Is this the hidden mermaid kingdom? Zhu Ziyuan said in shock. Why is it different from the legend? And my sister actually fell into such a terrible place alone, surrounded by crazy monsters. Zhu Ziyuan was anxious to drive the starship out quickly. He wanted to find his sister quickly. It was hard to imagine how his sister who accidentally fell here faced these monsters. Zhu Zi frowned, and his mental power field spread out, and more than a dozen mutant mermaids fell to the ground in an instant. But there were too many mutant mermaids, and after one batch fell, a second batch would surge up. When he thought of his precious daughter facing these monsters in such a place, and she might be injured by these monsters, Zhu Zi couldn't help but feel distressed. Nancy stood in the starship command room, looking at the shocking black water on this planet. As one of the 4 mythological races, he had no time to worry about the fate of the mermaids. He carefully felt the spiritual power signal from the king. But suddenly Nancier widened his eyes in panic. Why did the spiritual power transmitted by the king suddenly stop? What happened? The spiritual power signal of the king seemed to be blocked by something. He could feel the presence of the king, but he couldn't sense where the king was. Did the king have an accident? The extreme panic gripped his heart. Looking at the fierce mutant mermaids outside the window, on this dangerous planet, Nancier couldn't control himself and began to think too much. Island Rada Star. Zhu Zi and Afra soaked in the holy spring of the ocean galaxy. Legend has it that the heart of the ocean was born here. Zhu Zi felt the magical underwater spring water with novelty. The milky white high-density spring water sank and gathered in the potholes. The warm water was still emitting mist, making it look like a fairyland. Since awakening the spiritual power domain, Zhu Zi felt that there was an extra seed in her mind, which should be the seed of the big tree in the domain. Unfortunately, no one else here has a materialized spiritual power domain, and she doesn't know if this is normal. But when soaking in the spring water, the seed in her mind is absorbing the energy here with joy, and she also has a feeling of spiritual power filling. Zhu Zi has a hunch that after soaking in the holy spring of the mermaid kingdom and releasing the spiritual power domain again, the tree in her domain will grow a little taller. However, although the holy spring is good, the lingering mist blocks the signals from the outside world, and it seems to be isolated from the world during this time here. Afra enjoyed this quiet time with Zhu Zi. She happily patted the spring water with her tail, splashing water. I often came here to play when I was a child. Afra said with a smile, my brother and I always competed to see who could make the highest splash. But when she thought of her brother, the smile on Afra's face faded a lot. It was a pity that her brother mutated too early, and did not wait for the recovery potion. His heart was crushed, and he could not survive. But if her brother saw this revitalized ocean galaxy, he would definitely be happy. After all, this is the dream of all mermaids. Afra smiled again. The pain of the past cannot be made up, so she will live well with her brother's hope. After thinking it through, Afra happily shared her past with her brother with Zhu Zi. Zhu Zi also talked to Afra about his family. But listening to Zhu Zi's words, Afra's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. The more she listened, the more strange it became. Finally, Afra couldn't help but say, aren't you an elf? Why are all your family members dragons? Zhu Zi opened her mouth, but looking at her elf ears and wings reflected in the spring, she couldn't say anything. She could only lower her head and whisper, I don't know why I'm an elf. On the other side of the island Rada. After learning the shocking news that Nanhill couldn't sense Zhu Zi's location, everyone on the starship fell into anxiety. Fortunately, Zhu Zi was still on this planet, so they just had to look for him bit by bit. However, the mutant mermaids who kept jumping out of the sea to attack them were really annoying, so they couldn't drive the starship into the seabed. Suddenly, in the black and smelly sea water, they were surprised to see a blue sea area. There were obviously fewer mutant mermaids here, and then the starship changed to diving mode and slowly dived into the sea area. This was a completely different world from the hellish scene just now. Colorful fish shuttled through, and dreamy corals came into view. Xu Ziyuan opened his mouth wide and looked at this beautiful underwater world in surprise. Nancier commanded the starship to sink to the bottom of the sea and landed. He smiled. The black water area he saw before didn't look like a place where people could live, so one might live in this sea area. But as soon as the starship hatch was opened, a group of mermaids immediately surrounded it. They were not those irrational mutant mermaids who attacked living things when they saw them. These mermaids had fair skin and delicate looks, but their faces were full of anger. The leading green-tailed mermaid stared at the group of foreigners with wide eyes. They were probably the unlucky people who were sucked into this universe by the cosmic hole. But they couldn't drive the starship to crush the holy seaweed they had just planted with great effort. You crushed the seaweed. And you crushed 3 bags of holy seaweed seeds. The green-tailed mermaid said angrily. In the mermaid kingdom, maliciously destroying holy seaweed is a serious crime. Xu Ziyuan frowned and looked at these ordinary seaweeds. In his eyes, these seaweeds were no different from the grass on the ground. He didn't understand why these mermaids were so angry. There are so many seaweeds here. It's hard for us to stop the starship without crushing them. Xu Ziyuan explained. Seeing the angry look of the mermaids, Wei Shilan quickly covered Xu Ziyuan's mouth and apologized. Sorry, we didn't pay attention and crushed these seaweeds. The green-tailed mermaid's face improved slightly. These are holy light seaweeds. Remember not to destroy them next time. What are you doing here? A mermaid looked at the group of foreigners vigilantly. As soon as these people got off the starship, they looked around everywhere, and no one knew what they were looking for. I'm here to find my sister. Xu Ziyuan answered immediately. Although the sea area is so large, it is probably useless to ask these mermaids. But Xu Ziyuan still asked with a glimmer of hope, Do you know where my sister Xu Ziyi is? Xu Ziyuan gestured and described his sister's appearance. Then, before he finished speaking, the originally fierce mermaid in front of him suddenly changed his expression and looked at him with a smile. Master Zhu is actually your sister. The mermaid covered her mouth in surprise. The 3 words Xu Ziyi seemed to trigger a switch. All the mermaids who heard it turned their heads, put down their work, and swarmed around them. Xu Ziyuan and his companions looked at the mermaids, who had changed their attitude towards them in shock. The mermaids who had just angrily accused them of crushing the seaweed wanted to make a pot of tea for them, and treat them well, when they heard that they were looking for Xu Ziyi. Some mermaids even excitedly held Xu Ziyuan's hand, and kept saying these words of thanks to his sister. Xu Ziyuan opened his mouth in shock. These mermaids were like pilgrims. It was really too exaggerated. Xu Ziyuan thought it would be difficult to find his sister on such a big planet, but it was unexpectedly simple. Anyone who catches a mermaid here, even a 3-year-old mermaid cub, knows Xu Ziyi. So what earth-shattering thing did my sister do in the mermaid kingdom? Chapter 66. Xu Ziyuan and his party were surrounded by a group of enthusiastic mermaids wherever they went. They didn't need to ask about Xu Ziyi's whereabouts. As soon as they heard that they were Xu Ziyi's family, the mermaids were very active in leading them. Xu Ziyuan had never seen such a scene before. Thanks to his sister, he actually became a big star in the legendary mermaid kingdom, and along the way, listening to the mermaids' continuous praise, and thanks to his sister, Xu Ziyuan pieced together the great things his sister had done in the mermaid kingdom in the past few months. Evolving holy light seaweed and restoring mutant mermaids. Xu Ziyuan was so shocked when he heard it. What his sister did was no different from the awesome and shining savior. Xu Ziyuan was originally worried whether his sister would have a bad life here, and whether she would be frightened by these terrible mutant mermaids. But Xu Ziyuan found that his worries were completely unnecessary. Not only did his sister take good care of him, but she also saved the entire mermaid tribe. Xu Ziyuan was happy for his sister, and felt very proud. Her sister was amazing. Xu Ziyuan couldn't help but raise his head, straighten his chest, and grinned with pride. He wished that the whole world knew that he was Xu Ziyi's brother. Getting closer and closer to the holy spring, where his sister was, Xu Ziyuan couldn't help but speed up his swimming. He wanted to be the first to see his sister. Heloise stole a glance at Xu Ziyuan, who suddenly rushed forward. Although she had a calm expression on her face that didn't want to compete with a child, the pair of elf wings behind her flapped quickly, and she rushed ahead of Xu Ziyuan in an instant. Xu Ziyuan looked at Heloise in surprise. There was actually an elf competing with him. No, he had to be faster. He was the first person to be seen by his sister, Island Rada Star, Holy Spring. The milky white spring water was steaming. Zhu Zi, who was silently sad about how he grew up to be a little elf, buried his whole body in the spring water, leaving only a small head exposed. Suddenly, Zhu Zi heard the mermaid report anxiously, "Master Zhu, there is a group of people from another universe outside who want to see you." Hearing this, Zhu Zi's big green eyes lit up, and Zhu Zi immediately stood up from the spring water excitedly. Could it be that Dad, Mom, and brothers came here to find her? She knew they would look for her. Great, she can finally go back to Dragon Island. Zhu Zi excitedly passed through the mist of the holy spring, and first wanted to see her family quickly. But before Zhu Zi saw anyone, she heard Zhu Ziyuan shouting at the top of his voice, "Sister, sister, are you here?" Zhu Zi's smile became even brighter, and she hurriedly raised her hand and said, "I'm here." Zhu Ziyuan was so excited that he almost jumped up when he heard his sister's response. Great, he finally found his sister. Zhu Zi and Nancy also quickened their pace, their hearts beating wildly in their chests, and the joy and excitement of regaining what they had lost completely surrounded them. Zhu Zi appeared in front of everyone waving her elf wings. Wei Xilan looked at her baby daughter, with tears in her eyes. Xiaobao seemed to have lost some weight. Her little face had some baby fat, but now it was not visible. Wei Xilan could no longer hold back the tears in her eyes, when she thought of the hardships her daughter had endured here. No matter how much the mermaids here admired and respected Xiaobao, in Wei Xilan's eyes, her daughter would always be the little girl who would lie in her arms and act like a spoiled child. Looking at the hideous mutant mermaids outside, one can imagine how dangerous and difficult the road to saving the mermaid kingdom is. But fortunately, Xiaobao is still standing here. Zhu Zi looked at her family excitedly. She didn't expect that they would find her so quickly across a universe. Zhu Zi rushed over excitedly and bumped into her second brother, who was running in front. Zhu Zi rubbed his head, but his second brother didn't seem to be running in the front either. In the front was an elf with a happy face. But it didn't matter. Zhu Zi didn't know who the elf was, so he automatically skipped her. Zhu Zi was hugged tightly by Zhu Ziyuan, listening to her second brother nagging in her ear about how much he missed her. Standing behind her second brother were her father, mother, and older brother, who were anxiously waiting in line to give her a hug. The overflowing love of the family made Zhu Zi completely forget the worry of accidentally growing crooked and becoming an elf. Zhu Zi's elf wings flapped happily behind her, and she felt that she was now the happiest little girl in the universe. However, the elves on the side felt that they were definitely the most unlucky elves in the universe. The elves looked at the family of 5 who loved each other and expressed their longing for each other with extremely resentful eyes. It's unfair. It's so unfair. This is obviously their king, but so many elves are standing here eagerly, but they have become the background of the long-lost dragon family reunion. Especially Heloise, her heart is bleeding. She was obviously the one rushing to the front, but the king only glanced at her with his peripheral vision, and then resolutely passed her and hugged the chattering little dragon. Heloise looked at the dragons who were hugged by the king one after another. Her eyes were red with envy, and her heart was so painful that she couldn't breathe. But there was nothing she could do even if she was heartbroken. In the eyes of the king, they might just be a group of strange strangers. The elves stood aside cautiously, not daring to disturb the king and the so-called family gathering, just looking at them eagerly. Zhu Zi suddenly looked at these elves standing there in a daze, then turned his head and asked Zhu Zi in confusion, "Dad, who are they?" Zhu Zi frowned, his face full of hesitation, and opened his mouth, but didn't know how to introduce these elves. Could he tell his precious daughter in person that you are not our biological child, but the king of the elves? But before Zhu Zi could speak, the elves became excited when they found that the king had finally noticed them. The elves knelt on one knee respectfully, and performed the most solemn kneeling ceremony. This scene really scared Zhu Zi. And the one who led the kneeling was Nangxier, the high priest of the elf kingdom. Nangxier's holy white robe was spread on the gravel, and he bowed his head respectfully, and said in unison with other elves, "See the king." This shout was full of momentum. But Zhu Zi looked around blankly, and pulled his second brother's sleeve, and asked quietly, "Where is the king?" Seeing his second brother's stunned expression, Zhu Zi suddenly reacted, widened his eyes, and pointed at himself with a finger. "It can't be me." Zhu Ziyuan nodded stiffly. Zhu Zi opened her mouth in surprise, and a pair of beautiful elf wings fluttered in panic. When did she become the elf king? Afra, who was standing by, looked at the elves, who knelt down to Zhu Zi in shock. Zhu Zi was actually the king of the elves. No wonder she didn't even know which elf tribe she was from. It turned out that she was the elf king. Before, she thought that unless an elf king fell from the original universe, it would be possible to break the space barrier of the universe. Now the wish was successful. But Afra was surprised. Why did Zhu Zi look so confused? Zhu Zi looked at the elves kneeling on the ground and his brain did crash. But it was not a solution for the elves to keep kneeling. She squatted down, tilted her head and looked at the elves. How about you get up first? After receiving the king's order, the elves got up. Heloise also knew that this was too sudden for the king. After all, the king had been a little dragon for 12 years before this. Heloise bent down and carefully explained to Zhu Zi that she was the flower of the king on the mother tree of the elves. Zhu Zi listened to her tortuous birth path in surprise. If she missed any step in the middle, she would die. In other words, it was the spatial fluctuation that made her accidentally run into the dragon egg. Zhu Zi looked at her twin brother, and then looked at the elves. The elves looked at her expectantly, and Heloise lowered her head, and said excitedly and nervously, "King, come back to the elf palace with us." After hearing what Heloise said, Zhu Ziyuan, who realized that he might have to separate from his sister just after they met, raised his hand in panic, trying to keep his sister. But Zhu Ziyuan looked at his sister's pointed elf ears and transparent elf wings, and his hand that wanted to keep her fell again. He lowered his head in disappointment. His sister was indeed an elf, and she was also the king of the elf kingdom. What reason did he have to keep his sister? The elf kingdom and the Interstellar Federation were so far away, and this time he really had to separate from his sister. Zhu Ziyuan sniffed sadly, not knowing if there was any way to change his race, or he would just become an elf. "But I want to go back to Dragon Island," Zhu Zi said. Then she moved her feet towards her parents while she spoke. She wanted to go home since she fell into this small universe, especially wanted to go home. In Zhu Zi's mind, going home means going back to Dragon Island, where she has her family, her little bed, and her little garden. There was no one she was familiar with in the elf palace. If the elf king Smollett was there, she might want to go, but Smollett was gone. When he heard that his sister was going back to Dragon Island, Zhu Ziyuan instantly became energetic. He hurried forward and pulled Zhu Zi over. I don't know if he was afraid that Zhu Zi would change her mind and choose to go back to the elf kingdom, or if he was afraid that the elves would directly take his sister away. Zhu Zi held his second brother's hand tightly. On one side was Dragon Island, and on the other side was the elf palace. There were two little people fighting in his mind. In the end, the little person holding the small flag of Dragon Island won. Looking at the king hiding behind Zhu Zi and Wei Shilan, the elves were completely panicked. The elves looked at each other, hoping that the other party could quickly come up with an idea to kidnap the king back to the elf kingdom. But every elf's face seemed to say, "Wan La, the king doesn't want to go back with them." Chapter 67. Elf Kingdom, Asta Star. The channel that breaks through the space barrier is becoming more and more stable, and it can accommodate multiple starships at the same time. Lian Kaiji, the commander of the First Legion of the Elf King's court, who was standing outside the space channel and waiting anxiously, suddenly received a message from Heloise. Lian Kaiji quickly clicked on the message to check, and then said excitedly, "The Prime Minister has found the king." "Great, is the king coming back?" an elf said happily. Upon hearing this, the elves cheered instantly, and their elf kingdom was finally going to welcome a new king. But the adjutant standing next to Lian Kaiji found that Marshal Lian's expression seemed a little wrong. Marshal Lian continued to look through the news in the light brain, but suddenly frowned, and the expression on his face was not sure whether he was happy or unhappy, and it looked very complicated. The adjutant had a bad feeling, and he couldn't help but ask worriedly, "What happened to the marshal?" "The Prime Minister said that we have more people and more power, and asked us to find a way to coax the king back quickly, otherwise the king will be kidnapped by the dragon tribe." Lian Kaiji frowned and read the text message word by word. Hearing this, the elves sighed. They were so happy about finding the king that they actually forgot about the huge obstacle of the dragon tribe. Why was the king not born on the elf mother tree, but in a dragon egg? And the dragon tribe is really something. Their king obviously doesn't look like a dragon at all. How could they be wrong? Why did they raise someone else's cub for so long? There are so many dragons in the dragon tribe. Didn't any dragon notice anything wrong? But when it comes to coaxing the king back, the elves racked their brains to think of a way. Atlantis. Zhu Zi, who was happily preparing to return to Dragon Island, put her things into the space twist one by one, the beautiful corals and shells she picked up, the night-shining pearls given to her by the mermaid. The elves looked at the king who was packing his luggage with great distress. What kind of things actually needed their king to pack personally? Nancier and Heloise wanted to step forward to help, but were rejected by the king. They turned their heads to look at Zhu Zi and Wei Shilan, and their resentful eyes seemed to ask how you raise children. Zhu Zi and Wei Shilan helplessly held their foreheads. They were also innocent. They didn't know why Xiaobao had to be more independent than other children, since he was a child. Zhu Zi, who was packing her luggage seriously, also noticed the movement here. She looked at these elves a little strangely. She was just packing things by herself. Why did she act as if she had suffered some injustice? Isn't it just throwing your own things into the space twist? It's very simple. Oh, by the way, there is still a box of nutrient solution that cannot be wasted, and she also wants to take it back. When she had nothing to eat on the deserted island, she realized the importance of nutrient solution. Although the nutrient solution is not tasty, it can save lives at critical moments. In the future, she will put some nutrient solution in her space twister just in case. Zhu Zi took out a box of nutrient solution that she had carefully placed from the small cabinet. The open box of nutrient solution made a ding-dong sound when it was moved, and the half-open box allowed others to see that it was already mostly empty. As for who drank the missing nutrient solution, everyone knew it very well. The key is that Zhu Zi was very careful when moving the nutrient solution, fearing that the glass bottle containing the nutrient solution would be broken. This time, not to mention the elves, even Zhu Zi and Wei Shilan felt very distressed. How could these nutrient solutions taste good? When did Xiaobao drink nutrient solution at home? He would not even look at it. But Xiaobao, who was stranded outside, could only rely on nutrient solution to fill his stomach pitifully. Xiaobao, you don't need to take the nutrient solution home. There are still many delicious foods at home. Mom will ask the chefs to cook for you. Xiaobao, be good, we don't drink these nutrient solutions. Wei Shilan stopped Zhu Zi's hand from twisting the nutrient solution into the space, and said with great distress. Zhu Zi shook his head, and said seriously, don't waste food, Mom. 1 bottle of nutrient solution can be drunk for 2 days, it is very useful. How can a bottle of nutrient solution be drunk for 2 days? Heloise finally couldn't help it, and said a little excitedly, even if Wang was holding a high-grade nutrient solution, 1 bottle of nutrient solution would barely sustain 2 days of energy, and Wang would definitely be hungry. When Heloise thought that Wang had not found other food and could only drink the nutrient solution carefully and sparingly, her heart felt as if it was being grabbed. Feelings of self-blame and guilt suddenly surged in her heart. How could they lose Wang? They were so useless that they found Wang so late, which made Wang suffer so much alone in the alien universe. Zhu Zi suddenly realized that everyone might feel sorry for her drinking the nutrient solution for so long. Although drinking the nutrient solution frequently is very greasy, it is not as bad as everyone thinks. Zhu Zi smiled and pointed at the nutrient solution and said, it's okay. There are many flavors of nutrient solution. Strawberry flavor is delicious. Looking at the king with curved eyebrows and cute smile. Is the king comforting them? He is so hard here, but he still wants to comfort them. Heloise wiped the tears that mixed with the seawater, and couldn't help crying because of the king. Their king is really good, how can there be such a good king? Zhu Zi opened her mouth slightly, and looked at Heloise in surprise. How could such a big elf cry because of such a thing? Heloise seems to be the prime minister of the elf kingdom. Is the prime minister also just a crying little girl? But Heloise cried because of her. Zhu Zi's heart seemed to be hit by something, and was slightly shaken. But she shook her head quickly. No, she wanted to go back to Dragon Island. However, Zhu Zi still stepped forward, took Heloise's cold hand, and whispered, Heloise, don't cry. This is a little pearl I found for you. Zhu Zi held a round pink pearl in his hand, and handed it to Heloise. There were countless beautiful pearls on the seabed, but this one was particularly beautiful. Zhu Zi suddenly felt that Heloise and this pink pearl were a bit similar. Heloise stared at the pearl that the king gave her with her eyes wide open, and was flattered. Thank you for the reward. Heloise knelt on one knee, and respectfully stretched out her hands to receive the pearl given by the king. This is something that the king personally found and gave to her. Who can have such an honor? Heloise completely forgot that this pearl was actually obtained by her crying. Heloise decided to keep this pearl as a family heirloom. The other elves looked at Heloise with envy and jealousy. If they had known, they would have cried in front of the king, so that the pearl found by the king himself would be his. Damn, Heloise got there first. Zhu Zi was relieved when she saw that Heloise finally stopped crying. Sister, I want a gift too. Is there a gift for me? Zhu Ziyuan said hurriedly. There must be a gift for you. Zhu Zi said with a smile. This time, the elves standing by were even more envious. It was actually possible. This dragon could actually ask the king for a gift directly. And the king was not angry. Instead, he indulged the little dragon in front of her. The king even smiled and handed him the gift, The elves thought that this dragon was too bold and too rude. He relied on his relationship with the king to ask for a gift. They definitely didn't envy Zhu Ziyuan for getting the king's gift. They wouldn't do such a disrespectful thing in front of the king. Nansir frowned. Why didn't Lian Kaiji come yet? The king was about to pack up. Just when Nansir was worried, Lian Kaiji finally came. Lian Kaiji came with a lot of treasures he had collected. Their elf kingdom had countless treasures, and the king would definitely be interested. Zhu Zi looked at the things spread out on the ground in front of her in surprise. There were all kinds of gorgeous and expensive jewelry shining under the light, and there were also exquisite crafts. The epic weapons made by the master of ordnance filled most of the room. Even Zhu Zi was secretly amazed that the elf kingdom actually hid so many epic weapons, and even the double moon sword made by Master by Songwei. It had been lost for a long time, but it was placed on the ground by the elves. Zhu Ziyuan looked at the various epic weapons on display, almost drooling. But when he thought that these were the things the elves took out to lure his sister, Zhu Ziyuan suddenly woke up. These damn elves could actually take out so many treasures at once. If it were him, he would have followed them happily, but he thought the elves must have made a wrong calculation to use these things to trick his sister away. Her sister would not be fooled by these things. It would be more effective for them to take out more special flowers and plants. After all, his sister has liked these things since she was a child. Zhu Ziyuan happily looked at his sister and glanced at these things and then looked away. Sure enough, the elves were still too naive and didn't understand his sister at all. However, when watching Lian Kaiji confidently asking the elves to bring pots of exotic plants, Zhu Ziyuan was not calm. The flowers and plants were carefully placed in special glass containers and brought into the deep sea. The beautiful petals were as thin as gauze and exuded a magical light. There were also flowers carved like ice crystals, which were fragile but extremely beautiful. Zhu Zi's eyes could not help but be attracted by these rare flowers and plants. Seeing that the king was interested in these things, Lian Kaiji looked at Nansir with admiration. These were all specially prepared by Nansir. Sure enough, the high priest knew the king best. The elf kingdom has many flowers and plants, which is the most suitable place for elves to live. The king will definitely be willing to go back with them. But Lian Kaiji's confident expression was completely shattered when he saw the king raise his hand to cover his eyes. The king, who wanted to see but tried to control himself not to see, and then closed his eyes manually, was really cute, but Lian Kaiji, who realized that the plan to abduct the king had failed, still felt heartbroken. Damn dragons! What kind of magic potion did they give the king? Zhu Zi covered her eyes tightly and hid behind her mother. It was a close call. She almost fell into these beautiful flowers and couldn't get out. Fortunately, she was smart enough to close her eyes. However, Zhu Zi covered her eyes, but forgot to cover her ears. All she heard was Nansir sighing for a long time, and then she said with great self-blame, "It's all because of our poor performance that the king didn't want to go back with us. We deserve it, we don't like the king." Zhu Zi poked her head out from behind her mother. She loosened her fingers, and saw Nansir, who was looking down in disappointment between her fingers. Chapter 68. Heloise stood aside and stared at the high priest Nan Hill's behavior. Having worked with Nan Hill for so many years, she never thought that Nan Hill, who was usually clean and elegant, would say such words. Heloise couldn't help but admire Nan Hill. In order to coax one back, Nan Hill was really too bold. But it must be said that the method Nan Hill came up with was indeed very useful. One put down his hands, covering his eyes. Maybe even Wang himself didn't realize that he was moving out from behind Wei Shilan little by little. Listening to what Nan Hill said, Zhu Zi didn't know why he felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. What a strange feeling, but she didn't seem to do anything too excessive. She just wanted to go home. Zhu Zi shook her head. No, she wanted to go back to Dragon Island, but Nansir said with a lonely and sad face, "The king doesn't want to go back to the elf kingdom with us. It's all our fault." "It's just what?" Zhu Zi frowned and asked in confusion. "It's just that the Starry Sky Council is about to begin. Other countries have their own heads of state to attend the council. But our elf kingdom doesn't. The throne will be empty by then, and the whole galaxy will know that our king doesn't want us anymore." As Nansir spoke, he suddenly felt uncomfortable with some real feelings. If they don't want to think about it anymore, maybe the king will really not want them. Nansir hoped that the king would be soft-hearted and look at them, so he said what he just said. But in fact, there is a better way to make the king follow them back to the elf kingdom. Tell the king the truth about the fall of the previous king, and tell the king how much the previous king is looking forward to her return. But no elf will do this. The truth about the fall of the previous king is too heavy. The king must not know it. The king should not bear such grief. It was they who accidentally lost the king, which led to the current situation. But the king has grown better than they imagined. It is better to bring out the Starry Sky Council. Of course, Zhu Zi knows what Nangxia said about the Starry Sky Council. After thousands of years of development and annexation, 27 countries were finally formed in the universe. The three largest countries are the Elf Kingdom with the mythical race of the elves as the absolute ruler, the Interstellar Federation jointly governed by humans, dragons and orcs, and the B-Star Alliance ruled by various orcs. The Starry Sky Council was originally a meeting of heads of state held every once in a while by various countries in the universe to discuss the fight against the Zerg. Later, as the spiritual power of the interstellar people matured, the pressure brought by the Zerg gradually eased. But the Star Dome Council was held as usual, so the Star Dome Council was also given more meaning and became a symbol of cosmic peace. Countries established a unified interstellar order at the Star Dome Council, resolved interstellar territorial disputes, and jointly discussed the development and distribution of interstellar resources. And everyone knows that this year's Star Dome Council is of great significance and may directly affect the future interstellar pattern. Before Zhu Zi fell into the Mermaid Kingdom, he heard that Yazi, a small country ruled by humans near the B-Star Alliance, had discovered a giant mineral vein on an ownerless star. This was originally a very common thing in space exploration. According to the covenant of the universe, whoever discovered these resources would own them. But this time was different. Yazi had dug out a kind of ore that could promote the growth of mental power in a giant mine. Mental power is fixed at birth, which is common knowledge known to all interstellar people, but the ore discovered this time directly broke this innate restriction of mental power. Moreover, after surveying, the Yazi people were surprised to find that a whole giant mine was full of ores that could increase mental power. These ores can be used to improve the mental power of the citizens of their entire country, and it is even possible to cultivate unprecedented 4S level mental power people. Faced with such a huge opportunity, Yihan, the head of Yazi, immediately calmed down after being extremely excited. She knew that their small country could never defend such a large mine, and no country could resist the temptation of increasing mental power. If her decision was not careful, it would directly bring disaster to Yazi. Besides, their neighbor is the giant Orc Alliance. Their country is not impenetrable, and it is very likely that the news of the spiritual power vein has already reached the ears of the Orc Alliance. If this vein is directly occupied by the Orc Alliance, they may not get any share. After thinking for a long time, Yihan decided to make the existence of this vein public and let the Star Council decide. The announcement of the ore that can increase spiritual power shocked the entire universe. All interstellar countries are eyeing this ownerless wasteland. If it were not for the deterrent power of the three major countries of the Star Council, this vein could directly trigger an interstellar war. Zhu Zi certainly knew the importance of this Starry Sky Council. Seeing the elves' expectant eyes, Zhu Zi nodded. Okay, then I will go to the Starry Sky Council. After receiving the king's promise, the elves smiled unconsciously. The high priest's brain is still useful. The king finally stopped thinking about returning to Dragon Island. Although there are still 2 months before the Starry Sky Council, the king promised to represent the Elf Kingdom to attend the Starry Sky Council. That's the heads of state conference. It's natural for their king to attend the meeting, so before that, they have to hold a coronation ceremony for the king. The elves' faces were full of excitement. The king's coronation ceremony is a major event celebrated by the whole country, and they have to prepare immediately. Zhu Zi, who only agreed to attend the Starry Sky Council, didn't know that there was such a big trap waiting for her ahead. Zhu Zi was still happily thinking about the farewell banquet that the Mermaid King Alfred would hold for her later. Although there is nothing good to eat on the deserted island, and they can only drink nutrient solution, there are many special delicacies in the underwater palace, which Dad, Mom and brothers have definitely never eaten. And she has to go back and say goodbye to Afra and the mermaids. The mermaids cannot leave here directly through the space channel because the black water and the mutated mermaids have not been dealt with yet. However, it is only a matter of time for the Mermaid Kingdom to return to the original universe. Maybe Afra can also attend the Star Dome Council with the Mermaid King. Then, they can meet again at the Star Dome Council. On the other hand, the Mermaid King Alfred, who is holding a farewell banquet for Zhu Zi, is a little worried. He is shocked to learn from his daughter that Zhu Zi is still the Elf King. Zhu Zi is actually a king of the same level as him, so she is too low-key at ordinary times. So the specifications of this banquet need to be raised 1 level, but the specifications have already reached the top. After all, their Mermaid Kingdom has experienced years of black water disasters, and it will take a long time for the national strength to recover to its previous state. But Alfred will not have to worry about this soon, because Olive, the minister who is responsible for the travel and daily life of the Elf King, will come soon. Olive was afraid that the king would be neglected at the banquet, so she carefully arranged it. When Zhu entered the banquet hall of the Mermaid Palace, he found that it was completely new. And where there was only one main seat, there are now 2 main seats. The Mermaid King sat on one side, and the other seat was still empty. Zhu, who had not yet adapted to the position of the king of a country, subconsciously found his seat below when he came in. But unfortunately, she couldn't find her seat after scanning the room with her eyes, and she found that she didn't sit down, and the elves were standing straight and didn't dare to sit down. Zhu then sat on the high main seat under the guidance of the waiter. Zhu, who enjoyed this banquet view for the first time, felt very novel, but she felt a little bored sitting alone for a long time. The family she had missed for so long was right in front of her, and she wanted to go down and sit with her family. Olive, who was standing by and serving, immediately noticed the king's thoughts. She bowed her head and asked intimately, "Does the king want to sit down?" Zhu nodded and asked in a low voice, "But wouldn't it be against the rules to do so? The king can do whatever he wants." Olive replied immediately, "The main seat is here because the king must have one. As for whether the king wants to sit here, it is up to the king to decide." Zhu sat down happily with her parents. With her parents taking turns to pick up food for her, Zhu ate more deliciously. A pair of transparent elf wings fluttered happily behind her. After she became an elf, her parents were still as good to her as before. However, Zhu was a little confused. When she suddenly became an elf, she was very confused and didn't want to believe this fact. She was an elf, so she was definitely not her parents' biological child, but her parents knew it and adapted very well. "Mom and Dad, don't you think it's strange that I suddenly became an elf?" Zhu asked doubtfully. Zhu and Wei Xilan were instantly stunned by the question, and their expressions were a little stiff. He adapted so quickly because they knew that Xiaobao might not be their biological child. So Xiaobao wouldn't be too surprised whether he turned into an elf or a butterfly. In order to prevent his wife and daughter from noticing something was wrong, Zhu immediately smiled and said, "Dad was indeed surprised when he first found out, but Xiaobao will always be Mom and Dad's child no matter what he becomes." But Wei Xilan turned her doubtful eyes to Zhu. She hadn't noticed it before Xiaobao said it, but she suddenly remembered it when Xiaobao said it. Zhu was not surprised at all when she learned that Xiaobao was not their biological child. It was just that the situation was urgent at the time, and they were all so overwhelmed by Xiaobao's disappearance that they didn't notice these things. Wei Xilan turned her gaze to Zhu Xingtao again. Zhu Xingtao lowered his head with a guilty look, eating snacks and drinking water, and looked very busy. Heloise, who was sitting opposite, looked at the dragon family strangely. Why did they look like they just found out that Wang was not their biological child? Didn't Yu Hongshuo of your dragon clan go for Wang's genetic test 11 years ago? Heloise asked in confusion. Yu Hongshuo was Wang's grandfather in the dragon clan. After learning that Wang was raised by the dragon clan, their elf court used all their strength to find out all the information they could about Wang. Things in Dragon Island are indeed difficult to check, but it is much easier to check outside Dragon Island. They found a genetic test report that Yu Hongshuo had done many years ago at the genetic testing center of the capital star of the Interstellar Federation. When they learned that the Dragon Clan had known that Wang was not their biological child, the elves complained about why the Dragon Clan did not help Wang find her real relatives at that time. But the elves looked at the genetic test report of the king, who had not yet awakened. They probably couldn't recognize that this was the king, so how could the dragons find him? However, the elves were surprised to find that the only people who didn't know about this were the king and Zhu Ziyuan. Zhu Ziyuan was eating snacks leisurely, but after hearing this, he dropped his fork in shock. He looked at his parents and his eldest brother at a loss. They all looked like they knew something. Zhu Zi's reaction was even greater. 11 years ago. Zhu Zi's eyes widened, and she couldn't help but exclaimed. 11 years ago, she was only 1 year old. Her family knew that she was not her biological child so early. Chapter 69. It's no wonder that my parents accepted it so naturally and quickly, knowing that she was not their biological child so early. And not only my father, but also my mother, my elder brother, grandfather, and grandmothers all knew it long ago. But she didn't feel any difference from her family. The care and love given to her by her family did not decrease at all because of the blood relationship. Zhu Zi suddenly remembered that a long time ago, she measured the lowest A-level mental power in the history of the dragon race. Facing the overwhelming doubts about the shame of the dragon race on the internet, my father said that she would always be the treasure of the dragon race. Zhu Zi now knows that for the immortal species, forever is from that moment until the heat death of the universe. Zhu Zi smiled unconsciously. Whether she was a biological child or not, her family loved her very much. However, Zhu Ziyuan suddenly realized something and was very angry. He put the crystal glass heavily on the table, and then pouted his lips, and made a dissatisfied hum. Then, Zhu Ziyuan successfully attracted everyone's attention. Zhu Xingtou thought that Zhu Ziyuan was angry because they all knew about this matter, but he didn't know. Zhu Xingtou gently patted his brother's shoulder and comforted him. I didn't mean to not tell you, I just think this kind of thing is unnecessary. Zhu Ziyuan's big eyes were as big as copper bells, his cheeks were bulging, and he said angrily, you think this kind of thing is unnecessary. But why do you want to do genetic testing? This is necessary. Are you doubting your sister? Zhu Ziyuan's eyebrows were almost twisted into two small braids, and his face was red with anger. He felt that his parents were all very bad. He should be thankful for having such a good sister. Why did he still think so much? Just like him, he would not doubt the blood relationship between his sister and him at all. But these people did such things secretly behind his and his sister's backs. Zhu Zi lowered his head, tugged at the corner of his second brother's clothes and said, but I do look different from you. She has neither dragon horns nor dragon wings, and has no dragon heritage, so it is normal for her to be suspected. After all, some biological children will be suspected by their parents, let alone children like her who are really not their own. Sensing that Wang was a little depressed, Li Shi could not bear to see Wang unhappy at all. If you find out that the cub is not yours, you should try to help the cub find its relatives and send it back. How can you raise it as your own child without saying anything? You know, the family who lost the cub is very anxious. Li Shi looked at Zhu Zi and Wei Shilan and said meaningfully. Nancy looked at Li Shi unhappily and signaled him to shut up. You can't conflict with the dragon clan in front of the king. You have to admit that if they are put together with the dragon clan, the king's heart will definitely be biased towards the dragon clan. Besides, they had always placed their hopes on the withered king's seed flower, and never thought that the king might be stranded outside. And if the dragon clan really didn't raise the king because they had no blood relationship with the king, then the king's situation would definitely be worse. Zhu Zi didn't respond to what Li Shi said. At that time, he was deceiving himself. He didn't dare to go to the genetic testing center to confirm Xiubao's bloodline again. But although he felt guilty, the elves had no right at all. Zhu Zi suddenly said slowly, I remember that I took my daughter to the elf king's court. Zhu Zi's words were just like stabbing the elves in the heart. Especially Nancil, who was the elf closest to the king at that time. He still remembered that he chatted with the king as if nothing had happened, and then said that the king's green eyes were not like the eyes of the dragons, but a bit like their elf children. Nancil really wanted to travel through time and space to wake up the silly self at that time. What did he mean by a bit like their elf children? This was clearly the king of the elves. Other elves remembered why the young king was in a hurry to go to the elf king's court, and they all wanted to die to apologize. At that time, the king, who was dying, was ruthlessly refused to enter, and even the patrol members on St. Elvia pointed guns at the king. If Zhu Zi hadn't crushed all obstacles and insisted on sending the king into the Big Wangsing Lake, the king would have saved his life, and now he could sit at the banquet and eat small fruits. Back then, they accepted the crystal chalcedony and mithril, or that the dragon clan used as the entry fee to the Big Wangsing Lake, and even accepted the energy star that the dragon clan sent as compensation because the king accidentally ate the glass flower that was originally intended for her. The elves instantly fell into extreme regret. The dragon clan was also saving their precious king, dead hand. How could they have the nerve to accept these things so shamelessly? Not only should these things be returned double, they should also thank the dragon clan. Li Shi, who brought up this topic for no reason, wished he could shut his mouth. The elves carefully observed the king's expression. The king was so young at that time. What was the king's mood like when he entered the elf king's court? At that time, they were immersed in the pain of the withering of the king's seed flower. They didn't even recognize the king when he appeared in front of them. They were so mean and unkind. It was reasonable for the king to hate them because of this. But the king would not want to follow them back to the elf kingdom after thinking about these things. Then all the efforts made by the high priest before were in vain. What else could they do to keep the king? The mood of the elves at this moment was simply at its lowest point. Self-blame, guilt, fear and all kinds of negative emotions tortured their bodies and minds. As the high priest of the elves, Nangxier lowered his head, and didn't know what he was thinking. Then he ignored the extremely surprised eyes of the dragons and mermaids, and knelt directly in front of Zhu Zi. Nangxier took off the silver-white crown symbolizing the position of the high priest with both hands, and gently placed it on the ground. He had already decided that after finding the king, he would kneel down and apologize to the king. Nanhill lowered his head very low, almost to the dust. Nanhill didn't recognize the king when he was so close. It was Nanhill's dereliction of duty. Nanhill is not worthy of being the high priest of the elf kingdom anymore. I beg the king to remove my position, and send me to the forbidden land of eternal silence to be punished. Zhu Zi frowned slightly. Forbidden land of eternal silence? Although she didn't know what this place was. But she was not stupid. She knew it was definitely not a good place as soon as she heard the name. And it was normal that Nanhill didn't recognize her at the beginning. She didn't have any characteristics of the elves at that time. She looked like just like an ordinary human. Even she herself didn't know that she was the elf king. Nangsel couldn't blame him for not recognizing her. Nangsel did nothing wrong. Looking at Nangsel kneeling on the ground, Zhu Zi stood up, bent down, and picked up the crown on the ground. The silver-white crown of the high priest was holy and solemn. Zhu Zi raised his hand and gently wiped the dust on it, and then carefully put it on Nangsel's head. Nangsel felt the heavy weight on his head, and he looked up at his king in surprise. Then Nangsel seemed to hear a voice like heavenly music. Nangsel is a very good high priest. You have found me now. Zhu Zi smiled and said, please continue to be the high priest of the elf kingdom. Nangsel's dark green eyes were wet and shining with tears. He didn't expect that the king not only didn't blame him, but was willing to let him be the high priest. This time, his crown was put on by the king himself. Nangsel felt that he would wear it to sleep in the future. And the king said he was a very good high priest. Nangsier couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth, and the whole elf seemed to be re-energized. Zhu Zi's words just now were played in Nangsier's mind without missing a word. On the way back to his position, Nangsier was as happy as stepping on the clouds with every step. The elves looked at Zhu Zi in surprise and moved. The thing that worried them the most did not happen. The king did not want to follow them back to the elf kingdom because of this incident. The king did not mean to blame them at all. Obviously, they did such an unforgivable thing, which was enough for them to die 100 times. The king not only forgave them, but also looked at them with a smile. Some elves were even moved to tears. Zhu Zi was slightly surprised to see the elves' strong emotional changes. She always felt that the elves were a little too exaggerated, even more exaggerated than the mermaids, who were extremely grateful to her. Any emotional feedback from her, whether good or bad, would be infinitely magnified on the elves. Zhu Zi pursed her lips and silently withdrew a smile. She decided to be a cold little girl in front of the elves in the future. Well, she should be able to do it. After blocking Nanxier, who suddenly said she wanted to resign, Zhu Zi happily sat back next to her parents. However, the elves were happy, but Zhu Ziyuan was still very unhappy. He didn't care whether Nanxier would continue to be the high priest. What he cared about was why other people in the family doubted the blood relationship between his sister and him. When he thought about how they had done a genetic test on her without his sister's knowledge so early, Zhu Ziyuan now disliked everyone in the family except his sister. Zhu Xingtao poked Zhu Ziyuan's face, which was about to be puffed up like a pufferfish, with a funny look on his face. It would be fine if Zhu Ziyuan misunderstood them, but he also made his sister sad for no reason. It's not that we doubt my sister, but I received an email with a blood relationship test between my sister and you. Zhu Xingtao explained carefully. And judging from the current situation, not only he received it, but everyone in the family except his sister and brother also received this text message. But the funny thing is that everyone chose to keep silent tacitly and pretend that nothing had happened. The grandfather, who went for genetic testing again, probably threw away the test report after being frightened. I don't know who is so hateful to send such an email. Zhu Ziyuan said angrily. It's Mu Anya. Wei Shilan said with certainty. Mu Anya. The elves are very familiar with this name. It's the person who tried to impersonate the king. Heloise frowned and looked cold. Mu Anya actually knew that the king was not a dragon's biological child earlier than the dragons did. Did Mu Anya also know that the king was a wandering king of the elf kingdom? Did the system tell her? The mysterious and strange insect eggs made Heloise's back cold when she thought about them now. Why does the system know so many things? Can it predict the future, or is it actually controlling everything? Chapter 70. The banquet at the Mermaid Palace ended, and Zhu Zi finally boarded the starship for the return journey. However, she was not returning to the Dragon Island, but to the Elf King's court. As soon as Zhu Zi nodded and agreed to return to the Elf King's court, the elves immediately drove the God of Light battleship over happily. How could an ordinary starship be worthy of their noble king? The king must ride the best battleship when returning to the Elf King's court. A huge Titan-class starship quietly stopped at the bottom of the sea, and even the fish swimming by it looked like fine dust. The white gold body of the God of Light battleship was smooth and sharp, exuding an awe-inspiring atmosphere, so that the curious mermaids, who came to watch only watched from a distance and dared not get close. Juicy glanced at the elves who were like peacocks spreading their tails in front of Juicy, and they even brought out the God of Light battleship. TSK. It's not like they don't have a Titan-class starship. If he had known, he would have brought the Dragon God here. It's just that in the interstellar Titan-class battleship rankings, the elves' God of Light battleship has always been at the top of the list, and their Dragon God can only be second. And Juicy suddenly remembered that Xiaobao had accidentally said before that she liked white star ships, and the Dragon God was black and not very good-looking. Juicy sighed. His daughter is indeed an elf. The elves seem to like to use white. Could it be that this is the traditional aesthetic of the Elf King? Wow, it's the God of Light battleship. Zhu Ziyuan and Zhu Xingtao's eyes sparkled. This one looks better than ours, Zhu Ziyuan said with a sneer. However, when Zhu Ziyuan looked at Zhu Zi, who was surrounded by the elves, and walked onto the God of Light battleship, the excitement in Zhu Ziyuan's eyes suddenly dimmed a lot. He had a feeling that his sister was getting farther and farther away from him, but they had just found his sister today, but his sister was getting farther away from him. Although the Elf Kingdom and the Interstellar Federation were friendly countries, there were inevitably various competitions and frictions between the big countries. Zhu Ziyuan felt that he should be grateful for the mysterious space fluctuation that brought his sister to his side for a short time. If it weren't for this accident, he wouldn't have known that it was such a wonderful thing to have twin sisters. But his sister is the king of the elves, and she will eventually return to the Elf Kingdom. Dad, do you think my sister will come back? Zhu Ziyuan looked up and asked Zhu Si in confusion and helplessness. Zhu Si was silent for a while, and did not answer his son's question immediately. When he learned that his daughter was the Elf King, Zhu Si had a premonition that there would always be this day. But Zhu Si didn't expect that this day would come so soon. It was all because the elves were so cunning, and that double-faced high priest Nancy, who deceived his daughter so quickly. However, looking into his son's eyes, Zhu Si patted his shoulder gently, and said comfortingly, "Sister will definitely come back. But Dragon Island is so far away from the Elf Kingdom, it takes more than half a month to go back and forth." Zhu Ziyuan said somewhat disappointedly, "It will be difficult to see my sister in the future." In the God of Light battleship, Zhu Zi leaned on the glass window, watching the starship carrying her parents getting farther and farther away from her. She really wanted to follow them back to Dragon Island, but she had already promised the elves to attend the Starry Sky Council. But there are still 2 months before the Starry Sky Council. Why does she have to go to the Elf Kingdom so early? Has she been deceived? Zhu Zi pouted after reacting, and sat on the chair with his hands on his chest. The elves who were always paying attention to the king looked at each other in fear. What to do? The king seemed angry. Olive carefully walked to Zhu Zi with a glass of juice. "Wang, do you want to drink something to quench your thirst?" Zhu Zi stole a glance at the juice in Olive's hand. She slightly widened her eyes in surprise. This glass of juice was pink, and it looked delicious. Seeing that Wang was interested, Olive was about to hand the cup to Wang. But Zhu Zi suddenly retracted his gaze, turned his head and continued to look out the window, and said stubbornly, "No, I don't like it." Nancel, who was standing aside, lowered her head, feeling the emotions conveyed by Wang's mental power signal, anger, discomfort, and a strong reluctance to leave his family. Wang has lived in the Interstellar Federation since she was a child, and has not yet learned how to block the transmission of emotions and mental signals. Wang did not even realize that there were elves who could sense her emotions. When Zhu Zi was angry, she just sat there quietly, without losing her temper, throwing things, or scolding the elves. She just looked out the window, and sulked alone. But Zhu Zi's sad emotions were vented with her mental power. These suppressed emotions were like an airtight wall blocking Nancier's heart, making him feel breathless. Nancier would rather Wang severely punish them when he was angry, and then order them to immediately drive the God of Light worship to Dragon Island. But the king did nothing, just held his anger in his heart, and let the starship go to the Elf King's court as they wished. Nanhil suddenly felt that he was really too outrageous. How could he shamelessly trick the king who wanted to return to Dragon Island so much into the Elf King's court? The elves looked at the king's depressed look and felt very uncomfortable. The thought of taking the king back to the Elf Kingdom was instantly shattered when they saw the king was sad. How could they coax and trick the king back to the Elf Kingdom just because they needed the king? The king and the dragon family have been together for so many years. Suddenly leaving his family to go to such a far place, the king will definitely be unhappy. Nanhil looked out the window, and saw only a small dragon starship left. With the speed of the god of light worship, it would soon catch up. Or they could just go to Dragon Island together. Faced with such a situation, Heloise's brain was working fast. The elf kingdom could not lose the king, but the king missed his family very much. The dragons are not ordinary families, and it is impossible for them to move to the elves to live. It is definitely not a long-term solution for them to move to Dragon Island. This is where the top combat forces of the elf kingdom gather. If they really all go to the Interstellar Federation, the head of the Interstellar Federation will definitely be worried and unable to sleep all night. The main problem is that the Elf King's court is too far away from the Interstellar Federation's capital star. Heloise suddenly thought that if the time from the Elf King's court to the Interstellar Federation's capital star is shortened, and the king can go back to Dragon Island at any time, then this problem can be perfectly solved. There is a way, which is to build a star gate that can teleport across the galaxy. There are space gates for interregional teleportation within a planet, but intergalaxy star gates are just a concept. However, in the past few months, in order to find the king who accidentally fell into another universe, their space level has made rapid progress. If the space barrier can be broken, building a star gate from the Elf King's court to Dragon Island is certainly not a dream. Heloise immediately told the king excitedly about this idea. When Zhu Zi heard that it would take only 2 seconds to get from the Elf King's court to Dragon Island, her two pointed elf ears moved involuntarily. She happily moved her eyes from the window back to the elves. Then you have to build the star gate quickly, Zhu Zi said seriously. Yes, king. Heloise bowed her head and accepted the order. Zhu Zi's mood improved, and the tense atmosphere in the entire Light God battleship instantly relaxed. Olive once again respectfully bent down and handed the juice to Zhu Zi's hand. Zhu Zi took the glass of delicious pink juice this time. She took a sip tentatively, and the fresh fruity aroma burst between her taste buds, leaving a lingering fragrance on her lips and teeth. Zhu Zi raised her head in surprise. It was indeed delicious. What kind of juice is this? Zhu Zi asked curiously. Wang, this is star fruit. Olive lowered her head and answered. Zhu Zi looked at the glass of juice in surprise. She had eaten a few star fruits before. This kind of fruit only grows and matures at the intersection of stars. It is rare and precious. Moreover, each star fruit is only the size of a thumb cap, with a large core and little flesh. It is too luxurious to squeeze them into juice. When she took a sip, there were 20 to 30 star fruits in it. Olive looked at Wang's surprised expression with distressed eyes. It was just a cup of star fruit juice. If Wang had grown up in the Elf King's court, he would not have taken this kind of juice that could be used as water seriously. I don't know what kind of hard life their poor Wang had in the Dragon Clan, and he treated the small cup of star juice as a treasure. But fortunately, Wang has been found. She will take good care of Wang in the future, and will not let Wang live a hard life like Dragon Island again. On the other side, Zhu Si and Wei Xilan, who were immersed in the emotion of separation from their daughter, suddenly sneezed together. Wei Xilan sniffed. Who is scolding us? Zhu Si looked at the sea of stars outside the window, and said sadly, maybe Xiaobao is missing us. Zhu Zi still missed her parents a little, but when she saw the beautiful, gorgeous, and shiny clothes in the room, she was instantly dazzled by these beautiful big skirts. It must be said that the elves have a very good taste in choosing clothes, and they all meet her aesthetic point. Each piece is very beautiful, but what attracts Zhu Zi the most is the floor-length dress in the middle that seems to contain all the stars in the sky. The layers of the skirt are dreamy and gorgeous, and the fine crystals inlaid on it are like twinkling stars. I want to wear one. Zhu Zi pointed at it happily. The king has a good eye. This is the dress designed by the previous king for the king, Olive said with a smile. The previous king was very much looking forward to the birth of the king, and had arranged the room for the king early, prepared daily necessities and study supplies, as well as these beautiful clothes. In fact, there are many skirts in the cloakroom that the previous king personally selected and even designed. Unfortunately, those small skirts were made according to the size of children, and the current king can no longer wear them. King, let me change your clothes for you, Olive said with a smile. The god of light worship was about to arrive at St. Eldia, and she must dress the king up beautifully so that he could get off the god of light worship. Although the king was already very beautiful without dressing up, this was the first time the king appeared in front of the people, so it was still important to pay attention to it. When the people of the Elf Kingdom learned that the High Priest had found the king, and that the king was about to return to the Elf Kingdom, they were so excited that they stayed up all night. The vast space station was already crowded with elves who were looking forward to it. Many elves even started waiting in the space station before dawn in order to grab a good position. The elves who could not go to St. Elvia to see the king in person were also excited to watch the live broadcast on the official account of the elf royal family. On this day, all flights were banned over St. Elvia, the elf kingdom, just to wait for the arrival of the god of light worship. Chapter 71. Mom, what does the king look like? A little elf, who was squeezed in the welcoming crowd, looked up curiously, and asked his mother. After Zhu Ziyi's approval, as soon as the god of light worship that Zhu Ziyi was riding entered the star zone where the St. Elvia star was located, the elf king's court announced the news of the king's return. The elf kingdom instantly exploded, and the star network almost paralyzed directly. The elves were extremely excited to discuss the king who was about to return. The photos that Zhu Ziyi had made public when he was in the Interstellar Federation were also dug out by the elves. However, there were only a few photos, and most of them were taken when Zhu Ziyi was a child. Some elves on the Star Network looked at the photos in confusion. Why does the king not have any characteristics of the elves, and looks like an ordinary human? What ordinary human? How can an ordinary person look so beautiful? An elf immediately refuted. The king's eyes are as clear and bright as the green star lake, and he is the king of our elves at a glance. Another elf followed up with a message. No, I mean the king in the photo has no elf ears and wings. The elf who left the message first said anxiously. I heard that the king accidentally fell into the dragon egg due to spatial fluctuations. The king left the king's flower too early, and was born before it was fully nurtured. It was not until the king was 12 years old that he first awakened the blood of the elves. The elf carefully explained the message after understanding the details. Damn spatial fluctuations, we lost our king. My poor king, the first elf not born on the elf mother tree. It's all because of spatial fluctuations. Comments appeared under this message one after another like raindrops, and the elves vented their anger and heartache here. The king was like a premature human baby, who was forced to be born early without getting enough nutrients in the mother's womb. I dare not imagine how weak the king's body was when he was born, and I don't know whether the dragon clan took good care of the king at that time. I remember that not long after the king was born, he was tested to have A-level mental power, and then the Star Network was full of people saying that our king was the shame of the dragon clan. Suddenly, an elf mentioned this matter angrily. The Star Network covers the entire interstellar space, and people from any country can log into the Star Network and know what happened in this universe. The Star Network has memory, and the elves certainly still remember what happened in the Interstellar Federation. At that time, I didn't know that Zhu Ziyi was the king, and I just watched the fun, but now I feel very angry when I think about it. It's obvious that our king was still young and hadn't grown up yet, so some people in the Federation didn't think before they spoke and cursed. An elf said angrily. Their king was stranded in a foreign country, and was scolded by others because of his weak body. It was really pitiful. The elves wanted to pull out all those who said bad things about the king and beat them up. The federal people who had followed the trend and scolded Zhu Ziyi, and were now peeking at the screen of the elf kingdom looked at these comments with a guilty conscience. The elves were so scary when they went crazy because of the king. They would not really come over and beat people up through the network. No, who would have thought that Zhu Ziyi was the king of the elves? Now even the 3 words Zhu Ziyi cannot be posted on the Star Network, because calling the elf king by his name is a great disrespect to the king. And that group of elves was also crazy, and they all said that their poor king was stranded in the Interstellar Federation, making their Interstellar Federation capital planet a remote and poor place. Besides, their king is a pampered and spoiled young lady on Dragon Island. How can he be pitiful? Gem Star, starships are used as toys at will. If living this kind of life is pitiful, then he would rather live this kind of pitiful life himself. At the St. Elvia Star Space Station, in the crowd welcoming the king's return, Trollop, an SSS-level purifier, who had been to Dragon Island to purify Zhu Yizhen, also squeezed in. When Trollop knew that Zhu Ziyi of the Dragon Clan was the king of their elves, he was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. Thinking that he had picked up the king's hair and took it for genetic testing. It seems that he is the elf closest to the truth in the entire elf clan. Trollop hated himself so much that he didn't dare to be bolder at the beginning. He only suspected that Zhu Ziyi was a wandering elf, and never thought that he was their king. And what did he do at the beginning? He just threw the king's genetic test report into the pile of documents. That was the king's genetic test report. He didn't know what he had missed at the time, and if he hadn't missed it, the king could have returned to the elf kingdom long ago. Trollop felt that this was not his regret alone, but the regret of the entire elf kingdom. It was just a little bit short. If he had thought a little more at the time, would the elf kingdom now not have to go through the painful period of decline after losing the king? And Trollop had the blessing of several lifetimes to be able to have such close contact with the king, and the king even wanted to find him as a teacher in the elf kingdom. And then, Then he actually refused directly. Trollop was so regretful that he wanted to roll on the ground. He still felt sad when he thought about it now. He probably couldn't let it go even when he was lying in his coffin after his death. Why didn't he seize such a great opportunity? The elf standing next to Trollop looked at Trollop in confusion. The faces of the other elves waiting for the king's return were all excited, but why was this elf so distorted and painful? It looked really weird. I was the first one to recognize that the king was an elf, and I almost became the king's teacher, Trollop said in annoyance. The elf glanced at Trollop, then silently moved a small step to the side, and tried to keep a distance from him. Maybe he was crazy waiting for the king. On the other side of the God of Light battleship, Zhu Zi stood in front of the mirror in a well-fitting gorgeous long dress. Smollett imagined that she was a little fatter at the age of 12 than she is now, so Olive spent some time to make her dress smaller. Zhu Zi originally thought that such a beautiful and dreamy dress would be heavy and cumbersome to wear. But this dress was surprisingly light and comfortable. I don't know what kind of fabric Smollett used to make this dress, which takes into account the high-end feeling and comfort of drape. The layers of the big skirt did not feel cumbersome at all, and naturally dragged on the ground, like a galaxy falling on the ground, with stars flowing and the universe flashing as she walked. Zhu Zi has worn many exquisite and beautiful dresses, but this one is definitely the most dreamy dress she has ever worn. Wam looks so good in it, Olive exclaimed sincerely. Zhu Zi looked at herself in the mirror, and Olive put on a crystal-clear sapphire necklace for her behind her. The gem necklace against the long dress made her skin whiter and more dazzling. Zhu Zi raised her hand and gently touched the long skirt in the mirror. This was the skirt designed by Smollett for her. When attending the holographic class recorded by Smollett for the Elf King, Zhu Zi had envied the elf that Smollett loved many times. But she didn't expect that the elf was actually herself, and Smollett was even better and gentler than she imagined. But why would such a good Smollett leave? Before leaving, Smollett didn't even know that she was the elf. Zhu Zi felt that if she had known this earlier, she should have hugged Smollett gently when she met him when she was a child, so that he would not be alone. Zhu Zi remembered the heart of the ocean in her space twister. The heart of the ocean can bring the dead back to life, but such a supernatural power also has many restrictions. At the funeral ceremony, Nenhil said that the former king died of a sudden heart disease. Without an intact heart, even the only ocean heart in the universe cannot revive Smollett. Zhu Zi needed the soft hem of her skirt, and lowered her head sadly. King, the late king will be very pleased to see that you have grown up well. Olive, who was keenly aware of the king's emotions, comforted him. I have seen him, Zhu Zi said softly. But Zhu Zi was not sure whether Smollett would remember her, who got into trouble in the Big Wangsing Lake. The late king must remember you too, Olive said softly. Really? Zhu Zi's green eyes flashed with surprise and expectation. Really? Olive nodded with certainty. If the former king didn't remember the king, how could he have given such a precious holographic classroom chip to the king at that time? It was just that Olive remembered the former king who forced out his heart blood just to maintain the flower machine of the king's seed. No one thought that the king's seed flower hanging on the branch of the elf mother tree would be just an empty shell. But the former king paid the price of his life for this empty flower. If they could find the king who was stranded in the Interstellar Federation earlier, then at this time, the former king would definitely hold the king's hand and walk down the battleship of the God of Light together. King, we have arrived at St. Elvia. Olive bowed respectfully and reminded softly. Okay. Zhu Zi raised his head again, with a faint smile on his face. This is the elf kingdom that Smollett has been trying to protect, and she doesn't want to disappoint his expectations. However, Zhu Zi lifted her skirt and looked out the window, her mouth slightly opened in surprise. How could there be so many elves outside? The entire space station was full of elves with faces full of expectation and excitement, and they all looked respectfully in the direction of the God of Light's worship. The only passage in the space station was covered with a long red velvet carpet, and on both sides of the passage were elf guards with guns and live ammunition neatly arranged. The God of Light's worship was parked steadily at the berth, and Zhu Zi suddenly became a little nervous when looking at so many elves. This is the feeling of being the center of attention. Zhu Zi frowned slightly and began to struggle with what expression she should put on later. Should she not blink her eyes? Otherwise it would be bad if she was accidentally photographed with her eyes closed. Zhu Zi had no experience as a king for the first time, and he didn't know whether to say anything when meeting with his people. Nancier walked to Zhu Zi's side and said with a smile, King, you just need to be yourself. The king only needs to show up. Even if he does nothing, it is the best stimulant for the citizens of the Elf Kingdom. The Elf Kingdom with a king is the real Elf Kingdom. Zhu Zi nodded gently. Then let's go down. The door of the God of Light's worship slowly opened, and Nancier bowed respectfully, asking Zhu Zi to go first. Zhu Zi walked forward. She stood at the high cabin door, looking at the elves who were looking forward to it. These are elves who were born from the same elven mother tree as her. Those eyes looked at her sincerely and warmly, and the surging warmth of the weaving emotion silently attacked Zhu Zi, causing her heart to suddenly surge with a strong throbbing. Zhu Zi originally thought that the space station would be noisy and lively with so many elves gathered together. But the entire space station was surprisingly quiet and solemn. All the elves stood straight and greeted the king with the best attitude. The elves finally waited for the king's arrival excitedly. Unlike the king in the photos on the Star Network, the king stood there, with a pair of beautiful and gorgeous elf wings gently flapping behind him, beautiful as a dream. Of course, the elves did not forget the etiquette of meeting the king. Tens of thousands of elves in the space station did not go through any rehearsal, but tacitly bowed their heads and knelt at the same time to salute. Even the elves in the battleship of the God of Light knelt down to salute at the same time. Meet my king, may my king live as long as the stars, and shine as bright as the sun and the moon. The elves' voices resounding through the sky rang out again and again in the space station. It was sonorous and powerful, and it shocked people's hearts. Even Zhu Zi was shocked by the scene in front of her. The elves' expectations and trust in her were still real. At this moment, Zhu Zi truly and deeply felt that he was the king of the elf kingdom. Chapter 72. The journey from landing on the St. Elvia space station to the elf palace was faster than Zhu Zi had imagined. Zhu Zi walked slowly across the red carpet and got on another hovercraft. She didn't need to say anything except asking everyone to be polite. Zhu Zi originally thought that this scene would require her to smile and greet people. After all, Zhu Zi had only seen this kind of business before. But as Nan Hill said, she only needed to be herself. Zhu Zi felt the throbbing transmitted between the beating of her heart. The elves' trust in her was silent, but deafening. After coming to this world, it seemed that in addition to the Dragon Island, she had another special bond. The live broadcast of the return of the Elf King was recorded on the Star Network. The elves experienced a long wait in the live broadcast room, and then saw the king for just a few minutes. But these few minutes were enough for the elves to be excited. Even people from other countries were deeply shocked by this scene. Zhu Zi, wearing gorgeous clothes, stood high up. The dazzling jewelry and long dress could not cover her brilliance, but made her look more elegant and bright. Her fair and delicate face was like a creation of the gods, and her eyes as bright as gems looked down at her people calmly. Although her face was as tender as a child, the majesty of the future emperor could already be seen from it. Zhu Ziyuan stared at his sister with wide eyes. Xu Xingtao patted his head and said, "Why are you looking at me? My sister is so beautiful." Zhu Ziyuan praised generously. This uniquely designed skirt also matched his sister very well. But what was my sister thinking when she stood there? Was she thinking about what she should eat for dinner today? I wonder if the food in the Elf Kingdom suits my sister's taste. By the way, he wants to send the strange flower of Wuqian to my sister. When my sister was in Dragon Island, she would feed Wuqian and play with him every day. My sister hasn't seen Wuqian for a long time, and she must miss him. Night Shimon Republic. The gorgeous crystal chandelier reflects the fragmented light, and the spots of light fall on the luxurious and expensive carpet. Suddenly, the sound of a glass breaking came from the house, and the pure white carpet was soaked by purple wine. Na stared at Zhu Zi in the holographic projection with a sneer, and her sharp eyes were like a snake with a poisonous poison. Ridiculous Elf Kingdom, ridiculous Elf King. Nas leaned back on the sofa with her head raised, looking at the group of elves who bowed to Zhu Zi with disdain. There is nothing stupider than these elves. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Nast's mind. Zhu Zi is not dead yet. How is this possible? The electronic sound of the system even revealed incredible shock. Nast was surprised that the system, which was always calm, as if it was out of the matter, could show shock. The system suddenly drilled into his mind last month. Nast initially thought that it was because he was crazy that another voice suddenly appeared in his mind. But later Nast learned that the system was the incarnation of the world's will. The mysterious and powerful system appeared on him because he would not only become the president of the X-Men Republic, but also the king of the entire elves in the future. But this Zhu Zi will obviously be a big trouble for her. Nast asked anxiously in her mind, "System, what should I do if Zhu Zi is not dead yet?" The system did not answer Esther's question, but fell into confusion. Why is it so different this time? First, it had to abandon its host Mu Anya to escape, and then their biggest obstacle Zhu Zi was still alive. What link went wrong? But no matter where it went wrong, Zhu Zi must get rid of her. The Elf King's court, the Elf Palace. This magnificent and glorious palace finally welcomed its new owner. As soon as Zhu Zi stepped into this gorgeous palace, she felt inexplicably familiar and kind here. This palace appeared countless times in the projection of the holographic classroom, recorded by Smollett. Even the elf mother tree, outside the glass window, is exactly the same. It turns out that she has actually been here countless times. Zhu Zi looked at the luxuriant elf mother tree outside the window. She had seen the elf mother tree in every season in the holographic classroom. She had also seen Smollett standing in front of the window, and smiling at her gently countless times. Did the late king really die of a sudden heart attack? Zhu Zi looked at Nan Hill, and asked in a low voice. Hearing the king's question, Nan Hill immediately became alert, and her heart was beating nervously in her chest. Nan Hill didn't know why the king suddenly asked about the cause of the late king's death. Did the king know something? No, it was impossible. There were only a few elves who knew the truth about the late king's death, and none of them would tell the king about it. Nan Hill carefully observed Zhu Zi's expression, and found that Zhu Zi was just a little sad, without any anger or doubt. Nan Hill was relieved. They couldn't let go of the late king's almost sacrificial departure, let alone the king. Although deceiving the king is a capital crime, the death of the late king cannot be reversed anyway. Nan Hill would rather the king never know this cruel truth. Nan Hill looked at the king and nodded. The late king did die of a sudden heart attack. Hearing Nan Hill's answer, Zhu Zi's last hope was completely shattered. Nan Hill's answer was completely within her expectations. In fact, Zhu Zi didn't know what she was expecting. It was just that she didn't see the familiar elves in this familiar scene, which made Zhu Zi couldn't help but have some fantasies in her mind. King, the doctor is waiting outside. Let's go check the body first. Olive bowed respectfully. The king has awakened the blood of the elven king, so it is necessary to re-examine his body. After all, the medical examination equipment of the Interstellar Federation cannot fully examine the king's physical condition. When Zhu Zi heard the word doctor, she resisted from the bottom of her heart. She has lived for another 12 years, but she is still afraid of the infirmary and the doctor. However, Zhu Zi nodded and said firmly, "Then go." Dr. Fergus was waiting for the king's arrival in the infirmary early. The elves of their Fergus family have only served the royal family for generations. When the kings of previous generations were still the crown princes, their family's elves were responsible for taking care of their health. But this king is very special. He didn't grow up in the elf palace. But how can the medical team of the Interstellar Federation know about the elves with the blood of the elf king? In fact, the elves of the Fergus family are the most anxious when they know that the king is stranded outside. Fergus looked at the king who was walking towards them excitedly. The king's face was white and rosy, and it seemed that there was nothing wrong. But why did the king seem to be very reluctant to see a doctor? Although the king's refusal was not obvious at all, it was impossible to detect it without careful observation. Even the king would cooperate very well and follow her requirements. But some small movements revealed that the king was repulsive to this place, and even afraid. Fergus didn't know what the king had experienced before. She thought distressfully that the medical room must have left a bad impression on the king, so the king had such a reaction. Zhu Zi lay quietly on the testing instrument, and a familiar finger sleeve was put on her index finger. When this finger sleeve is put on the finger, a sharp needle will emerge from the middle and pierce straight down to collect blood. The needle piercing the fingertips is the most painful. Zhu Zi frowned and was ready to be pricked by it. But the pain in the fingertips did not come, but a cold touch came instead. Zhu Zi opened his eyes in surprise. "Don't you need to draw blood?" Hearing Zhu Zi's words, the doctor who put the gloves on Zhu Zi shook his head in fear. "Wang, you don't need to draw blood. It's just a physical examination." Wang didn't have any serious illness that required a blood test. Elves are different from other races. The blood in the elves' bodies comes from the nurturing of the elf mother tree. Every drop of blood contains rich vitality and vitality. Blood is very important to elves. Even if they lose a few drops of ordinary blood, the body will take several months to replenish it completely. So even if an ordinary elf goes to the hospital, the doctor will not draw blood from her casually. What's more, it's the king. Which elf dares to draw blood directly from the king? Of course, the fake Muanya is different. Wang, did you often have your blood drawn when you were in the Interstellar Federation? Fergus asked cautiously. Zhu Zi thought for a while, and shook his head. Not often. When I was just born, I had to wear a blood collection fingertip every 2 weeks, and then I would use a needle to draw a little blood every month. Zhu Zi used his fingers to gesture how much a little blood was. Fergus looked at Wang's fingers gesturing up and down with fear. listening to every word Wang uttered. This was the degree that she would faint if she saw and heard more. The speed at which their poor king's blood was restored and replenished when he was a child could not keep up with the amount of blood drawn. And the king said that she was just born at that time. So the little king who was just born had to be taken to draw blood by a group of lousy doctors who didn't understand her physique at all. If it weren't for the dragon race's platinum medical cabin and money, their king might have been accidentally raised to death. Fergus thought angrily, the damn space fluctuations had put their king into the dragon egg. Fergus was bleeding with pain, but knowing that the king didn't like it here, Fergus consciously accelerated his movements. Half an hour later, Zhu Zi's physical examination report was freshly released. But this physical examination report was so severe that Fergus' eyes went dark. The indicators of the king's body should not be what a 12-year-old elf with the blood of the elf king should be. Although it can be seen from this report that the dragon race has indeed made great efforts for the king's health, the elf kingdom is the most suitable place for elves to live and grow. Moreover, Wang has been weak since childhood and should have been well taken care of. She will prepare tonic medicine for Wang in the future and try to make Wang healthy as soon as possible. However, the physical examination report shows that Wang's mental activity is very high, which is definitely not just the A-level mental power measured by the Interstellar Federation. Wang, you may need to retest your mental level, Fergus suggested. Chapter 73. Retest the spiritual power level. Zhu Zi opened her eyes happily, which means that her A-level spiritual power level can still be changed. She wants to have super powerful SS-level spiritual power, like her second and eldest brothers. Zhu Zi thought happily that she would be more like a little dragon. Oh no! Zhu Zi patted her head, and suddenly remembered that she seemed to be an elf. If Nancy knew that Zhu Zi was thinking about such things, Nancy would definitely worry whether the king had racial cognitive disorder, and would want to take Zhu Zi to see a psychiatrist. In the spiritual power testing room of the elf palace, Zhu Zi lay on the testing instrument, with a closed helmet on her head. She closed her eyes, and saw the familiar sea of light in front of her. Zhu Zi knew what to do next without listening to the staff of the testing room. Zhu Zi skillfully caught the small light spots in the sea of light, and condensed them into a light ball. However, unlike when she was a child, the small light spots this time were particularly obedient. She didn't need to make any effort to catch them. They ran over automatically like obedient puppies. This sea of light revolved around her with her as the center. The small light spots couldn't wait to get close to her, as if she was a hot commodity. After a moment, Zhu Zi looked at the light ball she had condensed with satisfaction. It was round and bright, much bigger than the one she had made when she was a child. It looked like it had the potential to be an SS. Zhu Zi looked expectantly at the staff in the testing room, analyzing and calculating the mental power level. The elf who was in charge of testing Wang's mental power level felt that he was extremely lucky today. He was bored and on duty in the mental power testing room of the elf palace, and then he suddenly received the news that Wang was coming. This made him very excited. Moreover, Wang was so close to him now. Although Wang was only concerned about his mental power test results, it did not hinder his joy of seeing Wang. Zhu Zi frowned and looked at his own test results nervously. He saw the red dot representing the mental power level moving on the scale. The red dot passed the A level, and was still moving forward. Zhu Zi smiled. It seemed that she had indeed tested low when she was a child. Now it depends on whether this red dot can move to the SS level. Nancy comforted him softly. Wang, you don't need to worry. Your mental power level will definitely be SSS. Wang has now awakened the blood of the Elf King, so his mental power level will naturally not be low. Zhu Zi's eyes widened. SSS level. She thought it would be better not to put so much pressure on this hard-working little red dot. SS level is already very good, just like the two brothers. This is something she never dared to think about before. The little red dot passed the S level very smoothly, and then approached the SS level. Zhu Zi silently cheered for the little red dot in her heart. The little red dot kept moving forward, and then unexpectedly passed the SS level node, and kept moving forward, and finally stopped at the position between SSS level and 4S level. Congratulations, Wang, for detecting SSS level mental power. Nance's tone was full of joy. Although she had expected the result long ago, she couldn't help but get excited when she saw it with her own eyes. Moreover, the king's mental power is actually a little higher than that of the previous king, whose mental power level was about 1/3 between SSS and 4S. Zhu Zi's eyes widened. She didn't expect the surprise to come so suddenly. She actually had SSS level mental power. Zhu Zi happily held the mental power test report and flipped through it back and forth. She even kept the test report by her side when she went to bed. She is no longer the shame of the dragon race with only A-level mental power. She is now an elf with SSS level mental power. The next day, Zhu Zi woke up on the soft big bed in the elf palace. The two small jade balls hanging symmetrically on the left and right of the bed exuded a faint fragrance. The first thing Zhu Zi did when she opened her eyes was to raise her hand and touch the mental power test report beside her. Fortunately, it was still there, and she didn't dream yesterday. Zhu Zi opened the drawer of the bedside cabinet and planned to put the test report in it. This way she can take it out and take a look at it at any time. However, Zhu Zi wondered why there was a golden chip in this drawer. The other drawers at the head of the bed were empty, but this drawer was filled with something. Zhu Zi picked up the chip curiously. Why was there such a thing in her drawer? Who put it there for her? Zhu Zi inserted the chip into the playback device, and then she was pulled into the familiar scene. Smollett, wearing gorgeous and complicated clothes, appeared and read out the opening speech she had heard countless times. If you see this video, it means I am no longer here. This is the holographic classroom that Smollett personally recorded for the Elf King. Hearing Smollett's last words again, Zhu Zi was puzzled. Did Smollett really die of a sudden heart attack? It seemed as if he had known that he would leave. But the king's flower withered and decayed, facing an uncertain future and the birth of the Elf King in the distant future. Smollett had long anticipated that he might not be able to accompany the Elf King to grow up, and then recorded this smart course. It is normal to think so. This holographic classroom chip is like a contingency plan. But Zhu Zi gently pinched the golden chip that suddenly appeared in her drawer. Smollett definitely did not die of a sudden heart attack. Zhu Zi suddenly affirmed. Zhu Zi heard from the elves that Smollett always carried this chip with him. If it was a sudden death, then this chip would become a relic and then be handed over to her. Instead of appearing casually in her bedside cabinet like now, it seemed that Smollett had placed it here on purpose, as a surprise waiting for her to suddenly discover. As for under what circumstances, Smollett decided to place the chip he carried with him here. Zhu Zi was sure that it was definitely at that time that Smollett felt that he would never have the chance to meet the future Elf King again. Then this would definitely not be a sudden death, like Nan Hill said. So Zhu Zi now only needs to confirm one thing, that this chip was indeed placed by Smollett, so that all her previous assumptions would be valid. Zhu Zi took a deep breath and gently pressed the call bell. Hearing the call bell ringing, Olive, who had been waiting at the door of the king's room waiting for the king to summon her at any time, knocked on the door immediately. After getting the king's permission, Olive pushed open the door. The king, who had just woken up, was wearing pajamas with a doll collar. Her light brown hair was slightly curled and lazily draped behind her, delicately like a beautiful doll. Did anyone live in this room when I was away, Olive? Zhu Zi asked. Being asked such a question by the king early in the morning, Olive's whole spirit was awake instantly. This is the bedroom specially prepared for the king by the previous king. Even if the king is not here, no other elves will live here. Olive answered tremblingly. Then why is there something in my bedside table? Zhu Zi frowned and asked. Olive was confused, and she didn't know why there was something in the king's bedside table. The servants who were responsible for cleaning the king's bedroom would never touch the drawers in the bedroom. Only the previous king would come to this bedroom before. Could it be that the things the king said were put there by the previous king? What did the king find? Why did the king look a little angry? Zhu Zi knew from Olive's confused and anxious look that even Olive, who was responsible for taking care of her daily life, didn't know what was in her drawer. So this holographic classroom chip was put in her drawer by Smollett himself when he knew he was going to die. So Nan Hill lied to her, but why did Nan Hill lie to her about such a thing? Why couldn't she know the real cause of Smollett's death? Zhu Zi frowned, feeling that there was a cloud of fog in front of him. Olive, you go out first. Please call the high priest Nangsil over. Zhu Zi ordered. Yes, king. Olive nodded respectfully. Olive left the king's bedroom, but she was still confused and didn't know what the king wanted to do. She didn't seem to have answered the king's question, and the king asked her to leave. But no matter what the king wanted to do, it was not her place to ask. She just needed to follow the king's orders. On the other side of the elf palace, Nangsil, who suddenly received the king's summons, rushed to the king's bedroom as soon as possible. Olive looked at Nangsil, who was full of joy, and couldn't help but remind him, High Priest, the king is not in a good mood, and seems to be angry. The smile on Nangsil's face, immersed in the joy of being summoned by the king for the first time, suddenly became a little stiff. The king is angry? And from what Olive said, the king seemed to be still angry with him. Nan Hill stood at the door of Zhu Zi's study room very nervously, trying to recall if he had done anything wrong. In fact, when she saw Nan Hill, Zhu Zi's anger at being deceived had actually dissipated for the most part. Nan Hill was unwilling to tell her the truth about Smollett's death, probably because the truth was too cruel. It was a white lie of the elves. But no matter what the truth was, Zhu Zi wanted to know, and had to know. Nan Hill lowered his head nervously, waiting for the king to speak. But the imagined anger did not come to him. The king just said calmly and firmly, "Nan Hill, I want to know the real cause of death of the late king." Nan Hill suddenly looked up, and looked at the king sitting in the chair in surprise. The king's tone was very certain, as if he had already determined that the cause of death he had said before was fabricated. But how did the king know? Did someone say something? Nan Hill pursed his lips, and the words came to his lips, but he couldn't say them. "Nangxier, this is an order." Zhu Zi looked at the hesitant Nangxier, and decided to speak like a king. Chapter 74. Nan Hill looked up at the king, and the king's eyes were full of determination and unquestionable majesty. "Yes, king," Nan Hill said in a deep voice. Nan Hill could not refuse to execute the king's order. Even if she had great concerns in her heart, Nan Hill still told the king the truth about the fall of the previous king. How could this happen? Zhu Zi said in a trance after learning the truth. Zhu Zi thought of countless reasons for Smollett's death, but she didn't expect that the truth was 100 times more cruel than she imagined. For the flower of the king's seed, and for her birth, Smollett forced out his heart's blood. How painful it must be, and Smollett watered an empty flower without any hope. Nan Hill looked at the king with his head down reluctantly. "King, this was the choice of the previous king. Under the circumstances at that time, we had no better choice." "I know," Zhu Zi whispered. But she remembered the elf kingdom in the novel of her previous life. Maybe Smollett there also fell for the same reason, and she also died on her 12th birthday. "King, don't be too sad. Death cannot be reversed, but if the former king knew that you have returned to the elf kingdom, he would be very happy," Nan Hill said softly. Although Nan Hill himself could not get over the pain, he still tried his best to comfort the king. "I am not sad, I just feel a little lucky." Zhu Zi showed a faint smile on his face. "It's good that the king is not sad." Nangxiu followed closely. But suddenly realizing what the king said, Nangxiu looked up in confusion. "No, rejoice, what to rejoice?" Nangxiu was puzzled, and saw Zhu Zi take out a round gem from the necklace-shaped space. The gem was a deep and rich blue, like the purest deep-sea water in the ocean galaxy. Under the light, Nangxiu could also see the texture on the surface of the gem, like an ancient mark engraved on it by the long years. "This is the heart of the ocean," Nangxiu said in amazement. "The heart of the ocean is the sacred object of the mermaids, but now it appears in the hands of the king." But based on what the king did in the mermaid kingdom, it is not surprising that the heart of the ocean is held in the hands of the king. But the heart of the ocean cannot revive the former king. "King, although the heart of the ocean has a powerful healing ability, the former king has fallen," Nangxiu said cautiously. When trying to restore the withered king flower, they looked through countless historical records, and naturally knew the role of the heart of the ocean. The heart of the ocean has the ability to bring the dead back to life, which is known only to every mermaid king. Zhu Zi said, holding the heart of the ocean tightly. Nan Hill opened his mouth slightly in shock. There is such a heaven-defying thing in the world. No wonder the mermaids did not make the full power of the heart of the ocean public, otherwise this heart of the ocean would not have survived until now. However, only the mermaid king can know the matter, and their king also knows it. Nan Hill recalled the banquet at the mermaid palace. There was an abrupt gem space in the center of the mermaid king Alfred's crown. Nan Hill suddenly had a bold idea in his mind. Could that be the place where the heart of the ocean was embedded? Then the heart of the ocean was taken away by the mermaid king and given to the king. The heart of the ocean is of great significance to the mermaids, not to mention the heart of the ocean embedded in the mermaid king's crown. Nan Hill looked at his king. The king's appearance not only brought hope to the entire elf kingdom, but also brought back this extremely precious heart of the ocean. Is there a chance for the former king to be resurrected? Nan Hill's heart ignited infinite hope. Now we just need to find the crystal coffin of the former king, and that drop of hard blood to revive the former king. Zhu Zi said excitedly. Zhu Zi suddenly felt fortunate that the king's flower was an empty shell, and Smollett's hard blood was not consumed by it. The former king's hard blood is still on the elf mother tree. Nan Hill said immediately. His excitement made his hands tremble slightly, and his eyes flashed with a fiery light. No wonder the king must know the truth about the fall of the previous king. It turns out that the heart of the ocean has the ability to bring back the dead. Moreover, the king can use such a precious heart of the ocean to revive the previous king without hesitation. After hearing what Nangxier said, Zhu Zi immediately went to the direction of the elf mother tree. Zhu Zi didn't want to delay for a moment, and flapped his wings to the side of the elf mother tree at the fastest speed. When Zhu Zi approached, this towering tree that supported the elf kingdom had already sensed the blood of the elf king in Zhu Zi. The elf mother tree exuded a soft breath from top to bottom, as if it was opening its gentle arms to its most beloved child. Zhu Zi also felt this motherly warmth, and her mental power was naturally connected to the elf mother tree without her control. At the moment of induction with the elf mother tree, the lush and green giant tree gave off an extremely bright light, and every leaf was shining. Zhu Zi looked up at the elf mother tree in shock, not surprised by the gorgeous and dazzling brilliance of the mother tree, but the strong emotions of the elf mother tree seemed to swallow her up. The elf mother tree told her about the panic of losing her, the grievance of mistaking Muanya, and the long wait and endless longing. Zhu Zi gently leaned against the trunk of the elf mother tree, as if she was lying in her mother's arms. Suddenly, the elf mother tree stretched out its branches, and a drop of bright golden blood appeared in front of Zhu Zi. "Is this Smollett's heart blood?" Zhu Zi said in surprise. She didn't say anything to the elf mother tree, but at that moment of spiritual power sensing, she didn't need to think about anything or say anything. The mother tree knew what she was doing here, and gave a gentle response. The branches of the elf mother tree lowered again, and the golden blood drops on the green leaves slid into Zhu Zi's palm. The branches of the elf mother tree gently touched Zhu Zi, as if saying to do it quickly. Zhu Zi carefully collected Smollett's heart blood, smiled, and waved goodbye to the elf mother tree. With the heart blood, now all she had to do was find the crystal coffin where Smollett's body was placed. She was going to Pei Star. Pei Star was the burial place of all the elf kings. However, except for the elf king's burial ceremony, Pei Star was closed to the public all year round. The sacred resting place is forbidden for elves to visit, but the elf king is always an exception in the elf kingdom. Zhu Zi came to this elf-restricted area alone with the heart of the ocean and Smollett's blood. Entering the planet Pest is like entering a huge forest, with ancient and lush trees standing on this planet. In the quiet and uninhabited place, the lush branches and leaves spread out wantonly, covering the sky and the sun, leaving only a few gaps for sunlight to penetrate. The whole forest is dark and quiet, with only the rustling sound of Zhu Zi's feet on the leaves. But such an environment did not bring Zhu Zi any fear or panic, but a warm and secure feeling. In the dense woods, Zhu Zi kept walking along the road under his feet. This road extends all the way to the cemetery where the elf king's coffin is placed. A magnificent building stood quietly in the depths of the forest, with towering stone pillars supporting the arch. The stone pillars seemed to have been eroded by the years, and the surface was covered with moss, which added a bit of ancient and solemn charm. Zhu Zi walked to the huge stone door, and the heavy stone door slowly opened for her, and she had a smooth journey. Zhu Zi could feel that she was getting closer and closer to Smollett, and Smollett's heart blood slowly became warm in her palm. She would soon be able to see Smollett. Zhu Zi excitedly followed the cemetery map given to her by Nan Hill, and continued to walk along the central passage. This passage led to the underground, narrow and dark. Zhu Zi could only light a lamp, and carefully step on the stone stairs one by one. She couldn't count how many stone stairs she had walked, but she felt that the further she walked, the colder it felt inside. And I don't know if it's her illusion. Why do I feel that there is something following her? But how is this possible? Except for her, no one else can come in here. Zhu Zi spread out her mental power, and explored the surroundings carefully, but found nothing. She was the only living thing here. Zhu Zi breathed a sigh of relief, clenched the hard blood in her hand, and continued to walk in. Smollett's hard blood became hotter and hotter in her palm. Zhu Zi followed its guidance, and accurately pushed open the door of a tomb. This tomb was decorated like a gorgeous and luxurious room, and Smollett's crystal coffin lay quietly in the middle of the tomb. In the special crystal coffin, Smollett closed his eyes quietly, as if he was asleep, and even the purple jacaranda flowers around him were as bright and colorful as when he was just buried. Zhu Zi took out the heart of the ocean, and carefully blended Smollett's hard blood into it. The hard blood was soon completely wrapped by the sea blue gem, and the golden blood inside emitted a bright glow. As long as this heart of the ocean is placed in Smollett's heart, Smollett will come back to life. The heart of the ocean seemed to have a sense of induction, and it automatically floated up from Zhu Zi's palm, and then went to Smollett's heart. A white light flashed, and Smollett's heart began to beat again. Chapter 75. Smollett's tightly closed eyes trembled slightly, as if he had escaped from the endless darkness, and fresh air poured in from his nose. A trace of confusion flashed across Smollett's amber eyes. Didn't he die from the blood in his heart? Before closing his eyes, he saw the blooming king seed flower. How come he is still alive? The first thought that came to Smollett's mind was to check if the king seed flower was safe. But Smollett suddenly found a special bond coming from his heartbeat, which was the unique induction between blood relatives of the elves. This is the little elf king he has been thinking about, and the other end of this induction line is near him. Happiness flashed in Smollett's eyes, and the blurred vision in front of him gradually became clear. He saw a little elf. The elf wings behind it were magnificent and gorgeous, as beautiful as the most favored child of the Creator. The pair of clear green eyes were looking at him with concern. Smollett remembered these eyes. He had seen them before, but now the owner of the eyes has grown up a lot. Smollett chuckled. It turned out that he had seen his elf a long time ago. Hot tears flowed out of his eyes unconsciously, and Smollett himself couldn't tell whether it was regret or joy. Shu Zi stood opposite him a little at a loss, and Smollett sat in a crystal coffin in a daze, his long silver-white hair spread like silk, but a drop of crystal tears fell from his eyes, and hit the delicate purple jacaranda flowers. Shu Zi carefully pulled Smollett's sleeve. "Don't cry, I'm here." Smollett felt the slight movement from his sleeves. He chuckled, and touched Shu Zi's soft head. Then he thought for a while and explained, "I didn't cry. These are just physiological tears after being dead for too long. You know when Xiao Zi is resurrected once." "Ah?" Shu Zi was confused. It turned out to be like this. But she probably won't be able to verify the truth forever. But Smollett called her Xiao Zi. He still remembered her. Smollett only met her once when she was very young, but Smollett recognized her at first sight. Shu Zi was very happy to be remembered by Smollett. Smollett looked around and found himself in a tomb. And the feeling of crawling out of his coffin was very novel. When his hands touched the real objects, the hard blood was still in his heart. It was as if he just slept for a long time. And when he woke up, he saw his elf. Shu Zi held the heart of the ocean, which had been depleted of energy. The beautiful blue gem had turned gray and dim. "Did it revive me?" Smollett asked. Smollett frowned slightly, and was worried. He must have been dead for a long time. It was so unbelievable to revive a dead person. I don't know if Shu Zi would pay a price for reviving him. This is the heart of the ocean, which has the ability to bring back the dead. Shu Zi explained carefully. After so many years, Smollett had just woken up. He must have a lot of things to want to know. Shu Zi also told her about her falling into the mermaid kingdom, the king's seed flower, and the spatial fluctuations. Shu Zi was very happy to see Smollett face to face again. Before, it was Smollett in the holographic classroom projection who interacted with her, but no matter how smart the holographic projection was, it was not as good as reality. Smollett and Shu Zi sat on the small steps together, listening to Shu Zi's speech with surprise or frowning. It turned out that in the time and space where he could not take care of her, his elf had already grown up slowly, and was experiencing her own adventure. And she had grown into a powerful elf king. Smollett smiled and praised his elf skillfully, as if he had been proud of her countless times. Shu Zi's green eyes were bright, and the corners of her mouth could not help but rise, revealing a bright smile. However, Shu Zi was thinking about how to call Smollett. She used to call him the former king, but now she couldn't call him that. Then how to call him? Father, however, after struggling for a long time, Shu Zi finally blurted out the word king to Smollett. But when he heard Shu Zi call him the king, Smollett's gentle expression suddenly became a little serious. Smollett seriously corrected, "When I dripped my hard blood into the king seed flower, it meant that I had abdicated. You are the only king in the elf kingdom, and you can't call other elves the king anymore, understand?" Looking at Smollett's serious expression, Shu Zi couldn't help but nod seriously. Smollett smiled again, and he looked at Shu Zi, who was almost as tall as his shoulders, and said, "Then just call me Smollett." Although Smollett was itching for Shu Zi to call him father or daddy directly. However, he had no involvement in the first half of the little guy's life. He was not able to grow up with her like Shu Zi, so what qualifications did he have to let Shu Zi call him father suddenly? It's better to call him by his name directly, so that the little guy can accept it more easily, and it has been a long time since the elf called him by his name. Smollett. Shu Zi raised his head and whispered. Smollett smiled and responded. Since he had been absent for so many years, he should be an elder like a friend. But he had to take the little guy away from here quickly. The dark tomb was really not a place for the elf to stay for a long time. His elf should have sat high up in the magnificent palace. "Let's go, we should go back," Smollett said. "Okay." Shu Zi nodded and followed Smollett obediently. In the silent and dark passage of the ancient tomb, only the footsteps of two people could be heard one after the other. But Zhu Zi suddenly turned her head and looked behind her. She felt the strange feeling of being followed by something, but when she turned around, there was nothing behind her. Zhu Zi couldn't help but follow Smollett a little closer. A beam of light shone down from the front, and they were about to walk out of the underground. But Zhu Zi frowned. The first time she had this feeling might be an accident, but this was the second time. So it was definitely not her illusion. Smollett, it seems that something is following us from behind, Zhu Zi said softly. Smollett immediately stopped and searched the surroundings carefully with his mental power. Then Smollett's slightly frowned brows loosened. This is the tomb of the successive elf kings. Don't worry, no one else can come in. But Zhu Zi was still a little worried and looked around vigilantly. A person who could even evade Smollett's mental power made Zhu Zi even more uneasy. Smollett looked down and observed Zhu Zi's nervousness. He gently took Zhu Zi's hand and led her forward. The huge stone door of the mausoleum slowly opened for them. They could walk out from here after a few more steps. Let's go quickly, it's fun outside, Smollett suddenly said with a smile. Zhu Zi frowned slightly. There was nothing wrong with what Smollett said, but it always felt a little strange. Smollett didn't seem to be talking to her, but to the thing following them, as if to lure that thing out. Zhu Zi smiled and nodded in agreement after noticing Smollett's intention. Just as the two walked out of the mausoleum, Smollett suddenly used his mental power field, and the golden field enveloped the entire mausoleum with a faint golden light. Zhu Zi. Suddenly, a squeaky sound came from behind. Soon, a furry ball was picked up by Smollett. The ball was covered with soft and fluffy fur, and there was a pair of transparent wings on its back that did not match its body size. The ball's pair of crystal clear eyes, like sapphires, showed a state of fear and shock. The transparent wings and short limbs fluttered in the air, trying hard to break free from Smollett's restraints. Zhu Zi opened her eyes wide. It turned out that such a little thing had been following her since she entered the tomb. She didn't know where it was hiding, and she couldn't find it. What is this? Zhu Zi asked in confusion. Star Core Beast. Smollett patiently explained, it is a creature that evolved from the energy of the Star Core. However, the Star Core Beast is rare and timid, and even Smollett has only seen this creature in the classics. Realizing that it was recognized, the Star Core Beast struggled even harder. Its wings flapped desperately, as if every hair on its body was exerting force. It just came out to see out of curiosity, so how could it be caught? Why is there a Star Core Beast in the tomb? Zhu Zi asked in confusion. Do you know the glass light sword? Smollett said. Of course I know. Zhu Zi answered immediately, and this was taught to her by Smollett in the holographic classroom. The glass sword was the weapon of the first elf king Cecilia. Cecilia dominated the interstellar battlefield with the glass sword in hand, and established the elf kingdom in the chaotic situation. If there is a legendary weapon ranking list in the interstellar, the glass sword will definitely be at the top of the list. But after the death of the first elf king Cecilia, this weapon was buried with him. But what does a weapon have to do with the furry little ball in Smollett's hand? The first elf king's glass sword is actually the second form of the Star Core Beast. Smollett pinched the furry little ball in his hand and said, Then it is still an ancestor beast. Zhu Zi said in shock. Realizing that Zhu Zi had misunderstood, Smollett smiled and shook his head. After the death of the first elf king Cecilia, the Star Core Beast, who was unwilling to leave him, also followed Cecilia to the cemetery. Tens of thousands of years have passed, and this one should be derived from the original Star Core Beast. Smollett picked up a branch at random. The ordinary branch grew and entangled in his hand, and finally turned into a small cage, locking the furry Star Core Beast inside. Smollett handed the small cage to Zhu Zi. Take it and play with it. It seems to like you very much. Zhu Zi happily picked up the small cage, but saw that the Star Core Beast in the cage, which was originally alive and kicking, suddenly fell straight down with its tongue sticking out, and then it was motionless. It seems to be dead, Zhu Zi said with wide eyes. Pretending. Smollett calmly took the small cage and kept shaking it left and right. The Star Core Beast opened its eyes helplessly and stared at Smollett. It seemed that its brain was about to be broken by this bad guy. Then the Star Core Beast returned to Zhu Zi's hands. Zhu Zi looked at the Star Core Beast that failed to pretend to be dead. She didn't know how Smollett knew that the Star Core Beast liked her. Chapter 76. Aren't we going back to the Elf King Court? Zhu Zi asked in confusion, as he watched Smollett change the original route of the starship. Let's go find something for your Star Core Beast to eat first, Smollett said. Originally, they were planning to go back to the Elf King Court directly, But star core beasts are so rare that you may not be able to find a second one even if you search the entire universe. Smollett looked at Zhu Zi, who was teasing the star core beast with a small leaf. The star core beast looked cute, and Zhu Zi also liked the look of this little thing. It's still in its larval stage, and can't transform into its second form. It needs to eat more to grow up, Smollett said. Zhu Zi looked at the little fur ball curled up in the small cage. Since the star core beast found that it could not escape from the cage, it closed its eyes, and retracted its hands and feet, leaving only a pair of small wings exposed, occasionally flapping half-deadly. Why is the beast so lifeless at such a young age? But when it heard what Smollett said, two triangular ears suddenly appeared on the top of the little fur ball's head. The little ears moved and looked like it was listening very seriously. Although the star core beast could only squeak, it listened to every word that Smollett and Zhu Zi said. Eat food, and then grow up. The star core beast caught the key words, and its tightly closed eyelids moved. It also wanted to grow up and become the second form. What should the star core beast feed? Zhu Zi asked curiously. The star core beast also opened its eyes curiously, and two short hands emerged from its furry body, filling its small belly that had never eaten before. Right, what does it eat? Star core, Smollett said, looking at the vast star map. Smollett's slender finger touched the star map, and then that spot was infinitely magnified, and finally a red asteroid was projected. This is an asteroid that is about to explode. After the asteroid explodes, its core material will become a high-density star core under huge energy compression. The star core will be formed at the moment of the explosion and disappear in the next second, Smollett explained patiently. Zhu Zi was surprised. No wonder she had never seen a star core. It turned out that the star core existed for too short a time, and it was almost impossible to collect it. Zhu Zi carried this furry little white ball. It seemed that this little thing was quite difficult to raise. But it must have never eaten anything in the dark tomb. Zhu Zi touched the soft fur of the star core beast with some heartache. The little star core beast first stood up. A finger approached it through the gap in the cage. The star core beast's eyes widened and tried to avoid Zhu Zi's touch. But the moment its fur was touched, the star core beast's eyelids began to droop slowly, and a comfortable purring sound came out of its throat. Its wide eyes narrowed into a small crescent, and its little body could not help but rub under Zhu Zi's fingers, trying to let Zhu Zi touch it a few more times. It was pretty good to be touched by this elf. Can I let it out? Zhu Zi asked, touching the star core beast's little ear. Smollett nodded. It was put in a small cage, just for Zhu Zi to hold it. With him around, there was no need to worry that the star core beast would run away. Smollett raised his hand slightly, and the small cage that held the star core beast was unlocked and turned back to its original shape of a branch. The star core beast's face lit up, and it opened its mouth to bite the branch fiercely as if in revenge, and bit it off with a crack. Looking at the branch broken into two sections, the star core beast moved its ears in satisfaction, and then flew to Zhu Zi's palm and rubbed it obediently, indicating Zhu Zi to continue to touch it quickly. Seeing that the little fur ball felt very good, Zhu Zi reluctantly fulfilled its wish. The platinum starship flew out of the eternal galaxy of the Elf Kingdom, and continued to fly towards the newly planned route. On the starship, there was an elf and a beast. One was happily stroking his fur, and the other was squinting with great enjoyment. Suddenly, the starship that Zhu Zi was riding on was forcibly stopped. Zhu Zi saw two yellow and black interstellar patrol ships, one on the left and one on the right, directly blocking their starship. Zhu Zi frowned slightly. What was going on? In the command room of the interstellar patrol ship, a patrolman named Bao Xinghui with a pair of brown antlers frowned and complained. The announcement of the impending explosion of Muse's star has been posted for many days. Why are there still starships looking for death here? Bao Xinghui connected to the communication channel of Zhu Zi's starship. Before Zhu Zi and the others could speak, Bao Xinghui said directly, "You can't continue to fly forward. The front is the explosion zone of Muse's star. No starship is allowed to approach. If you are here to watch the asteroid explosion, fly to the near-Earth route on the left." Bao Xinghui recited what he had recited countless times today. There is a space station on the left side of the near-Earth route. Today, the space station is full of starships, all of whom come from all over the world to watch the asteroid explosion. However, it is rare for a starship to arrive so late like this one. In 10 minutes, Mustar will explode, and they may not be able to find a position to watch. But what shocked Bao Xinghui was that the response to him was a slightly childish voice, and the child asked them to make way, and their starship had to continue to move forward. This is a life-threatening thing. Even if their starship looks very well configured, it is impossible to withstand the energy of the asteroid explosion. Bao Xinghui felt a little angry. Why not just stay in the space station and watch from a distance? Why go to the front and die? He thought it was probably a child who was talking nonsense, but the child's parents didn't care about her. Children, don't answer the starship communication randomly, let your parents talk, Bao Xinghui said in a deep voice. Smollett also listened to the voice coming out of the communication channel. Smollett felt very happy to be called the child's parent. Although the voice was obviously impatient, it was the first time that Smollett was called the parent of a child, and he couldn't help but smile. Smollett patiently explained in a pleasant mood, "Don't worry, I won't put my child in danger." Then, in order to avoid trouble, Smollett pressed a button that displayed the starship emblem. Just when Bao Xinghui was about to curse adults for being ignorant, he saw a white background with a gold border on the starship suddenly lit up, symbolizing the emblem of the Elf King's court. Having been an interstellar patrolman for so many years, he had certainly seen the emblem of the Elf King's court. However, Bao Xinghui looked closely and saw that the center of the emblem was not engraved with a purple jasmine flower, but a gorgeous and complicated crown. Bao Xinghui stared blankly at the emblem. This was an emblem that could only be worn in places where the Elf King was present. So the Elf King was actually sitting in this starship. Of course, he had seen the live broadcast of the Elf King's return to the Elf Kingdom. Now the person sitting in the highest position in the Elf Kingdom was a 12-year-old girl. Bao Xinghui's eyes widened. Could the child who just spoke to him be the Elf King? Who was the elf who claimed to be the head of the Elf King? Which elf in the Elf Kingdom was brave enough to be the head of the king? It couldn't be that the previous Elf King Smollett was resurrected. Bao Xinghui quickly stopped thinking about it, and then commanded the two interstellar patrol ships to make way. Naturally, they didn't need to worry about the safety of the Elf King's vehicle. After the road was clear, the starship that Zhu Zi was sitting on drove straight to Musée Star. The star core beast in the starship looked eagerly at the red planet outside the window, its spherical body jumping up and down, excitedly waiting for the two elves to take it to eat. Zhu Zi also looked at the distance with curiosity. She hadn't seen the asteroid explosion yet. Would it be as spectacular and shocking as the cosmic wreath? In the space station, a person looked at the platinum starship that crossed the cordon and drove directly in with surprise. How did they drive in? Isn't Musée Star about to explode? How come there are starships driving in? Even if they were brave enough to watch the asteroid explosion, they only dared to watch from a distance, fearing that they would be affected by the shock wave of the explosion. Who would drive a starship directly in? They must know that there is an asteroid that is about to explode nearby. Someone said worriedly. The starship has the Elf King's unique emblem printed on it. A person who saw the movement over there excitedly said, "The Elf King is sitting inside." When they heard the Elf King, the elves in the space station all turned their heads. The elves didn't expect that they would have the opportunity to be so close to the king just by joining in the fun, but it was a pity that they found out too late. But the elves all began to worry about the starship heading towards the center of the explosion. Although they knew that the Elf King's court would definitely not ignore the king's safety, they still couldn't help but start to worry. It was unknown who accompanied the king, whether it was the high priest Nangxier or the marshal of the First Legion Liang Kaiji. The asteroid explosion was so powerful, what if they failed to protect the king? The elves originally came to the neighboring country to watch the fun, but now they are terrified, fearing that the king in the explosion area will have an accident. Zhu Zi didn't know that so many elves were worried about her. She stared at the red planet intently. This planet, that was about to explode, was constantly releasing heat. Their starship was so close that even the constant temperature system in the starship failed. Zhu Zi felt a burst of heat. But soon Smollett's spiritual power enveloped the entire starship, and Zhu Zi felt that the temperature returned to normal in an instant. The dangerous planet that was burning and about to explode was right in front of her, but looking at Smollett standing behind her with a smile, Zhu Zi only felt that this experience was exciting and interesting. The planet will explode in 10 seconds. Smollett was afraid that Zhu Zi would be frightened by the sudden explosion, so he reminded her carefully. Zhu Zi and the star core beast in her hand nodded and began to count down silently in their hearts. Just as Zhu Zi counted down to the last second, Mu Zixing burst out with a strong light, directly illuminating the dark universe around it. The deafening roar was isolated outside Smollett's mental barrier. Zhu Zi saw countless planetary fragments flying like fireworks, and the hot fragments drew one gorgeous arc after another, like a cosmic carnival. And they stood in the center of this carnival feast, witnessing the last romance of this planet. The energy waves generated by the asteroid explosion caused ripples in the surrounding nebula, and the colorful gas and cosmic dust intertwined to form magnificent and gorgeous colors. Zhu Zi saw the star core of Mu Zixing, which was a kind of splendor that could not be described in words, just like the beautiful and short moment when the epiphyllum bloomed. It's now. Smollett opened a small hole in the mental barrier and pushed the angry star core beast out. Due to its limited education, the star core beast miscounted the 10-second countdown and was startled by the asteroid explosion. Then it huddled in Zhu Zi's arms the whole time and dared not open its eyes. But the moment it saw the star core, its body's instincts awakened it directly. The little fur ball quickly flew to the star core of Mu's star, and swallowed the delicious star core in one gulp. The little star core beast smacked its lips. So this is what food tastes like. Although it was a little hot, it was sweet and super delicious. The star core beast, who had eaten its fill for the first time, rubbed its belly and burped. Then it flapped its wings and flew back to the starship without delay. The little star core beast nestled in Zhu Zi's palm obediently. These two elves were so good that they would take it to find food. It had to follow closely in case it got lost. Chapter 77. Zhu Zi picked up the little star core and looked at it from left to right. The little star core beast, which was only half the size of her palm, ate such a big star core, but it didn't grow at all and was still small. Can it change into the second form now? Zhu Zi asked curiously. The little star core beast also blinked curiously and looked at Smollett expectantly, as if it could change its appearance immediately as soon as Smollett said it could. Smollett touched Zhu Zi's little head. I'm afraid it won't work yet. Eating just one star core is not enough. The little star core beast drooped its wings a little disappointedly. It would have to eat a few more star cores. Smollett swiped his fingers on the star map, but the star map did not show any other planets that were about to explode nearby. We should return to the Elf King's court, Smollett said. In the space station closest to Mu Star, people enjoyed a grand visual feast. The gorgeous nebula spread out dreamily, like a painting with stars. One after another, photos and videos of the explosion of Mu Star were shared on the Star Network. Originally, this was just a small circle of planetary fireworks enthusiasts. Until someone enlarged a picture infinitely, and saw that there was actually an intact starship in the spectacular and shocking explosion scene. The first person who discovered it thought he was dazzled and commented on this post in shock. It's not this starship, the OP deliberately photoshopped it in. After being reminded by him, other netizens also began to enlarge the pictures infinitely. What's surprising is that there is not only this picture, but also such a magical starship in the photos and videos of the explosion of Mu Star taken at about the same time and from different angles. What kind of starship can withstand the power of an asteroid explosion? It's outrageous. Which starship company's advertisement is this? No, is there anyone at the scene who knows what's going on? Just below this message, the poster who posted the photo silently replied, "This is the starship of the Elf King." Later, someone posted a photo of the starship that Zhu Zi was on being stopped by the Star Patrol ship. In the photo, the blurry but iconic crown emblem of the Elf King was printed on both sides of the starship, marking the identity of the starship owner. But what really made this matter explode on the Star Network was what a Star Patrol said. Bao Xinghui couldn't help but vent his shock on the Star Network, and then repeated the conversation between him and Zhu Zi and the others at that time in full. There is an elf in this starship who claims to be the head of the Elf King. Who else can be the head of the Elf King? It can only be Smollett, the former king of the Elf Kingdom. At that time, the Elf Kingdom's highest fighting power, High Priest Nan Hill, and First Army Marshal Lian Kaiji were still in the Elf King's court. And even if the two of them joined forces, it would be very difficult to resist the power of an asteroid explosion. The only one who dared to calmly take the king to watch the planetary version of fireworks up close was probably the former King Smollett. But this is even more outrageous. But didn't the former king of the Elf Kingdom fall? Even the funeral ceremony was held. But who else dared to take the Elf King to the explosion center for a walk? Could it be that our memory is confused? Internet users on Starnet have been arguing about whether Smollett has been resurrected, and some even said that the former king of the Elf Kingdom was actually just faking his death. Zhu Zi looked at the various speculations on the Star Network, while the citizens of the Elf Kingdom excitedly asked whether the former king was still alive. There was no need to hide the fact that Smollett had come back from the dead. After all, Smollett was not going to hide in the Elf King's court for the rest of his life. And telling the elves, who had been immersed in the shadow of Smollett's fall, that Smollett was still alive was also a comfort to them. Smollett also paid attention to the movements on the Star Network. He calmly looked at the outrageous speculations of netizens. Smollett silently turned on the camera and pressed the shutter button towards Zhu Zi's silhouette, and the starry sky outside the window. Smollett looked at the photo with satisfaction. The angle was very good. The bright sea of stars outside the window seemed to be in Zhu Zi's eyes. Smollett posted this photo on an account that he had not used for many years, and was almost cancelled. Smollett also captioned the photo, "Today I took my child out to play," and added a happy smiley face. Zhu Zi looked at Smollett with a smile on his face, wondering what Smollett was doing so happily. But Zhu Zi soon found out what Smollett had done. Zhu Zi's eyes widened. What was the difference between this and the time when her father secretly took her photo and proudly posted it to the family group? Zhu Zi was shocked that Smollett also liked to show off his baby. In the holographic classroom projection, the always gentle Smollett suddenly became more lively at this moment. On the other side, Smollett was really happy to show off his baby, and he happily read the comments in the comment area one by one. Seeing someone praising Zhu Zi for her beauty, Smollett liked and replied. But later, there were more and more comments like this, and Smollett was too busy to handle them. Zhu Zi silently looked at Smollett's comment area. Originally, the comments area was almost full of messages of shock at how Smollett could be resurrected. But those people found that as long as they praised her for her beauty, they would have a chance to receive a reply from Smollett. This group of people seemed to have discovered a new world, and each of them was trying hard to receive a reply from Smollett. Now the entire comment area managed by Smollett is almost full of rainbow farts for her. However, Zhu Zi was surprised that a comment praising her beauty had a surprisingly high attention rate and jumped to the top of Smollett's comment area. Such a high attention rate was not because of how unique and novel the way this comment praised her was, but because the publisher of the comment was actually Alfred, the Mermaid King of the Mermaid Kingdom. All the netizens below the comments were shocked. This was the certification of Star Network, and the Shining Mermaid King label on the account could not be faked. I've never seen anything like this before. The Mermaid Kingdom, which has been in hiding for many years, is actually preparing to emerge, but the importance of the first sentence released by the Mermaid King in the public eye can be imagined. Shouldn't he take the opportunity to announce something important? But the Mermaid King Alfred used it to praise the Elf King for his good looks. Although they are both mythological races, the relationship between the elves and mermaids was not so good before. What is the charm of the new Elf King of the Elf Kingdom? Smollett looked at the Mermaid King Alfred, who suddenly ran to his comment area and left a message. The Mermaid Kingdom is preparing to emerge. Zhu Zi nodded. It should be around this time. After leaving Atlantis, Zhu Zi has been keeping in touch with Afra, although there are too many mutant mermaids in the Mermaid Kingdom, and it is difficult to rebuild in the early stage. But as more and more mutant mermaids return to normal, the task of rebuilding the Mermaid Kingdom has become much lighter. The Holy Light Seaweed Research Center has also been developing a potion that can accelerate the growth of Holy Light Seaweed. Now Holy Light Seaweed can be seen on almost all planets in the Ocean Star System. It is already a completely different Ocean Star System. Yishimon Republic. The system looked at the earth-shaking changes on the Star Network with shock. Not only did the dead former Elf King Smollett resurrect, but even the Mermaid Kingdom appeared in advance. Those mermaids should have all become irrational monsters. Why is it like this now? It seems that we should act faster, the system said in Nast's mind. It must quickly devour the first-generation system and replenish the energy eaten by the star map Tamon flower, otherwise it will remain in a passive state. If the Zerg can split the Elf Kingdom once, they can split them a second time. It's all because the first-generation system created by the Queen Mother is too incompetent. After staying in the brain of the Night Elf for so long, it still has nothing to do. So far, it has only created a small Night Shimon Republic. Useless things might as well become its nutrients. When Nast heard the system say to act quickly, her light brown eyes immediately lit up, and a smile appeared on her face. From childhood to adulthood, no matter how hard he worked or how good he was, his father would never look at him more. In front of his father, he was even worse than the disgusting half-blood elf he and a human gave birth to. But it didn't matter if his father didn't choose him, the system chose him. Elf King's Court. Zhu Zi looked at her second brother, who appeared in her flower room with surprise, while Zhu Ziyuan looked around curiously with a flower pot in his hand. Smollett looked at the little boy who was about the same age as Zhu Zi. He was probably the child born from the same egg as Zi. Even if Smollett had not paid special attention to the Dragon Clan before, he had heard of the miracle of twins appearing in the Dragon Clan. Now think about it carefully. There are so many things wrong with the Dragon Clan, but he was only staring at the withered king flower at that time. Zhu Ziyuan on the side opened his mouth wide, and looked at Smollett, who was resurrected from the dead in surprise. But with his sister here, it doesn't seem strange to happen. It's just to revive the former Elf King, a small matter, a small matter. Zhu Ziyuan shook his head and brainwashed himself in his heart. Second brother, why did you come here suddenly? Zhu Zi said happily. The Star Gate has been built. I came from the Star Gate. Super fast. I was still in the capital star a few minutes ago, and now I have arrived at the Elf King's court. Zhu Ziyuan said with bright eyes. Zhu Ziyuan felt that the Star Gate was definitely the most powerful invention of this century. After the Star Gate, even if my sister was in the distant Elf King's court, it would not be much different from living on Dragon Island. Even tonight, I can have dinner with my sister on Dragon Island. It's a pity that the Star Gate can't be built directly on Dragon Island, otherwise it would be more convenient. Zhu Ziyuan said with some regret. The Star Gate connecting the Interstellar Federation is only built in the Elf Kingdom Embassy on the capital star, and the embassy is still a long way from Dragon Island. Zhu Zi also knew about this matter. The original plan was to connect the Elf King's court with Dragon Island through the Star Gate. However, Anita Ivers, the head of the Interstellar Federation, was worried that if the Star Gate was built on Dragon Island, the dragons might collude with the elves. She was afraid that the soldiers of the Elf Kingdom would quietly gather on Dragon Island, and the capital of the Interstellar Federation would be finished. Anita Ivers was both dependent on and wary of the powerful dragons. However, since Zhu Zi's identity as the Elf King was exposed, Anita Ivers' fear of the dragons has become more serious. Her agreement with Zhu Zi to build a Star Gate on the capital star was already a concession to the Dragon Third Legion. Zhu Zi sighed quietly, somewhat worried about the situation of the dragons in the Interstellar Federation. But it was always a happy thing that the Star Gate could be built. She could walk between Dragon Island and the Elf King's court in the future. Zhu Ziyuan looked around, then waved his hand to signal Zhu Zi to come closer to him. Zhu Zi came closer with curiosity and whispered, "What's so mysterious?" Zhu Ziyuan leaned close to Zhu Zi's ear and lowered his voice, "Sister, don't worry. Mom said that Dad inherited the family business and became the Marshal of the Third Legion. I guess he won't have much success in the future. But she can work hard to become the head of the Interstellar Federation. Then, Sister can build a Star Gate wherever she wants. Then I will build a Star Gate at the door of my room in the future," Zhu Zi said happily. Zhu Ziyuan also nodded happily. He handed the flower pot he had been holding to Zhu Zi. Originally, he wanted to send 5,000 to his sister, but after knowing that the Elf Kingdom was going to build a Star Gate, he wanted to send 5,000 himself and call his sister home for dinner. The originally motionless Wuqian began to shake its buds as soon as it came into Zhu Zi's hands. The large buds that did not match the branches shook left and right, as if they were excited to see their owner again. Smollett frowned and looked at the strange flower in confusion. It was a variety that he didn't even know. When he saw Zhu Zi feeding the flower with gems and energy ores, and the flower ate them crunchily, Smollett's eyes widened. "What is this?" Suddenly, Smollett felt the movement from his sleeves, and there was a squeaking sound. Smollett frowned and took out the Star Core Beast hiding in his sleeves. The Star Core Beast, which had just been obediently staying on Zhu Zi's shoulder as a pendant, was frightened and its fur exploded. The Star Core Beast stared with wide eyes, looking at the flower in Zhu Zi's hand in fear. When it saw the strange flower open its mouth to reveal its fine teeth and then chew a bunch of energy, or it began to imagine the flower biting it and eating it. Just like it swallowed the Star Core, it itself is actually a crunchy snack. Zhu Zi took the frightened little Star Core Beast from Smollett's hand and stroked the Star Core Beast for soothingly. "Don't worry, Wuqian doesn't eat living things, it won't eat you." The little Star Core Beast calmed down after being gently stroked by Zhu Zi, and squeaked twice in Zhu Zi's palm. Zhu Ziyuan curiously touched the little thing with his hand. His sister had picked up something strange outside again. But this little fur ball is much more beautiful than Wuqian. The little fur ball, which was carefully placed in the palm of his sister's hand, became much bolder and began to squeak at Wuqian as if competing for favor. He couldn't let his sister's attention always fall on these two things. He finally saw his sister. Afterwards, Zhu Ziyuan played happily with Zhu Zi in the Elf King's court for a whole day. When it was time for dinner, under Smollett's eager eyes, he successfully brought his sister back to Dragon Island for dinner. Zhu Zi, who had eaten and drunk enough and had a good sleep in his familiar little bed, felt the vibration from the optical brain on his wrist as soon as he woke up. Zhu Zi clicked it, and found that it was a message from Smollett. He scrolled up, and saw several messages. "Smollett, don't forget to return to the Elf King's court. Smollett, remember to come back. Smollett, when will you be back?" Attached with a photo of the Star Core Beast. Smollett started to send her messages around 7 o'clock, and then sent her another message every 15 minutes very regularly. Smollett seemed to be afraid that she would forget to return to the elf kingdom. Zhu Zi rubbed his eyes after waking up, and quickly replied to Smollett. Zhu Zi, I be back soon. Seeing Zhu Zi's reply, Smollett was relieved. Elf King's Court. Smollett took Zhu Zi to stand under the elf mother tree. Smollett was teaching Zhu Zi how to connect to the energy on the elf mother tree. Before, he didn't know that Zhu Zi was his little elf king, so the content about the elf mother tree on the holographic classroom chip given to Zhu Zi was locked. The content of the chip placed in the drawer of Zhu Zi's bedside table is very detailed, but since everyone else is here, why does Zhu Zi need to learn from the holographic projection? It would be better for him to teach in person, and Zhu Zi's coronation ceremony for the elf king is imminent. According to previous traditions, Zhu Zi needs to use the power of the elf mother tree to exert the spiritual power field that can cover the entire eternal galaxy. Each district on the planet has a tall coronation bell tower, which will only ring during the coronation ceremony of the elf king. When the interstellar people did not have spiritual power, there would be elves standing in the bell tower on the day of the coronation ceremony, ringing all the bell towers in the eternal galaxy at the same time. Whenever the deep and loud bell sounded, it meant that the elf kingdom had entered a new era. However, after having spiritual power, there is no need to ring the bell manually. Under the impetus of the elf king's spiritual power field covering the entire galaxy, tens of thousands of coronation bell towers can ring at the same time without any error. It is not only a symbol of the elf king's powerful strength, but also represents the elf king's absolute rule over the elf kingdom. Under the elf mother tree, Zhu Zi used his mental power to connect to the elf mother tree according to Smollett's instructions. Zhu Zi's mental power gently touched the core of the elf mother tree, which was a sphere emitting a gentle light. Sensing the energy of the same root and origin, the core of the elf mother tree sent out a trace of mental power. Zhu Zi successfully connected to the elf mother tree with ease. Smollett, who was standing next to Zhu Zi, was a little surprised. He was able to connect successfully in one go. Smollett had actually prepared to stay under the elf mother tree for the next 2 or 3 days. But now, in less than 10 minutes, Zhu Zi has learned to connect to the energy of the elf mother tree. It seems as simple as drinking water and eating. The moment she connected to the energy of the elf mother tree, Zhu Zi felt the surging mental power rushing towards her. At first, Zhu Zi's body could still bear this energy, but the energy of the elf mother tree was like a huge sea of stars. Zhu Zi felt a little dizzy, her vision was a little blurry, and warm liquid flowed out of her nasal cavity. The spiritual power of the elf mother tree continued to flow into her body. Zhu Zi heard Smollett's extremely anxious voice. Stop quickly. Disconnect the spiritual power connection. Smollett widened his eyes, and shouted anxiously without caring about his image. Chapter 78. Zhu Zi realized that something was wrong and immediately disconnected from the spiritual connection with the elf mother tree. Zhu Zi's face was pale, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. She covered her throbbing heart and asked in confusion, how could this happen? She followed Smollett's instructions for every step, but her body could not withstand the huge energy transmitted by the elf mother tree. If she hadn't heard Smollett's voice to stop, the consequences might be unimaginable. Smollett frowned, raised his hand and gently wiped the blood off Zhu Zi's face, and asked worriedly, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? After a while, the doctors from the elf palace rushed over. Then Zhu Zi was sent to the medical room for examination again. The detection instruments in the medical room made a beeping sound. Smollett's face was solemn, and the doctors were even more tense. Zhu Zi rubbed her head. She felt fine. She was no longer dizzy, and had no nosebleed. After disconnecting her spiritual power from the elf mother tree, she recovered. Now she was able to jump around. Zhu Zi felt that she didn't even need to come to the medical room. Smollett touched Zhu Zi's head, and told her not to move, and to sit on the tester obediently. Then Smollett turned to the doctor and asked in a deep voice, what's going on? Fergus looked worried and frowned as he said, maybe something went wrong when the king awakened the blood of the elf king. Every elf king will awaken the blood of the elf king flowing in his body at the age of 12, and then have a strong body that can carry the energy of the elf mother tree. But what is easily overlooked is that it was actually the second awakening of the elf king's bloodline. The first time was on the elf mother tree. The king seed flower born on the elf mother tree would get a strand of the elf mother tree's original bloodline, and then complete the first awakening of the elf king's bloodline on the elf mother tree. But Wang's situation was very special. Because of the interference of space fluctuations, Wang accidentally fell into the dragon egg and did not experience the first awakening of the elf king's bloodline. This is probably also the reason why the high priest has not sensed Wang's mental power signal. Zhu Zi listened to Dr. Fergus's analysis, So I skipped the first bloodline awakening and went directly to the second bloodline awakening, which caused the problem. Fergus nodded. That's right, Wong. Smollett looked at Zhu Zi distressedly. The space fluctuations not only caused her to accidentally drift to the Interstellar Federation, but also brought so many influences. Is there any way to make up for the impact of the failure of the first bloodline awakening? Smollett asked with a frown. The doctors in the medical room looked at each other in bewilderment. This had never happened before. Which Elf King was not born on the Elf Mother tree? Even the first time the Elf King's bloodline awakened, it was almost ignored by everyone, who thought it was something that could happen as a matter of course. The doctors lowered their heads and discussed in a low voice. Without the King's flower, the Elf Mother tree would not release the original bloodline again. Even if it was possible, they couldn't shrink the King and stuff it into the flower bud to let the King grow again. Then the doctors racked their brains to think about all the spiritual fruits and medicines in the galaxy, but they couldn't think of any that could solve this problem. Smollett frowned and lowered his head in thought. Suddenly he said, increase the level of mental power. Smollett thought of the giant mineral veins discovered by Yaz on the Nameless Star, those minerals that can improve people's mental power. Mental power is positively correlated with a person's physique, which is why mythical races generally have higher levels of mental power than ordinary interstellar people. If Zhu Zi can break through the SSS level mental power and enter the 4S level, is it possible to make up for the impact of the first failure of the Elf King's blood awakening? The doctors, who were overwhelmed, immediately brightened up when they heard Smollett's words. After all, from SS level to SSS level is already a qualitative leap, not to mention the unprecedented 4S level. The Star Dome Conference is about to begin, and those minerals that can improve the elves may be useful. But I can't connect to the energy of the Elf Mother tree, so I can't release the mental power field that can cover the entire Eternal Star System. What about the coronation ceremony in a few days? Zhu Zi asked with some concern. She knew that almost all the elves in the Elf King's court were busy with the coronation ceremony. Even Nanhill and Heloise hadn't slept for several days because of the coronation ceremony. What does it matter? It doesn't matter if you can't release the spiritual field. Smollett said seriously. Who else can take away the crown of the Elf Kingdom except you? As long as he is there, Zhu Zi will always be the undisputed king of the Elf Kingdom. What about the coronation bell tower? Zhu Zi asked in a low voice. She couldn't let Smollett or other elves ring it for her. Smollett frowned, and suddenly felt that the coronation clock tower was a bit of a hindrance, or he could just smash it all. Zhu Zi didn't know what crazy idea Smollett was thinking about. She looked up and looked at Smollett. Although Smollett could help her, she wanted to become a true elf king one day. I want to postpone the coronation ceremony, Zhu Zi said with a firm look. Smollett looked at Zhu Zi standing in front of him, and he didn't feel lost or frustrated because he couldn't awaken the blood of the Elf King normally. His clear and bright eyes were like the light that penetrated the clouds at dawn. Okay, you are my king, you have the final say, Smollett said with a chuckle. Anyway, it doesn't matter if the coronation ceremony is held later. Zhu Zi has long been the king of the Elf Kingdom, and this is something every elf knows. But the matter of changing the Star Coin avatar in the Elf Kingdom cannot be postponed, Smollett said. Change the Star Coin portrait? Zhu Zi asked doubtfully. Smollett took Zhu Zi to a palace. The Elf Palace was very large, with countless palaces inside. It was the first time Zhu Zi walked into this place. She looked up and saw portraits hanging inside. They were portraits of the Elf Kings of all generations, and the names and dates of birth and death of the Elf Kings were recorded below the portraits. Zhu Zi also found Smollett's portrait at the very end. It was hard to tell at what age Smollett painted this portrait. In the portrait, Smollett was wearing gorgeous and complicated clothes, with his long silver white hair tied up, and wearing an elf crown inlaid with gems. Smollett put one hand casually on the throne, and his deep amber eyes looked forward solemnly and peacefully. Smollett looked at the portrait with dissatisfaction. He stared at the year of his death below the portrait. It's time to ask someone to replace this painting. Zhu Zi smiled at Smollett's dark face, and then she turned her eyes to a display stand. 27 star coins of different styles were placed on the transparent glass. Smollett pointed to the empty space on the display stand, which was the position of the 28th star coin. Smollett said, every time an Elf King takes office, the Elf Kingdom will replace a set of currency and print the portrait of the new Elf King on it. Zhu Zi's eyes widened, so she also put the star coin with her portrait on it, and the currency used by the Elf Kingdom in the future will be printed with her portrait. Zhu Zi lowered her head and looked at the star coins on the display stand carefully. Unlike the portraits hanging in the palace, the portraits on these star coins look younger and more vigorous. On the top was a star coin with the portrait of the first elf king Cecilia printed on it, and there was also a time when the coin was minted. Zhu Zi lowered his head and calculated. It was nearly 30,000 years from now. However, Zhu Zi frowned and looked at two of the star coins that were minted very close to each other. There was only a short period of more than 100 years between them. Did the 12th elf king Delosia die when she was more than 150 years old? Zhu Zi asked. More than 100 years? This is no different from premature death for the immortal species. Smollett shook his head. Not more than 100 years. The elf king Delosia only lived to the age of 22. That year, the glory of the elf mother tree dimmed, and its branches and leaves gradually withered and died. The terrified elves tried countless methods, but failed to restore the elf mother tree to life. Zhu Zi opened her eyes wide. She had never thought that such a powerful elf mother tree would wither and decay. Then one night, the elf king Dorothea came to the elf mother tree alone and injected her purest life force into the elf mother tree. This restored the elf mother tree to life, Smollett said in a deep voice. Zhu Zi looked at the portrait of the 12th elf king Dorothea seriously. She used her life to exchange for the continuation of the race. If it weren't for her, there might not be the current elves. Smollett nodded, and it was not just Dorothea. The first generation of elf kings established the elf kingdom in the midst of war, internal and external troubles. After several generations of hard work and development, the elf kingdom became prosperous and powerful. Then the rampant Zerg appeared. When the elves had not yet awakened their spiritual power, the elf king led his people to the front line and fought to the death against the enemy. This universe is vast and beautiful, but it is also full of dangers. Smollett looked at the slightly immature elf in front of him, and the elf crown had already fallen on her head. But behind the dazzling elf crown is not only royal power and glory, but also responsibility and protection from generation to generation. Chapter 79. Wang, please move a little bit to the right. The photographer leaned out of the camera and said. Zhu Zi moved his body slightly to the right, and then smiled slightly at the camera. Zhu Zi had been sitting upright on this bench for a while. He took thousands of photos with different angles and expressions. However, these photos were prepared for carving the star coin head. Zhu Zi frowned slightly, looking at the photos that almost covered a large wall in front of him. There were too many photos, and he felt like he was going to have a choice phobia. The star coin engraver at the side suggested, King, it is better to choose a photo that looks more solemn and steady as a reference for the portrait. Smollett, however, held up a photo of Zhu Zi with a slightly grinning face and said, this photo is still the best. Zhu Zi looked around for a long time. The photo that Smollett chose was good looking, but it was a little too cheerful, as if she was going on a spring outing. She didn't want a star coin like her to be mixed in with the star coins of the elf kings of all generations, and become a conspicuous bag in the history books of the elves in the future. But the photo chosen by the star coin engraver was too dignified, and she herself felt a little awkward looking at it. Finally, Zhu Zi compromised and chose a photo with her mouth corners slightly upturned. It was neither too serious nor too casual. Perfect. Smollett also looked at the photo with great satisfaction. In the photo, Zhu Zi's eyes were calm and firm, and her slightly upturned mouth corners and eyebrows just showed her vitality and agility. The dazzling crown and gorgeous clothes became her insignificant embellishments, which made people's eyes move to her involuntarily. It is indeed a photo that is very suitable for making a star coin portrait. After selecting the reference photo, Zhu Zi's task for today is half completed. Another task is to prepare for the Star Dome Council. Smollett and Heloise carefully analyzed the various topics that might appear in the Star Dome Council, as well as the key issues involved in this council, and the positions and interests of other participants. The last time Zhu Zi attended a meeting was in her father's 3rd Legion. While her father was in the meeting, she set up a chair next to him and drank juice leisurely, and occasionally accepted feeding from uncles and aunts. So strictly speaking, this was the first time Zhu Zi attended a meeting seriously, and it was such an important interstellar meeting. So Zhu Zi listened to the class very seriously, and took full notes. Zhu Zi listened to Smollett and Heloise's various situation analysis and speculations, and suddenly a lot of useful knowledge appeared in his mind. Zhu Zi felt that she was now extremely strong and could immediately shine at the Starry Sky Council. Zhu Zi's big green eyes were bright, and she looked at Smollett expectantly. So what should I do when I go to the Starry Sky Council? Drink more water and smile more. Smollett lowered his eyes, and said seriously, Why should I drink more water? Zhu Zi asked in confusion. She could understand smiling more, as it would make her more approachable. But what did drinking water have to do with the Starry Sky Council? Zhu Zi really couldn't figure it out. Because the Starry Sky Council is held in Yes country, the climate there is relatively dry. Smollett carefully reminded. Besides this, what else? Zhu Zi continued to ask. Also, it's best not to nod or shake your head. Don't agree or deny what other heads of state ask. Anyway, when the time comes, Nan Hill, Heloise and I will accompany you, Smollett said. He did the same thing when he first attended the Interstellar Conference when he was a child. This is the secret, he summed up. Smollett suddenly remembered something. Oh right. You have to say a few words occasionally, otherwise it will look stupid. Okay. Zhu Zi nodded, and still wrote down everything Smollett said in her little notebook without missing a word. Smollett touched Zhu Zi's somewhat lost little head. Zhu Zi was not like other elf kings who grew up in the elf king's court. When they were still crown princes, they would be taken to various meetings and important occasions. Zhu Zi skipped the crown prince stage and took over the elf king's heavy stick. But with them around, she didn't need to worry and could grow up slowly and peacefully. Half a month later, the Starry Sky Council was held in Yaz as scheduled. Because of the huge mineral vein that is expected to increase spiritual power, this Starry Sky Council has received unprecedented attention from the entire universe. Media reporters from various countries were waiting at the Yaz space station early. Only during the time of picking up at the space station are media allowed to record, so all media are working hard at this moment. Various video and photography equipment and live broadcast balls were turned on throughout the process, pointing directly at the entrance of the space station. The space station of Yaz was renovated for this parliament. In the center of the red carpet, the head of Yaz, Yihan, led officials to welcome the upcoming guests. One starship after another stopped at the space station, and Yihan shook hands and greeted the heads of state as usual. At first, the starships of some small countries arrived, and the live broadcast room was filled with harmonious and human-machine barges. Until the starship with the emblem of the Interstellar Federation appeared in the holographic projection, the head of the Interstellar Federation, Anita Iverson, led the officials down the starship. Why didn't I see Zhu Zi? The netizens who were waiting to see the Dragon Clan in the live broadcast room left a message with some disappointment. Before, I could still appreciate Zhu Zi's beauty at the Star Dome Parliament, but why can't I see it this year? I heard that the relationship between the Dragon Clan and the head of the Federation is relatively tense recently, and Zhu Zi's daughter is the Elf King. It may be to avoid suspicion that no one from the Dragon Clan came to participate in the Star Dome Parliament this time. After all, it is for the interests of their own country, and it is impossible to be emotional. However, some netizens secretly said it was a pity that they could not see the dragons. But I am 100% sure that the former Elf King and the current Elf King of the Elf Kingdom will come together. How can you be so sure? A netizen asked in confusion. The former king of the Elf tribe had already said in his account that he would record his child's first participation in an interstellar conference. A photo of the Elf King was also attached. I want to say that the former king's photography skills are really not that good, but our Elf King's appearance is good, and he can withstand this depth perspective. Netizens who have seen the photos couldn't help but complain. Why does it feel so much like a parent's daily childcare record? Someone couldn't help but sigh. Then many people agreed with this plain and simple diary-style copywriting, coupled with the photos taken casually. It really feels like looking at your own circle of friends, full of intimacy. Some netizens even suspected that the elf royal family was recently planning to take a people-friendly route. How did their former king suddenly become approachable? However, the words attending the interstellar meeting instantly pulled people back. This is more than an interstellar meeting, this is the Star Dome Council that can determine the future development of the interstellar. The Elf King was being discussed on the barrage, and everyone happened to see a white and gold starship slowly entering the space station. With this color scheme, you don't need to look at the emblem printed on it to know that it must be the starship of the Elf Kingdom. However, following closely behind the starship of the Elf Kingdom is a light blue starship. This starship is like a giant whale swimming from the depths of the universe, but those who know the business can see at a glance that the style of this starship is very old, as if it has been forgotten in time. Some people stared at the national emblem on the light blue starship, feeling that it was a national emblem style that had never been seen before, and it was not among the 23 countries attending the meeting. Where did this starship come from? Some netizens wondered. But then someone replied, this is the starship of the Mermaid Kingdom. It is one of the 4 mythological races, and was once a top civilization. It's just that the Mermaid Kingdom has been hidden for too long, and now few people can even recognize their Poseidon emblem. But when they heard that it was a starship from the Mermaid Kingdom, the barrage in the live broadcast room immediately became active. It's a pity that we didn't see the three mythological races of elves, dragons, and mermaids in the same frame, but I was satisfied to see the two mythological races at the same time. Who doesn't want to see beautiful mythological races? On the other side, on the starship of the Elf Kingdom, Zhu Zi simply tidied her clothes. Zhu Zi wore a simple royal dress today, without too many complicated decorations, only a diamond brooch on her chest, and the crown on her head. After the starship landed, she and Smollett went down together. Zhu Zi greeted Ehian, the head of Yaz, and then saw Afra and the Mermaid King Alfred following them. I haven't seen Afra for a long time. Zhu Zi smiled happily at Afra not far away. Afra followed behind her father, slightly poked her head out, and smiled in response to Zhu Zi. Netizens on the Star Network were very excited to see the two mythological races in the same frame. As expected of the top mythical race, not a single one of them looks ordinary. No matter male or female, old or young, they all look very good. They are pleasing to the eye even when they are standing there doing nothing. Has anyone noticed that the Elf King is quietly smiling and greeting the little mermaid princess? It's so cute. I noticed it too. Ah! What a beautiful combination. It feels like they are very good friends. But didn't the Mermaid Kingdom just appear recently? A netizen asked with confusion and curiosity. Chapter 80. The space barrier of the universe was broken, the Mermaid Kingdom appeared, and the mermaids finally connected to the star network of the original universe. The outside world has undergone earth-shaking changes, and the mermaids are wandering around the star network like birds just released from a cage. They naturally would not miss this Star Dome Council, and they all squatted in the live broadcast room. However, the spiritual power is not very attractive to the mermaids, who are busy building a new home. They want to see their king and Zhu Zi more. But when they saw Zhu Zi appear, the mermaids were even happier and more excited than seeing their own king. One by one, the comments of fancy praise were sent out like snowflakes, but these messages were mixed in with the messages of the equally excited elves without any disobedience. It was not until a mermaid answered a question from a netizen that everyone was surprised to find that there were mermaids in the live broadcast room. Of course, the third princess knows the Elf King. It is the Elf King's credit that our Mermaid Kingdom can come to the world. A mermaid left a message like this. The Elf King also saved my family. We are all very grateful to her. If it weren't for the Elf King, we might all be dead now. If the Elf King hadn't accidentally dropped into the Mermaid Kingdom, not to mention you and your family, the entire Mermaid Kingdom might have become a den of monsters now. Other interstellar people on the Starnet stared at these comments with wide eyes. Didn't the mermaids hide from the world? Why does it sound like that? Isn't it your Mermaid Kingdom that took the initiative to hide from the world? Many netizens asked in confusion. The disappearance of the Mermaid Kingdom happened several centuries ago. Because it happened so long ago, the only thing that has been passed down to the present is that the Mermaid Kingdom is in seclusion, and many interstellar people have only seen real mermaids today. It is not in seclusion, it is an accident. The mermaids explained one by one. Although the mermaids said a lot, they tacitly did not say much about Zhu Zi's spiritual power domain. After all, it is not a good thing to casually announce the form and ability of other people's spiritual power domain, not to mention that Zhu Zi is the Elf King. The terrifying black water, the irrational mutant mermaids, and the fallen ocean star system. A purgatory-like world was presented to the interstellar people. The interstellar people looked at these shocking words in surprise, and it was hard to imagine what kind of suffering the mermaids had experienced over the years. However, according to the critical situation described by the mermaids, the entire ocean star system should be full of mutant mermaids now, and if the mutant mermaids escape from that universe one day, they will be in trouble. It will definitely be another disaster after the Zerg. But now the mermaids are still browsing the Star Network, and the Mermaid King is also attending the Star Dome Council with the princess and ministers. The decadent ocean star system has regained its vitality. All this is because of the Elf King Zhu Zi. The interstellar man suddenly realized that it was no wonder that these mermaids worship the Elf King so much. If he was rescued in this situation, he would definitely do the same. Even if the mermaids had not taken the initiative to jump out and admit their identities, in this message area where the star system is not displayed, everyone thought that it was the elves who were praising the Elf King. But doesn't anyone find the crown on the Mermaid King's head strange? A netizen asked in confusion. I noticed it too, it looks like something is missing. There seems to be a missing decorative gem in the center of the Mermaid King's crown. No matter how poor the Mermaid Kingdom is, it shouldn't be so bad that it can't even find a gem to decorate the crown. A netizen said in disbelief. The last heart of the ocean in the ocean galaxy was once inlaid on our king's crown, but in order to thank the Elf King for his kindness, the king gave that heart of the ocean to the Elf King. a mermaid explained patiently. Even ordinary interstellar people know how important the heart of the ocean is to the mermaid kingdom, not to mention that it is the only heart of the ocean in the entire ocean galaxy. But this heart of the ocean was given away just like that. But even if the mermaid king gave the heart of the ocean to the elf king, he could have inlaid another gem, right? It would be so ugly to wear it bare like this. An interstellar person said, in great confusion. But those who understand what this action represents frowned and looked at the comment area silently. Merman King Alfred could certainly inlay another gorgeous and precious gem on his crown, but he did not do so. Instead, he openly attended such an important interstellar conference with the incomplete crown. This is secretly telling everyone that the Merman Kingdom will always remember the kindness of the Elf King. This discourages those who see the potential of the Merman Kingdom and want to win them over. The attitude of the Merman King also represents that the Merman Kingdom will stand together with the Elf Kingdom. The Elf Kingdom has gained a huge potential helper, and the Merman King has obviously put himself in a lower position. It is said that this time the space barrier was broken, and even Wu Suining, who had been judged to have died accidentally, came out. But Wu Suining has already applied for the citizenship of the Elf Kingdom, and should soon become a citizen of the Elf Kingdom. So the Elf Kingdom will now have another SSS-level psychic. Someone in the live broadcast room also mentioned Wu Suining. Wu Suining was originally a member of our Interstellar Federation. Why did he finally come back? But he had to run to the Elf Kingdom. No! Master Wu Suining, please come back soon. The Interstellar Federation will always welcome you. Some netizens said excitedly. Who is Wu Suining? Although SSS-level psychics are rare, we are at least one of the top powers, and even if we lose an SSS level, it will not have much impact. What are you people so excited about? A person from the Interstellar Federation said in confusion. He really felt that these people were exaggerating. Although it was a pity for their country to lose an SSS level, they should not react so strongly. How come there are still people who don't know Wu Suining? Have you never been to school? This is an ordinary SSS level, but this is an SSS level auxiliary mental power field. And you have to know that Master Wu Suining has disappeared for so many years, but he is still the strongest auxiliary system in the entire galaxy. The interstellar person, who just asked who Wu Suining was, widened his eyes at this moment. The auxiliary mental power field is already very rare, and it is the strongest. There is no need for others to say more about its gold content. But why did he run to the Elf Kingdom without hesitation? He is not an elf. Many people in the Federation are also feeling sorry for this, but people in other countries are watching the excitement happily. After all, no matter what, Wu Suining will never come to their country to settle down. Moreover, having one more strong person in the field of auxiliary spiritual power is a good thing for the entire Interstellar, and it will add a powerful force to fight against the Zerg. But some people began to worry whether the Elf Kingdom, with these helpers, would change the current stable interstellar pattern. The Mermaid Kingdom was once one of the powerful countries, and it is obviously getting closer to the Elf Kingdom. With the current help, will the Elf Kingdom directly ask for a big mouth at the Star Dome Council? Then, small countries like us will not get any spiritual power or... Some netizens said very worriedly. I don't think we should talk about the Mermaid Kingdom first. You also said it was once. Their claim of being a powerful country is a thing of the past. Now there are mutant mermaids, and they are isolated from the world. You can see from the starships they drove over that the national strength of the Mermaid Kingdom must be much worse than before. Then, there is the Elf Kingdom. They were on a downward trend in the years when they lost the Elf King. Although it was only 6 years, under the background of rapid development, their lack of progress is equivalent to regression. I don't think it's possible for the Elf Kingdom to change the interstellar landscape now. But I don't know what the future will be like. After all, the new Elf King of the Elf Kingdom is indeed very surprising, and it is unknown what kind of future the Elf Kingdom will move towards under her leadership. Although the Elf Kingdom, the Interstellar Federation, and the Orc Alliance are 3 behemoths. But they are all countries that survived under the pressure of the Zerg, and the strength of the other 20 or so countries is not weak. The huge temptation of mental power, or is there? If these 3 major countries want too much, they will definitely be backfired. Someone analyzed seriously. Why do I feel a little scared? If the division is not done well, will the interstellar war start directly? Don't let the Zerg not do anything to us when we start fighting among ourselves. Some netizens also said with great concern. I don't know whether the spiritual power, or found by Yaz on an unknown star, is a good thing for the entire interstellar, or the fuse of disaster. We can't tell these things clearly. It depends on how the Star Dome Council is held this time. But I still want to believe in the Star Dome Council. It is the birth of the Star Dome Council that allows our races to unite under the invasion of the Zerg and resist foreign enemies. So I believe that the Star Dome Council can also discuss a fair and reasonable distribution method this time. A netizen left a message. Yaz, the Parliament Hall of the Star Dome Council. The Parliament Hall, built on a high place, adopts a dome-style structure, and above the dome is a holographic projection that displays the universe and the starry sky in real time. The vines symbolizing peaceful coexistence are carved around the dome, surrounding this brilliant sea of stars. However, as soon as Zhu Zi and her group entered the Parliament Hall, they ran into the group of night elves from the Yeximan Republic. The representatives of other countries obviously knew about the tense relationship between the Elf Kingdom and the Yeximan Republic. Although many officials were chatting with people around them, they still glanced at Zhu Zi and his group from time to time. Logically speaking, a small country like the Yeximan Republic, since it has gone through so much trouble to become independent, should keep its head down and avoid the Elf King. After all, it is a trivial matter for the Elf Kingdom to destroy the Yeximan Republic with its military force. But the Yeximan Republic occasionally makes some suicidal moves against the Elf Kingdom. However, the reason they can live well until now is certainly not because of the kindness of the former Elf King Smollett, but because Smollett has concerns and dares not to take action. Now anyone with a discerning eye can see that the elves of the Yeximan Republic did not just run into the Elf Kingdom by chance. Nas stood at the head of this group of night elves. His brown short hair was unrestrained and his eyes were shining. Nas' mouth corner slightly raised, and he looked straight at Zhu Zi. "I'm glad to see you return to the Elf Kingdom," Nas said with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Chapter 81. Zhu Zi frowned and looked at Nast. Nast was the last male protagonist in the original novel, the son of the head of the Yeximan Republic. But Nast was not favored by her father, and lived like a transparent person in the Yeximan Republic. In the original novel, Nast, who had an unfortunate childhood, was cured by Mu Anya, and then lived with Mu Anya in the Elf Kingdom. But now the head of the Yeximan Republic is suddenly critically ill, and their Congress actually passed a resolution by half of the votes to let Nast take over the government. The plot in the original novel has begun to fly around, and Zhu Zi even doubted whether this is a novel world. And Zhu Zi felt that Nast was not sincere. Nast did not look like she was very happy to see her. "I don't know why the king of the Elf Kingdom has not held the coronation ceremony yet. Is there any trouble?" Nast asked with pretended concern. The system said that the Elf Kingdom has not held a coronation ceremony yet. It is likely that something has happened to Zhu Zi herself. It may be that Zhu Zi's ability is too poor, and she has not awakened the spiritual field, or she cannot connect to the energy of the Elf Mother Tree. Nast chuckled. The king that the Elf Kingdom had worked so hard to find looked like a poor defective product. In the Parliament Hall, everyone else also pricked up their ears to listen to the movement here. It is really strange that the Elf Kingdom is so eager to see the new king, but it has not held a coronation ceremony for the new king. Even the people of the Elf Kingdom are anxious to see the new king crowned, but the Elf King's court, which should be most concerned about this matter, has not made any movement recently, as if it has forgotten this incident. Nast had a smile on his lips, and his eyes were full of teasing. He stared at the young king of the Elf Kingdom. "Is it the Elf King who can't ring the coronation bell tower of the Eternal Galaxy?" Nast bent down and approached Zhu Zi, smiling and speaking. Nanhill and Heloise, who were standing behind Zhu Zi, stared at Nast angrily, wishing they could sew Nast's mouth shut. These night elves usually make trouble at the border of the Elf Kingdom, but this time Nast actually danced in front of the king. Even Smollett looked at Nast coldly, his hands hanging by his side clenched slightly, his knuckles turned white due to the force, and his mental power was a little out of control and wanted to run wild. Nast looked at Smollett and the other's angry reactions with satisfaction. The angrier these elves were, the closer he was to the truth. It seems that the system is right. There is something wrong with Zhu Zi. Zhu Zi couldn't use her spiritual power, so she postponed the coronation ceremony. Nast raised her chin slightly and looked at Zhu Zi with some pride. He wanted to see the panic in the eyes of this little girl. But what disappointed Nast was that Zhu Zi just looked at him calmly. This look was the same as the look she had at the beginning, with a hint of displeasure of being suddenly blocked in the calm. Nast's words did not stir up the slightest ripple in Zhu Zi's heart. She decided to postpone the coronation ceremony herself, and what did Nast have to do with whether she could use her spiritual power? Nast was not a citizen of her elven kingdom. Zhu Zi looked into Nast's eyes, and said word by word, "So what if it is? So what if it is not?" Zhu Zi's green eyes were like a calm and clear lake, but when he looked at people, he made people feel a chill for no reason. The corners of her mouth raised a curve, and the dazzling elven crown on her head shone brightly. "Didn't you just call me the Elf King?" Hearing Zhu Zi's words, Nast's smug smile on her face suddenly froze in place. They are elves that have separated from the Elf Kingdom. Although they have changed their race names, they are still elves. He just called Zhu Zi the Elf King, which is equivalent to putting himself in a lower position. Nast, who realized this, was so angry that his face turned red. He pursed his lips tightly, and seemed unwilling to say anything to Zhu Zi again. Seeing Nast like this, Heloise chuckled. "The Starry Sky Council is about to begin. Nast, the representative, should take care of your own business first, and don't recognize the king everywhere." Nast turned his head away angrily, and sat back to his seat with the people of his country in disgrace. The elves following him walked quickly with their heads down, as if fleeing. Along the way, one could even hear faint laughter from representatives of other countries. The conference table in the Parliament Hall was arranged in a main table and a circle. The heads of state and representatives of the three major countries, the Elf Kingdom, the Interstellar Federation, and the Orc Alliance, sat at the U-shaped main table. People from other countries sat in a circle around the main table. Nast and his friends were arranged in a corner away from the center. He stared sinisterly at Zhu Zi, who was walking slowly towards the main seat. Even the heads of the Interstellar Federation and the Orc Alliance stood up and shook hands with Zhu Zi when they saw her coming. On the other hand, he looked like a clown, and Nast even felt that everyone around him was ready to laugh at him. It's because the Yeximan Republic is too weak, and these people flatter the powerful and trample on the weak. Nast stared at the dazzling elven crown on Zhu Zi's head. The joy of getting the ruling power of the Yeximan Republic was gone, and he wanted to stand in a higher position. "Host, I can help you." The voice of the system sounded in Nast's mind. Nast certainly believed in the system. The system said that he could sit on the position of the head of the Yeximan Republic, and he is about to become the head of the country now. He thought that this was good enough, but with the system, he could ask for more. Nast's originally gloomy face unconsciously showed a smile. But the head of the Seer country, who was sitting next to Nast and wanted to say hello to him, was startled by Nast's uncertain look, and then silently withdrew his hand that was about to be extended. On the other side, Zhu Zi turned around and forgot about Nast completely. She was sitting in her seat seriously. Soon the Starry Sky Council began. After discussing the basic issues, they came to the core issue of this council. The holographic projection lit up in the center of the venue, and a desolate, uninhabited planet appeared in front of everyone. However, on this inconspicuous little planet at this moment, the mineral veins were crisscrossed like the blood vessels of the earth. Then an ice blew or appeared in front of everyone. This is a high-purity spiritual power, or that can help people improve their spiritual power. The head of Ya's country, Yi Haiyan, introduced. Zhu Zi flipped through the research report on her desk. This kind of spiritual power, or is distributed deep in the Earth's crust, and is difficult to mine. Moreover, although it is a giant mineral vein with a reserve of 30 million tons, the amount of high purity, or that can really improve people's spiritual power, is only 1/10 of it. There are 27 countries in this universe, countless habitable planets, and it is obviously completely in short supply. This mineral vein is like a piece of fat meat surrounded by wolves. The harmonious atmosphere of the Star Dome Council gradually faded. Zhu Zi could clearly feel that although the representatives of all parties were calm on the surface, they were secretly competing, like a battlefield without gunpowder. Anita Ivers, the head of the Interstellar Federation, first proposed a method of distribution according to the level of civilization. But the representatives of various countries sitting around were embarrassed. The representatives of some countries exchanged glances secretly, and then the heads of state immediately proposed to distribute according to the contribution. Those countries close to the Zerg battlefield have long been under the threat of the Zerg, and should be allocated more spiritual power ores to better resist the Zerg. But there was an immediate rebuttal, and then one distribution method after another was proposed by the representatives, and then rejected. The atmosphere in the meeting hall became increasingly tense, and some representatives even argued with each other. Nast even proposed that the three major countries should each take 30%, and the remaining 10% should be equally divided among the other countries. When this plan was proposed, even Zhu Zi looked at Nast strangely. This distribution method is of no benefit to the Yeximan Republic. Although Simmons, the head of the Orc Alliance, did not applaud directly, he looked at Nast with great pleasure, thinking that this night elf was very discerning. Anita Ivers sat quietly in her seat, frowning and saying nothing. Nast turned her eyes to Zhu Zi. What does the Elf Kingdom think? The representatives of other small countries also turned their eyes to Zhu Zi nervously. If the little Elf King insisted on dividing it this way, based on the Elf King's status in the Elf Kingdom, Maybe they would really try their best to satisfy the king's wishes. There is no stupider idea than this, Zhu Zi said without blinking. According to Nast's extreme distribution method, although the elf kingdom can temporarily profit, there are also huge hidden dangers. I don't know if Nast wants to attract hatred for her, or if she wants to directly let the various races go to war, let them fight to the death, and then the Zerg will profit. Hearing Zhu Zi say this, the representatives of other countries quietly breathed a sigh of relief. The Starry Sky Council lasted for 3 days. During these 3 days, the nerves of the representatives of various countries were highly tense, and the gunpowder smell in the council became stronger and stronger, and even fell into a deadlock. But the Starry Sky Council finally discussed, and came up with a method of mineral vein distribution that was passed by more than half of the votes. After the Starry Sky Council ended, this resolution was also posted on the Star Network. What is the Starry Sky Alliance League? A netizen asked curiously. Each country sends a team to participate in the Alliance League, and then distributes resources according to the league ranking. However, small countries don't have to worry about not getting anything. The resolution states that after the league ends, 10% of the spiritual power veins will be divided equally among the countries, but how the remaining 90% will be distributed depends on the league results. Thanks to the class representative for the summary. However, if the former Elf King and Zhu Zi's level participate in the league, what is the difference between this and directly sending troops to fight? Someone raised such a question. Of course there will be an age limit. In fact, it is a competition between the geniuses of various countries. And the spiritual power, or one, will definitely be used on them first. A netizen analyzed seriously. Zhu Zi didn't expect that the final distribution method would be such a competitive one, but this is indeed the least controversial resolution. The big country is confident that it can get good results in the league. Other small countries are also full of hope and are gearing up to get a piece of the pie. Chapter 82. The Star Alliance League was scheduled for 1 year later, giving all countries enough time to prepare. Smollett was not surprised to hear Zhu Zi say that she wanted to participate. Smollett would naturally not stop Zhu Zi from participating in the Star Alliance League. After all, his elves were not flowers raised in a greenhouse. The participants of the Star Alliance League will be selected from major universities, and it just so happens that the first military academy is about to start school, Smollett said. The first military academy is built on St. Eldia, very close to the Elf King's court. If Zhu Zi goes there to study, she can come back whenever she wants. However, Zhu Zi frowned slightly. If she enrolled as the Elf King, would it be too high profile? She didn't want to see the teachers and classmates kneeling together as soon as she stepped into the classroom, and then countless elves would greet her on the way to school every day. Zhu Zi shook her head. This situation was very troublesome. Besides, no elf would dare to be friends with her. Is there anything that can change your appearance? Zhu Zi asked. Hearing Zhu Zi's question, Smollett immediately understood what Zhu Zi was thinking. Then Smollett immediately found a necklace from the Space Twister. The silver flat chains were connected to each other, and there was a long small card hanging on it. It was an ordinary and inconspicuous necklace. Smollett bent down and gently put the necklace on Zhu Zi's neck. Try to input mental power into the necklace. Zhu Zi obediently injected mental power into the necklace. The originally smooth surface of the small card instantly appeared dense blue lines. These lines flickered with light and intertwined and flowed. After a moment, the light went out and the small card returned to normal. Zhu Zi looked at herself in the mirror in surprise. She raised her hand and touched her face. The contours of her facial features were similar to her original self, but also different. The contours were softer. Her original pair of round almond eyes now had slightly raised eyebrows and eyes, which gave her a calm temperament. She looked like a different person. Zhu Zi turned around in front of the mirror curiously. She thought it would be troublesome to change her appearance, but she didn't expect that she could just wear a necklace. And Smollett was so skilled in twisting and taking out the necklace from the space. It seemed that Smollett used it often. Since the appearance has changed, the name Zhu Zi cannot be used anymore. We have to change it, Smollett said. Smollett seemed very positive about changing Zhu Zi's name. He looked at Zhu Zi, his mouth slightly raised, and a hint of expectation flashed in his eyes. Zhu Zi nodded in agreement, indeed, but what name should I think of? Zhu Zi frowned slightly. She had been called this name for 2 lifetimes. Now she really couldn't think of a name for a while. Why not call her Livia? Smollett said with a smile. Zhu Zi's eyes were bright. Okay, it's a nice name. I don't know how Smollett came up with such a nice name in such a short time. The name and school registration are all settled. Zhu Zi is now waiting for the first military school to start. The first military school of the Elf Kingdom is about to start, but Smollett is not at ease letting Zhu Zi go to school alone. The principal and teachers in the school must be informed, but they can't protect Zhu Zi all the time. It is necessary to select a few guards of the same age for Zhu Zi to go to school with her. If some troublesome guys appear at that time, they can be dealt with before Zhu Zi. Smollett sat in front of a desk full of documents, frowning and carefully screening the list. Those who can be handed in to his office are all excellent children carefully selected from various tribes. But the selection of the Elf King's guard is very important and must be carefully selected. One after another, Smollett's eyes flashed in front of Smollett's eyes, and suddenly Smollett's eyes stayed in front of a file for a long time. It is an excellent candidate. But Smollett frowned. It's a pity that he is not an elf. However, after hesitating for a long time, Smollett still put his name in the preliminary list. The next day, several photos and information appeared in front of Zhu Zi. These are all selected from various tribes. See if you find any that you like, Smollett said. Zhu Zi looked down at the files. None of the elves here were lower than S level, and there were a lot of SS level ones. But Zhu Zi thought that the first military academy was on St. Herbia, and the hovercraft would arrive in 20 minutes. She could go to school by herself, without bringing a little follower. But Smollett was not reassured. No matter what Zhu Zi said, Smollett would not give in. In the end, Smollett compromised a little and changed the selection of several guards to at least one. The little Starcore beast was very curious about this. Its round little body jumped off Zhu Zi's shoulder and jumped around in the pile of files. Its green bean-sized eyes looked at the information carefully. Zhu Zi picked it up with one hand and looked at the little fur ball curiously. Does the little Starcore beast know how to read? The Starcore beast fluttered its hands and feet and closed its eyes. Damn, it can't read. However, Zhu Zi found a photo that made her feel a little familiar in the place where the Starcore beast jumped. The photo showed a human boy with a fair face and delicate features. The boy had a distant expression, but he smiled slightly at the camera. Zhu Zi looked at the beautiful blue eyes in the photo and felt as if she had seen him somewhere. However, Zhu Zi searched her memory for a long time, but she couldn't remember where she had seen him. This shouldn't be the case. She should not forget such a handsome boy after seeing him. But if she couldn't remember, she shouldn't force herself to think about it. Zhu Zi decided to let herself go. But if she had to choose a guard, this one looked more pleasing to the eye, and this boy also had a rare SSS level mental power. Zhu Zi pointed at the boy's information and said, then choose him. Smollett nodded, then I put him in your class. Interstellar Federation, capital star. Zhu Ziyuan lay on the desk listlessly. He looked at the admission notice of Wanting Military Academy projected on the light brain and sighed softly. Wanting Military Academy was the military academy that Zhu Ziyuan had always wanted to apply for. Now that he successfully passed the dream school, he should be happy. However, Zhu Ziyuan was not happy at all when he thought that the closed military school life meant that he would not be able to see his sister for a long time. At the beginning, he and his sister had agreed to take the entrance exam for Wanting Military School in the capital star together, but now, he was the only one going to school. Zhu Ziyuan suddenly felt a little sad, and he didn't know whether he would meet his sister in the league. If he was also an elf, he wouldn't have to worry about such a bad thing. Elf Kingdom, Elf Palace. Zhu Zi was waiting for her admission letter. She had always thought that she would go to school in Wanting Military School in the capital star of the Federation with her second brother. However, because of the accidental fall in the Mermaid Kingdom, Zhu Zi didn't even get the graduation certificate of the Intermediate Military Preparatory Academy. Even if she returned to Dragon Island, according to the college admission requirements of the Interstellar Federation, she couldn't study in the military school in the Interstellar Federation normally. She couldn't receive the admission letter of Wanting Military School in the Interstellar Federation, but she could receive the admission letter of the first military school in the Elf Kingdom. However, the first military academy could have sent the electronic version of the notice directly to the students. But the first military academy chose the most cumbersome way, sending the ancient paper version of the admission notice across the vast 7-star regions of the Elf Kingdom. But it must be said that this is indeed very ceremonial. As soon as Olive received Zhu Zi's admission notice, she immediately sent it to her. Zhu Zi carefully opened the exquisite engraved envelope, and then the lines of gold-painted words on the black matte copperplate paper came into her eyes. Student Livia, student number 302-608-5312. Congratulations on being admitted to the 1st Military Academy's Individual Soldier Department, and becoming a freshman of the 3028th Wanting Military Academy. Please arrive at the Central Star region and report to the West Gate of the 1st Military Academy on St. Elvia Star before August 33, 3028. Thank you for traveling across the Sea of Stars and meeting the appointment at the starry sky. Note: entering the student number in the interstellar transportation system can reimburse the starship ticket to the 1st Military Academy. Zhu Zi sighed that the 1st Military Academy was quite considerate and could pay for the expensive starship tickets for students. However, Zhu Zi was still a little uncomfortable looking at her new name, but Smollett adapted quite quickly. As soon as he saw her wearing the disguise necklace, Smollett began to call her Luvia. This time Zhu Zi wore the disguise necklace to report to the military academy. On the first day of the 1st Military Academy, the school gate was crowded with people, and the hovercraft formed a long dragon with no end in sight. The freshmen held the admission notice, their faces full of excitement and expectation, and looked around in the crowd for their respective class guide signs. The banner on the school gate fluttered gently in the breeze, and the words "Welcome new students. Start your military academy career" were particularly eye-catching. Attention! At the gate, the instructors in military uniforms stood straight, moving through the crowd to maintain order. A formation of fighter planes roared overhead, and the cool shapes attracted everyone to look up. The freshmen's eyes were shining with excitement. It was noisy and full of youthful vitality. Parents were allowed to accompany their children on the first day of enrollment at the 1st Military Academy. Smollett, who also wore a disguise necklace, accompanied Zhu Zi to the school to register. After filling out the registration materials, Zhu Zi received a dormitory key. Smollett originally didn't want Zhu Zi to live in the 1st Military Academy, but the military school was busy with classes, and it was indeed more convenient to have a place to live here. Chueti District, number 26, 3rd row. Zhu Zi followed the address, and saw a large villa area not far away. Walking along the straight stone brick road, there were neatly trimmed shrubs and scattered green plants on both sides of the road, providing a good private space for each villa here. Zhu Zi was a little surprised. A 3-story villa with a garden, the military academy is so good to live in. Not all dormitories are like this. Freshmen are assigned dormitories according to their admission scores when they first enter the school. However, Smollett frowned slightly and said, "This area is already the best accommodation area, but there are 2 people in a house, and you will meet a roommate." Zhu Zi accepted the fact of having roommates well. If you get along well, you can make a friend. If you don't get along well, you can keep each other company in such a large villa. Walking to the door of his house, Zhu Zi took the key card and swiped it open. In front of the living room is a huge floor-to-ceiling window, and light pours in through the floor-to-ceiling window, making the space bright and transparent. The decoration of this house is simple and low-key, and the standard fabric furniture is placed in the living room, but it looks comfortable and grand. The house is quiet, and her roommate has not arrived yet. First come first served, Zhu Zi chose her room. Smollett followed Zhu Zi and helped her pack her luggage. However, Zhu Zi found that if life skills were graded, Smollett would definitely fail. But Zhu Zi herself was not much better. The 2 of them worked hard for a long time, and finally tidied the room. Even though the things were put away, the floor that originally felt tidy was messed up by the 2 of them. Zhu Zi and Smollett stood in the messy room, staring at each other. "I think there seems to be a sweeping machine in the living room downstairs. Let's go down and take a look." Zhu Zi's eyes lit up and said. Then Smollett and Zhu Zi went downstairs and studied the sweeping machine that looked like a bench in the living room. Smollett frowned, as if he was solving a century-old problem. After a moment, Smollett asked in confusion, "Are you sure this is a sweeping robot? It's not smart at all." When asked this, Zhu Zi suddenly became a little unconfident. "It should be." Suddenly, Zhu Zi heard the sound of the living room door being opened. Her roommate is here. Pei Xinhua stood at the entrance of the living room with her bags. Pei Xinhua didn't need a small robot that could help her carry the luggage, so she carried her luggage all the way here. If she had known it would be so tiring, she should have bought an expensive space twister. As soon as Pei Xinhua entered the room, she saw her roommate and her roommate's parents. 2 people, one big and one small, were squatting on the ground, clumsily studying a sweeping robot. Pei Xinhua put down the bags in her hands and took the initiative to walk over. "Let me help you. I know how to use this." Pei Xinhua started the little robot in a few seconds, and Zhu Zi praised Pei Xinhua for being amazing. Pei Xinhua smiled and looked at her new roommate. The new roommate seemed very cute and easy to get along with. But maybe he came from a remote planet and couldn't even use a sweeping robot. Pei Xinyan felt that she must take good care of her new roommate in the future. Chapter 83. This is your dad, right? Pei Xinyan said with a smile while looking at Smollett. It felt like his roommate's dad looked ordinary in appearance and clothes, but he had an inexplicable aura. Smollett seemed very happy to hear someone call him that. Smollett looked at Zhu Zi expectantly, and saw Zhu Zi nodded without hesitation, and the smile on Smollett's face deepened. Hello, uncle. Pei Xinyan greeted very politely. Smollett looked at Pei Xinyan with a smile, and felt that this little elf was very pleasing to the eye. However, it was not convenient for Smollett to stay for long, and he prepared to leave after helping Zhu Zi pack up his things. Before leaving, Smollett was very worried and reminded Zhu Zi to remember to eat well. Seeing Zhu Zi nodded obediently, Smollett waved goodbye. After Smollett left, only Zhu Zi and Pei Xinyan were left in the house. Zhu Zi looked at her new roommate, who had long black hair tied up high, a pair of big round eyes that were clear and bright, and a smile with the corners of her mouth raised high, looking bright and sunny. We will be roommates from now on. My name is Pei Xinyan, an elf from the Moon Shadow clan. I'm glad to meet you. Pei Xinyan stretched out a hand and said happily. I'm Livia, from the Glorious clan. Zhu Zi remembered his own settings and said it very smoothly. Listening to Zhu Zi's self-introduction, Pei Xinyan suddenly said, Then your parents must like you very much. Zhu Zi looked at Pei Xinyan in confusion. Did Pei Xinyan say that because she saw Smollett, who accompanied her to register at school? Under Zhu Zi's puzzled eyes, Pei Xinyan smiled and said, It's your name. Livia means a unique treasure. Parents who can give you such a name must love you very much. So that's it. Zhu Zi opened her mouth slightly. She thought that this name was just something Smollett said casually. I didn't expect that the pseudonym Smollett gave her actually had this meaning. So this is the name Smollett had prepared for her a long time ago. If Wang Zhongjihua hadn't had any accidents, she should have grown up with the name Livia. Zhu Zi showed a bright smile on her face. Livia is indeed a very nice name. Just when Zhu Zi was happy with her name, Pei Xinyan suddenly heard a squeaky sound coming from Zhu Zi's pocket. Pei Xinyan stared at Zhu Zi's pocket in surprise, as if something was moving inside. What is this thing? Pei Xinyan opened her mouth wide. It couldn't be a special bug. It got into Livia's pocket when she wasn't paying attention, and then it was going to attack Livia. But this was the heavily guarded First Military Academy, so it was unlikely that there would be insects. Thinking of this, Pei Xinyan's tense nerves relaxed a little, but she still kept a close eye on the movement in Zhu Zi's pocket. However, after a while, Pei Xinyan saw a furry little thing with a pair of wings trying to get out of Zhu Zi's pocket. Pei Xinyan was completely relieved. It looked like just a small animal that was not dangerous. The Starcore beast, who had just woken up, was still confused. He found that he had changed his place. He looked at the unfamiliar environment in front of him curiously. Then, the Starcore beast turned his head, and found a completely changed Zhu Zi. The little Starcore beast was startled and his eyes widened in shock. However, Zhu Zi's grip on her was still the same as before. It was definitely the original owner. The Starcore beast rubbed it awkwardly in Zhu Zi's palm, pretending that nothing had happened just now. Livia, is this your little pet? Pei Xinyan asked curiously. The furry little one looked cute, but she didn't know what kind of pet it was. She had never seen anyone raise one before. Zhu Zi pinched the little Starcore beast that suddenly appeared. In addition to eating Starcores to grow up, this little thing is actually quite easy to raise. It will not die no matter how you leave it, so Zhu Zi brought it to school. This is a small pet that my father and I found in a tomb. Zhu Zi explained to Pei Xinyan. In a tomb? Pei Xinyan doubted her ears. Who would pick up something in a tomb? Her roommate's experience seemed a little unusual. But she didn't know how her roommate managed to avoid so many inspections at the First Military Academy and bring a small pet into the dormitory. Pets are not allowed in school. Livia, you must hide it well, otherwise you will lose credits. Pei Xinyan reminded in a low voice with some concern. Okay, thank you for your reminder. Zhu Zi nodded. But I won't tell you now. I have something important to do. Pei Xinyan glanced at the time and said hurriedly. Zhu Zi saw that Pei Xinyan didn't even have time to organize the large and small bags of luggage thrown on the ground. So she turned on the computer first, then made a gesture and stared at a countdown intently. What are you doing? Zhu Zi bent down and asked curiously. Seeing that there was still some time, Pei Xinyan took out a photo from the album and projected it in the living room. A projection of a doll suddenly appeared on the coffee table in the living room. It was a doll made according to a pot of strange flowers. Isn't this 5,000? Zhu Zi said in surprise. It was exactly the same as her pot of flowers, and even the pot was perfectly reproduced one by one. Do you know Olivia too? This is the flower that Wang Yang raises, and its name is 5,000. The finished product has been made, but there are only 5,000. I hope I can buy it, Pei Xinhua said excitedly. Zhu Zi looked at Wu Qian in the holographic projection. The petals of the doll can be opened, and after opening, there is a circle of fine and dense fangs inside. Although Zhu Zi has a real mother filter for Wu Qian, to be honest, Wu Qian does look very curious. Don't you think this flower looks a bit strange? Zhu Zi asked doubtfully. She didn't expect that someone would make Wu Qian into a doll, and everyone was rushing to buy it. It looks very popular. What's strange? Wang Yang's flowers look so beautiful. The round buds look very round. Pei Xinhua, who has this 10-level filter for Wang, also praised Wang Yang's flowers sincerely. But Pei Xinhua searched the vocabulary in her mind, and couldn't think of any other words to praise Wu Qian. Maybe her vocabulary is not enough, and she is busy practicing her mental strength. Her teacher always said that she needs to work harder in cultural subjects. She didn't take it seriously before, but now it seems that she has to keep up with cultural subjects. But it is indeed round. Zhu Zi nodded and said. Zhu Zi remembered that when she was in the Interstellar Federation, she would occasionally share photos of Wu Qian and other plants, and those who liked and commented on her were people who liked to study flowers and plants. However, since she returned to the Elf Kingdom, this account has also been found by netizens with great powers. Overnight, the number of fans of her account has skyrocketed. But since then, Zhu Zi has never posted anything in that account again, but it is a pity that even so, it still can't resist the enthusiasm of fans. Once she accidentally opened a private message, and saw a message asking her if she could make a doll in the image of Wu Qian. Zhu Zi looked at the sincere and heartfelt article said by that person, and her heart softened and she agreed. Later, the man mentioned that he wanted to give her a dividend, but Zhu Zi didn't care and soon forgot about it. The little star core beast looked at Wu Qian's holographic projection angrily. It was a little unconvinced. It was just that it came 50, 60, 70, 80 or 90 years late. Why did Wu Qian not only have his own name, but also a doll now? It was obviously the star core beast that was more lovely and more suitable to be made into a doll. The star core beast kicked the holographic projection angrily, but it only kicked a ball of air. Zhu Zi took the little guy in his hand and touched its fur to comfort it, and the star core beast calmed down. Pei Xinhua suddenly looked at Zhu Zi with bright eyes. Olivia, are you going to buy this doll? Zhu Zi shook her head. She had a living 5,000 at home, so she didn't want to buy a doll. And if she bought it, the little star core beast would be very angry. Two-child family, you have to treat everyone equally. But Pei Xinhua's eyes became brighter and brighter when she looked at Zhu Zi. Or Olivia, help me buy it together. One more person means more hope. After all, this is in short supply. Okay. Zhu Zi nodded very readily in agreement. Then the two of them stared at the buy button together, and as soon as the button turned green, Zhu Zi pressed it quickly. But the page refreshed, and a gray word unfortunately, you didn't get it appeared in the light brains of both people. Sorry, I didn't get it. Zhu Zi still overestimated himself. Pei Xinhua sighed softly, but still said, it's okay. There are too many people who want to buy it. It's only 5,000 pieces. It's a great luck to grab it. Just as Pei Xinhua said this, Zhu Zi opened his eyes wide and looked at his optical computer interface. In less than a few seconds, the optical computer page suddenly changed from unfortunately, you didn't grab it to congratulations, you grabbed it successfully. Then the original sales volume of 5,000 pieces suddenly became an extremely abrupt 5,001 pieces. So they sold one more? Pei Xinhua looked at the sales volume in confusion. Is their system wrong? I grabbed it. Zhu Zi raised his hand silently, and said in a low voice. She frowned as she watched the big word successful purchase pop up in a hurry. The good news was that she helped Pei Xinhua grab the doll, but the bad news was that she forgot to use her secondary account to grab it. It was probably because her account, which was almost a real name account, was recognized by the backstage staff, and then she was given an extra one. Sure enough, Zhu Zi saw the new message that popped up in the account's private message. It was sent by the person who asked her if she could make a doll in the image of Wu Qian. Wang, it's an honor that you like what we make. Are you in the 1st Military Academy? I will definitely send the doll to you in an hour. Zhu Zi stared at the message blankly. When she helped Pei Xinhua grab the things, she did fill in the address of the 1st Military Academy. At that time, the countdown was almost over, and time was tight, and she couldn't think too much. Zhu Zi subconsciously logged into her main account. Zhu Zi looked at the private message with a headache, and then clicked on Nancier's avatar. Let's leave this matter to Nancier. She didn't want to see other people here in an hour. But the problem now was Pei Xinhao. Pei Xinhao probably saw something about such an abnormal operation. Zhu Zi looked at Pei Xinhao cautiously. She didn't expect that she would be exposed just a few hours after arriving at the first military academy. However, Zhu Zi saw Pei Xinhao, who was overjoyed because of the successful purchase, and her face was full of joy and excitement. You can grab it even if only one is released. Livia, you are so amazing, Pei Xinhao said excitedly, and she wanted to give Zhu Zi a bear hug to rub her good luck. Zhu Zi looked at Pei Xinhao, who showed no suspicion, and breathed a sigh of relief. Well, it seems that his new roommate is a big-hearted person. On the second day of the first military academy, Zhu Zi and her classmates were about to start classes. Looking around, the class was full of elves, and there were also a few mixed-blood elves, humans and orcs. Pei Xinhao whispered in Zhu Zi's ear, in addition to you, there is another SSS-level person in our class. Even in the Elf Kingdom, SSS-level psychics are very rare. Sometimes there is not even one in the entire class. But now there are 2 SSSs in their class. But I heard that he has a cold personality. Livia, you were specially recruited by the Star Dome Alliance League. You don't know that the other SSS was simply killing gods and Buddhas in the Thor Star Zone examination room. Those who were in the same examination room with him were directly beaten into autism by him, Pei Xinhao said in a low voice. Then Pei Xinhao looked in the direction of the boy and said to Zhu Zi, it's the boy with short white hair over there, his name is. Hello, I'm Ximia. Ximia walked straight to Zhu Zi, bent down, and said to Zhu Zi. Pei Xinhao stared at Ximia, who was rumored to be kept away from strangers. Ximia bowed slightly to Zhu Zi, and introduced his name quite solemnly. All eyes in the class also moved to Zhu Zi. Because Ximia was famous, everyone was curious about him, but they didn't dare to get close to him. The freshman, who had taken the same exam room with him before, even wanted to stay 3 miles away from him. Ximia formed a vacuum zone alone in the bustling classroom. But Ximia's aura still makes people pay attention to him from time to time. When they saw him suddenly walk straight towards the girl who just came in, everyone was secretly worried for this girl. I don't know what Ximia is going to do. But what is surprising is that Ximia actually took the initiative to introduce himself. And his attitude is quite respectful, although it is a bit strange to use this word here. Ximia does look like this. Others in the class looked at Zhu Zi in surprise, feeling that this girl might not be simple. Zhu Zi smiled and nodded at Ximia. You too. This is the guard that Smollett arranged for her. Zhu Zi gently patted Ximia's shoulder to encourage her. Ximia is so young, and it is hard for her to go to school and work for her at the same time. Pei Xinhao, who was standing next to Zhu Zi, asked in confusion, does Simi know Livia? But SSS-level people are sympathetic to each other. After all, it's not easy to meet SSS-level people of the same age. Zhu Zi explained randomly. Is that so? Pei Xinhao frowned and nodded thoughtfully. Sure enough, she didn't understand the world of SSS-level people. Zhu Zi once again made a solid patch for herself, who might be exposed in front of Pei Xinhao. Fortunately, her roommate was Pei Xinhao, who was willing to believe her with many loopholes. But what Zhu Zi didn't expect was that she also saw Xia Pu in this class. Since Xia Pu dropped out of St. Ling's Junior Military Preparatory Academy, she has never seen Xia Pu again. Xia Pu walked into the classroom slowly with his head down, looking sleepy, as if he hadn't woken up yet. However, Zhu Zi felt that Xia Pu, whom he had not seen for many years, had indeed grown up a lot. Although he had the appearance of an elf when he was young, he looked like a puppy. The whole elf looked dog-like, but Xia Pu is much more normal now, and he no longer sniffs around. When Zhu Zi was just sighing in her heart that Xia Pu had become much more stable after growing up, she caught a glimpse of Xia Pu sniffing in disbelief. Then Xia Pu suddenly raised his head and looked at Zhu Zi with surprise. Xia Pu's pair of emerald green eyes sparkled, sweeping away the previous sleepiness. He almost blurted out Wang when he opened his mouth. But seeing Zhu Zi's changed appearance and his eyes staring at him, Xia Pu cleverly closed his mouth. However, Xia Pu still ran to Zhu Zi happily. The corners of his mouth were almost stretched to the back of his ears. Before in the Interstellar Federation, he failed to recognize Wang and was depressed for a long time because of this. Xia Pu originally thought that he might have to become a member of the King's Guards before he would have the chance to see the King again. But he didn't expect that he would see the King in the first military academy so soon, and that he could become a classmate with the king again. Zhu Zi looked at Xia Pu's bright eyes helplessly, and recognized her at a glance. The disguised necklace was simply vulnerable in front of Xia Pu, an elf with puppy-like talent skills. Chapter 84. The teacher who taught them today was Cecilia. Cecilia had a head of red hair tied up behind her head. She had several pieces of equipment neatly hung on the tactical belt on her waist. She was wearing a black combat uniform, which made her look neat and cool. Welcome everyone to the first military academy of the Elf Kingdom. Cecilia looked at the students below and said with a smile, I believe that those who can successfully enter the first military academy, especially those who can enter this class, must be the best from various star regions. I believe everyone has heard about the Star Alliance League in a year. The participants of the Star Alliance League will be selected from various colleges and universities in the Elf Kingdom, and students of all grades in the school can participate in the selection. Although you freshmen do not have much competitiveness among many outstanding seniors, I still hope that students in our class can become a member of the participating team. Cecilia said. When they heard about the Star Alliance League, everyone in the class began to get agitated. Even if they don't have any advantages among the many seniors, who is not a child of destiny to appear in this class? Who doesn't want to give it a try, participate in the Star Alliance League to fight for the victory and glory of the kingdom, and maybe you will have a chance to meet the king? Even Pei Xinyo looked excited, but Cecilia's next words made her eyes dim. Cecilia continued, but don't think things are too easy. For freshmen, your immature mental power field is a big problem. The mental power domain can greatly enhance the user's strength and allow the user to occupy an absolute dominant position within a specific range. However, the disadvantages of using the mental power domain are also very obvious. The mental power domain not only consumes a lot of mental power, but also has a range limit. Once the enemy escapes this range, the advantage of the domain will disappear, and the caster will fall into a passive position. The mental power domain can be your unexpected killer move in battle, but if you want to use it well, you need to have a sufficient understanding of your mental power domain. I believe that most of the students in our class have awakened the mental power domain. In the subsequent teaching, your mental power domain will be classified and graded, and then a special teacher will provide specific teaching. Cecilia said. There are too many changes and types in the mental power domain, and she naturally cannot teach more than 30 students by herself. However, the First Military Academy has always attached great importance to the development of students' mental power domain. For those with potential mental power domain owners, several mentors will even be assigned at the same time to provide targeted guidance. Cecilia took the students to an empty training ground. In the middle of the training ground was a huge circular platform with many small black holes on the ceiling. This is the mental power rating platform. But if there are students who have awakened the auxiliary mental power field, please raise your hands first. Cecilia looked at the 30 or so students with some expectation. If it is the auxiliary mental power field, there is naturally no need to use this rating platform. The auxiliary mental power field can be directly rated as the highest level S level. But after 3 or 4 minutes, none of the 30 or so people raised their hands. Cecilia sighed slightly. It seems that there is still no auxiliary spiritual power field this year. Then Cecilia looked around and looked at the students. Who of you is willing to be the first to come up and try it? As soon as Cecilia finished speaking, someone immediately raised his hand. Instructor, I do it. I saw a tall and straight golden-haired boy standing up from the crowd. O'Neill raised his mouth slightly and walked towards the stage with big strides. O'Neill stood in the center of the stage, and a circle of red transparent spiritual power barriers expanded around him. Pei Xinyo was a little surprised and said, the range of his spiritual power field is quite large. It feels like the diameter can be more than 20 meters. Those who dare to be the first to step onto the spiritual power field evaluation platform are naturally powerful. O'Neill stood calmly in his own spiritual power field. At this time, many transparent balls shot out from the black holes on the ceiling of the rating platform at a very fast speed. These balls could even change direction flexibly in the air. They all approached O'Neill. O'Neill's eyes were stern, and the fire elements condensed by his mental power were like hot arrows, cutting through the air one after another and rushing towards the balls. A moment later, all the balls in the field shattered. As the ball shattered, the points on the platform also changed. O'Neill's points quickly climbed from 0 to 361. Cecilia looked at O'Neill with admiration, and then she pressed a button. Soon more points balls appeared on the rating platform. Time passed by, and the attacks O'Neill faced became more and more fierce. O'Neill was able to deal with it calmly at the beginning, but then he was in a mess. Cecilia saw that this was the limit of O'Neill's mental power, so she controlled the score ball and stopped the attack. In the end, O'Neill's score was fixed at 3,586 points. Cecilia nodded with satisfaction and said, "Not bad, B grade." But O'Neill, who was panting, widened his eyes. "Why am I only B grade?" He thought that if he didn't have S grade, he could at least get an A grade, but why was there only a B? To be honest, he had never received such a bad rating since he was a child. Cecilia glanced at O'Neill, who was not convinced. With a smile, "Your mental power field is too small, the maintenance time is too short, and the control of the elements in the field is not fine enough. It can only be B. How many points are needed for a grade?" O'Neill asked, a little frustrated. 5,000 to 10,000 points are A level, and 10,000 points and above are S level, Cecilia explained. Then Cecilia lowered her head and tapped the light brain twice. She projected a mental power field score ranking in the air. "Let me show you the scores of your seniors." Looking at this list of frighteningly high scores, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "It's so high! The seniors are too amazing." On the mental power field score ranking list, the first place is a person named Carol Leruafin, with a full 1.2 million points. The second place is Sibai Ling with 980,000 points. The third place is Jefferson with 960,000 points. The lowest score on the entire top 100 list is 500,000. Just now, someone thought that O'Neill's mental power domain was very powerful, but when O'Neill compared his points with those of his seniors, he was not even a fraction of theirs. This was a bit frustrating. Cecilia did release this ranking list to dampen the spirit of these talented people, and let them know that there are countless geniuses besides geniuses. However, Cecilia did not want to discourage them all at once, and then explained, "The rating of mental power domain is just a classification for teaching. It doesn't matter if you get D, C, or B now. Most students reach the S level standard in their mental power domain by the second year." Okay, the mental power domain rating continues. "Who else wants to come up?" Cecilia asked. Then, people stood on the rating platform one after another. It must be said that the source of students in the first military academy of the Elf Kingdom is really good. Many military academies will teach from how to stimulate the mental power domain. But the entire class of the first military academy looks like everyone has awakened the mental power domain. Zhu Zi has learned about various mental power domains. When Xiaopu stood on the spiritual power rating platform, Zhu Zi discovered that there was a physical entity in Xiaopu's spiritual power field, just like her. A dazzling crystal was seen floating in Xiaopu's spiritual power field. Uncle Wu Suening also said that there were only a few physical entities in the spiritual power field in the entire interstellar history. But when Xiaopu launched the attack, Zhu Zi discovered that the crystal in Xiaopu's spiritual power field was not a physical object, but was condensed by Xiaopu's spiritual power. The red crystal in Xiaopu's field instantly turned into countless sharp crystal fragments and attacked the scoring sphere. But the moment the scoring sphere was broken, the crystal fragments seemed to have completed their mission and disappeared. "Amazing!" Pei Xinyao exclaimed as she looked at Xiaopu's score of more than 90,000. Xiaopu was the first person to be rated as S level in the mental field so far. Cecilia smiled happily when she saw this score. But what made Cecilia even happier was Zymir. Zymir, one of the only two people in the class with SSS level mental power, scored nearly 200,000 points. Then Cecilia looked at Zhu Zi with great expectation. "Do you want to try it, Livia?" "Okay." Zhu Zi nodded without any timidity. Although her mental field is much smaller than that of others, this kind of attack will rush directly into her field. She can probably deal with as many score balls as she has. "Come on, Livia," Pei Xinyao said excitedly. Pei Xinyao inexplicably felt that her roommate's mental field must be very powerful. Born on a remote planet, Livia, who was specially recruited by the Star Alliance League, might have a higher score than that of Simi. Zhu Zi walked to the rating platform, and the other 30 or so students all cast their eyes on him. This is probably another S-level mental power field rating. After practicing for a while, he might be able to directly impact the school's top 100 mental power rankings. On the huge rating platform, Zhu Zi released his mental power field. Some people widened their eyes in surprise. How could this be different from the location they expected? You know, with the same SSS level mental power, Simi's mental power field can directly cover half of the rating platform. But Zhu Zi's mental power field is not only about 7 or 8 meters in diameter, but also the height of her mental power field only reaches the big tree in her field. In this way, the area covered by this mental power field is even smaller, which can be said to be smaller than the area released by a D-level mental power field elf that was rated before. This is too small. Someone sighed to his companion. You should know that the size of the mental field is an important criterion for judging the field ability. After all, if the field is too small, the enemy can run away from her field in 2 steps. Moreover, a strong mental field has a large coverage area. This SSS level mental field really makes people feel disappointed. Chapter 85. Hey, I thought it would be another powerful spiritual power domain. Anel sighed. But what is the use of that tree in Livia's spiritual power domain? It doesn't look very aggressive. And it occupies such a large area. Why do I feel that the tree in Livia's domain looks very solid? It can't be a materialized spiritual power domain. A girl in black combat uniform frowned and said in confusion. As soon as the words materialized spiritual power domain came out, it immediately attracted the attention of many classmates around. Someone else laughed softly. What a joke! How is this possible? How rare and precious is the materialized spiritual power domain? Not to mention the Elf Kingdom, you may not be able to find one in the entire galaxy. The materialized spiritual power domain is even rarer than the auxiliary spiritual power domain. How could they just come across it so easily? He even suspected that the materialized spiritual field was just a perfect concept conceived by the ancestors. Otherwise, how come no one has ever seen a real materialized spiritual field? How could it be a materialized field? You didn't add too many filters to the SSS level spiritual power. In fact, although some people have SSS level spiritual power, they may fail in the awakening of the spiritual field. Livia probably didn't awaken a good spiritual field. The black-haired boy Lumin sighed. It's a pity for Livia. At the beginning, everyone's spiritual field was not very mature, and there might not be any difference. But in the later stage, the importance of the mental field will gradually become prominent. Even if Livia has SSS level mental power, she will suffer a great loss in the mental field. Hearing the surprisingly consistent doubts, and even ridicule, the girl who said at the beginning that Zhu Zi's mental field was a materialized mental field lowered her head in embarrassment. She just felt that the tree in Livia's mental field was too real. Every leaf was clearly visible, and could sway automatically between the branches without wind. But now that I think about it, the materialized mental field is really too unrealistic. No wonder other classmates would laugh at her. Although this mental field is really beautiful, Livia stood by the tree. The green branches and leaves and her transparent green pupils complemented each other, and the beauty was shocking. But the mental field is used for fighting, and looking good is the most useless function. As an instructor, Cecilia also looked at Livia with some pity, but still said to Livia seriously, "Get ready, start." The moment Cecilia finished speaking. On the rating table, scores of balls flew out from dozens of round holes, changing direction irregularly, and making sharp sounds of breaking wind, and shot towards Zhu Zi. But before reaching Zhu Zi, the score ball shattered instantly, as soon as they touched the barrier of mental power, as if they had encountered a flood or a beast. Soon, the score on the rating table also changed from 0 to 1200. O'Neill's eyes widened in shock. How come they were both the simplest first-round tests, and both had 16 scores? Why did he only get 361 points in the first round, while Livia got a full 1,200 points? The difference in points is too big. How come there are more than 1,000 points in the first round? O'Neill said in surprise. Points are not simply calculated based on who knocks down how many points. Balls, speed and attack power are all included. Didn't you see that the transparent points balls smashed by Livia have all become shattered? Of course there can be 1,200 points. Pei Xinhua retorted immediately. Don't think that she didn't hear others whispering about Livia's mental power field before. Fortunately, she finally got the chance to talk back. Pei Xinhua felt very relieved. This Livia can't really be a physical mental power field. Someone exclaimed in a low voice. Impossible. Lumin frowned and said, this is the easiest first round, which only shows that her mental field is not as weak as we imagined at the beginning. However, Lu Min also felt that although the tree in Livia's mental field was not big, it exuded a bright glow all over its body, which looked quite intimidating. Cecilia looked at Zhu Zi with a little surprise. Such a small number of points seemed to be no difficulty for her. Moreover, she scored up to 1,200 points. These freshmen may not know, but she knew that this score was the limit of 16 points in the first round. This mental field does not look simple, and it is definitely rated S. The ordinary layer-by-layer detection method may be a waste of time for Livia, so it is better to directly adjust the difficulty to the 6th round. Zhu Zi found that the number of points rushing towards her suddenly increased, and the speed of travel obviously increased by 3 or 4 times. The points came fiercely, like a dense rain of bullets. Even Pei Xinhua was worried about Zhu Zi. fearing that Zhu Zi's mental power field would be broken by the score ball. It's not that no one has been hit by the score ball before. The huge impact force hit people with bruises and swollen faces, and some were seriously lying in the medical cabin. Instructor Cecilia, the difficulty has increased too much. Pei Xinhao frowned and said. However, the trees in Zhu Zi's field shone more brightly. Under the blessing of the mental power field, the trajectory of each score ball was clearly captured by her. Zhu Zi pulled out the long sword in the space twister, the sword body hummed, and the mental power instantly spread along the blade. The sword energy passed like a sharp blade, shattering a piece of the score ball. The points on the rating platform soared all the way, soaring to more than 100,000. It was another highest score. Cecilia widened her eyes in surprise. It seems that her previous estimate of Livia's mental power field ability was too conservative. Cecilia simply turned on the infinite mode of the rating platform. No longer a round of freshman tests with buffer time. A steady stream of score balls emerged from the top of the rating platform and whizzed towards Zhu Zi. This is the fastest way to increase points, but under such high-intensity consumption of mental power, the mental power field will not last too long and will be broken, and then the limit of the field can be measured in the shortest time. Cecilia paid 120,000 points of attention and kept an eye on Zhu Zi's condition at all times. Once she found that Zhu Zi might be in danger, she would directly stop. But time passed by minute, and Zhu Zi did not show any sign of fatigue. Instead, it seemed that he had adapted and his movements became more and more skilled. The points on the rating platform also soared all the way, and soon it had exceeded 300,000. There were voices of people sucking in a breath of cold air in the crowd. How could this be? It was obviously a pitiful mental field with a small coverage area. How could it be so aggressive? It was a pity that Zhu Zi's SSS-level mental power did not awaken a good mental field, and those who had questioned her shut their mouths instantly. This mental field is so strong that it can kill people in a small area. And Zhu Zi's mental power seemed to be inexhaustible. Under such high-intensity mental power consumption, her mental field did not show any signs of collapse. The tree condensed by mental power in the field was still solid, not scattered, and emitting a bright glow. If they were facing the overwhelming score balls, they would probably not be able to hold on for even a few minutes, and would be beaten into pig heads by the score balls in the end. It's worthy of SSS-level mental power. An elf exclaimed. Am I blind? Livia's spiritual field seems to be real. Suddenly, a girl covered her mouth and said in shock. She just saw a scoring ball that was accidentally missed hit the tree in the center of the field, and then the scoring ball that fell into the trap broke. This was a normal thing, but what surprised her was that in the short moment, when the scoring ball hit the tree and then broke, she actually saw that the scoring ball did not penetrate the trunk after hitting the tree. S-level spiritual power made it impossible for her to see the scene wrong, so Livia's spiritual field was really real. This realization made her stand there in shock. Of course, she was not the only one who noticed it. Many other students noticed it, and widened their eyes in shock. Physicalized spiritual power field. This spiritual power field that only appeared in historical records now appeared directly in front of him. I am not dreaming. Lu Min, who had previously denied it, pinched himself hard and grimaced in pain. Only then did he confirm that everything in front of him was real. It's incredible that there are elves who can possess this physical spiritual power field. Lu Min opened his mouth in surprise. Look, the spiritual power field score ranking list in the first military academy seems to have changed. An elf exclaimed. Everyone turned their eyes to the ranking list floating in the air. The last senior with more than 500,000 points was replaced by Livia's name. Moreover, the points behind Livia are still increasing. The first military academy forum. If there is any change in the top 100 list on campus, the system will immediately release a 10-minute congratulatory announcement. Congratulations to the first-year student Livia for successfully entering the mental power field score ranking list. Many military academy students who were browsing the forum were shocked when they saw this shining news. First-year students have just entered school, and they are probably being evaluated at ABC levels. How come a freshman can directly enter the top 100 list? What a strong mental power field. So who is this Livia? This freshman is too powerful. Chapter 86. In the forum of the First Military Academy, the students who heard the news were staring closely at the ranking list of mental power points. This freshman Livia, who suddenly appeared, not only broke into the top 100 list, but her points are still rising continuously, and she is about to rise another place. No, does anyone know who this Livia is? How come I have never heard of such a person? This is too strong. The advice of experienced people, freshmen should not rush to the top 100 list. As for why, of course, it is because it hurts the self-esteem of seniors. I heard that this junior sister did not intend to rush to the list, but was just taking the assessment in class. Suddenly someone answered. But why do you have to open the infinite mode for the assessment? It is estimated that the normal assessment mode is too unchallenging for the junior sister, so her instructor opened the infinite mode for her. On the rating platform, Zhu Zi didn't know how much trouble she had caused on the forum. She just focused on dealing with the countless score balls. Zhu Zi held the hilt of the sword, and the blade cut through the air. The sword infused with her spiritual power made a subtle humming sound. Unfortunately, the sword she used to use before was shattered in Atlantis. This one was taken from the treasure house of the Elf Palace. Although the sword is good, it always feels a little lacking in the hand feeling. However, this did not prevent Zhu Zi from dealing with these score balls. Wherever Zhu Zi's sword pointed, a score ball shattered, and the score on the rating platform also soared. Pei Xinyan opened her mouth in surprise, and looked at Zhu Zi's score. She thought that her roommate's spiritual power would be very powerful, but she didn't expect it to be so amazing. The score soared without any hindrance. In just a short while, Zhu Zi's score had risen to more than 700,000, which was ranked in the middle of the top 100 list forum. In the forum of the first military academy, the other elves were all shocked. You know, the competition on the top 100 list is very fierce. Except for the first place that was far ahead, the difference in points between the two adjacent places was not big. Because it is very difficult to increase the points at this level, sometimes there will be a situation where 3 consecutive people have the same points and remain unchanged for a long time. But this freshman, like a swift dark horse, galloped all the way on the top 100 list. Seeing this freshman rank so high, I don't know why I feel much better. After all, I was surpassed by the freshman along with so many big guys on the list, so it's not that painful to think about it. I don't know where Livia will end up. Judging from the growth rate, she will probably be in the top 20. Top 20? What kind of TV are you watching? Don't you know the value of the top 20 in our school? You think too highly of this freshman. The top 20 will definitely represent our kingdom in the Star Alliance League. And it's been a long time since anyone else has entered the top 20 of the list. It's estimated that the top 20 big guys may not even be interested in the changes in the top 100 list of mental power points. After all, no matter how much the people below them mess up, it won't affect their rankings. On the training ground, Cecilia stared at Zhu Zi in the center of the rating station with wide eyes in surprise. After such a long time, Zhu Ziyuan still breathed steadily and looked ruddy, without any signs of mental overdraw. It seemed that she could handle as many points balls as she had. How strong a mental force must be to support such consumption, and she was a freshman who had just enrolled. Cecilia stared at the points on the rating platform. The 20th place in the top 100 list was Noelle, a senior and an important member of the school's student union. Noelle's points were a little higher than what he measured last week, and now there were more than 875,000 points. And Zhu Zi's current points were 820,000, and they were still increasing. Cecilia estimated that it would not take long for Livia to surpass Noelle. Sure enough, a few minutes later, Zhu Zi's points reached 880,000 points. On the first military academy forum, an announcement about Zhu Zi's rising ranking in the mental field score list would appear every once in a while. Many times, even before the previous one was removed, the next announcement came out again. Before Zhu Zi knew it, the name Livia had spread all over the first military academy. There were also many posts about her, with tall buildings under them. The titles of the posts were all very attractive. Surprise! First-year rookie Livia made a comeback and entered the top 20 of the top 100. How did Livia make it into the top 100 list? Is it strength or a miracle? First-year freshman beat up the boss of the top 100 list. How can the seniors save their dignity? Pei Xinyan was shocked to read these news in the forum of the first military academy. Her roommate actually became famous in the first class of the military academy. She became famous in one battle. Moreover, Livia's ranking in the top 100 list has been rising, and she is about to reach the 10th place. Those who said that she could not enter the top 20 were dumbfounded. Not only did she enter the top 20, but she was almost in the front row. Now even the calm seniors in the top 100 list of mental power were all blown away by Livia. Everyone looked at this freshman with a rapid momentum in shock. They had experienced countless training and actual combat, and only then had a place in the front row of the top 100 list. But this freshman squeezed into the front row just during the evaluation. In other words, this was her first time standing on the evaluation platform, and then she had such an amazing result. How is this possible? What kind of mental power field does Livia have? Noelle finally couldn't help but leave a message under a post about Livia. Most military school students said that they didn't know where Livia came from. The classmates in the same class as Zhu Zi spoke up. Livia's spiritual field is very powerful, but the scope of the field is very small, with a diameter of only 7 or 8 meters. Are you talking like a human being? I will never believe that a spiritual field with a diameter of only 7 or 8 meters can squeeze into the top of the top 100 list. An elder student immediately left a message in disbelief. I swear if this is true, then I will drink nutrient solution with the smell of 10,000 years of foot odor for a month. Of course, this is impossible. A spiritual field of this level is at least 100 meters long. It is impossible that the scope is only this small. What I saw with my own eyes was indeed only 7 or 8 meters, but it was a materialized spiritual field. Zhu Zi's classmate left another message. The students in front of the optical computer stared at the words materialized mental power field with wide eyes. They were shocked and speechless for a moment. If it was a materialized mental power field, it would make sense. Other mental power fields would probably have to call the materialized field Big Brother. A materialized mental power field of this small size is already so powerful. This is just the state of not growing up. How terrifying it would be if it grows up. But the materialized mental power field actually sounds even more unreasonable. It can be said that no living person has ever heard of a materialized mental power field. Zhu Zi's points are still soaring, but everyone has stared at the list numbly. Even before he knew it, Zhu Zi's ranking jumped directly to the second place. Fortunately, the points gap between the second place and the first place is huge, which is really hard to surpass. The first place has a full 1.2 million points, and Carol Leruefen has been sitting at the top of the list for a long time. Carol even broke her own record every time, which can be said to be very lonely. It is amazing that Livia can get to the second place, but it is almost impossible for Livia to be the first place now. Indeed, there is a huge gap between the first and second place. No matter how good the freshman is, he will not be able to beat Carol Leruefen directly. Second place is already very good, but if Livia wants to be the first place, she probably needs to practice more. Although that is what they said, everyone still kept a close eye on Livia's points change to see how far this freshman can go. Livia's points were almost reaching 1 million. Then the growth rate slowed down, and it seemed that it had reached the limit. However, some elves were stunned to see Livia's score suddenly soar before they finished typing. The next second, the 3 words Livia appeared directly at the top of the list. Some elves' fingers froze in front of the screen, and the words they were about to send were still in the input box. His eyes were as big as copper bells, his mouth open unconsciously, and he couldn't say a word for a long time. It was not until Livia's golden top announcement directly dominated the screen that some elves came back to their senses from the shock. The first military academy forum instantly exploded. How is this possible? She can break the gap like a fault. What kind of monster is Livia? Freshman. Top of the list. This is the top military academy in the Elf Kingdom, and the top position is just taken by a freshman. In Zhu Zi's class. Seeing Livia top the list, the crowd cheered instantly, and the students hugged each other excitedly and clapped their hands to celebrate. Some even shouted at the top of their lungs, Livia! Livia! As freshmen who were not optimistic about the future, they saw Livia top the list of senior students and even left the others far behind. Who wouldn't be excited and proud of this? The hearts of the people were like ignited flames, as passionate as ever. I'm afraid this moment will be a highlight in their military school career, but Zhu Zi was still standing on the rating platform. In order not to disturb her, after a few minutes of cheering and jumping for joy, the students suppressed their excitement. But she still looked at Zhu Zi without blinking, and cheered for her silently in her heart. This seemed to be a posture to break the school record. Fortunately, Zhu Zi did not disappoint everyone's expectations. Her points did not stop for a moment, and kept rising. Cecilia looked at the rating platform with some worry. She was not worried about Zhu Zi, who was in it. What Cecilia was worried about now was this machine. In order to constantly put pressure on students and force them to their limits, the difficulty of the rating platform increased with time. But after so much time, Zhu Zi looked like nothing happened, and even became more and more skilled. The score ball seemed to have reached a bottomless abyss in her mental field. Time passed by minute, and now it has far exceeded her estimated class hours. Zhu Zi's points have also reached an astonishing 3 million. It is estimated that all the teachers and students in the school are waiting in front of the ranking list. Just now, even the principal sent her a message to ask about the situation. I don't know when Livia's spiritual field will stop. If it goes on like this, the rating platform will probably smoke. This kind of large machine is not cheap. Each one is an astronomical figure. Even the cost price is shockingly high. But as a teacher, she couldn't stop it suddenly. She called the people up, and the students around her were all excited when they saw the soaring scores. Cecilia could only pray silently in her heart that this machine could last until Livia could no longer maintain her spiritual field. But the fact is that the machine made a low buzzing sound, as if it was a wail of being overwhelmed. The next second, the machine failed, and a squeaky sound was heard, and then it spit out the score balls sparsely until it could no longer spit out any more. In the end, Zhu Zi's score was fixed at 4.53 million. This score was also forever recorded in the history of the First Military Academy, and no other elves have ever surpassed it. Of course, these are all later stories. Zhu Zi rubbed her sore arms. After so long, the mental power rating was finally over. She had never experienced such a long rating. However, Zhu Zi turned her head and saw the rating table with black smoke. Her eyes widened. So the machine did not stop automatically, but was directly broken by her. Zhu Zi sighed. She had to pay for a machine in the first class of the school. She didn't know if Smollett would laugh at her. Just when Zhu Zi wanted to ask how many star coins she had to pay, she was suddenly hugged by Pei Xinyan enthusiastically. Then all the classmates surrounded her, with excitement and joy on their faces. Cheers and celebrations intertwined. Zhu Zi was surrounded by the center of the crowd, and a smile appeared on her face unconsciously, enjoying the unbridled and flamboyant youth moment. Cecilia helplessly held her forehead. They didn't care whether the machine was broken or not. But looking at them, Cecilia smiled unconsciously. Chapter 87. But is there anyone in our class who has not been rated yet? A classmate suddenly asked. Everyone looked at each other, and it seemed that no one was left behind. Only Pei Xinyan seems to have not been to the rating platform. But now the rating platform is broken. Don't worry, there must be other rating platforms in such a big school, an elf said with a smile. Then everyone's eyes turned to Pei Xinyan. Pei Xinyan, who has SS-level mental power, is also a candidate who shines in the Star Zone examination room. Many people remember her name. But Pei Xinyan pursed her lips, lowered her head in silence, and her fingers were tugging at the corner of her clothes a little nervously. It seems that she doesn't want anyone to mention this matter. Zhu Zi frowned slightly, and looked at Pei Xinyan with some worry. Indeed, everyone in the class except Pei Xinyan has been rated in the field of mental power. But Pei Xinyan looked a little uneasy. What's wrong? Zhu Zi asked worriedly. Pei Xinyan took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and said bluntly, I still haven't awakened my spiritual power, so I don't need to test it. Cecilia looked at Pei Xinyan in surprise. Although the school did not have a hard requirement to awaken the spiritual power to enter the school, Pei Xinyan had never shown her spiritual power in the examination room. But Pei Xinyan was the fifth candidate who was admitted with a high score. She shouldn't have awakened her spiritual power until now. Under the confused and surprised eyes of the crowd, Pei Xinyan lowered her head slightly, and stared at the tip of her shoes in a bit of a daze. She didn't know why she hadn't been able to awaken her spiritual realm yet. She had clearly tried to break through her limits again, and her efforts and sweat were no less than anyone else's. But every time she felt that she was about to break through the bottleneck and awaken her spiritual realm, she ended up disappointed. After countless disappointments over the years, Pei Xinyan felt that she might be the kind of elf who couldn't awaken her spiritual realm. When other classmates saw Pei Xinyan like this, they immediately retracted their gazes and shut up. But they didn't expect that there were elves who couldn't awaken their spiritual realm in this class. On the way back to the dormitory after class, although Pei Xinyan's expression and words were normal, she talked and laughed with Zhu Zi all the way. But Zhu Zi felt that Pei Xinyan was not in a good mood. Noticing Zhu Zi's worried look, Pei Xinyan smiled and said, Don't worry about me. Actually, I think it's no big deal. It's not like you can't fight the Zerg without awakening the spiritual field. Pei Xinyan has made up her mind. If she can't awaken the spiritual field no matter how hard she tries, she can only accept the reality. Anyway, she will join the Legion in the future and fight to defend the Elf Kingdom. When the time comes, she will contribute as much as she can. Zhu Zi looked at Pei Xinyan, who was smiling and seemed to be indifferent. But did Pei Xinyan really think it didn't matter? But when someone mentioned the spiritual field in the classroom, just now, Pei Xinyan subconsciously lowered her head slightly. Zhu Zi's awakening of the spiritual field was much slower than others, and she knew how Pei Xinyan felt at the moment. She was just lucky to meet Uncle Wu Suing in Atlantis. Suddenly, Zhu Zi's eyes lit up. Uncle Wu Suing could help her awaken the spiritual field, so naturally he could also help Pei Xinyan. Zhu Zi lowered her head and fiddled with a light brain, contacting Uncle Wu Suining. On the other side, Wu Suining received Zhu Zi's message and agreed happily without thinking. But Zhu Zi was worried. Now the only problem left was how to reasonably match them up. In the living room, Pei Xinyan lazily slumped on the sofa. "Livia, what do you want to eat today? We can order food online in the cafeteria, and then a small robot will deliver it." Zhu Zi thought for a while, and then reported a few dishes. But suddenly Pei Xinyan jumped up from the sofa excitedly. Her eyes were wide and round, flashing with excitement. "Livia, guess what I saw?" Pei Xinyan said in disbelief. "What a coincidence. Master Wu Suining is the honorary instructor of our first military academy, and he said he plans to open a class to help people awaken their spiritual power. She is so lucky." This is the hot topic of the forum that popped up in her brain when she was about to order food. Pei Xinyan was attracted by the title and immediately clicked in, and saw this thing that surprised her. Our first military academy is so powerful that they can invite Master Wu Suining, who is in the field of auxiliary spiritual power. Pei Xinyan sighed. "I heard that Master Wu Suining never helped people awaken their spiritual power when he was in the Interstellar Federation before. But I think we should still thank our king. If it weren't for the king saving the Mermaid Kingdom, Master Wu Suining would never have appeared in the world, nor would he have given up the Interstellar Federation and changed his nationality to join our elf kingdom," Pei Xinyan said happily. Hearing Pei Xinyan thank her, Zhu Zi scratched his head a little embarrassedly. "Although I am the only one in our class who has not awakened the spiritual power field, this is a recruitment for all military academies. There are still many students in our first military academy who have not awakened the field. It is estimated that there will be at least thousands of classmates who will compete with her. Master Wu Suining's class only recruits 5 students. I don't know if I can be selected after I sign up," Pei Xinyan said with some concern. "It seems that the hope is slim." Zhu Zi smiled and encouraged. "Come on. You will definitely be selected. After all, this class is for her." Sure enough, the next second after Pei Xinyan submitted her application, a letter of approval was quickly sent to her mailbox. Pei Xinyan first widened her eyes, and was stunned for a second. "This is too fast," she passed just like that. Then Pei Xinyan raised her mouth, her eyes curved into small crescents. The excitement and joy in her eyes seemed to be overflowing. Pei Xinyan was so happy that she turned around in circles, and she said to Zhu Zi excitedly, I was selected just like that. I said you can definitely do it," Zhu Zi said with a smile. Suddenly, Pei Xinyan's mailbox rang again with a ding-dong sound. And it was Zhu Zi and Pei Xinyan's light brain that rang at the same time. Zhu Zi frowned and opened the mailbox curiously, not knowing who sent messages to both of them at the same time. However, Zhu Zi froze in place after simply glancing at the content of the message, and the smile froze on her face. On the contrary, Pei Xinyan couldn't help laughing at the message, and then fell on the sofa and laughed foolishly. Zhu Zi received an announcement from the First Military Academy about the new school rules. The announcement text message read, "The First Military Academy has added the 161st school rule. The owner of the materialized spiritual power field shall not stay on the spiritual power field rating platform for more than 75 minutes. Zhu Zi stared at this school rule speechlessly. Isn't it true that there is a second person with a materialized spiritual power field in their school besides her? Although the 161st school rule did not directly write her name, it always felt like it was named, and the time on the school rule was a little too precise. Although the First Military Academy did not ask her to pay for the damage to the large machine, the principal quietly added a new school rule." Zhu Zi held his forehead. It would be better to let her pay, after Pei Xinyan finished. Laughing, she covered her mouth. She bowed her head to comfort Zhu Zi and said, "Fortunately, the school did not ask you to pay for the machine, otherwise you would be really finished." Pei Xinyan felt that if she had to pay for this kind of machine, her family probably couldn't afford such a large compensation fee. Pei Xinyan felt that the First Military Academy was still very humane, and did not let poor Livia bear a huge debt at such a young age. But Zhu Zi had a bitter face and sighed, "It would be better for me to pay for it." "That's already very good." Pei Xinyan patted Zhu Zi's shoulder, as if to comfort her. Maybe her roommate didn't know how astronomical the price of this mental field rating instrument was. She better not tell her roommate about it to scare him. In the forum of the First Military Academy, there was a happy and joyful laugh. This new school rule was not only said to Zhu Zi and Pei Xinyan, but also to all the teachers and students of the First Military Academy at the same time. The forum of the military academy became lively all of a sudden. I am laughing to death. There are only a few school rules in our school, and Livia, a freshman, actually occupies one school rule. An elf who forced the school to add new school rules appeared. Do you think that after N years, someone will see the school's 161st rule and show a face full of question marks, and then rack their brains to figure out where this school rule came from? Ha! If that's the case, it's really funny. I guess every time a new military academy student is confused, Livia's name will be remembered again. Even if Livia graduates in the future, someone in the first military academy will always remember her. Wakakaka, how can this not be considered a way to go down in history? Zhu Zi looked at the comments from the seniors in the forum with some fear. This is too scary. Fortunately, she used a pseudonym. Zhu Zi secretly vowed that she must keep her vest well in the future. Chapter 88. Since she became famous in the first military academy forum, Zhu Zi's military academy life has been very rich. Not only was she always called out in class, but even after class, there were always people who challenged her to a fight. Now the quota for fighting with her has to be scheduled for a week later, but fortunately, there is the diligent and responsible Shimi, who helped her block many challenges, allowing her to take a breath. In the military combat class, Pei Xinya threw a brown red-haired boy on the opposite side with an over-the-shoulder throw, and then pressed him down and beat him. Zhu Zi was watching with great interest, and suddenly a message popped up on her laptop. Smollett, I found a few star cores recently. I ask for leave for you. Come back quickly with your little fur ball. Smollett felt that Zhu Zi was like a bird that flew away after entering the military academy. Except for the 1-hour holographic simulation meeting every night when she could see her, this little girl always said that she was too busy at school to come out. This time, 2 star cores were found, so Smollett had a reason to pull Zhu Zi out of school. These 2 star cores plus the ones that he had eaten with the star core beast before, these are probably enough energy for the little star core beast to transform into the second form. After receiving the message from Smollett, Zhu Zi immediately replied with a OK. After finishing the military combat class, Zhu Zi hurriedly took the confused little star core beast out. Pei Xinyao looked at her roommate's back as she hurriedly left with great concern. Livia said that she had something to do at home and needed to ask for leave to go home. It was not easy to ask for leave at the first military academy, and no one knew what happened to Livia's family. On the starship of the Elf King's court, Zhu Zi volunteered to drive the starship himself. This was the first time that Zhu Zi drove a starship in the Star Sea by himself, and the feeling was completely different from driving a starship in the holographic simulation cabin at school. No matter how realistic the holographic simulation cabin is, it can't compare to 1/10,000,000th of the vastness of the universe. On the star map, 2 small dots, one blue and one red, marked by Smollett, kept flashing. They were 2 asteroids that were about to explode. The 2 asteroids were not far away. After the first asteroid produced a star core, it would just catch up with the next destination immediately. The little star core beast jumped around excitedly in the starship, looking forward to what it would look like in its second form. It would definitely be super cool. The 2 asteroids that were about to explode were at a remote star field where few people had ever been. No one came to watch them, and no one set up a cordon with the Interstellar Patrol team. Zhu Zi drove the starship all the way to the explosion center without any obstacles. Then he watched the planetary version of fireworks twice in a row. The little star core beast happily ate 2 star cores and rubbed his round belly with his 2 little hands, squinting his eyes with great satisfaction. Smollett poked the furry little ball. Don't stand there. Change into the second form quickly. Smollett took great pains to find star cores for this little thing to eat, hoping that it could change into the second form and be used as a weapon by Zhu Zi. The little star core beast didn't know that in Smollett's eyes it was just a tool beast. Zhu Zi also looked at it with great curiosity. The little star core beast raised its head proudly and waved a pair of small wings behind it happily. The star core beast actually didn't know how to transform. It closed its eyes tightly, holding its breath and silently chanting in its heart, "Change for me. Let these 2 elves see how powerful it is." It looks quite like that. Zhu Zi stared at the little star core beast with increasing expectation, wondering what kind of weapon such a furry little ball would become. It wouldn't be furry, would it? Just under the gaze of Zhu Zi and Smollett. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed, 3 minutes passed. The little star core beast still didn't change at all. The little star core beast's round eyes were full of confusion. It closed its eyes tightly again, and every hair seemed to be trying hard. Smollett frowned and asked in confusion, Is it that the energy supporting the Star Core Beast's transformation into the second form is not enough? Just as Smollett's voice fell, a bright white light flashed on the Star Core Beast. After a few seconds, the light dissipated, and the furry little Star Core Beast disappeared. A silver-white sword quietly floated in the air. The sword was slender, and had a cool luster. Mysterious silver lines flowed on the sword, as if engraved with the ancient mark of the universe. There was also a shining gem inlaid on the hilt. Zhu Zi saw at a glance that this was the short-lived Star Core condensed when the asteroid exploded. It was shrunk and fixed on the hilt. The sword automatically floated to her hand, and Zhu Zi raised her hand and slowly grasped the hilt. At the moment of grasping the hilt, Zhu Zi felt the joy conveyed by the Star Core Beast. How about my second form? Isn't it cool? Zhu Zi's eyes widened. She had just clearly heard a very proud child's voice. It was the Star Core Beast talking. It turned out that the Star Core Beast could talk. Zhu Zi originally thought that it could only squeak. Zhu Zi waved the shuriken, and the blade was shining with cold light. It must be said that this sword was really cool. Zhu Zi's mental power was injected into the sword without any hindrance. Master-level weapons can have a mental power conversion rate of up to 90% when they are perfectly matched. However, Zhu Zi felt that she had a mental power conversion rate of more than 90% with the sword in her hand as soon as she got started. After becoming proficient, this value can be even higher. Let's go! I take you to a place to run in you, and the second form of the Star Core Beast, Smollett said. Zhu Zi saw Smollett put on the disguise necklace. The next second, Smollett became a completely different person, and even his voice changed. Where are we going? Zhu Zi asked curiously. Kos, Smollett said. Kos is not far away. It is an abandoned and ownerless planet. Most of the planet is occupied by Zerg, and it has become a good place for Zerg hunting. Zhu Zi has also heard of this type of planet. It is located in a remote star field without regular military management. It is a gathering place for various mercenaries. Mercenaries hunt Zerg here, collect Zerg crystal cores, and usable Zerg bodies. It is a profession with extremely high profits, but also huge risks. After 4 hours of sailing, Zhu Zi saw Kos. The whole planet seemed to be shrouded in a gray atmosphere. The gray tone seemed to be a heavy cloud, which made people breathless. As the starship approached, one could see patches of moving black matter in the atmosphere. There was no space station on the planet Kaiasi, only a simple and bare airport. Although the airport was not big, there were quite a few starships parked there. Without showing a pass or going through any inspection, Smollett parked the starship directly in an empty space. Zhu Zi smelled a faint fishy smell as soon as he got on the starship, which was the smell of the Zerg corpses. Smollett seemed to be accustomed to it, and continued to walk in with Zhu Zi. What surprised Zhu Zi was that there were many people here, as if it was a lively town full of fireworks. There were small stalls on the street selling all kinds of weapons, as well as the hard shells and limbs of the Zerg. It was just that the dilapidated buildings stood crookedly, and the walls were full of mottled bullet marks, which looked like a temporary gathering place that could be destroyed at any time. Walking on the street, Zhu Zi's sword immediately attracted the attention of people around him. Boss, the sword in that kid's hand is worth a lot of money. If we can get it, it will be good for us to use or sell, hee. A man in a badly worn black combat uniform looked at the Star Core Beast, and greedy light flashed in his cloudy eyes. The woman, who was called a boss by the mercenary, put down the wine glass in her hand and slapped the man on the bald head. Shut up, idiot. The woman looked cold and glared at her subordinates. Don't you see the posture of the kid and the adult next to him? With that outfit, can they be easily provoked? The two people, one big and one small, were wearing clean and tidy combat uniforms. The adult and the child both had extraordinary temperaments. Otherwise, who would dare to wander around with such a treasure? Who knows which family came from and brought their children here to train? To rob them? Did she think her life was too long? Not only them, but there were also mercenaries around who were ready to move. There was even one who was ready to step forward to stop Smollett and Zhu Zi. But after being cut by Smollett's cold and murderous eyes, the man's hand that was about to take out the laser gun seemed to be nailed and froze in midair. The invisible sense of oppression came over him, and the air around him seemed to be a little colder. After years of fighting, his instinct made him dare not make any more moves. Others who coveted the Star Core Beast also lowered their heads, fearing that they would suffer. Zhu Zi held his new sword lovingly. The blade of the Star Core Beast trembled slightly, and he couldn't wait to go to the Zerg battlefield to release his nature. Going further to the front line, there would be a gray-white steel defense tower every 10 meters, and someone stood on the high tower to warn the high-level Zerg that appeared. Under the high tower, the mercenaries were scattered everywhere, fighting the Zerg alone or in a small team. The Zerg battlefield was full of potholes and charred land, with twisted limbs and broken shells of Zerg scattered everywhere, emitting a strong stench. A clean Zerg nest was half hidden under the rubble, and used as a temporary energy supply station. Zhu Zi noticed that there were several human and orc children of the same age as her, wearing ordinary clothes with no defensive function, shuttling between the dangerous Zerg front to take on some logistical work. Suddenly, a huge star worm appeared in front of Zhu Zi at a very fast speed, and the sharp mouth of the worm opened, revealing the dense and sharp teeth inside. An old mercenary nearby looked at the star worm that was only a few centimeters away from Zhu Zi in surprise. The old mercenary was shocked. This was a B-level star worm that required 4 or 5 experienced mercenaries to deal with. The star worm was about to bite off the child's head, but the adult standing next to the child did not help him, but actually took a step back without changing his expression. The old mercenary's eyes widened. Is this really the child's parents? Did they bring the child here to silence him? It's a pity for such a young child, who is so young. Chapter 89. The old hired soldier was sighing in his heart. In this world, there are still people who can do such a thing in broad daylight. Alas, it was a good plan. The star worm could swallow the little girl whole, and he didn't even have to deal with the corpse himself. He could disappear cleanly. The old hired soldier, who was recovering his mental strength at the temporary supply station, sighed, "The world is really going downhill, and people are evil." A child next to the old hired soldier, who was wearing gray clothes, and couldn't tell whether it was a boy or a girl, turned his head away with some reluctance. But she didn't hear the child's screams of pain, only a click, the sound of a sharp sword piercing the starworm's shell. Then, there was a sharp and piercing roar from the insect tribe, and the child turned his head and looked at the scene in front of him in shock. A little girl of about her age held the long sword in her hand, and the long sword went straight through the starworm's jaw and the hard shell on its head. The next second, the starworm's struggling and twisted legs became motionless, and the thin hind wings on its back slowly drooped, like a tattered kite with its string cut off, losing all its vitality and trembling slightly in the dead silence. A very standard one-shot kill. The old mercenary widened his eyes and exclaimed in shock. He hadn't even finished swallowing a tube of mental power replenishment potion, and this child had already killed a B-level Zerg. He had seen countless mercenaries licking blood with swords, but this child's reaction ability and grasp of the timing of attack were so accurate that it was astonishing. Zhu Zi pulled the sword out of the star worm's head without changing his expression. The Zerg's smelling mucus was brought out, but the mucus seemed to be stuck to an invisible barrier and instantly slid off the sword. Only the sword was left, shining coldly and unstained by dust. The moment the sword was drawn, the huge starworm collapsed to the ground with a bang, raising a cloud of dust. Smollett looked at Zhu Zi with satisfaction and said, "Very good, well done." Zhu Zi smiled, but the starworms that appeared from time to time in front of them made the two of them say too much. Zhu Zi turned around and aimed at the next target. Smollett seemed to be standing aside very calmly, but he was always paying attention to the movements around Zhu Zi. He also carefully spread his mental power to carefully check whether there were any super high-level Zergs here. Zhu Zi's movements were very fast, and with the Starcore Beast sword in hand, she was even more powerful. She went deep into the gathering place of starworms, and moved freely among the dense starworms with agility. The Starcore sword brought strong mental power, and every time it was swung out of Zhu Zi's hand, the starworm's limbs were splashed with black and green mucus. The air was filled with the unique stench of Zerg corpses, mixed with the sharp hissing of the Zerg before they died. Where Zhu Zi stood, a vacuum zone formed all around. The mercenaries standing not far from Zhu Zi couldn't help but look at her. The mercenaries widened their eyes, secretly surprised in their hearts. Where did this child come from, facing the surging Zerg alone without fear? And just now, an A-level star worm suddenly emerged from his back, and was about to attack her. But she reacted quickly and turned around. Without any extra movements, the long sword directly penetrated the mouthparts of the star worm and reached the fatal point, as if she had predicted it in advance. With a strong mental power, and a combat intuition far beyond that of ordinary people, she has such strength at a young age. I don't know what level of mental power she has. S level? SS level? Even the biggest mercenary leader here, Houseman Ken, might not be able to do better than her. The Zerg corpses at Zhu Zi's feet were piled up into a small mountain. Many people looked at this place with envy, but no one dared to step forward. Suddenly, a girl followed the path opened by Zhu Zi, and walked forward boldly. Seeing someone approaching, Zhu Zi narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at her with some vigilance. Unexpectedly, the girl greeted her very politely. "Hello, my name is Sandra. Do you need me to help you deal with the Zerg corpses and collect crystals? I can handle it quickly. You only need to pay me 200 star coins for each star worm," Sandra asked cautiously. Her mental power level is not high, and she can't deal with the Zerg alone. The mercenary group will not accept her, so she can only do some logistics work here to make a living. The price she quoted of 200 star coins per piece was indeed not expensive, but Zhu Zi had so many star worms here. If she could get this order, she wouldn't have to worry about the livelihood of herself and her family for most of the past 6 months. Sandra looked at Zhu Zi expectantly, hoping that she would agree. "Did I trouble you?" Zhu Zi nodded. Zhu Zi came here to get familiar with the new sword. She didn't want to care about the Zerg corpses and crystals, but if she left these things here, they would probably cause a scramble after they left. It would be nice to find someone to help her deal with them. Sandra's eyes were bright with joy, and then she immediately worked hard to deal with the starworm corpses for Zhu Zi. Sandora skillfully and quickly disintegrated the limb joints of a sea-level starworm, then cut open the starworm's chest and reached in to check whether the personnel had crystals. Zhu Zi used a little mental power to protect Sandora to prevent her from being hurt by the Zerg that suddenly appeared. A starworm approaching Sandora was directly dealt with by Zhu Zi. Sandora, who was always alert to the surroundings, also noticed Zhu Zi's protection of her. Sandora immediately looked at Zhu Zi with great gratitude. She had never met such an employer here. If it were another employer, who would care about the lives of these people? Sandora smiled, glad that she had the courage to come forward to ask. Her hands moved more quickly, and she worked harder. Not every Zerg has crystals, and you have to be lucky to dig one out. However, Zhu Zi killed a large number of starworms, and Sandora still found a bag of crystal-clear crystals. Sandra carefully put them in her arms. But facing so many Zerg segments, the bag Sandra prepared could not hold them all. And she felt that her employer did not look like he needed these things. "Do you need me to exchange them for star coins for you?" Sandra asked. "Sure." Zhu Zi nodded hurriedly. By the way, exchange all the crystals for star coins. This seemed to be the first money she earned entirely on her own. Although it did not seem to be much, she could use this money to secretly buy some gifts for Smollett, her parents and others. They would definitely like it, and Zhu Zi smiled unconsciously when she thought of this. "Let's go together." Zhu Zi's mental strength was almost exhausted today. She put away her sword and put all these things into a brand new space twister. Soon, Sandra took Zhu Zi to a nearby purchase place. As soon as he entered, noisy voices came over him. Sandra was very careful to find a reasonable purchaser for Zhu Zi. The purchaser was a short and fat middle-aged man. He looked at the 3 people in front of him with only a bag in his hand, and said nonchalantly, "What do you want to exchange?" But after the purchaser saw the space twister that Zhu Zi took out, his eyes suddenly lit up. It was estimated that the person who could use the space twister to pack things was a big customer. The purchaser's face was instantly filled with smiles. "Exchange all these for star coins." Zhu Zi poured all the things in the space twister onto the ground. Things kept being poured out from it, and they kept pouring for a long time. Such a big commotion attracted everyone's attention, and other buyers looked at the stall owner with envy. There were exclamations from the crowd. "How can there be so many?" The short and fat middle-aged man looked at the Zerg limbs and carapaces that were taller than his counter in shock, and he touched these high-quality weapon materials with trembling hands. "There are even S-level Zerg filamentous tentacles." The buyer widened his eyes and said in surprise, "You know, Zerg tentacles are the most difficult to obtain. In the process of fighting, these tentacles are usually the targets of everyone's attack and are easily damaged." The buyer searched through the pile of things with great interest, and then became more and more frightened. The S-level Zergs here have more than one pair of tentacles, and they even have very complete elytra, membranes, plastrons. More Zerg parts are intact, with few signs of fighting, which means that the person who killed these Zergs is definitely an absolute master. "You two killed so many Zergs?" The buyer looked at Zhu Zi and Smollett and asked in disbelief. "You know, a group of mercenaries hunting together for a day probably can't collect so many things." Sandora shook her head and looked at Zhu Zi, then said to the buyer with some pride, "No, all of them were solved by my employer alone." The buyer opened his mouth in shock, his eyes wide as copper bells, and he looked up and down at Zhu Zi, as if he was looking at an alien. It took a long time for him to recover, and then he stammered, Just her. Alone?" The sound of taking a breath of cold air was also heard in the hall of the acquisition office. Oh, there's this bag too. Shondora put the bag full of crystals in her hand on the counter of the purchasing office, as Zhu Zi had instructed. At first, the buyer thought that this ordinary bag was filled with small things like zerd joints. But the pile of things made him feel that the things in this broken bag must be extraordinary. It can't be all crystals. Such a big bag. The buyer opened the bag with trembling hands, and sure enough, all he saw were crystal clear zerd crystals. From C-level to S-level crystals. On the other side of the Ka star, dozens of starships were hovering over the rest camp with a domineering attitude, and the emblems of the Fergus pirates were printed on the hulls in a domineering manner. The mercenaries looked up and saw the Fergus pirates. They thought they were unlucky. Then they were in chaos. Some mercenaries tried to escape by driving their starships, but they were intercepted by the Fergus pirates as soon as they were in the air. The hovering starship landed arrogantly on the spot, crushing a piece of table and chairs. The pirates came out one after another. They were wearing combat uniforms with cold light and holding energy weapons. They shuttled through the camp wantonly, raising dust wherever they went. The leading pirate was tall and burly, holding a heavy laser gun, striding forward, with a rough and loud voice. You all should be sensible and hand over the crystal core star coins to me. If anyone dares to play tricks, don't blame me for being rude. Kayasi Star does not belong to any country, has no regular military jurisdiction, and has not formed a large-scale mercenary group. This place became the blood bag of the Fergus Star Pirates, but the Star Pirates were also afraid that if they were pushed too far, these mercenaries would unite and resist. The Fergus Star Pirates would come here to collect protection fees once in a while. The mercenaries were used to it, and seeing that they could not escape, they could only pay the money honestly. He handed over all his gains today to the Fergus Star Pirates to save his life. What else could he do? He could only consider himself unlucky to meet Star Pirates here. The leader of the Fergus Star Pirates looked at the piles of property in front of him with satisfaction. The other Star Pirates were also excited, and their faces flushed. Every time they came to Kayasi Star, they could return with a full load without any effort. The brothers in the group were all scrambling to come to Kayasi Star to get the money. No one wanted to miss this easy job of making money. Boss, this time the harvest is even greater than last time. Brothers, you have to celebrate after you finish collecting Area A. A star pirate with a hideous scar on his face poured small bags of zerd crystal cores into the box, while shouting excitedly. Of course, after we go back, we will arrange good wine and food for you brothers. The leader of the star pirate group laughed generously. Today's harvest is indeed quite rich, and the leader's mood is a little better. Besides, this is only the income from Area B. There is a more lively rest camp in Area A of Kayasi Star. The experienced Fergus Star pirate group did not delay at all, and immediately drove these dozens of starships to Area A unscrupulously. Kayasi Star, Area A purchasing office. The buyer was full of smiles, happily counting the crystal cores and starworm shells that Zhu Zi took out, all of which were good goods, with excellent appearance. Others gathered around, looking at such a large pile of things with envy. When the buyer put a piece of S-grade crystal under the purple light for inspection, some people couldn't help but sigh, this is an S-grade crystal. The purity of S-grade is too high. How much money can you make from this? This kid can catch up with a whole group of people who tie their heads to their belts and work here for a whole year. Some people are eager to recruit Zhu Zi to join their mercenary group to kill star bugs together, but when they see Smollett standing next to Zhu Zi in a protective posture, they swallow back what they want to say. They can only envy silently. So many things can be exchanged for a lot of star coins. Hearing this, Zhu Zi smiled unconsciously. She could exchange a lot of star coins, which meant that she could use the money to buy some better gifts. Smollett chuckled and touched Zhu Zi's head. He didn't know why Zhu Zi was smiling so happily. There were a lot of these crystals, and the treasure house of the Shell Elf Palace, and even a lot of king insect shells. But I didn't see Zhu Zi so happy when she visited the palace treasury. Smollett frowned and thought, could it be that Zhu Zi prefers to exchange these things for star coins? Then how about? Suddenly, Smollett's spreading mental power made him see some small ants coming towards them. The buyer was using the calculation function of the optical brain, and Zhu Zi happily watched the star coin value that kept accumulating. Suddenly, the light in the sky dimmed, and dozens of starships of the Fergus Star Pirates came like dark clouds. The ship's hull blocked the already insufficient sunlight on the Ka Star, casting a large shadow. Seeing that it was the Fergus Star Pirates, the mercenaries' faces froze instantly. Damn it, how come I ran into the Star Pirates again? A mercenary cursed in a low voice. The buyer who was guarding Zhu Zi's pile of supplies turned pale, and felt a little scared. Fortunately, the things these kids took out were enough, and he hadn't counted them yet, so he didn't pay a single star coin. Otherwise, he would have lost a lot. The buyer pushed all of Zhu Zi's things forward and said in a panic, No, I'm closing this stall today. The person who was looking at Zhu Zi with envy just now immediately changed to a regretful and heartbroken expression. Imagine if you were robbed of so many things by the star pirates, you would be heartbroken. This little girl is really unlucky. Why did she run into the star pirates today? But his own luck was not much better. He didn't know how long he would live with the pirates robbing him from time to time. But even if he was robbed, there were still people looking at Zhu Zi with gloating. Alas, it seems that so many treasures can't be kept. The pirates will not show mercy. Who said it wasn't? I envied her just now, but now that she has been targeted by the pirates, no matter how powerful she is, two people dare not fight against the Fergus pirates. An orc with a pair of wolf ears said. The semi-open purchase office allowed the leader of the Fergus pirates standing on the starship to see the pile of wealth in front of Zhu Zi from a distance. Excellent casting materials, and so many Zerg crystals. Ha, this time I'm really rich. The leader's brown-gray eyes were filled with greed and excitement. The other pirates were also very happy, and even cheered and celebrated in advance. Chapter 90. The leader of the Fergus pirates did not expect that they would be so lucky today. Not only did they have a good harvest in Area B of the Kaya Star, but they also encountered such a big fat sheep in Area A. As soon as the starship landed, the leader of the Fergus pirates carried a heavy laser gun and walked down the gangway impatiently. Behind him followed a group of pirates with guns and live ammunition, each with greedy eyes and ferocious faces, as if this place was already in their pockets. You all know the rules. Don't stand there, hurry up and hand over all the things. If you dare to make a trick, just kill it, the leader shouted loudly. Then a pirate shot at a store, and with a loud bang, the store's sign was instantly blown to pieces, and flames splashed for a while. The shop owner who was just about to hide the treasure was frightened to the point of his legs going limp, and he collapsed to the ground with a pale face, begging for mercy. I don't dare anymore. Fergus, the leader of the Fergus Star Pirates, ignored the shop owner and walked straight to where Zhu Zi was. He stared at the Zerg carapaces and crystals piled in front of Zhu Zi. The valuable property made Fergus completely forget the danger around him, or maybe it was because he didn't think there was anything else on Kayasi that could threaten anyone. All of your things belong to me, Fergus said to Zhu Zi in a hoarse and rough voice with a determined smile on his face. But what surprised him was that, except for a child in gray clothes who looked at him in horror, the other two of the three people in front of him were too calm. Let alone fear, there was not even a trace of panic in the eyes of the two men, one big and one small, as if they were not being robbed, but standing aside to watch the show. This gave him a bad premonition. And this bad premonition became stronger when he saw the faint sneer on Smollett's face. Zhu Zi looked at the arrogant leader of the Star Pirates calmly, feeling that she didn't need to do anything at all with Smollett around. Sure enough, Smollett's light golden mental power domain spread out. Then Fergus was shocked to find that he had entered someone else's mental power domain without any resistance, and he didn't realize it until his whole body was completely wrapped in it. Fergus looked around in panic, trying to quickly escape from Smollett's control. But Smollett's mental power domain extended outward at a very fast speed, and soon surrounded the entire B area, and he had no escape at all. The powerful mental pressure attacked him, and the other pirates were also suppressed by this invisible, but powerful mental pressure, and could not move. The weapons in their hands slipped one after another, and together, with the property they received, they fell to the ground with a clang. Beads of sweat rolled down from Fergus's forehead, soaking his collar, and his back was already soaked with cold sweat. He looked at Smollett with horror. Who are you? But Fergus hadn't finished speaking. A golden beam of light suddenly fell from the sky, and the beam of light emitted a heart-pounding pressure, and accurately landed on the heads of all the pirates. In an instant, the speed of light penetrated Fergus's solid helmet, and Fergus only felt a hot and powerful force, like a sharp blade, directly piercing his head. Fergus' eyes widened. His eyes were full of astonishment and fear of death. His mouth still maintained the shape of his mouth just now. Fergus didn't even have time to scream, but he fell straight to the ground. Other pirates were not spared either. The golden beams in Smollett's domain were like the sickle of the god of death, ruthlessly harvesting their lives. For a moment, the smell of blood filled the air, even overwhelming the stench of the Zerg corpses. Others were also shocked by the scene in front of them, and stood there in a daze. It was not until Smollett took back his mental power domain, and the invisible sense of oppression dissipated that everyone reacted. The Fergus pirates, who had exploited them for many years and had a powerful background, died in front of them. The things they had just robbed also rolled and scattered on the ground with the fallen pirates. Things that they thought they would never get back can now be picked up by bending over. Some people could not wait to bend down and pick up the property that had fallen to the ground. The feeling of regaining what they had lost made them feel very happy. Oh my God, that's great. The Fergus pirates were solved just like that. A middle-aged man with a beard said excitedly with a trembling voice. But some people did not care about the property on the ground. They turned their heads in shock and looked at Smollett, who had solved the entire pirate group with one move. A light golden mental field, and a beam attack from the sky in the field. It's the former king of the Elf Kingdom, someone exclaimed. Hearing this, even the people who were busy picking up things could not help but raise their heads suddenly. There was a sound of people sucking in their breaths, and everyone's eyes were focused on Smollett, their eyes full of shock and awe. Is this Smollett? The person who could only be seen in the Star Network and holographic videos stood in front of them alive, and personally helped them to solve the Fergus Star pirates. They actually met the former king of the Elf Kingdom in the remote Kaya Star. The child standing next to Smollett could not be the current king of the Elf Kingdom. Everyone widened their eyes, thinking that this child might come from a noble family. But they never expected that she was actually the king of a mythical race. The Fergus Star pirates have really hit a real wall today. Sandra also opened her mouth wide and looked at Zhu Zi in surprise. So she won the Elf King's business today. It seems that I have been recognized. Zhu Zi looked up at Smollett and said softly. It seems that the star coin cannot be exchanged today, but the purpose of sword training has been achieved, so let's go back to the Elf Kingdom quickly. Smollett nodded. Hurry up. Zhu Zi and Smollett couldn't help but speed up and walk back to the starship. On the starship, Zhu Zi shook the space twister containing the fruits of her labor today. After returning to the Elf Palace, let Olive find a way to help her exchange it for star coins. The star core turned back into a furry ball with a pair of small eyes staring at the space twister in Zhu Zi's hand. When the space twister turned to the right, its eyes turned to the right, and when it turned to the left, it turned to the left, and it tried to stretch out its short claws to catch it. Suddenly, Zhu Zi's light brain made a ding-dong sound. She looked down and saw that it was a message from Pei Xinya. Pei Xinya, the 5,000 doll of the same model as the Elf King that you helped me buy has arrived. Thank you, Livia. Then Pei Xinya sent a photo of the doll she received. Just when Zhu Zi was about to reply to Pei Xinya's message, Pei Xinya sent another photo. The photo was a little blurry, but Zhu Zi recognized it at a glance. Isn't this the photo of her killing starworms on the Kaya Star? In the photo, she stared at the starworm that looked like a giant centipede, her body leaning forward slightly, and the silver-white sword in her hand was shining coldly. It must have been accidentally photographed by the mercenaries and uploaded to the Star Network. Zhu Zi frowned, not knowing why Pei Xinya suddenly sent her this photo. Could it be that Pei Xinya has recognized her? That shouldn't be the case. She was wearing another disguise necklace today. Pei Xinya couldn't have recognized her. Could it be that she missed some small details, and Pei Xinya, who was with her day and night, saw the flaw? Just when Zhu Zi was staring at the photo carefully, but had no clue. Pei Xinya sent another message. Pei Xinya, I actually saw Wang on StarNet again. Although Wang has changed his appearance, it has been a long time since Wang last appeared in public. Pei Xinya, ha ha ha, I'm so happy to see Wang's new photo. Pei Xinya, does Wang have a new sword? Wang's new sword is so handsome. Looking at Pei Xinya's series of comments, like a little fangirl, Zhu Zi's hanging heart finally fell. It seems that she was overthinking. Pei Xinya was just excited to share the photo with her. Zhu Zi also followed Pei Xinya's example, and praised herself happily. Although she didn't expose herself, it is estimated that the entire Star Network now knows the sword she held today. The second form of the Little Star Core Beast can't be used in the first military academy. How can this be possible? Zhu Zi picked up the Little Star Core Beast, who was twisting in space happily. Can your second form change to another form? The Little Star Core Beast shook its head blankly and squeaked twice. It seems not possible. It is not like these elves, who can wear a disguise necklace to change their appearance. Why not? Zhu Zi called up the holographic projections of various long swords from the Star Network and placed them in front of the Little Star Core Beast. She rubbed the furry body of the Little Star Core Beast as if to encourage it. How do you know if you don't try? I think you are a beast with great potential. A beast like you will succeed in everything you do. Hearing the master's praise, the Little Star Core Beast's eyes lit up, and both eyes were full of eagerness to try. The little Star Core beast stared at one of the swords in the holographic projection, trying to close his eyes and imagine himself becoming like this. But after a flash of white light, the little Star Core beast still turned into a silver-white second form. But these swords look too ordinary. I find you some more. Zhu Zi continued. The little Star Core beast was holding back a spirit of not admitting defeat and kept trying, but unfortunately he failed after several attempts. Smollett looked at Zhu Zi, who was teaching seriously, and the Star Core beast, who looked like a good student with interest. But Zhu Zi might be disappointed, because the second form of the Star Core beast is fixed. Zhu Zi probably had to choose between exposing his identity and not using the Star Core beast. But just when Smollett was thinking about which one Zhu Zi would choose, he was surprised to see a dazzling white light flash, and the Star Core beast, which had completely changed its appearance, was suspended in the air. This Star Core beast actually changed its appearance. I've never heard of a Star Core beast that can break through its established form. Smollett couldn't help but wonder. However, Smollett frowned and looked at Zhu Zi with some sympathy. It's just that the new look of the Star Core beast is really a bit too special. Chapter 91. Zhu Zi looked at the new look of the Star Core beast in a daze. Why did the Star Core beast not learn anything from so many handsome and cool longsword models? How did it become like this? The Star Core beast looked like it had been buried in the soil for 800 years before being dug out. The whole sword was gray, and there was even a gap on the blade, making it look like a broken piece. Even the bright Star Core inlaid on the hilt had turned into a dark stone. The second form of the Star Core beast still floated to Zhu Zi's hand very obediently. Zhu Zi's hand froze, but he still took the sword. However, Zhu Zi's eyes lit up after taking the sword. Although the Star Core beast had changed, the moment she held the hilt, it was as if an invisible force had built a bridge between her and the sword. The high conversion rate of little Star Core beast's spiritual power remained unchanged, and it was still a magical weapon. It just looked like she had dug it out from a garbage dump. Of course, Zhu Zi would not tell little Star Core beast this. Little Star Core beast was proudly asking for praise for successfully changing to the second form. The words of praise went around in Zhu Zi's mouth, but it was better to say, "Great, great, your new look is very retro." Smollett couldn't help laughing at the side. The next day, Zhu Zi brought the sword back to the military academy. Pei Xinyan, who was originally still happily welcoming her roommate, who had just returned, widened her eyes when she saw the sword in Zhu Zi's hand. "Livia, what is this sword of yours?" "What is it?" Pei Xinyan asked cautiously. "Could it be a decorative ornament that Livia bought from somewhere? I accidentally lost my previous sword, and this is my new one." Zhu Zi's voice became softer and softer, and she explained with a guilty conscience. Pei Xinyan opened her mouth wide and pointed a finger at the sword. "So Livia will have to use this shabby-looking sword in the future?" Livia didn't spend all her money on a trip home, and now she can't even afford a decent sword. Pei Xinyan looked at Zhu Zi with some sympathy. "Why is the gap between elves in this world so big? Their Wang Gang got a cool silver-white sword, but her poor roommate could only use a broken sword that she didn't know where to dig out." Pei Xinyan thought she could help her poor roommate. "I have a sword here. How about you use it first, Livia?" Pei Xinyan took out a jet-black sword from the space twister. The blade was narrow and straight, and the edge of the blade was sharp and cold. Zhu Zi also noticed that the name of Finn Lewis was engraved on the hilt. This was the work of a famous master of weapons. Pei Xinyan stuffed this valuable sword into Zhu Zi's arms without hesitation. She felt that her roommate with SSS-level mental power naturally had to use a good sword, and she happened to have one in her hand. "Livia, you take it," Pei Xinyan said with a smile. Zhu Zi looked at the sword Pei Xinyan handed over with some surprise. She knew that this master-level sword was hard to buy even if she had money, but Pei Xinyan gave it to her without blinking an eye. But Zhu Zi naturally couldn't accept it. Zhu Zi waved his hand quickly. "It's okay, my sword may not look like other swords, but it's still very useful." Seeing Zhu Zi's repeated refusal, Pei Xinyan had to sigh and put the sword back. It's just that Livia said her sword is very useful, and Pei Xinyan is strongly skeptical about it. That sword doesn't look like it can connect to mental power. But where did Livia's little fur ball go? Did she take it home, or did she sleep in Livia's pocket? I haven't seen this little fur ball for several days. Pei Xinyan felt that her hands were a little empty, and wanted to rub it. Pei Xinyan didn't see the little Star Core beast as she wished, but she saw the notice of selecting participants for the Star Dome Agreement League first. Our school will hold a contest for all grade participants in the Star Covenant League on October 15th. This contest aims to select 60 students with excellent combat skills and teamwork ability. They will become the chief commander and participating members representing the Elf Kingdom. Pei Xinya read the notice word by word. The Elf Kingdom has a total of 100 places for the competition, and their first military academy alone has 60 places. Although the first military academy has more places than other military academies, the competition is far more intense than other military academies. Pei Xinya said, the competition is still a camp competition, which requires us to form a camp in advance or join a camp. This selection contest is probably mainly for selecting the chief commander. Livia, which camp do you want to join? Pei Xinya asked. In the forum of the first military academy. The entire military academy is boiling over the Star Dome Alliance member selection competition. A post titled A Review of the Seeded Players in this competition, who will stand out and become the general commander, quickly became popular, and in just half an hour, there were thousands of replies. I think Senior Carol Lirifan has a good chance. Not only is she very strong, but her command ability is also quite outstanding. She even defeated the opponent in the last Interstellar Federation League. I heard that their camp is about to be formed. Then don't forget Gallop from the 4th grade. He has SSS level mental power, his strength is unquestionable, and he has an elite team around him. Anyway, I have joined Gallop's second camp. I don't expect to participate in the Star Dome Alliance League. I just want to get some credits in it. I think Senior Lin Chi's command style is more mature and stable. At first glance, he is a man who can do big things. The general commander is not a competition of who is the best fighter. Anyway, I went to Senior Lin Chi's 3rd camp, and I felt that the atmosphere on Senior Gallop's side was more high pressure and tense. Carol Lirifan, Gallop, and Lynch are the central figures in this post. However, the topic of this post went from who would be the commander-in-chief to which camp to choose. Pei Xinya was also very entangled in this issue. If she wanted to become one of the 60 people selected for the Star Dome Alliance League, she would need to enter the core circle of the team. However, the core circle was a bit too fixed, and it was difficult for new members to integrate into it. Even if she wanted to join, they might not accept her. Suddenly, 2 emails popped up in Pei Xinya's light brain, one from Carol Lirifan's 1st camp, and the other from Gallop's 2nd camp. It seems that the seniors are also recruiting for this selection competition. Senior Gallop also gave her a position as a team leader. If she performs well, she can become the captain of the team, but the condition is that she needs to fully cooperate with the main team members when necessary. The email said by Senior Carol Lirifan is similar. This is equivalent to excluding her from the main team members. Pei Xinya sighed. It is too difficult for a freshman to participate in the Star Dome Alliance League. Lu Weiya, have you received the emails from the seniors? Pei Xinya asked curiously. Lu Weiya is better than her. She should have the opportunity to become the main force in these 3 major camps. When the time comes, she will go wherever Lu Weiya goes. Zhu Zi nodded. She received 3 emails early in the morning. Among them, Carol Lirifan, a senior from the 1st camp, directly invited her to become a member of the main team. Then, she only needed to listen to Carol Lirifan's command in the candidate trials. But Zhu Zi refused all of them. She didn't want to listen to anyone's command. I want to build a new camp, and I will be the commander myself. Zhu Zi said very seriously. Pei Xinya widened her eyes, and looked at Zhu Zi, who said such words without hesitation, and as a matter of course. Before, she always felt that Livia was like a girl who was not aggressive, low-key and quiet. But now she realized that Livia was not aggressive at all, she was just doing big things silently. But Pei Xinya listened to Zhu Zi's words about building a new camp, and being the commander herself. Reason told Pei Xinya that this was not very reliable. They were only freshmen, who would join a camp built by freshmen, but Pei Xinya was madly excited, and blurted out, then I want to join. But 2 people are far from enough to create a new camp. You need to post the camp application on the campus forum. If you can't gather the minimum requirement of 200 people within 2 days, the application will be directly invalidated. Zhu Zi's camp attracted everyone's attention as soon as it was posted. Livia? The one with materialized spiritual power. I think she should join one of the 3 major camps, and then earn a position as a main member. This is safer. Yes, this step is too big. If she fails to apply for a camp, the commanders of other camps will no longer dare to accept her as a main force. It can almost be said that she has ruined a good hand. Although she should be very powerful, she is only a freshman, and she is aiming for the position of the commander-in-chief. Isn't this a bit too arrogant? Someone left a message directly like this. What's the matter with the above? Have you never thought about being the commander-in-chief? How come the little girl dares to think and do it? What's wrong with that? I don't want some cowards to react when they see someone do this. The man was so angry when he saw the reply that his face turned red, and he punched the table. He was reacting, but he wanted to see if this camp could be established. It would be funny if it was directly cancelled. Chapter 92. When Zhu Zi posted the camp application, he was already ranked 5th. But within 2 seconds of posting the application, Zhu Zi received an application to join. Xia Pu had long guessed that Wang would definitely form a camp, so he had been waiting in the camp formation area of the forum since early morning, and immediately clicked on the application to join when he saw the camp Wang had built. Fearing that Zhu Zi would not agree, Xia Pu sent a private message to Zhu Zi, and also added an emoticon of a pitiful puppy. Not only Xia Pu, but Simi also followed closely and joined. On the other side, O'Neil was hesitating which camp he should join. As a freshman, he also encountered a similar dilemma as Pei Xinya. Other camps were willing to accept him, but most likely they would only let him be a cannon fodder in them to get some credits. O'Neil widened his eyes, and saw the 5th camp that suddenly refreshed. He was surprised to find that the commander-in-chief was his classmate Livia. Seeing Livia's camp application, O'Neil felt conflicted. If he joined the 5th camp, he would not even get credits, and the Military Academy Forum also criticized the camp formed by the freshmen. But he remembered Zhu Zi's materialized mental power field that directly rushed to the top of the top 100 list, and Zhu Zi's always excellent performance in class. In fact, O'Neil was also one of the people who lined up to fight Zhu Zi. When fighting Zhu Zi, he had the illusion that he was fighting with an instructor. His eagerness to fight her was completely extinguished after a few moves. She is very strong. If you take a chance, you might win. Once this thought appeared in O'Neil's mind, it could not be dispelled. He finally pressed the button to apply to join. O'Neil was surprised to find that the 5th camp formed by Livia just now only had Pei Xinya, Xia Pu, Simi and Livia herself. But in a short time, he was hesitating whether to join. His application was ranked outside the top 50, and many people submitted applications one after another. O'Neil found that many of the applicants were acquaintances. Most of their class was queuing up and waiting for Livia to agree to their application to join. There were also many students from other classes. They had taken many large classes together in their freshman year. They participated in several small holographic simulation exercises and became partners fighting side by side. Livia could lead her team to victory every time, which might be the reason why those people were willing to join. But what puzzled O'Neil was how some sophomores and juniors could join so actively. Could they be the ones who had challenged Livia to a fight? O'Neil opened his eyes wide, and suddenly realized that no matter who challenged her, Livia seemed to have never lost. Although the tacitly recognized big men in the military academy disdained to challenge a freshman. But what if Livia could beat those people? The more O'Neil thought about it, the more he felt that he might have made an extremely correct decision. The number of people in the 5th camp continued to increase at an unexpected speed, and it had reached the minimum limit of 200 people in less than half a day. Seeing the announcement of the establishment of the 5th camp floating in the forum, the person who was ready to laugh at Zhu Zi before now wanted to eat back what he had said a few hours ago. Even those who had been waiting and watching were a little surprised at Zhu Zi's appeal. This speed is too fast. Many of them are first-year students. Are these first-year students crazy? There are so many good camps, but they have to add this one. Are they planning to collectively give up? But I have to admit that the quality of this year's class is visibly high. In previous classes, it was considered good to have one SSS level, but this class actually produced 2 SSS level mental powers at once, and there are many SS level ones. Although his mental power is high, he is also arrogant and naive. Our commander gave him a position as a team leader for his SS level mental power. But he still looked down on it. He didn't go to the camp with a good momentum, but insisted on going to a small camp that came out of nowhere. A person from the 2nd camp said, "The 5th camp can almost be the first-year camp. Why do they feel like they are here to give heads to other camps?" In the first Military Academy Forum, the discussion about the camp competition is very hot. But soon, the much-anticipated Star Alliance League participant selection competition officially began. The camp competition was arranged in the border star area of the Elf Kingdom, Nullin Star. Due to the harsh ecological environment, this planet has long been classified as a level 4 uninhabited planet. But Nullin Star belongs to the territory of the Elf Kingdom, and the army will come here regularly to clean up the Zerg here. However, after the first military academy set the venue here, the army only cleared the high-risk star worms and left. The remaining star worms in this area were obviously left for the students of the first military academy to use as test papers. As of the last minute, the school has organized a total of 5 camps to participate in this selection. They are the first camp commanded by 4th year Carol Lirafin, the second camp commanded by 4th year Gallup, the third camp commanded by 3rd year Lynch, the fourth camp commanded by 4th year Blanche, and the fifth camp commanded by 1st year Luvia. The host looked at the 5 teams standing neatly on the field and said, "This selection will be held on Null and Star, and the contestants need to survive on Null and Star for 10 days. You need to get as many points as possible within 10 days. The points will become an important assessment criterion for the final results of the contestants. The points earned will be the final score of the contestants. There are 2 ways. First, kill as many starworms as possible. High-level starworms correspond to high points. Second, break the score table of the enemy camp players to obtain all their points. There are also 3 bases in the arena, A, B, and C from large to small. The participating teams can occupy the bases at any time and by any means. Although occupying the base does not score points, I believe every commander knows the importance of the base." After the rules were announced, the host of the competition said, "Now please invite the players of the Star Dome Alliance League member selection competition to enter the competition venue." After the host finished speaking, Zhu Zi took the team on a huge hovercraft. This was not because the school was considerate enough to give them a car for such a short distance, but because they planned to throw everyone down randomly. Therefore, the first challenge faced by the commander of each camp is to gather their own players. Zhu Zi floated in the air with a landing device. She was not allowed to use her wings. Where she could go depended on the program randomly set in advance by the landing device. Finally, she landed in a dense forest, and a sneaky live broadcast ball followed not far away. In order to ensure the openness and transparency of this selection competition, the game was broadcast live in the Elf Kingdom. However, due to the large venue, and the fact that the personnel were too scattered at the beginning, the school only arranged live broadcast balls for some people. Zhu Zi, as the commander of the 5th camp, was naturally one of those people. There were quite a few people watching online in the live broadcast room from Zhu Zi's perspective. After all, she was the only first-year commander. At this moment, the live broadcast room from Zhu Zi's perspective was also particularly lively. This commander still has SSS-level mental power, and he looks very young, even younger than other first years. This is a battle between all the students in the 1st Military Academy. It must be awesome to be a commander in the first year. But she seems to be unlucky. She ran into a star worm nest right at the start. As soon as Zhu Zi landed, she immediately spread her mental power to check the surrounding situation. The powerful mental power made every move around her reflected in Zhu Zi's mind. She soon found that the densely packed star worms were living in the forest in front of her left. It is estimated that there are hundreds of star worms, including 2 S-level ones. The live camera also turned to the hiding place of the star worms with her sight, and the holographic sensor also marked the star worms for the audience. This is too much. How can one person handle it? If it were me, I would flap my wings and fly away before the star bugs noticed me. Indeed, go find other teammates first, gather them together, and then come back to fight these star bugs. But let's not talk about where the teammates are. It will take a lot of time to gather them. What if this good point-scoring land is intercepted by people from other camps? It's better to get some points first. If you want to get points, you have to be able to win. If the commander dies here, the 5th camp can be disbanded on the spot. Don't stand there, run, an elf said anxiously. But what surprised everyone was that Zhu Zi didn't turn around and run, but took out his sword. There was no panic in his eyes, all of which were the desire for points. But the sword in Zhu Zi's hand was really shocking. It doesn't look like a usable sword. The whole sword is gray, and there's even a chip on the blade. No, this sword was picked up from the garbage dump. It's the kind that I wouldn't even want if it was given to me. In the interstellar era, someone actually took out such a broken sword. It looks like it hasn't even been sharpened yet. It must be a real sword. The only thing a contestant can bring into the arena is their weapon, but why did the commander of the 5th camp bring in such a thing? It's over, it's over, it's over. Could it be that he was in a hurry to go out and took the wrong weapon? Chapter 93. The noise Zhu Zi made had successfully attracted the attention of the star bugs. The star bugs, smelling the scent of fresh flesh and blood, pounced on her with their claws and teeth bared, and their sharp mouth parts opened and closed, revealing sharp fangs. The holographic projection live broadcast room allowed the audience to feel the pressure of being attacked by hundreds of star bugs at the same time. The audience couldn't help but worry about Zhu Zi's safety. An S-level star bug swooped down from the air first. The round body of this star bug was like an inflated air bag, and even its abdomen was translucent, and its internal organs could be vaguely seen squirming inside. The strange-looking star bug opened its mouthparts and sprayed out a corrosive dark green liquid. Zhu Zi dodged the attack of the star worm by moving sideways, and then swung the sword in his hand. After a sharp cold light flashed, the hard shell of the S-level star worm was easily split open. The corrosive mucus in the star worm splashed. After dealing with this S-level star worm, Zhu Zi did not stop at all. He plunged into the pile of star worms, and the long sword in his hand was wrapped with a fierce momentum. Every time he swung the sword, he could knock down a group of star worms. Zhu Zi's points were also constantly soaring. On the camp ranking list, Zhu Zi's points led the 5th camp to the 1st place. It was not until Zhu Zi killed the last star worm that the audience in the live broadcast room reacted. As expected of a commander, this is too strong. It only took a short time to solve all the problems. Ah, so handsome, I can't get enough of him. I originally thought that this commander was not ugly, but he was definitely an average-looking guy among the elves. But the more I watch her, the cooler she looks. Why does it feel like she kills Zerg so easily, like she is cutting fruit? But this fruit is a bit disgusting. For some reason, the broken sword in her hand looks pleasing to the eye. It's amazing. The mucus is so corrosive that even the mental barrier built by Livia made a crackling sound, but the broken sword is intact. Too cool. Is there a broken sword like this? I want one. Bushy, I must be crazy. Some elves who originally came to this live broadcast room to join in the fun just to take a look at the first-year commander. After seeing this scene, they were directly trapped in this live broadcast room and couldn't get out. Change the perspective to look at others? I can't move my eyes away at all. Although Z didn't know the number of people in her live broadcast room suddenly soared, she suddenly found that the camp with a score of over 10,000 actually had additional benefits. Before they entered the competition venue, the school distributed a simplified version of the optical computer to everyone for communication, which can also display the location of their own team members. But now Zhu Zi's optical computer also marked the location of the base closest to her. The map coordinates 78 to 34 area, and it is also the largest base in the entire competition venue. There are 5 teams in total, but only 3 bases. A fierce competition around the base is probably inevitable. Other teams will soon discover the hidden rule that the base will appear when the points exceed 10,000, so the top priority now is to gather the team members as quickly as possible and then occupy the base. Zhu Zi looked at the small dots representing her own team members scattered everywhere on the optical computer. Some of the small dots have already met, and some are swaying at the edge of the competition venue. The optical computer was filled with topographic maps that the team members had figured out. These topographic maps were put together, and the topography of the entire stadium gradually became clear in Zhu Zi's mind. The assembly routes were also posted in an orderly manner in the message group of the 5th camp. The team members looked at the clear and definite assembly routes, and suddenly seemed to have found the backbone, and quickly moved towards the destination. A few hours later, the main force had gathered near Base A. The base was located in a hidden valley, with a flat and open terrain, and a clear stream running through it, so there was no need to worry about daily drinking water. "We are the first team to get here," Pei Xinhua said excitedly. Xia Pu looked at the piles of supplies in the base with shining eyes. If they could defend this base, they would no longer have to worry about survival and energy supply in the next few days. Zhu Zi had no time to be happy. She sent people to count the supplies, and set up the defensive fortifications here without stopping for a second. However, she paused while giving the order, frowning as she listened to the news broadcast on the field. Congratulations to the 5th camp for successfully occupying Base A. Others' faces turned black when they heard this broadcast. Why is there a broadcast? The voice was so loud that every starworm could hear it clearly. What's the difference between this and directly marking them as the public enemy of the whole field? Compared to Zhu Zi's dark face, the live broadcast room was full of laughter. Laughing to death, who came up with this broadcast? This is too mean. The 5th camp happily occupied the base, and then was severely tricked by the broadcast. What's the difference between this and telling everyone in the field to come and fight the 5th camp? Too bad, the school that can arrange 3 bases for 5 teams must not be much better. Evil school, are those instructors sitting in their offices now and laughing happily? Exciting, we can see their big fight so soon. Just coming from another perspective, the commander of the 1st camp, Carol Lirafin, is the 2nd person to get the position of Base A, and has already led a large force here. On the other side, Carol Lirafin stood not far from Base A, staring at the base covetously. The largest base in the entire arena is what everyone wants. Even if the commander of the 5th camp is personally strong, the overall strength of the 5th camp is indeed not as good as other camps. So, Carol, you also have your eyes on this base. Carol Lirafin turned around and saw the commander of the 2nd camp, Gallup, walking towards this side, with a large number of people. Carol Lirafin frowned slightly, and a look of vigilance flashed in her eyes. Gallup folded his hands across his chest, and his eyes were also firmly on Base A. Gallup chuckled and suggested, "Let's join forces to take down Base A first, and then we can each rely on our own abilities when the base is vacated. How about that?" Although Gallup asked a question, he knew that Carol Lirafin would definitely agree to join forces. Sure enough, although Carol Lirafin was a little unhappy, she still nodded. At the lookout tower of Base A, the elf in charge of reconnaissance and early warning frowned and looked at Carol Lirafin and Gallup, who were living in peace not far away. "Commander, the 1st camp and the 2nd camp seem to have joined forces, and their strength is 3 times ours," the elf reported. Zhu Zi nodded and looked at the armorer next to him. Cotton asked, "Are you ready?" Cotton fiddled with the parts in his hand and nodded excitedly. "It's almost done." Just an hour ago, several people gathered together to discuss how to defend the base. Zhu Zi has already made plans for the worst-case scenario. If the 2 parties join forces, they can only give up the base temporarily. However, they occupy such a good position, it is really unkind not to leave something for those who come later. "It's done," Cotton said with a smile, holding up the bomb he made with his own hands. Physical attacks without mental attacks will not cause any harm to the Zerg. Therefore, there are no bombs in the supplies distributed on the field, but Zhu Zi picked up a special armorer. Cotton is a senior in the 3rd-year armor department. Although he has S-level mental power, he is not very talented in armor. He barely made it to the 1st military academy until now, and his poor grades and credits made him unfortunately hold back 2 grades. With the mentality of following whoever wants him, Cotton submitted application materials to several camps one after another. However, Zhu Zi was impressed when she saw Cotton's application materials. She found that although this man's performance in military weapons involving mental power was not outstanding, he was a genius in other weapon manufacturing fields. Cotton even used the abandoned starship core and some meteorite materials that can be found everywhere to make a self-made energy cannon. Zhu Zi did not hesitate to accept him into his own camp. Such talents may be used well to achieve unexpected victory. Pei Xiniao looked at the bomb in Cotton's hand in surprise. "Are you sure it really works?" Seeing someone ask this, Cotton immediately said seriously, "Of course it can explode if I make it. And it is estimated that its power should be equivalent to a small pulse flash bomb explosion." "How powerful?" Xia Pu opened his mouth in surprise. "If this is buried in the command center of the base, it will be enough to make the camp occupying here suffer a lot." In the monitoring room, the instructors of the 1st Military Academy stared at the bomb in Cotton's hand with wide eyes. "Can this really explode?" An instructor turned his head and asked Ji Qin, the dean of the ordnance department, in confusion. He saw all of Cotton's production process just now. Cotton took a set of ordinary ordnance weapon maintenance boxes issued to mechanics and disassembled, and picked up several mental weapons. With such simple conditions, he didn't even have the most basic adjustment instrument, but he actually rubbed out a bomb with his hands. Ji Qin, who was sitting steadily in his seat, suddenly lost his composure. He stood up from the table with a swish. "Send someone to stop them," Ji Qio said in a panic. Ji Qio was surprised to realize that this bomb was not only usable, but also powerful. Ji Qio was afraid that the explosion would cause casualties, and then they would be too late to rescue. In fact, Zhu Zi was also thinking about this problem. Cotton was indeed useful, but he was a little too useful. However, the bomb was already made, and the fruits of others' labor could not be wasted. Zhu Zi deliberately placed the bomb in the middle of the camera and waited for the instructors to find it. Sure enough, an unknown call rang in her light brain soon. Then the instructor's holographic projection appeared in the open space. Instructor Mag Leslie wore a white and gold military uniform and had a neat short hair. Her face was stern, and she looked at the group of students seriously. "Bombs are illegal items and are not allowed to be used in the competition." Zhu Zi was not intimidated by the instructor, but frowned slightly and said, "I have read the competition manual carefully. The rules in the manual state that contestants are not allowed to bring bombs and other items into the examination room, but there is no provision that homemade weapons are not allowed." Mag Leslie's face froze, and he was suddenly blocked by Zhu Zi's words. It is true that the rules did not state that homemade weapons were not allowed at all, but who would have thought that in such a simple condition as the competition field where there was nothing to be had, someone could actually make a bomb by hand? Seeing that Zhu Zi was not someone who could be fooled, Mag Leslie immediately changed her strategy. She said to Zhu Zi directly, "Add 30,000 points to the 5th camp in exchange for your bomb." Zhu Zi shook his head decisively. Mag Leslie frowned and increased the points to 40,000. Mag Leslie now regretted very much why he did not write the competition rules in more detail. This was the first time she had to show up in the middle of a match to bargain with students, and this was broadcast live nationwide. The audience in the live class burst into laughter. This perspective really paid off, ha ha ha. It felt like their instructors were going to be furious. Who would have thought that the 5th camp could come up with a bomb? The instructor went back to revise the competition manual overnight. But there was actually no need to revise it. After all, how many people can make a bomb with their hands? I remember this Cotton. In the previous Military Academy League live broadcast, he was just an ordinary, a little depressed armorer. You put it in my mind, he was a little angry when he sighed and repaired the spiritual weapon. It felt like going to work was like going to a grave. Looks very friendly, like a friend of mine. It turns out that I just followed the wrong person. Look how happy Cotton is now. This freshman commander is also a genius. He actually found the correct way to use Cotton. Cotton will probably be scrambled for by all teams in the future, if the rules of the competition are not changed. But 40,000 points, in exchange for such a secret weapon, isn't it a bit of a loss? Not only the audience in the live broadcast room, but even Zhu Zi and the players of the 5th camp felt that they definitely lost out by exchanging points. We won't exchange points. We will replace this bomb with a virtual bomb of the same level, Zhu Zi said very insistently. They can still earn points by killing star bugs, but she will use this bomb to take back base A. Meg Leslie frowned. There are virtual bombs. This kind of bomb can realistically simulate the explosion scene, and the intelligent system can also convert it into deducted health points according to the degree of damage. But there is no such thing as set health points in this competition. Zhu Zi could see Mag Leslie's concerns, and gave the instructor a very considerate suggestion. If the degree of injury reaches the level of serious injury or above, they can be directly declared out of the competition, and if the injury is minor, the physical injury can be converted into points to offset the deduction. In the stadium monitoring room, Mag Leslie's brows were furrowed so much that an ant could be pinched to death. This 5th camp commander refused to give in exchange for points, and her request was indeed reasonable after careful consideration. After a moment, Mag Leslie nodded. After getting the virtual bomb from the instructor, everyone started to bury the bomb in a race against time. No one thought that they could do such a thing in the arena. And they just spent some time arguing with the instructor, and they need to quickly slip out before the 1st and 2nd camps surround this place. Outside base A, Carol Lirafin and Gallop are discussing countermeasures for the siege. As a result, the team member in charge of reconnaissance ran over and said that the people in the 5th camp had quietly evacuated from base A, and now base A was empty. Carol Lirafin frowned, and a trace of vigilance flashed in her eyes. They retreated so decisively. Which direction did they evacuate? To the south. Base C is in the south, the reconnaissance team member said. There must be something fishy about retreating so quickly. Take a few agile and good tracking team members to follow them, and report to me immediately if their route is different, Carol Lirafin ordered. I think the commander of the 5th camp is quite sensible, but I don't know if you, the 1st camp, are willing to take a step back. Gallop looked straight at Carol Lirafin. Zhu Zi led the team to evacuate, and base A was in sight. The alliance between the two camps also collapsed in an instant. For a time, the atmosphere was tense, and the players on both sides took out their spiritual weapons. Zhu Zi led the team, killing star bugs while walking south. 2 are following us. Do you want me to deal with them? Simi asked in a low voice. No need. Zhu Zi shook her head. Letting these people follow would make their commander feel more at ease. She had left Xiaopu and O'Neill to observe the situation near base A. Once any team successfully entered base A, they would contact her as soon as possible and activate the virtual bomb. I don't know which lucky team will enter base A, Cotton said happily, his eyes almost smiling into crescents. He has participated in many competitions in the 1st Military Academy for so many years, but he has always been a nobody, and has never been as popular as he is now. To be honest, I have never seen Professor Leslie show such an expression. I was afraid that she would punish me to run 50 laps on the playground in the next second, but she actually agreed. A boy said in surprise. It's a pity that this method can only be used once, someone said regretfully. How many times do you want to use it? It may not work the second time. Suddenly, the light brain on Zhu Zi's wrist vibrated slightly. Zhu Zi was a little surprised that the two camps had won so quickly, and it was the second camp that occupied the base. On the other side, Gallop pushed open the door of Base A with a smile on his face. The team members also followed the commander happily. It is absolutely a cause for celebration to take down the largest base in the entire stadium. Gallop looked around and told the team members, "Take a few people to check the base." "Yes." A few minutes later, the team members who went to check came back calmly, report to the commander, "Everything is normal, there is no mental fluctuation. Everyone follow me in." Gallop waved his hand and said to the team members behind him. If Gallop could see the comments in the live broadcast room, he would never make this decision. In the live broadcast room, from Gallop's perspective, the audience was so anxious that they kept swiping the screen to ask them not to go in. Unfortunately, Gallop couldn't see it, and even if he saw it, it was too late. The moment they stepped into the base building, there was a loud boom, and the house was instantly filled with flames, and countless shrapnel flew. "There's a bomb!" Gallop shouted loudly. At once, mental barriers were opened one after another. Gallop, who was standing in the first place, subconsciously used all his mental power to open the range of the barrier to the maximum, protecting as many of his team members as possible. But soon Gallop discovered that the so-called shrapnel and flames were actually just holographic projections. Gallop turned his head and saw the players who were intact, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was just a virtual bomb. But how could a virtual bomb appear in the competition venue? Could it be that this virtual bomb was also a material issued by the school? How could this be possible? But what shocked Gallop even more was that his optical brain suddenly popped up one after another news that his team members were eliminated. "What's going on?" Gallop said puzzledly. Those eliminated players also looked at their points that were cleared to 0, and the elimination notice with a blank face. The team leader held up his score sheet and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "How could my score be negative 8,560? Although he was not eliminated, his score became negative. Congratulations to the 5th camp for successfully eliminating 72 members of the 2nd camp. It was not until the broadcast that resounded throughout the stadium that the 2nd camp understood what had happened. "It's so unfair. Why does the 5th camp have a virtual bomb?" Someone shouted at the camera. "Why? The supplies given here are too illegal." But no instructor in the monitoring room responded to them. After a while, a teammate who was responsible for the outer defense rushed in and shouted, "Commander, our base has been surrounded by the 5th camp." Gallop's face sank, and he immediately ordered everyone to prepare for battle. But the 5th camp was aggressive, and they had just lost a lot of people. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, Gallop did not fight and decisively took the rest of the people away. The members of the 5th camp, who returned to Base A, were very happy again. This time, they not only got the base back, but also increased their points. In the explosion just now, all the points deducted from Gallop's camp were divided into them. As the maker of this bomb, Cotton got a lot of points, and the smile in Cotton's eyes was so full that it was about to overflow. As long as he can survive to the end of this game, with these points, he can probably be promoted to the 4th grade smoothly this year. Zhu Zi welcomed and encouraged, but Gallop was dejected. Gallop took the remaining team members to rest in an open space, but the atmosphere of the whole team was very depressed. They didn't expect to win Carol Lirifan, but lost to the freshman. "Sorry, Commander, we didn't do it well." The few people in charge of the base inspection lowered their heads, waiting to be scolded by the commander. But what surprised them was that the commander, who was usually very strict, was calm this time, without anger or any accusations. "Don't blame you. Sorry, I made a mistake in judgment and led you into Base A," Gallop said apologetically. Then he glanced at his teammates one by one. "Don't be discouraged, we haven't lost now." Gallop quickly adjusted the plan. If the occupation of Base A failed, then go to Base C in the south. Then, Gallop assigned tasks in an orderly manner. The depressed atmosphere in the team gradually dissipated. But Gallop, who was arranging tasks, paused, and his keen mental power made him aware of something strange not far away. He looked at the flat grass in fear, and suddenly the whole grass began to move strangely. Gallop was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. The fighting instinct he had developed over the years was ringing alarm bells in his mind. "Run!" Gallop shouted. Chapter 94. Hearing Gallop's roar, the other elves followed Gallop and flew out without hesitation. "What on earth is this? Is it also a starworm?" someone asked in surprise. The originally flat grassland was seen rising rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and waves of soil surged around like a tide. In a moment, a huge creature suddenly emerged from the ground. Its inverted triangle-shaped head was raised high, and several compound eyes on the top emitted a bloody red light. The densely packed limbs were covered with sharp barbs, and the mucus on the body mixed with mud hung on the barbs, flashing a strange color. But what was surprising was that it did not make any aggressive movements, but just stared at them with its bloody compound eyes, and then slowly moved its body and walked towards them. 1, 2, 4, 6. A total of 9 pairs of compound eyes. This is actually a king worm. Someone said in shock, how could a king worm appear on our competition field? Haven't all the high-risk Zerg on Nuln been cleared by the army? And the school has carefully checked it many times. How could it miss this one? Gallop glanced at this strange star worm with his peripheral vision, and he couldn't help but recognize what kind of star worm it was. The variety of Zerg species in the interstellar is beyond their imagination. Even an ordinary mother worm in the Zerg can reproduce several completely different star worm offspring. As for the star worms at the king level, they are all born from the Zerg king. For them, every king worm is almost a terrible unknown. Gallop no longer cared about the selection competition and immediately pressed the SOS button on the optical computer. If he didn't press it, he would lose his life. Don't panic, the king bug has not attacked us yet. Let's run to a safer place and wait for the school's rescue, Gallop said calmly. However, Gallop's face froze after pressing the button. He was surprised to find that no matter how many times he pressed it, the SOS button had no response. My SOS button is invalid, Gallop said. Seeing this, the others were very anxious and pressed their SOS buttons one after another, but they were responded to by deathly silence. Gallop hurriedly grabbed the live broadcast ball floating beside him, but the signal light that should have flashed blue light was dim at this moment. No signal. They have completely lost contact with the outside world. Gallop looked towards the direction of the king bug with fear. Was it this bug that did it? What kind of ability does it have? What does it want to do next? On the other side, Zhu Zi looked at Gallop in surprise as he ran for his life, and the entire second camp looked a little panicked. Pei Xinhua couldn't help but get a little nervous. What happened to the second camp? But before she had time to think about it, Gallop and his group had already flown to them. Gallop shouted, the king bug appeared, and our communication was completely cut off. King bug. When everyone heard the news, their faces turned pale. A king bug could even trap an entire army, which was not something that these military academy students could handle. With such a big commotion, the school probably knew that they were in danger, but they didn't react. It seems that before this, they could only run out of the stadium by themselves. Seeing Gallop flying to the periphery without stopping after he finished speaking, they immediately followed him. Everyone was running and notifying those students who were still trying to kill star bugs to earn points. Then the escape team became larger and larger. But before everyone flew far, Zhu Zi found that several people in the team suddenly stopped without warning. Then those people raised their heads stiffly, and the spirit in their eyes suddenly disappeared, empty and numb like a puppet without a soul. Then, they turned around and flew towards the king bug without hesitation, as if they had received some instructions. No matter how the people around them called, they could not wake up their minds at all, and they could only pull them back with all their strength. Even the people who were pulling their teammates became unconscious the next moment, and took the initiative to deliver themselves to the king bug. This accident stopped everyone in their tracks. Why are these people like they are possessed? Is this the ability of the king bug? Someone exclaimed. It's mind control. Gallop said terrified, we are now in the king bug's territory. If this continues, we will all be doomed. Someone said in panic. In such a huge space, the king bug has countless ways to prevent them from escaping. At this moment, the king bug in the distance let out a low roar. The sound was like thunder and made people's eardrums hurt, and the ground began to tremble. Zhu Zi vaguely saw a huge body bending the grass and crushing the stones and soil all the way to move towards this side. However, more and more people on their side were controlled by the king bug. Even Zhu Zi felt a sharp pain in his head from time to time. For a moment, even the scene in front of him became blurred. Zhu Zi tried hard to open his eyes, his nails dug deep into his palms, using the pain to stimulate himself to stay awake. Everyone, don't relax, keep your mind steady, Zhu Zi reminded. But simple words of reminder were useless. Every few minutes, someone was controlled by the king bug and flew in the opposite direction like a possessed person. Even Pei Xinhua's eyes became empty and numb in an instant. She insisted on flying towards the king bug regardless of people's obstruction, and her movements were stiff and resolute. The king bug was approaching step by step in the distance, but nearly half of the people on their side were already controlled. The situation was getting worse and worse. Everyone tried various methods, but couldn't call back the sanity of their teammates. They had to be careful of being controlled at all times. Gallop looked at his teammates who were like puppets with a burning anxiety. He looked straight at the kingworm and held a weapon tightly in his hand, his knuckles turning white due to the force. They were restricted everywhere in the kingworm's domain, and even their own mental domain could not be deployed. Just as Gallop was about to rush forward to fight the kingworm, he suddenly saw a flash of white light next to him, and a small seed was suspended in the air. Before he could react, the seed had already taken root and sprouted. In just a moment, it grew into a lush green tree with lush branches and leaves rustling without wind. This is Luvia's materialized mental domain. Gallop looked at Zhu Zi in shock as he deployed his mental domain without any hindrance. Why couldn't he open the mental field? Did he not use the right method before? Then Gallop tried to open the mental field again. But once he had this thought, his heart seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible big hand, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Even his mental power couldn't flow at all. It is almost impossible to superimpose and expand the mental field in the enemy's field, unless the mental field of that person is so strong that it can directly shatter the enemy's field. But the field of the king insect is intact, and Zhu Zi is obviously not the case. It's just that she forcibly expanded her mental field. Gallop's eyes widened. Is this the power of the materialized mental field? It can directly ignore all kinds of rules, and existence like a bug. In the chaos and panic, the emerald green tree exudes a soft glow, as if it has the power to soothe people's hearts. Zhu Zi tentatively pulled Pei Xinya, who was in a daze, into his mental field. Zhu Zi gently injected spiritual energy into Pei Xinya's body. She didn't know if it would work, but there was really no better way. Others also looked at Pei Xinya's reaction nervously. What made everyone happy was that with the injection of Zhu Zi's spiritual energy, Pei Xinya's empty pupils gradually focused. A trace of confusion flashed in her eyes, and then she regained clarity. Pei Xinya took a deep breath, as if she had just woken up from a dream. The remaining chaos in her mind gradually dissipated, and she had been frightened and sweating on her back unconsciously. How do you feel? Zhu Zi asked worriedly. I just had a nightmare, Pei Xinya said with lingering fear. In the nightmare, the world was filled with thick gray as ink, dead silent, and lifeless. She stood alone in the center of the darkness, surrounded by densely packed people. She recognized the familiar faces, her family, friends, and classmates, but their faces were distorted and hideous, and their eyes were full of disgust and contempt. They kept getting closer, the encirclement was getting smaller and smaller, and they kept making sharp and harsh accusations. Why haven't you awakened your spiritual power field yet? What a useless waste. The voices of these people became louder and louder, interweaving and echoing, like a sharp dagger piercing her heart. No matter how hard she shook her head, explained, even apologized and begged, she could not escape the accusations that surged like a tide. Even though she had woken up at this moment, that scene was still echoing in her mind, lingering. This is a king insect that controls people's actions by stimulating the deepest fear in people's hearts, Pei Xinya said with a frown. Zhu Zi was slightly stunned. What was the deepest fear in her heart? It was a memory from the previous life that she thought she had almost forgotten. Fortunately, she was not controlled by the king insect, Zhu Zi thought with some relief. However, she had a mental field, so she should not be afraid of being controlled by the king insect. Seeing that Zhu Zi's mental field was effective, everyone was immediately happy, as if they had grabbed a life-saving straw in desperation, and rushed to pull the teammates whose minds were controlled by the king insect into the mental field. One by one, the teammates woke up, but the vibration amplitude of the ground under their feet became larger and larger. The bloody compound eyes of the king insect locked onto the people who were rescuing their companions. The sharp roar brought a chilling deterrent force, constantly impacting everyone's psychological defenses. Chapter 95. It has been 24 minutes since I found out the signal was interrupted, Gallop said with a frown. Logically speaking, even if they couldn't send out a distress signal, the school would have definitely discovered something was wrong the moment the national live broadcast was interrupted. But after so much time, the school's rescue still hadn't arrived. Either the people sent by the school to rescue them were also controlled by the king worm, or even worse, people outside couldn't enter the king worm's territory at all. They had no way of knowing the situation outside, nor did they know what happened to the other people in the stadium. There was no signal in the stadium, and no message could be sent out. Everyone looked at the king worm approaching not far away, with sharp teeth sticking out of its huge mouthparts, covered with green mucus, pulling out long thin threads in the air. Its powerful tail swept left and right like a thick steel whip, and several giant trees were cut in half at once, falling to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. They couldn't run anymore, so they could only kill the king insect and break the domain. Zhu Zi stared at the king insect, then quickly glanced at his companions beside him, and arranged the battle in an orderly manner. I will be responsible for the frontal attack. Ximya, Pei Xinhua, you lead 2 teams to attract the king insect's attention from the side and rear, and control its tail. Xia Pu, O'Leary, you lead the people in the team who are good at long-range attacks, fly to a safe high point, and use bows and arrows to shoot the king insect's compound eyes with all your strength to interfere with its vision. Pay attention to staying awake at all times. I will always open my mental power domain, and everyone will immediately enter my domain as soon as they find something wrong. The rest of the people should always pay attention to the status of their teammates, and provide timely rescue and substitution. Zhu Zi said quickly. I go with you. Gallop took the initiative to say to Zhu Zi. The frontal attack is the most dangerous position, and Zhu Zi has to keep her mental field open. These consume a huge amount of mental power. Zhu Zi nodded, okay. Then the 2 of them rushed towards the king bug like an arrow from a bow. Zhu Zi also divided part of his mind to his companions in the spiritual field, while observing the movements of the king bug. When the time was right, Zhu Zi injected his spiritual power into the star core sword. Fine starlight seeped out from the seemingly tattered long sword, and the star core embedded in the hilt flashed faintly. Gallop, who was standing next to Zhu Ziyuan, caught this detail very keenly. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. The sword in Livia's hand seemed to be different from before. But it seemed that this sword should have been like this. The gray and shabby appearance was just its disguise. But why did Livia disguise a sword? However, Gallop had to think about the situation before him. The ice blue spear in his hand drew a perfect arc in the air, and shot towards the compound eyes of the king worm. The king worm was slow to move and react, and Gallop's face was full of joy, and he hit the target with one shot. But the next second Gallop opened his eyes in surprise. Although he hit the target, his spear and the arrow shot by Xia Pufei were directly blocked on the eyelids of the king worm. Fine and dense scales covered the skin of the king worm, and the damage they caused only left a shallow mark on it. Gallop was shocked. Is this the terrifying part of the king bug? Not only can it control the mind, but it also has such a strong defense. Gallop suddenly felt a little flustered. He didn't know how long they could hold out in the hands of the king bug, and whether they could wait for the school's rescue. Outside the competition venue, the atmosphere was so tense that it seemed as if water could be squeezed out. The instructor stared at the huge dark semicircle in the center of the competition venue, and they were all anxious. Some students, who happened to be at the edge of the competition venue, and had been eliminated early, also looked inside anxiously. Which other students are in there? Mag Leslie frowned, his voice unconsciously raised, and his tone was full of anxiety and worry. The second camp, the fifth camp, and some students from the fourth camp are still trapped in the competition venue, a total of 653 people. A middle-aged man in gray combat uniform reported tremblingly. This kind of domain without mental fluctuations is definitely released by the Zerg, but the Zerg that can release the domain can only be the king bug. How could that group of military academy students, who have not yet graduated, deal with the king bug? If they delay for one more second, students may die. But the current situation is that they have no way to break through the king bug's domain to save people. Suddenly, Mag Leslie's optical brain vibrated, and Mag Leslie immediately picked up the call when he saw the caller. Principal, we are now. Before Mag Leslie finished speaking, Rosalind, the principal of the 1st Military Academy, interrupted her hurriedly. I already know the situation over there. No matter the cost, do everything you can to rescue the students inside, Rosalind said with sweat on her forehead. Rosalind didn't know why such a thing happened suddenly in such a good competition venue. They had checked it many times before the game started. How could they make such a low-level mistake as missing the king worm? But no matter how many times she reviewed it, this major accident had already happened. What's worse is that the king who came to study at the 1st Military Academy was also trapped in the Zerg territory. When Rosalind heard the news, she felt like the sky was falling. But no matter whether it was the king or the students of the 1st Military Academy, no one could get into trouble. Principal, don't worry, we will do our best. Mag Leslie nodded solemnly. And the 1st Legion of the Royal Court is on the way, Rosalind added. The 1st Legion. Mag Leslie opened his eyes wide in disbelief, and even wondered if there was something wrong with his ears, otherwise he would hear the words 1st Legion. Why would the 1st Army come to deal with this problem? Shouldn't it be the 3rd Army or the 6th Army? You have to know that the 1st Army is a direct army under the king, and has always been dispatched and assigned by the king himself. No matter how difficult the matter of the king bug of Nolan Star is, it is far from the point where the First Army can take action. Although Mag Leslie was puzzled, it was definitely a good thing for them that the First Army came. In the stadium, Zhu Zi noticed that Xia Pu and his team's attack failed, and the King Bug's defense was surprisingly high. Zhu Zi quickly adjusted the original plan. The dazzling elf wings behind her opened, and the crystal-clear wing veins reflected a beautiful halo in the sunlight. Zhu Zi mobilized the power in his spiritual sea and continuously injected it into the Star Core sword. The Star Core sword vibrated slightly and hummed, and then the starlight on the sword body suddenly surged, and the long sword stabbed fiercely at the hard skull of the king insect with a sharp momentum. The collision between the long sword and the hard shell caused a loud clang sound, and Zhu Zi's magnificent spiritual power even swept a circle of white halo, shaking the surrounding trees. How could there be such a strong spiritual power fluctuation? Gallop looked at Zhu Zi in great surprise. When he was snatching base A, he fought with his junior sister. Although Zhu Zi was also powerful at that time, he was far less shocking than now. So it turned out that the junior sister had reserved something before. Even so, base A was taken away by their camp. Looking at Zhu Zi, Gallop's eyes flashed with a glimmer of hope, as if he had caught a spark in the dark, and this hard battle with a huge disparity in strength might have a turning point. On the other side, the king insect felt the severe pain from the top of its head, and its densely packed bloody red compound eyes suddenly shrank to the size of needles, and the aura around it suddenly became extremely violent. The king insect's huge body twisted violently due to the pain, and its huge mouth opened up to the sky and let out a deafening roar, with endless anger and mania. But in this uncontrolled roar, Zhu Zi keenly noticed that a thin membrane connecting the king insect's limbs was full of fine and dense pores, and each pore opened and closed like breathing. It seemed that there was nothing abnormal, but the people standing near that section of the membrane were instantly hit, and their eyes flew towards the king insect's mouth with empty eyes. Fortunately, the people who were guarding not far away and ready to support at any time quickly pulled them into Zhu Zi's mental field. Zhu Zi suddenly realized that the weakness of this king worm was neither the compound eyes nor its head, but the membrane that released the mind control toxin. It was hidden in the complex body structure of the king worm, deceiving everyone's eyes. Everyone, attack the membrane in the middle of the king worm with all your strength. That is its fatal weakness. Zhu Zi immediately raised his voice and shouted. Everyone nodded in unison, and the long sword in Simi's hand burst into a dazzling light, as dazzling as the rising sun, and rushed towards the middle of the king worm without hesitation. Xia Pu quickly put on a special arrow. The bow was like a full moon, and the arrow was flashing with rune light, and he shot continuously. The king worm seemed to be aware of everyone's intentions, and the thick tail like a giant pillar swung left and right, trying to knock down these flying things in the sky. Zhu Zi's eyes were fixed on the membrane, and at the moment when the tail swept across again, Zhu Zi saw the opportunity, dodged sideways, and avoided the attack of the king worm. The Star Core sword in his hand shone brightly, accurately stabbing at the fatal weakness of the king insect. At that moment, almost everyone around held their breath, staring at the sword that was rushing away. But just when the Star Core sword was about to touch the membrane, something unexpected happened. The king insect's body was like a long-dormant volcano, and suddenly erupted with a terrifying energy. This energy was centered on the king insect, and it spread out a bloody shock wave like a surging tide. Everyone had no time to react, and was violently blown away by this powerful force. Zhu Zi was not spared, and was even more seriously injured than everyone else. This shockwave seemed to be directed at her. Zhu Zi's body flew backwards uncontrollably like a kite with a broken string, and finally hit heavily on an uneven rock. The violent collision made her groan in pain, and a bloody smell came from her throat, and a trace of blood overflowed from the corner of her mouth. But before Zhu Zi could get up, the slow-moving king bug arrived beside her in an instant. Its front legs pressed firmly against her, its sharp claws embedded in her flesh, making her unable to move. The king bug opened its serrated mouthparts, ready to bite off Zhu Zi's neck viciously. King! King! Two voices rang out almost at the same time. The pupils of Shimia and Xia Pu suddenly contracted, and they looked at the scene in front of them with extreme horror, their eyes full of panic. Chapter 96. Elf Palace. As soon as the first military academy selection competition began, Smollett only stared at Zhu Zi's perspective. Until the live broadcast suddenly went black without warning, a shocking and surprised comment appeared on the barrage. Some netizens even suspected that there was a problem on their side. After all, the first military academy's live broadcast had never had such an accident. Smollett frowned and looked at the dark projection, feeling a little flustered. Then Smollett received a message from Rosalind, the principal of the 1st Military Academy. After reading the message, Smollett's face froze, and he couldn't sit still. He personally led the 1st Army to Nullen Star. The Platinum Star ships of the 1st Army marched to the remote star region in a mighty manner, and even dispatched the God of Light battleship. The elves who saw this scene along the way opened their mouths in surprise. This is the 1st Army of the King's Court. What are they going to do? The elves in the space station asked doubtfully, looking through the glass at the huge team that seemed to be going to destroy the Zerg's nest. I heard that the students of the 1st Military Academy encountered the King Zerg during the competition, and the 1st Army went to rescue the students. An elf explained with a frown. Go to rescue people? Who in the 1st Military Academy could actually motivate the 1st Army of the King's Court to rescue people? An elf said in surprise. On Nullen Star. The 1st Army came much faster than Mag Leslie had imagined. Mag Leslie saw the 1st Army's majestic starships from a distance, and the one in the front was actually the God of Light battleship. Mag Leslie stared with wide eyes, watching Smollett walking down from the God of Light warship. Not only did the 1st Legion come, but even the former King Smollett rushed to such a remote Nullen Star. Each of them looked solemn, as if the sky was about to fall. What's going on? Why is there such a big scene? Could it be that one of the students trapped in the King Bug domain is the king? Mag Leslie was frightened by his bold guess and covered his mouth in surprise. But once he thought about it this way, everything that happened now made sense. Not far away, Smollett got off the starship and led the people of the 1st Legion to the semicircular domain in the center of the stadium. Smollett's heart was pounding in panic, and he felt the signal of Zhu Zi's weakening mental power. The dark domain of the King Bug in the center of the stadium was like a surging sea of ink, exuding an ominous atmosphere. Smollett unleashed his spiritual power domain, and the collision of black and gold caused a roar, and both domains began to vibrate and twist. Smollett frowned. This was definitely not an ordinary king insect. Its domain was not only solid, but it was also trying to erode his spiritual power, as if countless invisible insects were gnawing at it. Seeing this, the soldiers of the 1st Legion quickly took action, and rows of soldiers were neatly arranged around the domain of the king insect. The spiritual power bows in their hands were pulled to full moons, and the arrow tips flashed with cold light. In an instant, thousands of arrows were fired at the same time, and the dense rain of arrows streaked across the sky like silver meteors, shooting towards the domain of the king insect with the force of thunder. The black domain began to show cracks, and then spread rapidly like a spider web. Smollett's golden mental field engulfed the black area, and the king insect's field was completely broken and dissipated in the air. As soon as the field was broken, Smollett immediately followed the mental signal to find Zhu Zi's location. The scene in front of him was in a mess. Zhu Zi closed her eyes and leaned against a broken tree with a pale face. There were traces of blood on her clothes on her chest. There were several companions around her, but no matter how her companions shouted, Zhu Zi still frowned and closed her eyes. Only her long eyelashes trembled slightly. Not far away was the king insect with black compound eyes, and in an extremely manic state. If the elves beside him hadn't tried their best to stop it, the king insect would have stretched its claws to Zhu Zi. The military cadets opened their mouths in surprise, and looked at the former King Smollett, who suddenly appeared here, and the 1st Legion directly under the king behind Smollett. Just a few minutes ago, at a critical moment, Xenia suddenly burst out with amazing potential, picked up the sword that was shaken to the ground, and stabbed the mouth of the king insect that was open towards Zhu Zi. Others also reacted quickly, and forced themselves to stand up and attack the king insect together with Xenia to buy time for Zhu Zi. Fortunately, just when everyone was about to be exhausted, rescue arrived in time, and the 1st Legion surrounded the king insect and built an indestructible wall. Smollett knelt on one knee and carefully picked up Zhu Zi, who was unconscious on the ground. He frowned and asked with a worried look on his face, "Why did she faint?" Because of the intervention of the 1st Legion, Xenia, who finally had his hands free, hurriedly told Smollett the ability of the king insect carefully. Hearing that it was just mental control, Smollett secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although Zhu Zi's injuries were serious, he would be fine after being placed in the medical cabin and taking good care of himself. I was afraid that the king insect would release some deadly toxins. Fortunately, it was just mental control using fear. After the king insect was killed, Zhu Zi should be able to wake up soon. However, despite this, Smollett was still anxious to take Zhu Zi back to the Elf Palace. "I leave this to you to handle." After Smollett gave Lien Kaiji instructions, he carefully carried Zhu Zi to the return starship. Pei Xinhua stared blankly at the backs of Zhu Zi and Smollett leaving, and she had not recovered from this shocking incident. Pei Xinyo was very surprised when she heard Simi and Xia Pu calling Livia king at the same time. But the situation was urgent at the time, and the chaotic scene made her have no time to think about it. Pei Xinyo thought she had misheard. Maybe they didn't call the word king that she understood. But seeing the former King Smollett and the First Army appear in the selection field, no matter how unbelievable Pei Xinyo was, she had to accept this unimaginable fact. Pei Xinyo's eyes were wide open, and her face was full of shock. So her roommate Livia, who had been with her day and night, was actually the king of their elf kingdom. The king not only lived in the same room with her, but also helped her grab limited edition dolls, watch TV and ate snacks with her. Pei Xinyo remembered that she even asked the king to bring her food. How could she have thought that Livia was an elf from a remote planet? However, Pei Xinyo was not the only elf who doubted her life. All the elves on the field looked unbelievable. In the past, their impression of the king remained at an unattainable high position, but now it overlapped with Livia, who had just fought side by side with them. Even most of the elves here have entered Zhu Zi's spiritual field and freed themselves from the endless nightmare. So the king is like this, an elf said in surprise. Gallop held the spear tightly in his hand. After being injured, he forced himself to fight the king bug, which made his injury worse. There was a strong smell of blood in his throat. Gallop looked up at the god of light worship that was gradually moving away. At this time next year, he would be a graduate of the First Military Academy. He would sign up for the King's Guard selection, and then stand by the king's side, dedicating all his loyalty and glory to the king. Now in the entire arena, Xia Pu and Simi were the only two people with the most normal emotions. Pei Xinyo narrowed her eyes, and looked at the two of them steadily. These two people must have known Livia's true identity long ago, but they didn't reveal it to her at all. In the small team of 4 people, she was the only one who was kept in the dark. Xia Pu scratched his head with a guilty conscience. I guessed it based on my own strength. To be precise, it was based on his talent. Xia Pu even felt that he could compete with the Guangyao elves for the position of high priest. What about you, Ximia? Pei Xinyo asked. I am the king's guard, Ximia said with his head down. But when Ximia said this, other elves cast envious glances at him. Some people seemed to be in school, but in fact they had quietly found a great job. Gallop even raised his eyes, and looked straight at Ximia. Suddenly, a loud boom sound came from not far away. The king insect that almost killed him just now finally fell to the ground motionless, and the air was filled with a stench of star insects. The king worm died, and the mental control that was already weakening disappeared completely. But without the protection of Zhu Zi's mental field, the spirits whose minds were controlled by the king worm still had dull eyes, and frowned, as if they were experiencing an endless nightmare. Doctor, my classmate will be fine, right? A girl asked worriedly, holding another girl's hand. Don't worry, the king worm is dead. It's just that there are residual toxins from the king worm in her body. Just wait for the toxins in her body to dissipate. The doctor explained patiently. How long will it take? The girl still couldn't help asking worriedly. About 3 or 4 days. But it's also possible that your classmate will overcome the fear in her heart and wake up from the nightmare in the next second, the doctor said. Hearing this, the girl breathed a sigh of relief and finally nodded with relief. Xia Pu frowned and said worriedly, the bug attacked the king like crazy at that time, and there must be a lot of residual toxins in the king's body. Once there are too many residual toxins, they cannot dissipate on their own. The king may wake up soon. Pei Xinyo chuckled and said, these toxins weave nightmares based on fear. What fear can the king have? He will not be trapped in such a trick. That's true. Xia Pu nodded, then patted Ximia's worried face. Don't worry, the king will be fine. Ximia pursed his lips, and his long eyelashes left a shadow on his eyelids. But the worry in his pair of blue eyes did not diminish at all, but became more intense. Chapter 97. In the Elf King's bedroom, Smollett paced anxiously beside Zhu Zi's bed. After the unconscious Zhu Zi was brought back to the palace, the entire elf palace was in chaos. There are too many toxins remaining in the king's body. These toxins cannot dissipate on their own. It will take need. The doctor frowned and said. How long will it take? Smollett asked. The toxins released by this king worm are very complex. We have never seen them before. It will take at least more than a month at the fastest. The doctor adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose uneasily, his eyes full of worry. This won't work. Smollett's brows twisted into a shape after hearing this. 1 month is really too long. Zhu Zi's life may be in danger at any time during this month. Zhu Zi's current condition can't wait that long. The Dragon Clan family, who rushed over from the Stargate upon hearing the news, were also anxious and worried. Zhu Ziyuan anxiously looked at his sister lying on the bed, with a painful face, wondering what kind of nightmare his sister was trapped in. Is there no other way? Zhu Ziyuan asked anxiously. This is a nightmare cage made up by the fear and anxiety in the heart. Another way is to wake one up from the nightmare, the doctor explained. In fact, the doctor himself was full of confusion. Why did Wang still not break free from the nightmare after so long? Logically speaking, this kind of toxin will indeed make people who have been entangled in pain for a long time fall into endless darkness and difficult to wake up, but there is no reason for Wang to be trapped for so long. The most urgent task now is to find the root of the problem. Only in this way can we help Wang wake up from the nightmare faster. Smollett and the doctors in the palace all cast suspicious eyes on the dragons. Wang grew up in the Interstellar Federation when he was young. It is not possible that he experienced any painful things during that period of time, which led to the current situation. Zhu Si and Wei Xilan felt the gazes that were like thorns in their backs, and they couldn't help but frown. They were flustered and even began to doubt their lives. They carefully recalled every bit of their daughter's growth, and those scenes flashed in their minds. Unlike the noisy Zhu Ziyuan, Zhu Zi has been a very sensible and well-behaved child since childhood. Sometimes he is so sensible that they feel a little distressed. But their daughter has been carefully taken care of since she was a child, and as long as she expresses her wishes, they will fulfill them one by one. No matter how hard the couple racked their brains, they couldn't figure out what kind of fear and anxiety could cause their daughter to fall into a nightmare from which she couldn't wake up. They even cast doubtful eyes on Smollett. Just when everyone was in a stalemate, the heavy door slowly opened, and a spherical device was carefully moved into the bedroom. The surface of the device flashed with a faint blue light, and the back was connected to many pipes of varying thicknesses. The doctor pressed lightly on the surface of the sphere a few times, and the next second a door opened in the center of the device, revealing an interior similar to a holographic cabin. This device allows the user's consciousness to connect, and then enter the other person's dream. We can help one wake up from the nightmare by interfering with the dream, but, the doctor said hesitantly, but for the person who enters Wang's dream, he not only needs to have extremely strong mental strength, but also faces extremely high risks, because once he falls too deep, he may not wake up like the dreamer. After listening, Smollett said without hesitation, I go. Zhu Si also said immediately, I go. In case Zi's dream is related to childhood events, it might be better for me to go. Hearing this, Smollett paused in his steps to move forward. Smollett lowered his head silently, and a trace of loneliness flashed in his amber eyes. Zhu Si was right. If he met Zhu Zi when he was a child in his dream, then Zhu Zi might not recognize who he was at all. It would be better for Zhu Si, as a father, to enter her dream. He did miss a lot of time accompanying Zhu Zi's growth, which could not be made up anyway. Just looking at Zhu Zi's childhood photos and her growth information is far from enough. Just like now, he has no idea what kind of unforgettable pain the little Zhu Zi had experienced in the past. Patriarch Zhu, you go. Smollett sighed softly and whispered. Okay. Zhu Si nodded. But just as Zhu Si was about to step forward, the doctor's words suddenly stopped him. The spiritual power of relatives with close blood to the king will be more compatible, and they can more easily integrate into each other's dreams without being rejected, the doctor said. Hearing this, Smollett suddenly raised his head, not looking like he was going to do something that would be life-threatening. He hurriedly said, then I go. After listening to the doctor's series of instructions, Smollett lay in a sphere that looked like a holographic cabin. Smollett input his mental power into the crystal clear energy conversion device in front of him, and the other end of the device was connected to the helmet worn by Zhu Zi. In an instant, Smollett felt his consciousness being swept into a turbulent wave, and then he fell into darkness. When Smollett opened his eyes again, he found himself in Zhu Zi's dream. The dream unfolded from Zhu Zi's perspective, and the device where Smollett was located could stabilize Zhu Zi's dream framework, allowing Smollett to enter it for dream intervention. But as an intervener in the dream, Smollett needs to be very patient and not let Zhu Zi, who is in a nightmare, find any abnormalities or unreasonableness. Otherwise, Zhu Zi will be frightened and fall into a more chaotic nightmare. But Smollett didn't know when Zhu Zi had this dream, nor did he know if Zhu Zi in the dream could recognize him. Smollett didn't rush to use his mental power to construct an entity for himself in Zhu Zi's dream to intervene. Instead, he observed Zhu Zi's dream from the perspective of a bystander. Smollett wanted to find out the source of her pain before taking action. But what surprised Smollett was that the background of Zhu Zi's dream was not in Dragon Island, not in the Interstellar Federation, and certainly not in the Elf Kingdom. What exactly is this place? Smollett looked at the backward and dilapidated facilities around him. Is it a garbage planet with extremely backward technology? Smollett shook his head. He even suspected that this place might not be in this universe. Smollett looked at the cramped room full of children with doubts. The small space was packed with bunk beds and shabby wardrobes that almost occupied every inch of the floor. The aisle was so cramped that only one person could barely pass through. But the children were playing and fighting in this cramped space, fighting for a toy, and their sharp cries and angry accusations were intertwined. Why was Zhu Zi in such a dream? She should have never been exposed to such an environment. How could she dream about these things? Smollett didn't even recognize which of these children was Zhu Zi, but soon Smollett noticed a little girl huddled in the corner. The little girl looked about 5 or 6 years old. She was wearing a washed-out dress, combing her messy hair, and holding a palm-sized rabbit doll tightly in her hand. This is completely different from what Smollett imagined Zhu Zi looked like when she was a child, and the hair and eye color of this little girl don't match Zhu Zi's. But Smollett was inexplicably sure that this little girl was Zhu Zi when she was a child. Smollett realized that something was wrong with this dream. The scene in Zhu Zi's dream was wrong, and Smollett might be able to explain that Zhu Zi was influenced by some film and television works and constructed such a scene in the dream. But now even the color of Zhu Zi's hair and eyes is completely wrong, which is definitely not normal. Could it be that Wang Chong built a nightmare cage specifically for Zhu Zi? Or maybe it was Zhu Zi's past life memory in another time and space. Various speculations surged in Smollett's mind. If it was done by the King Bug, could the Zerg's IQ really create such a realistic scene? Smollett could even smell the old smell in the room and hear the conversations of the children. A little girl with 2 pigtails in the room described the scene of her living with her biological parents with longing on her face. Other children also took over the conversation, talking about those precious and vague memories. Hearing these, Zhu Zi, who was hiding in a small corner, leaned forward slightly and couldn't help but prick up his ears to listen carefully. The children's eyes revealed envy and desire without concealment. Even when he heard a child describing the warm embrace of his mother, Zhu Zi unconsciously hugged the palm-sized doll in his hand. But the doll was too small, so it could only be pressed against the chest, and the doll would even slip through the gap in the arm. Zhu Zi, what about you? What do your biological parents look like? A child suddenly asked. Once this was said, the other children all turned their eyes to Zhu Zi. Zhu Zi, who suddenly became the focus, pursed her lips, and a trace of confusion flashed in her eyes. She squeezed my little doll in her hand tighter, opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. Don't ask her, she was left here since she was a child. An older child said. Chapter 98. Smollett frowned upon hearing this. This was not a school, but an orphanage. And his most cherished elf was in this dilapidated orphanage. Smollett lowered his eyes, and looked at Zhu Zi, who was only 5 or 6 years old, and not even as tall as a small cabinet. Around Zhu Zi, the other children had already turned around and continued chatting because they felt bored. Zhu Zi seemed to be suddenly remembered by everyone, but was quickly and completely ignored. He could only stand alone and silently. The time in the dream was constantly passing with Zhu Zi's consciousness. The surrounding scene began to change. The crowded and noisy orphanage dormitory disappeared and turned into a slightly brighter room. It looked like a small clinic. There were several medicine cabinets in the room. Through the blurred glass, you could see the messy medicines inside. Zhu Zi was lying on a small iron bed. The white sheets covering him had turned slightly yellow. Smollett frowned as he looked at Zhu Zi, who was lying weakly on the bed with pale lips. Zhu Zi slowly opened her eyes, and then her thin arms trembled slightly to support her body, trying to get up and get out of bed. Although he knew it was a dream, Smollett's heart seemed to be suddenly grabbed when he saw the scene in front of him, and he subconsciously wanted to go forward and help her. But what made Smollett feel particularly distressed was that Zhu Zi was obviously sick, her face was as pale as paper, and her body was also very weak. But the 2 adults standing around her showed a look of disgust on their faces, and looked at Zhu Zi coldly. A man in a white coat threw away the disposable syringe in his hand, frowned and said, "The body temperature is normal, the blood pressure is normal, and the heart rate is also normal. All physiological indicators show that you are in good health and have no signs of illness." The man stared at Zhu Zi. "You wasted another tube of medicine for us." "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." Zhu Zi's eyes were slightly red, and although she looked aggrieved, she still subconsciously said sorry. Then the nurse's big hand directly pulled Zhu Zi, who was lying on the bed, and then put her on the ground roughly. But Zhu Zi didn't stand firmly, and fell to the left. In a panic, Zhu Zi subconsciously waved his arms to support his body, but he knocked over the neatly placed tray on the table next to him. The cotton swabs inside were scattered all over the floor, and the medicines rolled everywhere, and the bottles and jars collided with a crisp sound. Zhu Zi's body stiffened, and her eyes were visibly panicked. She didn't care about her arm that was scratched and bleeding, and hurriedly picked up the medicine scattered on the ground carefully. But her weak body still made her whole movement look slow, like a turtle crawling. The nurse was furious, and suddenly raised her hand and slapped Zhu Zi's face. Zhu Zi was frightened by this posture, and her originally pale face became even more bloodless. Fear surged in her eyes. She subconsciously shrank her neck, her small body trembled slightly, and her hands instinctively protected her head. Smollett's fists trembled slightly, and he tried his best to resist the urge to show up immediately. Fortunately, the doctor quickly stopped the nurse. He adjusted his glasses and said lightly, "You should calm down. After all, hitting a child is illegal." The nurse withdrew his hand and took a deep breath to calm down his anger. "I don't know what's wrong with this kid. He is always clumsy and likes to lie. He pretends to be sick every other day." Hearing the cough from Zhu Zi, the nurse's eyes became more angry. At such a young age, his acting skills are quite good. He pretends to be real. Hearing this, Zhu Zi covered his mouth tightly with both hands. His little face turned red, his chest rose and fell violently, and the coughs in his throat were forced into a few muffled groans. Seeing Zhu Zi's expression, the nurse turned around impatiently and complained to the doctor, "The child is young and good-looking. It stands to reason that she will be adopted soon." But almost all the children who were taken in at the same time as her have found adoptive parents. Only her hypocritical personality scared away those who liked her. Zhu Zi, who was still sitting on the cold ground, looked up at the nurse, who kept saying bad things about her, but there was no anger or sadness on her face, as if she had heard these words countless times. Zhu Zi lowered her head and stood up holding the bottles and jars. She tried to reduce her presence and was careful not to make any noise to annoy others. But the nurse continued to complain without any scruples, "I am so unlucky to be assigned to take care of her. This child looks cute and quiet, but she has many little thoughts. It's only been a few days, and she's pretending to be sick again." But the doctor seemed to be a little impatient, and she nodded casually in agreement. Children of this age may pretend to be sick just to get attention. To attract attention. She is the only one who behaves like this among so many children in our hospital. The director even sent her to a big hospital for a full-body checkup. The results showed that she was fine, and it cost a lot of money. The nurse glared at Zhu Zi fiercely. "It's expensive to raise this child since she was young. Other children can be raised by drinking the government-issued milk powder, but she vomits as soon as she drinks it. At the beginning, our hospital had limited funds, and we had to allocate some money to buy expensive milk powder for her," the nurse said angrily. "If you don't know, you might think this child is from a wealthy family. If she is really a princess, why hasn't anyone found her for so many years?" Then, the nurse glanced at Zhu Zi, who was still slowly packing up the tray, and said, "Come out quickly when you're done. It's your turn to clean the classroom today. Don't think about being lazy and pretending to be sick." "Okay." Zhu Zi nodded. She bent slightly, and beads of sweat were still on her head. The nurse walked in front with big strides, and Zhu Zi did not dare to stop for a moment, and tried to follow behind her. Smollett, who was always paying attention to Zhu Zi, also heard Zhu Zi whispering to herself repeatedly, "It will stop hurting soon. The doctor said I am not sick." Smollett frowned and looked at Zhu Zi with worry. How could she look like she was not sick? Even if this was Zhu Zi's previous life, Smollett did not believe that she was pretending to be sick. But why can't the hospital here find anything, and even show that she is in good health? Then Zhu Zi's dream changed again, and Smollett looked at Zhu Zi lying weakly on the bed again and again. But every time, the medical room's examination instruments showed that all the data of her body were normal. During this period, Zhu Zi was taken to a large hospital in the provincial capital by the dean again, but the examination results were still the same. No matter which doctor, he could not find any problem with Zhu Zi. The dean, who was always gentle and kind, looked at Zhu Zi disappointedly, and then sighed deeply. After so many times, even the doctors in the orphanage were too lazy to examine her. The nurses saw Zhu Zi lying on the ground in cold sweat, and began to ignore her directly. Other children followed suit, and laughed from time to time, and some even stepped over her directly. Zhu Zi lay on the cold ground, and her little hands tried to support herself to stand up. Suddenly, a little boy standing next to Zhu Zi burst into a scream. The little boy widened his eyes in horror, fell to the ground, pointed at Zhu Zi with a trembling finger, and said tremblingly, She is a monster. Hearing this, the children around him instantly exploded and looked at Zhu Zi. But when the children saw the mark that suddenly appeared on Zhu Zi's arm, some of them turned pale with fear, and some screamed directly. The small orphanage classroom was instantly in chaos. It's this Zhu Zi again. The nurse got up impatiently to check the situation. But when she saw Zhu Zi's arm, she was still startled and screamed directly. On Zhu Zi's fair arm, there was a raised emerald green mark. The mark was composed of dense, irregular small scale-like patterns, one after another with fine textures, as intricate as leaf veins. How could such a thing appear on your hand? The nurse said with wide eyes. Zhu Zi raised her arm in fear, and saw the green mark on her hand. But Zhu Zi looked at it, and then couldn't help raising her hand and gently touching the mark. But when Zhu Zi saw the people around her looking at her, as if they were looking at a monster, she quickly retracted her hand that was touching the mark. Smollett looked at the emerald green mark in shock. Smollett knew what this was, because he had also grown this mark on his body before. This is a unique mark produced by the collision and fusion of the majestic mental power and the elf blood in the body. It is a normal phenomenon that occurs during the growth and development of elves. Generally, these marks will disappear by themselves after 2 or 3 months. Moreover, this situation only occurs in elves who have awakened high-level spiritual power. In the long run, this has become a proof of talent. Some elves with this mark will happily show it off. But what surprised Smollett was that this was clearly a world without spiritual power and mythical races. Isn't this dream the memory of Zhu Zi's previous life? Why is Zhu Zi here also an elf? Chapter 99. What's going on? Smollett's mind was in a mess. Zhu Zi's memory in this time and space seemed not to be as simple as in the previous life. Smollett suddenly remembered an autobiography he had seen in the library of the Elf Palace when he was young. It was an autobiography written by the 11th elf king Clemana, a king who made great achievements in the history of the elf kingdom. During her reign, she laid the foundation for the vast territory of the elf kingdom in the eternal galaxy. But Clemana's birth was extremely bumpy. The elf mother tree is not immortal. The mother tree has a life cycle of 10,000 years. When it is about to decline, it will breed a mother tree seed. And Clemana's king seed flower happened to be bred at the same time as the mother tree seed. The elf mother tree could not provide sufficient nourishment for the king seed flower, so black spots appeared on the king seed flower. The black spots grew more and more, and the king seed flower was about to wither completely. The anxious 10th elf king asked for help from the 12-winged seraphim of the sky kingdom. The seraphim separated part of Clemana's soul at the cost of burning a pair of wings, and sent it to another world for nurturing, which allowed the king seed flower on the elf mother tree to bloom smoothly. Zhu Zi's king seed flower was also nurtured during the decline of the elf mother tree. That period happened to be after the birth of the mother tree seed, and they were secretly glad that the mother tree seed did not affect the nurturing of the king seed flower. But now it seems that the king seed flower can grow well on the elf mother tree, which seems to be due to the fact that Zhu Zi's part of his soul was separated and sent to this world. But who did this? The angels who have long been extinct, and the only ones who can do this are the 12-winged seraphim of the angels. But why would the seraphim pay such a high price to help the elves for no reason? Smollett thought that the only thing that could unite the mythical races was the common threat of the interstellar Zerg. The angels have always been mysterious, and Smollett realized that there might be angels alive in the world, and it was not surprising at all. But Smollett was more concerned about what role Zhu Zi played in the angels' expectations and plans. Time in Zhu Zi's dream was still passing. In this world without elves, Zhu Zi with a green mark was regarded as an alien, and other children avoided her when they saw her. Someone is coming here to adopt a child. Suddenly a boy ran by. Hearing this, all the children in the orphanage became excited. The children hurriedly arranged their clothes and hair. Even the children, who usually looked naughty, changed their usual naughty appearance, stood straight with their backs straight. At the signal of the nurse, the children stood in a row skillfully. After a while, a couple walked into the orphanage. The couple was well dressed, and had a gentle smile on their faces. The director followed them enthusiastically. She introduced the situation of the orphanage, and called the children to her one by one. Zhu Zi, who was squeezed to the edge of the shadow, lowered her head and stared at the tip of her shoes, but she couldn't help but look up at the kind couple. Suddenly, Zhu Zi's eyes collided with the couple. When she saw the couple walking towards her, Zhu Zi's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. It was not until the woman in the pearl gray dress squatted down in front of her that Zhu Zi finally confirmed that the couple had chosen her. This child is so cute, so fair and beautiful. The woman looked at Zhu Ziyi and said with a smile. Seeing someone like Zhu Ziyi, the nurse smiled and said, "This child is not only good-looking, but also has good grades and is well-behaved and sensible." The man glanced at his wife, and after seeing the affirmation in her eyes, the man also stepped forward. Under the envious or jealous eyes of the children around him, he squatted down and looked at Zhu Ziyi. "Are you willing to go home with us?" Hearing this, Zhu Ziyi's eyes suddenly lit up, and a smile appeared on her face unconsciously. This was the only time Smollett saw Zhu Ziyi's face with such an expression in this gloomy dream. But soon the smile on Zhu Ziyi's face froze. A breeze blew. It blew up her sleeves. The man stared at the green mark on Zhu Ziyi's arm with wide eyes. What is this?" The light in Zhu Ziyi's eyes disappeared in an instant, and she subconsciously raised her hand to cover the mark on her hand in panic. But her hand was firmly grasped by the little boy next to her, and her long sleeves were directly lifted up by the boy. A large raised green mark on Zhu Ziyi's arm was exposed to everyone. "She has a disgusting skin disease, and I don't know if it is contagious," the boy shouted loudly, with an inexplicable excitement on his face. The children around exclaimed and showed disgusted expressions, as if Zhu Ziyi was carrying some terrible virus. The couple's faces suddenly turned cold, and they both took several steps back silently. How could this happen? Zhu Ziyi struggled to break free from the boy's hand, but the boy held it tighter and shook her arm vigorously, as if he was showing her something rare. The couple who came to adopt the children finally left without taking any children with them. Looking at the couple's backs as they left, Zhu Ziyi's hand was finally put down. "Zhu Ziyi, it's all your fault for scaring people away." One child stared at Zhu Ziyi and said, "You are a disaster star." Another child screamed, his face full of anger and accusations, "It's all because of the dirty things in your hands that we have no chance to be adopted." The children spoke one after another, and their undisguised malice shot out like sharp arrows. They surrounded the little girl standing in the middle. Then, the scene of the dream changed again. It was pitch black outside. Zhu Ziyi was alone against the wall. The weak street light shone on her head, casting a small shadow. In the dead of night, Zhu Ziyi finally had the courage to pull up her sleeves to check. The scale-like protrusions on her arm were still shining like gems. "This is a mark unique to elves. It's not something strange." Smollett squatted down and said softly. But Smollett's voice could not reach Zhu Ziyi's ears. Zhu Ziyi pursed her lips and seemed to have made a great determination. Smollett widened his eyes and watched Zhu Ziyi take off the things on her arm piece by piece. Smollett didn't know how it felt to remove the mark. No elf in the entire elf kingdom had ever done this. Smollett saw Zhu Ziyi gritting her teeth, her body trembling slightly. But she still stubbornly repeated this self-abuse action, as if only in this way could she feel at ease. Suddenly, blood flowed down her arm and dripped onto the ground to form a small pool of blood. The pool of blood under the moonlight pierced Smollett's eyes red. Smollett wanted to stop Zhu Ziyi's self-abuse behavior immediately, but he was afraid of disturbing her. He could only watch Zhu Ziyi remove a large piece of the mark bit by bit without feeling any pain, and his whole hand was stained with his own blood. Until Zhu Ziyi forced herself to remove the last piece of the mark on her arm, she fell down as if she had rested. Elf Palace. The doctors looked nervously at Smollett's data uploaded by the equipment. Suddenly, the doctors opened their eyes wide, watching Smollett's soaring heart rate and extremely unstable mental power value. "What happened?" a doctor exclaimed. "What happened in the king's dream that caused the former king's emotions to fluctuate so much?" The doctor of the elf palace was so anxious that he was fidgeting, and his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. The doctor's eyes were fixed on the value displayed on the device screen. If the former king was affected by the king's dream and sank into the king's dream, then Smollett's situation would be more dangerous than Zhu Ziyi. In Zhu Ziyi's dream, Smollett saw Zhu Ziyi being discovered and taken to the infirmary for examination and bandaging. The mental power that was about to go berserk finally calmed down a little. The sky gradually brightened in the dream, and Smollett used his mental power to construct an entity for himself. In the medical room of the orphanage, Zhu Ziyi sat on a wooden chair with white bandages wrapped around her arms, but soon the bandages were covered with red blood. "You can remove those disgusting things yourself. At most, it will leave a scar, which will not scare others," the doctor said casually while packing up the medical box. Zhu Ziyi, who was praised by the doctor for the first time, raised her head in surprise, but her weak body made her face look pale. "Put your hand over here, I changed the dressing for you." The doctor frowned and said with impatience in his tone. Zhu Ziyi stretched out her hand obediently, and the doctor untied the bandage wrapped around her hand with a neat movement. The skin and flesh on the originally white arm rolled up, and the flesh was blurred. Some of them were still stuck to the gauze, leaving traces of blood. But on the edge of the blurred flesh, dots of green marks began to appear again. It grew again. What kind of weird thing is this? The doctor frowned and said. Seeing those green things, Zhu Zi's pupils shrank sharply, and stared at them in fear. Suddenly, a nurse hurriedly opened the door of the medical room and said to Zhu Zi, go to the dean's office quickly. Someone is looking for you. Chapter 100. In the dream, little Zhu Zi followed the nurse with a puzzled look on her face. Who had come to see her? Zhu Zi's consciousness fell into chaos and confusion. Zhu Zi's subconscious felt that this would not happen, and it was impossible for someone to come to see her on purpose. But Zhu Zi couldn't help but keep up with the nurse's footsteps. Smollett, who condensed a physical body with his mental power, stood quietly in the dean's office. Are you sure you are Zhu Zi's biological father? The dean frowned and confirmed again and again. There are many couples who come to the orphanage to adopt children, but it is very rare to come here to find their own children. Smollett could have made up a character for himself to adopt Zhu Zi from the orphanage. But Smollett found that he was unwilling to do so. He didn't want to be Zhu Zi's adoptive father. This was obviously his biological child, so without violating the dream rules, Smollett took a tentative step. Smollett took out the photo that he had slightly modified with his mental power and handed it to the dean. Looking at the photo in Smollett's hand, the dean compared and searched in the dusty album. After a moment, the dean nodded. It is indeed a photo of Zhu Zi when she was a child. Smollett nodded without surprise. The photo was originally found in this album, so of course, it was the same. The photo in the album showed Zhu Zi as a baby. She was wrapped in swaddling clothes, looking at the outside world with a pair of big eyes, ignorant and curious. Looking at this photo, Smollett smiled unconsciously. Even Zhu and his wife had never seen Zhu Zi at this time. Suddenly, the door of the director's office was gently pushed open. Director, I brought Zhu Zi here, the nurse said. Zhu Zi had heard the nurse talk about the reason for bringing her here on the way here. The nurse said that her biological father came to find her. At that time, the nurse said with a smile on his face, Zhu Zi, you are so lucky that you can find your biological father. That man is obviously from a wealthy family. I didn't expect that you were destined to be a young lady. I don't know why you came to this orphanage. But it's a good thing to be found. You can enjoy happiness with your biological father in the future. The words the nurse said along the way echoed in Zhu Zi's mind. Zhu Zi widened her eyes in disbelief. She shook her head subconsciously. This was impossible. Shouldn't she always be alone? No biological parents would come to the orphanage to find her. Zhu Zi's breathing suddenly became rapid. Noticing Zhu Zi's abnormality, the nurse in front of her frowned and urged her to walk faster. But the nurse's shadow became blurred in Zhu Zi's eyes. Zhu Zi felt a sharp pain in her mind, and the world of dreams began to shake. Biological father? Did her biological father really come to see her? Zhu Zi's consciousness wandered back and forth between doubt and expectation, and the whole dream shook even more violently. But even Zhu Zi herself did not realize that she had followed the nurse to the door of the dean's office without knowing it. Whether it was true or not, she wanted to see this biological father. The door of the dean's office was pushed open, and Zhu Zi saw Smollett. Smollett was wearing a gray windbreaker, with silver-white hair spread behind him. His eyes, like the amber sea, looked at her with some cautious gentleness. With eyes and hair color like foreigners, Smollett was not quite the same as the relatives Zhu Zi imagined. But after seeing Smollett, Zhu Zi's heart instantly settled down, and the turbulent dream also returned to stability. Seeing this, Smollett's heart, which was hanging high, finally settled down. Zhu Zi seemed to recognize him, but didn't recognize him. Smollett half squatted down and looked at Zhu Zi approaching him. When Zhu Zi knew that Zhu Zi was his little elf king, he was already 12 years old. He came to the mausoleum alone with the heart of the ocean that she got from the mermaid kingdom to find her. He has grown into a big child who can stand on his own. Smollett thought he might not be able to see Zhu Zi's childhood again. But in this dream, the young Zhu Zi walked towards him step by step with expectant eyes. Smollett smiled and opened his arms to the little Zi. Seeing Smollett's action, Zhu Zi's eyes suddenly lit up. He wanted to hug her. Zhu Zi had forgotten what it felt like to be hugged by an adult, or maybe no one had ever done it before. Seeing Smollett's arms open to her, Zhu Zi couldn't help but speed up her pace and trotted to Smollett's side. Soon she fell into a warm and powerful embrace, with a faint smell of purple jacaranda flowers lingering on her nose. Zhu was a little confused. What kind of flower is the purple jasmine flower? Why did she suddenly think of this? But Zhu was so greedy for this hug that she didn't want to bother thinking about other irrelevant things. I'm Smollett, your biological father. You can also call me Smollett. Smollett introduced himself. Zhu was a little confused. She had seen other children get along with their parents, but none of them called each other by their names. Smollett also suddenly realized that he was Zhu's only relative in this world, and the first one to meet her. Or you can call me Dad. Smollett said what he hadn't said. Zhu looked up at Smollett. Can I take you home? Smollett asked softly. After that, Smollett looked forward to Zhu's response. But what made Smollett frown was that he felt the body in his arms suddenly stiffen. Then a pair of small hands pressed against his chest and pushed him out. Zhu's force was very light, but Smollett still subconsciously let go of his hand, allowing Zhu to leave his arms smoothly. Facing Smollett's question, Zhu lowered her head a little uneasily. The couple who came to adopt the child before also asked her such a question. But after discovering that she was a little monster, their originally gentle eyes suddenly changed, and they looked at her with the same disgust and horror as others. Zhu silently took 2 steps back. She was very afraid that Smollett would look at her with such eyes. The warmth of being embraced by someone has not dissipated, but Zhu's heart seems to have fallen into the abyss. She had clearly removed them all, but why were they still growing outwards? This was the mark of a monster, and it could never be removed. I am a little monster. Zhu closed her eyes, and her pale lips trembled slightly. If she closed her eyes, she would not see Smollett's disgusted eyes and disgusted expression. If she did not see it, it did not happen. But Zhu's heart was constantly sinking, and she knew that no one would be willing to raise a little monster. Knowing that she was a disgusting monster, would Smollett regret having held her? Zhu stood there, anxiously waiting for Smollett's verdict. Smollett must not want to take her home. But Zhu did not wait for those words that would make her sad, but suddenly felt a pair of hands above her head gently stroking her hair. Zhu tentatively opened her tightly closed eyes, and looked at Smollett carefully. What surprised Zhu was that Smollett looked at her with a gentle expression, as if he hadn't heard her say that she was a little monster. Zhu was a little confused. If Smollett hadn't heard it, she wouldn't have the courage to say it again. Her face lit up, and then she glanced at Smollett with a guilty conscience. Since Smollett hadn't heard it, could she go home with Smollett? At least before he found out that he was a monster, Smollett would hug her like he did just now. But when Smollett opened his mouth, he scared Zhu. Little monster? Smollett said. Hearing this, the light in Zhu's eyes flickered and went out. It turned out that Smollett heard what he said. But Smollett smiled and rubbed Zhu's little head. If you are a little monster, then I must be a big monster. You are not a monster. Zhu pulled Smollett's sleeve and said subconsciously, We are the same. If I am not, then you are not either. Smollett said, as a matter of course. Smollett carefully avoided the wound on Zhu's arm, picked up Zhu with one hand, and then took her outside. Where are we going? Zhu asked in confusion. Let's go outside and see who said my daughter is a little monster. Smollett frowned and said angrily. The sun outside the house shone warmly on Zhu's face. Zhu had never seen the playground in the orphanage from this perspective. It was as if the playground, that was very large in her impression, before suddenly became smaller. The children were playing and frolicking on the playground. The little boy who had previously held Zhu's sleeve and said she was disgusting looked at Zhu in Smollett's arms in surprise. Smollett looked down at the child, and Zhu was also looking at him. Zhu, what do you want to do? The little boy frowned and said. Smollett bent down and gently put Zhu on the ground. Children's affairs should be left to children to solve themselves. Besides, this was originally Zhu's own dream. Zhu, who was suddenly put down, was a little confused, but she turned around and looked at Smollett, who was standing silently behind her. Feeling Smollett's gentle gaze, Zhu raised her head slightly and said happily, My dad said I'm not a little monster. Chapter 101. After Zhu finished speaking, the surrounding scene gradually blurred and dissipated. The little boy in front of him disappeared into the dream along with the orphanage. But Zhu subconsciously held Smollett's hand tightly. In the foggy chaos and blur, 2 figures, one big and one small, stood quietly, as if they were the eternal anchor points in this world. The scene in the dream changed with Zhu's mind, and Smollett found that they were in a small room. There were completely mismatched tables, chairs and sofas in the room, as if Zhu Zi had tried hard to piece together from his memory. There were also several flower pots on the small balcony. Smollett had seen them in the orphanage. In them, there were wild flowers that Zhu Zi dug in the small playground, and a potato given to her by the cafeteria aunt. These flower pots and Zhu Zi's palm-sized bunny doll were placed side by side, bathing in the sun. Zhu Zi was happily wandering around in this small room. Smollett looked around, and was surprised to find a photo frame on the coffee table. It was a photo of him and Zhu Zi. The background of the photo was a little blurry, but his face was clearly visible. It was the way he smiled at Zhu Zi in the previous dream scene. Smollett chuckled. It turned out that this was the home that Zhu Zi imagined. But the shadow of the orphanage was everywhere in this room. Even the sofa he sat on was the one in the director's office. There were small holes on the black leather sofa, revealing the yellow-brown sponge inside. Smollett frowned, and quietly used his mental power to transform the room. After finding that Zhu Zi did not reject his mental power at all, Smollett became bolder. After a while, the worn black leather turned into soft and shiny velvet. The cracked wall showed delicate textures. The flower pots made of bottles and jars on the balcony turned into warm ceramics. What Smollett disliked most was the rusty bunk bed, which Smollett easily replaced with the bed in Zhu Zi's bedroom. Smollett had decorated a room for Zhu Zi a long time ago, so he was very skilled in changing it now. It was just that the photo that Zhu Zi had subconsciously conceived was held firmly in Smollett's hand, and Smollett was reluctant to change even the frame that contained it. Zhu Zi stared at the gorgeous room with wide eyes. Zhu Zi stretched out a hand, and carefully touched the soft and clean white quilt on the bed. She liked white. She had seen a little girl wearing a beautiful white dress. But most things in the orphanage were dark. Zhu Zi stared blankly at this beautiful room, like a palace. She was a little bit unbelievable that she could live here. "Dad, is this our home?" Zhu Zi asked with her head raised. Smollett looked at Zhu Zi with a curious face. He lowered his eyes to hide the surging thoughts in his heart. Smollett nodded and said, "It's our home, where you should have lived." Zhu Zi showed a bright smile on her face. After having a father, everything seemed to be getting better. She also had a home, a place where she would not be driven out. Time passed quickly in the dream, and scenes constructed by Zhu Zi's memory appeared in front of Smollett one by one. But unlike before, Zhu Zi would subconsciously bring Smollett into the scene every time. The dream scene was sometimes an amusement park she had never been to, or an evening when parents took their children for a leisurely walk, or a lively festival when the whole family was together. And Smollett found that little Z was really easy to coax. A small candy or a gentle hug could make her happy for a long time, and then turn the nightmare into a beautiful dream. Smollett watched little Zhu Zi grow up slowly in scenes after scenes, and gradually grew into the appearance of Zhu Zi in his memory. The time in the dream was constantly passing, and Smollett was waiting for the next scene to change as usual. But what surprised Smollett was that recently Zhu Zi was always flipping through a book that came out of nowhere. Zhu Zi didn't seem to like reading these books, which made Smollett wonder what kind of book would be so important that it would appear repeatedly in Zhu Zi's dreams. "What is this book about?" Smollett asked curiously. "It's a very good novel. I'm a super fan," and the star Zhu Zi introduced happily. I don't know why this novel inexplicably attracted her, making her want to read it page after page. Anyway, she was about to finish it, and seeing that Smollett was curious, Zhu Zi told Smollett the plot from beginning to end. The protagonist of this book is Mu Anya. She is a human and elf hybrid. She met in the Interstellar Federation. Later, Mu Anya sensed the elf mother tree, returned to the elf kingdom, and became their crown prince. Zhu Zi said. "How is this possible?" Smollett widened his eyes, and immediately denied, "She can't be the crown prince of the elf kingdom." When he heard the name Mu Anya, Smollett realized that there was something wrong with this novel, and then Smollett became more and more shocked. How could there be such a novel in Zhu Zi's world? The system architecture is exactly the same as the interstellar world, and there are those real mythological races and names. But the story told in it is really outrageous. How could Mu Anya be the crown prince of the elf kingdom? What about Zhu Zi in the book? Smollett asked with a frown. Zhu Zi looked at Smollett with a puzzled look. "It's the elf king in the novel," Smollett explained. Zhu Zi shook his head. The book didn't seem to mention the name of the elf king, and the elf kingdom had no king at that time. Zhu Zi said. "What about Zhu Ziyuan's sister? Where did she go?" Smollett said anxiously. This story made him feel flustered, as if he had lost something important. He felt as if his heart was being tightened by an invisible hand, making him breathless. Zhu Zi carefully recalled the plot in the novel, and then realized which Zhu Zi Smollett was talking about. That Zhu Zi had an accident on the aquamarine star on his 12th birthday, and then died. Zhu Zi said. Zhu Zi tilted his head from the book and looked at Smollett, who was in an abnormal mood, in confusion. And the strange thing is why Dad knew that there was also a Zhu Zi in this book. She died? Smollett said in surprise. Smollett froze in place, feeling cold all over. 12 years old, the age when Zhu Zi's bloodline awakened. As long as she awakened the bloodline of the Elf King, Nanhil could find her no matter where she was. But the Zhu Zi in the book died at the age of 12, and then Mu'anya let it go and became the crown prince of the Elf Kingdom. In reality, Zhu Zi suddenly changed his plan to go to the Blue Sea Star to celebrate his birthday, and accidentally fell into the Mermaid Kingdom on the way back, and then survived. If Zhu Zi in another time and space had not read this book, would he be like Zhu Zi in the book, and stay forever on the day of his 12-year-old birthday? The Elf Kingdom will never know that their king did not fall with the withering of the king's flower. When he thought of this possibility, Smollett took a breath. This story is like a preview, a warning. It seems that someone wrote it specifically for Zhu Zi to read, just to make the 12-year-old Zhu Zi survive in the interstellar world. Where did this book come from? Smollett asked. A brother in the orphanage gave it to me. Zhu Zi answered quickly, and she said it as a matter of course without thinking. But Smollett's brows were tightly twisted together. Zhu Zi and the children in the orphanage had not had a good relationship since childhood, so how could a brother give her a book? Which brother is it? What does he look like? And what is his name? Smollett continued to ask. What does he look like? Zhu Zi pursed her lips and tried to recall, but she found that her mind was blank. Then Zhu Zi shook her head. I don't seem to remember. I only know that someone gave me this book. Chapter 102. Zhu Zi stared blankly at the novel in her hand. The content of the novel was firmly imprinted in her mind, but her memory of the book was vague. She only remembered that a boy handed the book to her. But was this boy the brother in the orphanage? Zhu Zi had always been so sure before, but now Zhu Zi recalled carefully, and suddenly found that she could not remember the existence of such a brother at all. Zhu Zi only remembered that she was still at her adoptive parents' home at that time, and the boy knocked on her door, and gave her the book. And it was also seen by her adoptive father, who told her to study hard and not read these useless things. Finally, she had a family willing to accept her. Zhu Zi always listened to her adoptive father, but that time she did not throw away the book in her hand. Adoptive parents. Thinking of this, Zhu Zi suddenly raised her head and looked at Smollett. Then, countless memories of the orphanage and her adoptive parents' home flooded into her mind. Zhu Zi suddenly realized that it seemed that no biological father had ever found her. She spent a long time in the orphanage, and then was fortunately taken home by her adoptive parents. But then she fell ill. Her adoptive parents took her medical notice and sent her back to the orphanage. They said that when she grew up a little and got better, they would take her home. Then she kept waiting, until the world was dark. Like Zhu Zi in the book, she died at the age of 12. Zhu Zi raised her hand to cover her aching head, and suddenly, complicated fragments of memory flooded into her mind. New memories collided and tore at old memories, and a deafening buzzing sound rang in his ears. Elf Palace? Zhu Zi's face was as pale as paper, and he lay on the bed without blood. Fine beads of sweat kept coming out of his forehead, even weighing the hair by his ears. Zhu Zi's life value, which had been stable, suddenly dropped at this moment. The vital signs detection equipment was glowing red and making a harsh beeping sound. The doctor's pupil shrank suddenly, and the hand that pressed the detection instrument trembled violently, and an unbelievable look flashed across his face. In just a few seconds, Juan's life signs, which were originally gradually improving, were as weak as a candle in the wind. Seeing that Zhu Zi's life value was about to fall to the bottom, the doctor had to inject her with a shot of pulse recovery agent. This barely allowed Zhu Zi's life value to recover a little. My sister was fine just now. How could she suddenly become like this? Zhu Ziyuan said anxiously, wishing that the person lying on the bed was himself. It is likely caused by the king's confused dream consciousness. The doctor frowned and said, if you are not careful in this situation, the former king and the king will be trapped in the dream forever and never wake up. Zhu Zi's dream fell into chaos, and the home built by Smollett's mental power shook and collapsed. The scenes in Zhu Zi's deep memory surged like a tide. They kept overlapping and twisting with each other, like a storm eroding the consciousness of the people in the dream. Smollett no longer cared about his own flickering entity, and looked at Zhu Zi anxiously. Zhu Zi, who was in the center of the storm, had a blank expression, as if his soul was about to be shattered by these chaotic memory fragments. But that special book turned into a pure white feather, which was held in Zhu Zi's hand unconsciously. Zhu Zi's dream was on the verge of chaos and collapse. Smollett quickly scanned those chaotic scenes and memories, some of which he had seen, and many of which he had never seen. Among the many scenes, Smollett saw Zhu Zi lying motionless on the small bed, with the breath of death shrouding her body. Smollett recognized her at a glance. That was the 12-year-old Zhu Zi. When Zhu Zi of the Elf Kingdom was born, the soul separated in another world would automatically return to the body. This also caused the death of Zhu Zi here. Zhu Zi had a splitting headache and squatted on the ground, holding her body. These memories seemed to want to drown her like a deep sea. Her consciousness was wrapped in fear, and she could no longer distinguish between reality and fiction, and she didn't even know who she was, and why she was still alive when she was obviously dead. But just as Zhu Zi's consciousness was about to be devoured by the poison of the king insect, Zhu Zi felt a warm embrace, and then the faint fragrance of purple jacaranda flowers floated on the tip of her nose. Zhu Zi looked up and saw Smollett. She looked at the pair of gorgeous elf wings behind Smollett in surprise. The dazzling wings flashed with brilliance in the gray and chaotic vortex of memory. Before Zhu Zi could recover, a huge tree that covered the sky and the sun appeared behind Smollett. The lush branches and leaves of the giant tree stretched out in all directions, forming a huge green dome, and the green leaves rustled automatically without wind. This was a scene built by Smollett's mental power, but even in a chaotic situation, Zhu Zi did not reject his mental power. Smollett manipulated his mental power to make the king's seed flower born on the branch of the elf mother tree. Zhu Zi looked up and saw a soft golden light flickering between the green branches and leaves, and then a small flower bud poked out from the gap between the branches. The flower bud trembled in the breeze, like the dawn of a new life. Then Zhu Zi saw that the giant tree was soon surrounded by people, and they all had the same elf wings as Smollett. Every elf had a joyful expression on their face, looking up at the small flower bud with expectation. "What is this?" Zhu Zi asked softly, looking up. For some reason, the scene in front of her made her feel at ease. "This is the king's seed flower of the Elf Kingdom, and it is also the scene when you were first born," Smollett said. Zhu Zi opened his mouth slightly, and Smollett's words made him confused. However, although Zhu Zi was full of doubts, the vortex of memories that was surging like a storm around her calmed down inexplicably. Zhu Zi stared blankly at the small flower bud that was slowly growing up in the expectation of everyone. Smollett touched Zhu Zi's soft head and whispered, "You are not a child abandoned in an orphanage. You are Zhu Zi, a king born under the expectation of the elves." Hearing this, in an instant, it was like a box that imprisoned memories was opened with a bang, and all the memories poured into Zhu Zi's mind. Zhu Zi remembered that she fell into such a dream because of the poison of the king insect. At first, her dream was dark, and she cycled through these lingering nightmares over and over again, experiencing endless pain again and again. But after Smollett appeared in her dream, those dark memories suddenly flashed with light. Zhu Zi still clearly remembers the joy of her little self when she saw Smollett in the dean's office. Zhu Zi smiled unconsciously, and she looked up at Smollett, who was looking at her tenderly. "Smollett?" Zhu Zi said. Smollett nodded and called him by his name directly. It seemed that Zhu Zi remembered everything. Soon this dream will disappear, and Zhu Zi, who was unconscious in the elf palace, will wake up. However, when he thought of Zhu Zi, who was very clingy in the dream and always liked to call him daddy, Smollett felt a sense of loss in his heart. As Zhu Zi's consciousness became clearer, the scene in the dream began to gradually blur and dissipate, and Smollett's consciousness gradually returned to his body. But just when Smollett's consciousness was about to blur, Smollett heard a familiar voice, and he couldn't help but smile. "Dad!" Zhu Zi looked at Smollett and shouted. The next second, Zhu Zi opened her eyes again, and saw a bunch of doctors around her, as well as her parents and brothers, who looked at her with worry. Zhu Zi rubbed her eyes, and all the memories in the dream came back. She remembered her silly look when she was a child, waiting eagerly for Smollett to buy her candy, and she also remembered calling Smollett Dad at the last moment when the dream dissipated. I don't know if Smollett heard it. Not far away, the hatch of the dream connection device opened, and Smollett walked out of it, with a smile on his face. "Do you feel uncomfortable?" Smollett looked at Zhu Zi and asked. Zhu Zi shook her head. After waking up, she just felt a little headache, but it was healed soon. However, the feather that appeared in the last dream made Zhu Zi very confused. Even if her consciousness was confused at that time, it was unreasonable for a book to suddenly turn into a feather. And this feather looked familiar. Zhu Zi patted his head, and suddenly remembered that on the first day, when she just broke out of the dragon egg, her second brother took her to a star pirate ship. Although the memory in the star pirate ship seemed to be erased, she found a feather in her palm when she woke up. It was a very special feather, soft and light with a holy glow. And this feather seemed to be similar to the feather in her dream. At that time, she thought the feather was beautiful and played with it for a while. But later, she got tired of playing and forgot about it. The feather should still be in Dragon Island now. Go to Dragon Island and take out the feather to compare, and you will know. Chapter 103. After passing through the Star Gate between the Elf King's court and the capital star of the Interstellar Federation, Zhu Zi ran quickly into his room and searched in the drawer. It had been so long that Zhu Zi could not remember where he had put the feather. Zhu Zi was searching in front, and Zhu Ziyuan followed silently with his head down. Zhu Ziyuan did not expect that his sister was born with memories of another world, and some of them were not very good memories. When his sister was just born, her father, mother, and the elders of the Dragon Clan could not visit her because of her physical condition. I don't know if my sister felt sad during that period. My sister, who grew up in an orphanage, would not think that they deliberately did not visit her because they did not like her. Zhu Ziyuan's face suddenly froze when he suddenly realized this. At that time, his parents told him that because of his physical condition, he should try to have as little contact with his sister as possible, even if they were born from the same egg. Later, because of mental pollution, he lay in bed and couldn't stand up, and couldn't find his sister to play with. Zhu Ziyuan didn't remember what he did on the pirate starship at that time, which would cause the mental pollution value to soar directly, and he almost died. And his sister couldn't remember that memory, leaving only a white feather. Zhu Zi searched in the study, and finally she found it in a small drawer in a corner. She put the feather in a box. "How is my sister? Is it the same feather as the one in your dream?" Zhu Ziyuan asked. Zhu Zi nodded. "Although there are some differences in size, it is indeed the same kind of feather. So this is not a bird feather, but an angel feather," Zhu Ziyuan said with his eyes wide open. That means they had encountered the extinct angels when they were young. A moment later, the white feather lay quietly on the table of the Elf King's court. Smollett frowned and asked, "You don't remember what happened on the starship at all?" Zhu Zi and Zhu Ziyuan nodded honestly. When they woke up, they were already at home. That memory was as blurry as a layer of fog. "Maybe you met the 12-winged seraphim of the angels," Smollett said, holding the feather. "Seraphim?" Zhu Ziyuan said in surprise. "Seraphim is the highest level existence among angels. The significance of Seraphim to the angels is as important as the Elf King to the elves. Seraphim does have the ability to erase people's memories for a period of time," Smollett said. "It's just that the angels have been extinct for so long that many people have forgotten these things. Is there any way to restore memory?" Zhu Zi asked hurriedly. She wanted to know what happened at that time, and also wanted to see who the angel who silently helped her was, and what he looked like. No matter what the angels helped her for, she was indeed born with the help of the angels, and she also avoided the death on her 12th birthday. Smollett frowned slightly. A lot of information about the kingdom of angels was lost with the explosion of the star in the Yogwang galaxy. Even the things he knew were pieced together from other historical materials. There are many people in the Bisovo star region of the Interstellar Federation whose ancestors once immigrated from the kingdom of angels. I will send someone to take a look there. Maybe they will have a solution," Wei Shilan said with a smile. "Now that we know the reason for the loss of memory, it will be much easier to find a solution." Zhu Zi nodded happily. According to her mother's efficiency, she might soon get clues to restore her memory. "By the way, how are my classmates?" Zhu Zi asked with some concern. Zhu Zi only remembered that she was suddenly mad by the King Worm Zhenfei, and then she was seriously injured and fell into a coma due to the poison released by the King Worm. I don't know if her classmates had any accidents under the crazy attack of the King Worm. They are fine. Fortunately, there are no casualties this time," Smollett said. Zhu Zi breathed a sigh of relief. However, Smollett frowned slightly, but it's very unusual for a King Worm to appear at the first Military Academy's competition venue, and it happened to be when you were there. "Dad, are you saying that it's very likely that the King Worm is coming for me? Someone wants to harm me?" Zhu Zi asked. Smollett nodded, and he couldn't help but think about it. Although Zhu Zi concealed his identity to go to the First Military Academy, this matter was not actually done in secret. At least many people in the Elf Palace knew about it. The principal of the First Military Academy explained that the King Worm that appeared on the competition field was hiding underground, and was in a deep dormant period with weak vital signs, so it escaped the detection of the army and detection equipment. But how could a kingworm in a deep dormant period wake up at such a perfect time? Investigators also learned from students present at the time that the kingworm's compound eyes were scarlet at first, but just as Zhu Zi was about to hit the kingworm's vital point, the kingworm suddenly erupted into a manic state, and the scarlet compound eyes turned black. It is also possible that the one who wants to harm you is not a human. Smollett frowned and said in a deep voice, only the kingworm can remotely control the kingworm through its tentacles, forcing the kingworm in deep hibernation to wake up. But the remote control range of the kingworm is also limited, and the kingworm has been well protected in the hive by the Zerg. The hive and Nuln Star are separated by several galaxies. But Zhu Zi's eyes suddenly lit up and said, so you suspect that the kingworm was nearby on the day of the game, and it controlled the kingworm to wake up? Smollett nodded. Maybe this is a good opportunity for us to catch the kingworm. The range that the kingworm can remotely control is similar to the size of a medium-sized galaxy. As Smollett spoke, he marked a range on the star map. Nuln Star is at the edge of the eternal galaxy of the Elven Kingdom. The range defined by Smollett includes part of the Eternal Galaxy, the Night Shimon Republic where the Night Elves are located, and the Spree Kingdom, as well as part of the star field belonging to the Orc Alliance. This range is very large, but there must be a lot of Zerg protection near the kingworm, so the range can be narrowed down a lot. We can look for it near the planets occupied and invaded by the Zerg. Smollett continued. Before, all tribes have been looking for the kingworm. They want to solve the Zerg problem from the root. Even the death squad of the hidden tribe sneaked into the heart of the Zerg nest and took a photo of the kingworm at the risk of their lives. The size of the kingworm is much smaller than other kingworms, but it has 10 pairs of compound eyes, and those scarlet compound eyes are distributed on both sides of the kingworm's head. In addition, except for the high bulging abdomen, the kingworm is covered with a hard silver-gray shell. So it is the Zerg who wants to harm me. Then what about the system in Muanya's brain? Is it also near the kingworm? Zhu Zi suddenly asked. In the novel I am a super fan in the stars with Muanya, as the protagonist is another future that the angel wants to tell her. How did the angel know this future? Is it foreknowledge? Or has the angel already experienced this future? And since the angel knows, does the mysterious system in Muanya's brain also know it? Muanya went to the Elf Kingdom to sense the Elf Mother Tree during the time she disappeared. It must be that the system predicted that she would die in that accident, and her goal was to become the Elf King. But the system's plan failed, and even Muanya, the female protagonist, died. Her existence became the biggest obstacle to the system. If I were the system, I would definitely try my best to get rid of Zhu Zi. Zhu Zi said. Smollett frowned. According to Heloise and the others' description, the system is likely to be a kingworm with no combat ability, but very special abilities. Ordinary Zerg, even the kingworm, are mostly beasts that act on instinct, but the Zerg that claims to be a system has amazing intelligence, like the kingworm. In recent years, the contradictions between the Zerg and other tribes have become increasingly acute. Judging from the behavior of the Zerg is no longer as rampant as before, but has become more planned and more difficult to deal with. Smollett guessed that maybe it was not just the royal worm and the system, but also some Zergs might have evolved wisdom. Smollett suddenly felt a chill on his back. The evolution speed of the Zerg was really amazing. Now it was not only evolving in the direction of strength, but even some intelligent creatures appeared. There might be more and more in the future, and the Zerg might even develop into a new intelligent race. All these changes started when the Zerg came into contact with the dark matter of the universe. Compared with the leap-forward development of the Zerg, they seem to have been pressed to slow down or even rewind. Among the 4 mythical races of the elves, dragons, mermaids, and angels, the dragon race had difficulty in having offspring, and the number was small, so there was no way to form an independent country like other mythical races. The angels perished, and there might be some survivors, but the star in the Yelguang galaxy where the angel kingdom was located did explode. The entire star field would be captured by the gravity of the black hole of the other side galaxy in 300 years, and then completely disappeared. The mermaid kingdom was brought to another universe by the sudden spacetime earthquake. According to the future described in the novel, the mermaid kingdom will appear in the form of mutant mermaids, become a major concern for all races, and finally stand with the Zerg and their elves. The Elf Mother Tree has entered a period of decline. Without the secret help of the angels, Zhu Zi may not have been born at all. The Elf Kingdom without its king will also decline rapidly. It seems that all this is developing in favor of the Zerg. Smollett wondered if this universe really has world consciousness, then whether the balance of world consciousness has already tilted towards the Zerg. Just like the other future described by the Seraph in the book, According to the development of the storyline in the novel, Mu Anya, who is controlled by the system, becomes the crown prince and has considerable influence in the elf kingdom. Even a few words can influence the entire elf kingdom. Moreover, Mu Anya's influence in the Interstellar Federation is not small. Many of the proud sons of the Interstellar Federation are her die-hard admirers. This popular novel, disguised as a romance novel, reveals the Zerg's ambition to control the universe. The story in the novel ends abruptly, but if the story continues, they will continue to go downhill. As long as the Zerg launches a large-scale Zerg tide at the right time, they can directly put all the races to death. Is it true that the Zerg has won once in that future, but now all this has deviated because of Zhu Zi's existence? Zhu Zi may be the only turning point in this catastrophe. Chapter 104. The most important thing now is to contact all countries to find the trace of the royal bug, Smollett said in a deep voice. In the area, he speculated, there are a total of 9 planets completely occupied by the Zerg, 36 planets, like Nolan, that the army will regularly clean up, and 3 small-scale battlefields between interstellar people and Zerg. But Smollett frowned, as he stared at the dense black dots representing the Zerg on the border of the Yeximan Republic. The Yeximan Republic encountered a Zerg tide the day after the first military school selection competition started, and the Zerg tide has not dissipated for a long time, and there is a tendency to intensify. The Yeximan Republic is probably now busy with the Zerg tide. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door of the meeting hall. Then Nanhil pushed the door open and said to Zhu Zi respectfully, "King Nast, the acting head of the Yeximan Republic, requests to speak to you." Zhu Zi frowned, feeling that the Yeximan Republic would not have any good intentions when they came to her, but she still nodded and said, "Okay." After a while, Nast's holographic projection appeared in the hall. Nast was wearing a black military uniform, with his hands folded, sitting on a car chair with a solemn expression. When he saw Zhu Zi, he nodded. Zhu Zi sat at the head of the meeting hall, squinting slightly, tapping the armrest with his fingers, and his eyes met Nast's. Nast lowered her eyes and spoke first. "Elf King, the Yeximan Republic is now in deep trouble because of the Zerg tide. I beg you to consider the blood relationship between the 2 elves and send troops to support the Yeximan Republic to help it overcome the difficulties." After Nast finished speaking, the atmosphere in the meeting room froze instantly, and Zhu Zi looked straight at Nast. Nanhil, who was standing aside, frowned when he heard this. The Yeximan Republic did suffer heavy losses in this Zerg tide. It was not a big place to begin with, and it lost 3 habitable planets in a row under the attack of the Zerg tide in just a few days. But since the Blood Moon incident, Johnston took a group of Moon Shadow Elves to go out independently, and changed their name to Dark Night Elves. How could the elves of the Yeximan Republic be so shameless to say such words about the blood relationship between the elves of the 2 countries? Usually, they don't think of it when they are making trouble for the Elf Kingdom, but they think of the blood relationship when they are invaded by the Zerg. Moreover, Nast was calm and self-assured, even with a somewhat natural look. Seeing Nast like this, Nanhil felt a surge of anger in his heart. Nast said the words of request, but there was no attitude of begging at all, as if they had expected their king to agree. However, no matter how angry Nanhil was, he still lowered his eyes and suppressed his emotions, standing aside silently. The Elf Mother Tree entered a period of decline. Once the Elf Mother Tree withered, the Mother Tree seed would take root and sprout to become the next Elf Mother Tree to protect the Elf tribe. But now the Mother Tree seeds bred by the Elf Mother Tree are in the hands of those Night Elves, which restricts the Elf Kingdom everywhere. Before, Nast's father Johnston also used the Mother Tree seeds as a threat of mutual destruction to make the Elf Kingdom send troops to help them resist the Zerg. Back then, Johnston's rogue attitude of not fearing shoes when barefoot, now his son Nast has learned it 100%. Seeing that the Elven Kingdom did not respond to him, Nast was not in a hurry. He rubbed the gem ring on his finger back and forth. The Yeximan Republic is near the Eternal Star System. If the Elven Kingdom is unwilling to lend a helping hand, when our Yeximan Republic is completely destroyed, the insect tide will sooner or later spread to your Eternal Star System. Then Nast raised a faint smile on his face, looked straight at Zhu Zi, and spoke without even adding the most basic honorifics. "Besides, you don't want the Mother Tree seed to be destroyed with us." As he said this, Nast raised his left hand, and his thumb and index finger casually pinched a golden seed. The Mother Tree seed exuded a soft glow, and the golden light wandered at his fingertips. When the elves in the meeting hall saw Nast treating the Mother Tree seed so casually, their faces were terribly gloomy, and they wished they could take the Mother Tree seed back immediately through the projection. Zhu Zi looked at Nast steadily. Although his expression was not obvious, his heart was high, fearing that Nas might accidentally make a mistake and ruin the future of the entire elves. Yeximan Republic? Nas smiled at the reaction of the Elf King's court. With the Mother Tree seeds in hand, he was not afraid that the Elf Kingdom would ignore the safety of their Yeximan Republic. Sure enough, Nas saw Juzi nodded on the other side, and agreed to send troops to support the Yeximan Republic. The smile on Nas's face became even bigger. Well done. The cold electronic sound of the system sounded, praising Nas for the first time. Nas looked happy, but he still asked the system in his mind with some worry. Master System, can you please let the insect tide disperse a little? The casualties of our people are indeed a bit too much. Nas knew that the insect tides on the border of the Yeximan Republic were all controlled by the system. But the people and territory of the Yeximan Republic were originally few. Those hybrids born from elves and other races died, but Nas was really heartbroken to see his own night elves die in vain for the sake of acting realistically. But after Nas said this carefully in his mind, he was responded with silence. Seeing that the system did not respond to him, Nas was trembling and did not dare to ask more questions. Nast had always thought that the system was the incarnation of the world consciousness, as it said, and appeared in his body to help him. But since the system proposed that it commanded the insect tide, and put on a show for the elf kingdom, Nast suddenly realized that the powerful system in his body might have a close relationship with the Zerg, and it was possible that the system was a special king worm in the Zerg. Nast felt his scalp tingling instantly, but he only dared to think about it in his mind, and did not dare to ask the system directly. No matter what the system was, no matter whether it was a king worm, he could not leave the system. After a while, Nast heard the calm and indifferent voice of the system in his head, and there was a hint of impatience. These casualties are inevitable. Yes, it's all my fault for talking too much. Although Nast was bleeding with heartache when he saw the casualties of the soldiers. But Nast was afraid of angering the system, so he hurriedly replied, "Don't worry, their death will not be in vain. After you help me trick the elves from the elf kingdom, I will reward you," the system said. Hearing the reward, Nast was instantly delighted and responded in her heart, "Thank you, Master System." However, Nast still said with some worry, "Master System, the strength of the elf kingdom is still very strong. After all, the Zerg you can control now is limited. What if their Smollett also comes? Will our plan? Smollett? I'm afraid he won't come. It's best to bring Zhu Zi with him," the system said coldly. Elf King's Court. After hanging up the call with Nast, the entire meeting hall fell into a low pressure. King, Marshal O'Casey's 5th Legion is stationed in the Star Zone near the Yeximan Republic. Marshal O'Casey can be sent to support them, Nan Hill suggested. The Zerg tide in the Yeximan Republic may be a big problem for the Night Elves, but the border of the Elven Kingdom faces several such Zerg tides every year. I'd better take the Legion to the Yeximan Republic, Smollett said. According to the invasion time of the Zerg tide in the Yeximan Republic, it is possible that the Royal Zerg is also there. Okashi alone may not be able to handle it. When Zhu Zi heard Smollett say that he would go in person, she shook her head subconsciously. Zhu Zi held Smollett's hand tightly. She didn't want Smollett to go to the Yeximan Republic. The Royal Zerg's whereabouts are secretive. The various tribes have been looking for it for so many years, but have not found it. Moreover, if the situation is not right, the Royal Zerg can immediately escape under the cover of the Zerg. The Royal Zerg can be discussed later. Send Okashi with the 5th Legion there. Just drive away the Zerg tide, Zhu Zi said anxiously. Smollett lowered his eyes, and looked at Zhu Zi, who was full of anxiety, and sighed slightly, but the matter of the Mother Tree seeds can't be delayed forever. They can't be threatened by the Yeximan Republic with the Mother Tree seeds all the time, and Smollett has been planning for many years to take the Mother Tree seeds back to the Elf Kingdom. But Smollett was concerned that the Elf Kingdom had no heirs before, so he didn't dare to leave the Elf Kingdom rashly. But now Smollett looked at Zhu Zi with a smile on his face. The Elf Kingdom already has a new king. Besides, Smollett's voice was slightly hoarse, and some complex emotions flashed in his amber eyes. Finally, Smollett lowered his eyes and whispered, "Besides, this is the mistake I made back then. Let me solve it myself." The elves have stood in the interstellar for tens of thousands of years, although there are always some small conflicts and frictions between the elves of different races. But with the existence of the previous elf kings and the elf mother tree, the elf clan has always been highly cohesive, and no elf has ever thought of going out on their own. Smollett looked up through the glass at the cloudy sky outside the house. When he thought of the sudden insect tide 15 years ago, Smollett still couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. "Your Majesty, you made that decision out of necessity," Nan Hill said anxiously. Nan Hill knew that the Blood Moon incident had always been a knot in Smollett's heart that was difficult to untie, and it was also a scar that hurt the elf kingdom at the slightest touch. Zhu still held Smollett's hand tightly, and she felt a chill in Smollett's palm. "Don't worry, it's just an ordinary insect tied over the Yeximan Republic. I'll be back soon." Smollett smiled, and touched Zhu's head and said. Seeing that Smollett was determined to go, Zhu even wanted to say that he wanted to go with him. Smollett saw what Zhu was thinking and comforted him. "It's okay, just wait for me in the Elf King's court." It was he who lost the Mother Tree seeds during his reign, and Smollett didn't want Zhu to bear the consequences for him. Smollett also didn't want Zhu to be threatened by the Yeximan Republic like him because of the Mother Tree seeds. Chapter 105. It was getting darker, and the elf royal court was shrouded in twilight. The soft moonlight sprinkled on the sparkling surface of the Bigwangsing Lake, covering the quiet lake with a layer of silver gauze. Zhu and Smollett walked by the lake one after the other. Since going to the first military academy, Zhu hadn't walked by the Bigwangsing Lake with Smollett for a long time. "Dad, are you going to the Yeximan Republic tomorrow?" Zhu asked softly. "We will assemble the army and set off early tomorrow morning." Smollett looked up at the moon that was hidden under the clouds. "The blood moon is coming soon." Zhu nodded with some anticipation. The blood moon is a strange astronomical phenomenon on the star St. Sylvia. There is a unique dust belt at the edge of the star system where St. Elvia is located. Every year, under the influence of a specific gravity, the dust belt will have a periodic orbital deviation, and some dust clouds will enter the space between the stars and the moon, making the moon appear blood red. The day of the blood moon was also designated as the New Year by the elves. Zhu has not celebrated the New Year in the Elf Kingdom yet, so I don't know what the New Year of the elves is like. But the blood moon day in the 15th year cast a shadow on the New Year of the entire Elf Kingdom. On that day, the highest alarm of the Elf Kingdom sounded, and the insect tide attacked the eternal star system without warning. Smollett assembled the army to resist the Zerg, and even those soldiers who were reuniting with their families immediately rushed to the front line to fight. The dense Zerg on the border of the eternal star system hit the Elf Kingdom's defense line with an overwhelming force. For a time, the Elf Kingdom was full of artillery fire and flames. But the number of Zergs was so huge that the sharp mouthparts of the Zerg were like sharp blades, piercing the combat uniforms of the elves, and blood gushed out and gathered into a stream. That was the worst casualty in the Elf Kingdom in the past 100 years. If it weren't for Smollett's mental power field covering the eternal star system, the Zerg tide might have flattened the Elf Kingdom. But even with the blessing of the Elf Mother Tree, Smollett's mental power field was open to the limit. If the field continued to forcefully open, it would consume the original power of the Elf Mother Tree, thus affecting the elf babies growing on the tree. But without Smollett's mental power field, the Zerg would soon break through the Elf Kingdom's defense line and kill into the eternal star system. After hesitating for a moment and weighing the pros and cons, Smollett decisively chose to continue to connect to the energy on the Elf Mother Tree and maintain the mental power field. In this way, Smollett's mental power field was open for 3 days and 3 nights, bearing half of the war, and only then drove the Zerg out of the eternal star system. But before everyone had time to go back and celebrate the victory of the war, they saw the flowers on the Elven Mother Tree that gave birth to elven babies withering and dying one after another. The most tragic of them were the elven cubs of the Moon Shadow Elves. Johnston, the patriarch of the Moon Shadow Elves, watched the countless elven flowers in his tribe fall into irreversible decline. Moreover, the withered flowers of the other 4 tribes combined were less than half of the Moon Shadow clan. This made Johnston think more, and Johnston even suspected that Smollett did it on purpose, sacrificing the Moon Shadow Elves to save other tribes. The repair work after the Zerg War was not yet completed, and Johnston led the Moon Shadow Elves to protest and demanded Smollett to explain the reason. After that, the protests of the Moon Shadow Elves intensified. Johnston also stole the seeds of the Elf Mother Tree and left the Elf Kingdom with other Moon Shadow Elves to build the current Yeximan Republic. "I never regretted the choice I made at the beginning," Smollett said while looking at the Elf Mother Tree by the Bigwangsing Lake. He had to do this to save the Elf Kingdom. If Zhu's King Seed Flower was also on the Elf Mother Tree at that time, Smollett felt that he would still make this decision. But Smollett's originally firm eyes flashed with a trace of confusion. "I can't control the energy output of the Elf Mother Tree." He didn't know why the Moon Shadow Elves' cubs were the most sacrificed in the end. Maybe it was because the energy output of the Elf Mother Tree was uneven, or maybe it was just an accident. But no matter what, the elf cubs who sacrificed for the eternal galaxy were the most innocent. They had to die for it before they had time to enjoy the glory of the kingdom. Smollett looked up at the elf flowers swaying in the wind on the treetops. The shadow of the blood moon that year had not yet dissipated. Even after so many years, the elf flowers blooming on the branches of the moon shadow elves were still much less than those of the other 4 tribes. Smollett sighed imperceptibly, with a self-deprecating smile on his face. Although he did not regret the original decision, he knew that the reason for his extra tolerance towards the Night Shimon Republic that repeatedly harassed the border of the Eternal Galaxy was not only because of the Mother Tree seeds, but also because of his guilt for those unborn elves. The moonlight by the Big Wangsing Lake became increasingly cold, and the moonlight shone on Smollett's body as if covering him with a layer of cold frost. Zhu Zi looked up at Smollett. It was the first time she saw such a look on Smollett's face. Guilt and pain surged like an undercurrent in Smollett's amber eyes, and were finally covered by a calmness. The next day, Smollett led the 5th Army on the warship to the Yeximan Republic with a normal look. Zhu Zi looked at the mighty fleet of warships heading to the depths of the Star Sea. The 5th Army was powerful, and the news that the Elf Kingdom went to support the Yeximan Republic also spread on the Star Network. The Elf Kingdom and the Yeximan Republic really have a love-hate relationship. Usually the 2 countries look at each other coldly, but as soon as something happened to the Yeximan Republic, the Elf Kingdom immediately rushed to save her. What kind of abusive love drama is this? Love Brain, please get out of the news area. The seeds of the Mother Tree are all in the Yeximan Republic, which is equivalent to holding the lifeline of the Elf Kingdom. How can the Elf Kingdom not save it? I feel like the Elf Kingdom owes them. How many Moon Shadow Elves died at that time, and how many families in the Yeximan Republic lost their children in vain? If it was my child who was forced to sacrifice, I would be so angry. But in that situation, the former Elf King had no choice. Otherwise, the entire Elf Kingdom would die together. But the Moon Shadow Elves sacrificed the most. Is this a coincidence? Could it be that the former Elf King saw that the Moon Shadow Elves were the most developed among the 5 elf races, and wanted to deliberately suppress them? The one above. Who did you hear these nonsense from? I heard that it was because a Moon Shadow Elf offended the former Elf King. But just as netizens were arguing about this matter, another piece of news quietly came to the top. Johnson, the head of the Yeximan Republic, died of illness, and his son Nast was appointed as the new head of the Yeximan Republic. The Yeximan Republic half an hour ago. Nast looked at his father, who was lying motionless on the bed, and could only stare at him with his eyes. Nast looked at Johnston's angry eyes, and Nast chuckled. It is estimated that his father would never have thought that the position of the head of the Yeximan Republic would eventually fall on his head. Hurry up! The system urged in Nast's mind. Sensing the impatience in the system's tone, Nast nodded subconsciously. The father who originally needed him to look up to and chase was lying in front of him in such an awkward manner that he could be slaughtered by him. Soon, he could become the next head of the Yeximan Republic. But Nast's hand, which was just about to release his mental power, trembled slightly, and suddenly stopped in midair, as if he had no strength. The system looked at Nast's hesitation, and its patience was completely exhausted. It took over control of Nast's body. Johnston's pupils suddenly shrank, and he looked at Nast's face in horror. In an instant, Nast's fair face was distorted like a melted wax figure, and countless black lines under the skin quickly spread to the whole face like a living thing. The bones stretched, the corners of the mouth tore, and a crackling sound like the reshaping of bones was made. Johnston watched Nast's head turn into the head of the Zerg, and the mouth parts full of sharp teeth opened with smelling mucus. Then Johnston's eyes went dark, and he completely lost consciousness. The system chewed Johnston's head with satisfaction, absorbing the energy of the first-generation system in Johnston's head. The first-generation system, which it should call brother, made a pleasant scream in its mouth. The system's cold electronic voice said slowly, "This is what the Queen Mother agreed to. Things without value should be put to good use before being destroyed. The Queen Mother created such good conditions for the first-generation system, and gave it an excellent opportunity to split the Elf Kingdom. But what disappointed the Queen Mother was that the Elf Kingdom was still developing well after so many years. The first-generation system did not make any decent contributions except for getting the seeds of the Elf Mother Tree. It happened that Smollett brought his army to the Yeximan Republic. After absorbing the energy of the first-generation system, it was more confident that Smollett would stay here forever. A moment later, the system that absorbed the energy controlled Nast's body to return to its original appearance. Nast, who had completely lost consciousness in an instant, widened her eyes in shock and looked at the tragic scene of Johnston's head being separated in horror. Johnston's bright red blood soaked the entire bed. His father's head disappeared, but a strong smell of blood came from his mouth. Chapter 106. The 1st Military Academy is the talent pool for the 5th and 2nd Armies, and many seniors from the 1st Military Academy are interning in the 5th Army. Smollett personally led the 5th Army to the Yeximan Republic for support, which also caused quite a stir in the 1st Military Academy. Many seniors went to the Yeximan Republic. Although they only followed behind to do some logistical work, everyone rushed to go when they heard that the former Elf King was leading the army. Xiaopu leaned back in his chair and said with some regret, "It's a pity that only seniors can go, and we can't go. The situation in the Yeximan Republic may be a bit complicated." Simir frowned and said in a deep voice. Xiaopu nodded, and then said, thoughtfully, "The insect tide in the Yeximan Republic this time came as suddenly as the blood moon day of that year, but the scale of the insect tide is much smaller than that time. But we Military Academy students are only going to the front line to do logistics, and with the former Majesty there, nothing will happen." Xiaopu smiled optimistically. "I hope so." Shimiya lowered his eyes and whispered, "But we should still go to class honestly. The next class is military combat class. Instructor Eddie Lester will not allow us to be late." Xiaopu sighed and said, "Before, Xiaopu could go to class with the king every day. And he was the only elf in the whole class who knew the king's true identity." Xiaopu was secretly happy about this many times. But after the incident at the Star Alliance League's qualifiers, the powerful First Legion let everyone in the academy know that freshman Livia is the Elf King. Now no one even dares to call her by the fictitious name Livia. The elves in the same class as Zhu Zi were even more regretful. Why didn't they find out earlier that their classmate was actually their king? I don't know what happened to the king. Will he come back to school with us? Xiaopu said with his head down, a little disappointed. I can only go to class with Shimiya. However, Xiaopu turned his head and looked at Shimiya, who had not changed into his combat uniform. He said anxiously, "Shimiya, go change your clothes quickly. We are going to the military combat class." Xiaopu frowned slightly in confusion. According to Shimiya's personality, he would never be late for class. Sometimes Xiaopu even felt that Shimiya was too stable compared to his peers. He didn't look like a teenager, but like someone who had lived for hundreds of years. But now that class was approaching, Shimiya not only had no intention of changing into combat uniforms, but even started to pack his things. "Shimiya, are you not going to class?" Xiaopu asked in surprise. Simi nodded seriously, "Yes." "Where are you going?" Xiaopu asked doubtfully. A lot of thoughts popped up in Xiaopu's mind, and Xiaopu even suspected that Simi was going to drop out of school. But he didn't expect Simi to say that he was going to the Elf Palace. The Elf Palace. What are you going to the Elf Palace for? Xiaopu's eyes widened instantly, and he looked at Simi in disbelief. "I am the king's guard," Simi said with a slight smile on his face. He would naturally go there when the king woke up. Xiaopu opened his mouth in shock, not believing what he heard. They were all classmates, but how did Simi quietly surpass others and become the king's guard? When did this happen? Xiaopu suddenly recalled the first time Simi saw the king in the classroom. Simi should have known that Livia was the king. But he was too excited to see the king at that time, and didn't have time to think about it. So he thought he was the only elf who recognized the king, but Simi had already become the king's guard before him. Xiaopu looked at Simi's back with envy. Simi could go to the Elf Palace to see the king, while he could only go to class honestly. Elf Palace? Zhu Zi absent-mindedly flipped through the documents in front of her. Ever since Smollett went to the Yeximan Republic, Zhu Zi was always worried that Smollett would have an accident. But Zhu Zi had never been so grateful that there was a blood connection between the elves as now. Zhu Zi could always feel the mental signal from Smollett, who was far away in the Yeximan Republic, which made her feel much more at ease. Suddenly, there was a gentle knock on the door of the room. Zhu Zi saw that the person who pushed open the door and came in was a classmate she hadn't seen for a long time. Simia. Zhu Zi waved happily. King. Simia bowed his head and saluted Zhu Zi. But when he caught a glimpse of the feather on Zhu Zi's desk, he was slightly stunned. Zhu Zi also noticed that Simia's eyes suddenly stopped on this feather. This is a feather of the angel family. Zhu Zi explained. Angel? Simia said in surprise. Suddenly, Zhu Zi glanced at the angel feather lying quietly on her desk, and then looked at Simia's eyes as blue as the sky. Zhu Zi frowned, and her foggy memory loosened for a moment. She seemed to have seen an angel with azure blue eyes. For some reason, Zhu Zi suddenly had the idea that Simi was an angel. Then, Zhu Zi gently patted her head to dispel this unfounded speculation. If Simi was really a seraph of the angel clan, he would not have come to the Elf Palace to be a small guard for her. However, Simi came from the Beidao Star region of the Elf Kingdom, where many people's ancestors immigrated from the angel kingdom after the fall of the kingdom of angels. It's just that the number is not as many as the Bijua star region of the Interstellar Federation. Have you ever seen an angel, Simi? Zhu suddenly asked. King, the angels have long been extinct. Simi lowered his eyes slightly, making it difficult to see the expression in his eyes. Zhu frowned, and Simi seemed to have not yet answered her question of whether she had seen an angel. Ximye, have you ever seen an angel? Zhu looked straight into Simi's azure eyes, and asked again persistently. Zhu herself didn't know why she had to ask again. Obviously, there was nothing wrong with Simi's answer just now. According to the legend, the angels were indeed extinct. How could they have seen one if they were extinct? However, this was a very simple question. Simi just had to shake his head and say that he had never seen one. But Zhu looked at Simi, who was standing there without any movement, in confusion. Simi's fair and delicate face was a little tangled, as if he had heard some huge problem. This made Zhu feel something was wrong. Ximye? Zhu called him, reminding him to speak. Ximye frowned, and the tangled expression on his face became more serious. Zhu frowned, and didn't know what Ximye was tangled about. Zhu looked up at Ximye, but suddenly Ximye's deep eyes seemed to turn into a surging vortex, making Zhu feel dizzy. When Zhu woke up again, she looked at Ximye, who suddenly appeared in front of her in confusion. Zhu rubbed her head. Why did she remember Ximye standing in the middle of the room and greeting her before, and how did he suddenly move forward 2 steps? Zhu frowned. Could it be that she was worried about Smollett, and was a little absent-minded? However, Zhu looked at the feather on the table, and looked at Ximye's deep blue eyes, that seemed to contain the entire sky. Ximye, have you seen an angel? Zhu suddenly asked curiously. Zhu waited anxiously for Ximye's answer. But what she didn't expect was that such a simple question made Ximye, who was calm and composed, show a look of shock on his face. What's wrong? Zhu tilted her head slightly and asked in confusion. Seeing that Ximye pursed her lips and didn't answer, Zhu stood up and walked in front of Ximye, asking persistently, have you seen an angel? Ximye looked at Zhu's inquiring eyes with some despair. Seeing that he couldn't hide, Ximye could only answer honestly. But the words I have seen were lingering on Ximye's lips, and when he was about to say it, he saw Zhu, who was standing in front of him just now, suddenly closed his eyes, and fell backwards uncontrollably. Ximye was shocked, and quickly supported Zhu, so that Zhu's head didn't hit the ground. Doctor? Ximye shouted anxiously. The waiters and guards, who were always on standby at the door, heard the noise inside, and immediately pushed the door open anxiously to check on the king. Soon, the doctor of the Elf Palace rushed to the room where Zhu was, and sent the unconscious Zhu to the medical room. Because of the sudden situation, the entire Elf Palace was in chaos. Simi looked at Zhu, who was surrounded by doctors, and pushed into the medical equipment for examination with great concern. Suddenly, Simi's vision was blocked, and several elves stood in front of him. Mr. Simi, what happened in there just now? Why did the king suddenly faint? Olive frowned and asked anxiously. Olive brought tea and snacks to the king a few minutes ago. At that time, the king was still fine and smiled and thanked her. But how could the healthy king suddenly faint? At that time, only the king and Simi were in the room. Now that the king was unconscious, only Simi knew the situation. Other elves also looked at Simi. What happened to Wang? Did Wang do anything before he fell into a coma? Chapter 107. Suddenly, the door of the medical room opened. The elves immediately turned their heads to look at the doctor who came out. All the values are normal, the king is fine. The doctor said with a sigh of relief. Why did the king suddenly faint? Olive asked with a frown. Part of the king's soul was separated to another world. It may be because the king was accidentally born in a dragon egg, and the king's body, and that part of the soul were not tightly integrated. The doctor continued. But the dream caused by the king insect toxin unexpectedly promoted the close integration of that part of the soul. When the soul merged, the main consciousness was scattered, which caused the symptoms of fainting. The doctor smiled and said, this is a good thing for the king. Hearing this, Simi instantly breathed a sigh of relief. The king insect may never have thought that he would do a good thing for them. When will the king wake up? Simi asked. You wake up in a few hours. The doctor looked relaxed and smiling, without any anxiety or solemnity. Sure enough, 3 hours later, Zhu's eyelashes fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes. Zhu rubbed his eyes, as if he had a long dream. After waking up, he felt unprecedented comfort all over his body. King, do you feel uncomfortable? Olive leaned over and asked in a low voice. Zhu Zi shook his head. Not only did he not feel uncomfortable, but he felt great. What's wrong with me? Zhu Zi asked the doctor in confusion. A moment later, in the training ground of the Elf Palace, Zhu Zi looked up in disbelief at the mental power field that suddenly grew more than twice as large. Completely integrating this part of the soul can actually bring such benefits. The spiritual power field, which was particularly small among the military academy students of the same grade, can now cover an area of 500 to 600 square meters after this upgrade. Zhu Zi can even feel that her control over the field has improved. This suddenly expanding field is like a part of the spiritual power extension. Every subtle change can be clearly captured by her. Wang, do you need someone to help you test the strength of the new field? Nansel bowed slightly and said in time. The discovery of spiritual power, or has made the already unstable interstellar situation even more undercurrent. The powerful Zerg outside the domain is eyeing it, and the current situation of the Yeximan Republic is unclear. The worst situation now is that if the former Elf King has an accident in the Yeximan Republic, there is not much time left for Wang to grow. Wang can recover his strength, which is the top priority for Wang and the entire Elf Kingdom. Zhu Zi nodded. She had the same idea. However, what Zhu Zi didn't expect was that the elf that Nangsel found to test her spiritual power was actually Lian Kaiji, the commander of the First Army. Lian Kaiji was wearing a straight white and gold military uniform. The medal on his chest, which symbolized the highest honor of the kingdom, shone brightly under the lights of the training ground. King. Lian Kaiji respectfully saluted Zhu Zi. Zhu Zi didn't expect Nangsel to give her such a high difficulty, but she nodded slightly and said, "Let's start." "Yes, King," Lian Kaiji said, bending down. But after saying this, Lian Kaiji's aura changed dramatically. The respect and gentleness he had shown to the king disappeared, and his stern eyes were like a cold sword unsheathed, carrying the aura of murderousness rising from the battlefield. Zhu Zi only then truly saw the appearance of the first marshal of the kingdom, who had made great achievements on the battlefield. Zhu Zi was also influenced by Lian Kaiji's solemn posture, and couldn't help but take it more seriously. However, only Lian Kaiji himself knew that although he put on an aura of disrespect for the monarch and the minister, and full of oppression, who knows how worried he was that the king would really get hurt in the competition. Facing the soldiers who had just joined the legion, Lian Kaiji could train them to death without any scruples, and train the soldiers' abilities to the limit. But facing his king, a lot of concern suddenly emerged in his mind, making Lian Kaiji become restrained. However, seeing Wang's fighting spirit, Lian Kaiji tried to put aside his worries, and became more aggressive. The scene of the entire training ground changed. The originally spacious and bright indoor scene turned into an exposed mountain terrain full of boulders. Zhu Zi took the lead in launching an attack. The silver-white star-core sword glowed with a cold light under the blessing of powerful mental power. The gorgeous and dazzling spiritual wings behind him opened, and Zhu Zi arrived at Lian Kaiji's side lightly and quickly while the wings were waving. The star-core sword had a sharp blade and went straight to Lian Kaiji's waist. But Lian Kaiji's figure disappeared like a ghost, without even a trace of dust. Zhu Zi's sword missed, and she was startled. Her keen mental power made her turn around instantly and look up. The next moment, a sharp gust of wind whistled down from the top of her head. Lian Kaiji had jumped onto the boulder above her head without her noticing, and the heavy sword in his hand chopped down with the sound of wind. Zhu Zi felt a chill on her back, and her elf wings fluttered violently, and she retreated rapidly with the help of the reverse thrust, barely avoiding the attack. Lian Kaiji's heavy sword fell to the ground, and gravel flew. In an instant, the powerful impact force caused a deep gully to appear on the ground. If Zhu Zi had not been flying in the air, even if she was not hit by the heavy sword, she would have been tripped by the gully that had cracked underground. But even though Zhu Zi reacted so quickly, she was still slightly moved back by the aftermath of Lian Kaiji's mental power. Lian Kaiji quickly caught Zhu Zi's flaw at this moment, and she did not give Zhu Zi any time to react, and immediately launched her mental power field. The dense fog instantly enveloped the entire holographic virtual training ground, and even the 100-meter-high boulder was completely covered by the fog, and no trace could be seen. Zhu Zi's eyes suddenly darkened, and the dense fog instantly swallowed her completely. The fog transformed by Lian Kaiji's mental power was like countless sharp needles, piercing from all directions, blurring her five senses and interfering with her judgment. Zhu Zi took a step back in a panic, but unexpectedly her back hit the hard boulder directly. Even if she spread her mental power, Zhu Zi could not tell where she was, let alone where Lian Kaiji was in front of her. This feeling made Zhu Zi a little uneasy. In a flash, Lian Kaiji appeared in front of Zhu Zi, and a sharp heavy sword glowed with a cold blue light in the mist, directly reaching Zhu Zi's chest. But just as Lian Kaiji was about to move his heavy sword away, Zhu Zi's spiritual field suddenly expanded. The green tree exuded a soft light in the hazy mist, and countless branches spread out from the top of the trunk in an umbrella shape, with the halos on the edges of the leaves interweaving and smudged. Lian Kaiji's spiritual field collapsed in an instant, and the mist in the field disappeared completely. Lian Kaiji's eyes flashed with surprise. This was the period when his spiritual field had the most abundant energy, but Wang's materialized spiritual field could ignore the difference in strength and directly break his spiritual field from the inside with a crushing attitude. Even before in the first military academy selection, Wang only tore a gap under the spiritual field of Wang Chong to accommodate her spiritual field. But now Wang can not only directly break his mist field, but also control him within the spiritual field. Lian Kaiji had no time to react, and was already in Wang's spiritual field. Under the blessing of the domain, the king's mental energy soared, and the star core sword in his hand trembled slightly, making a buzzing sound. Zhu Zi's green eyes were filled with fighting spirit, staring straight at Lian Kaiji, like a hunter who had locked onto his prey. Lian Kaiji was secretly shocked, and for a moment, he actually felt the oppression he faced when he stood in front of the former elf king Smalley. Then the star core sword burst out with dazzling light, and the long sword was swung down with amazing momentum, and even Lian Kaiji was shocked and retreated. However, Lian Kaiji reacted quickly, and his figure swooped out like a ghost, moving extremely agilely in the complex terrain. Even though Lian Kaiji was in a weak position under Zhu Zi's spiritual power, he was still very dangerous. Zhu Zi was very alert, and the fighting spirit in his eyes became stronger and stronger in the back-and-forth battle with Lian Kaiji. Zhu Zi's movements became more fluent and sharp. Sword lights flashed, and huge rocks were blasted and shattered as the two dodged and attacked. The battle stopped only when Lian Kaiji's sword pointed at Zhu Zi's vitals. Seeing that Wang was in high spirits, Lian Kaiji wanted to keep fighting with Wang. But after so long, Wang's spiritual power field did not show any sign of exhaustion. Wang's spiritual power continued to maintain the field, as if he could accompany him to the end no matter how long the fight lasted. Lian Kaiji was afraid that if he continued to fight like this, his spiritual power would be exhausted, so he quickly ended the battle. Although Zhu Zi did not win, she was very happy. She had fought a hearty battle, and her eyes were shining with excitement. Lian Kaiji was a very good coach for Zhu Zi. During the whole battle, he did not simply fight against her, but constantly helped her understand her own spiritual power field. Smollett told her that the insect tide in the Yeximan Republic was slowly retreating, and he would be able to return to the Elf King's court in about 5 or 6 days. Smollett also asked her to stay in the Elf King's court to handle government affairs during this period. Originally, Zhu Zi felt a little uncomfortable because she could not go to the military academy for classes. But now Zhu Zi looked at Lian Kaiji with burning eyes. During this period, she could let Lian Kaiji help her train together. Zhu Zi had already started planning to spare more time to practice in her busy government affairs. When Smollett came back, she could still fight with Smollett, and Smollett would definitely be shocked by her progress. Thinking of this, Zhu Zi couldn't help but smile. In her mind, there was a scene where Smollett's eyes widened in surprise, and then he happily praised her for becoming stronger. But the next second, the smile on Zhu Zi's face suddenly froze. Then Zhu Zi's face turned pale, and she felt the connection between her and Smollett's spiritual power over and over again in disbelief. The high priest Nanhil standing by also had a very ugly face, and his eyes were full of anxiety and panic. They suddenly couldn't sense the spiritual power signal from Smollett just now. Chapter 108. Fortunately, the mental connection with Smollett was not broken, which made Zhu Zi calm down a little. But Zhu Zi was worried about what happened in the Yeximan Republic that made her unable to sense the mental signal transmitted by Smollett. It was as if this mental signal was blocked by something. After a while, news came from the Yeximan Republic. The material transportation route on the battlefield of the insect tribe of the Yeximan Republic was unfortunately damaged by the insect tide. In order to protect the transportation route, the reinforcements of the Yeximan Republic and the Elf Kingdom suffered heavy casualties, and the former Elf King Smollett was seriously injured. Hearing this news, Zhu Zi frowned. Even if Smollett was seriously injured, he could not fail to sense Smollett's mental signal. The chat record between her and Smollett in her mind was still stuck on the news that Smollett said he would be back in a few days. Smollett's optical brain also received no response, just like his mental signal. "King, we can't contact the 5th Legion. Heloise frowned and said solemnly. Contact Nast. Zhu Zi said coldly. Soon the holographic communication with Nast was connected. Nast sat in the luxurious and exquisitely decorated hall, looking anxious and helpless. Nast said to Zhu Zi sadly, We are also very sorry for such an accident. Where is the 5th Legion? Zhu Zi frowned and asked directly. I didn't expect that the 5th Legion of the Elf Kingdom and the 4th Legion of our country were trapped in the encirclement of the insect tide. There is no signal there, and we can't contact them. But don't worry, our army is working hard to transport supplies in, and plans to break through from the outside to launch a rescue. Nast explained in an orderly manner. But where is Smollett now? Why is his mental signal blocked? Zhu Zi asked in a deep voice. Even if Smollett's optical brain has no signal, as long as the person is still there, the mental signal will not disappear. Even if she fell into another universe before, Nancy could still sense her existence. But now Smollett's mental signal seems to have disappeared out of thin air. How can you not sense the mental signal of the former Elf King? Obviously your former Elf King is there. Nast widened her eyes, her face full of surprise. Could it be that your own mental signal is wrong? Nast looked straight at Zhu Zi and bit back, and accused him angrily. If your country attacks us with such a reason, it is too unreasonable. Looking at Nast's pretentious look, Zhu Zi decisively hung up the call with Nast. She knew that it was meaningless to continue asking, and she didn't have time to argue with Nast. High Priest Nancier, you take the 1st and 3rd Legions to garrison on the border bordering the Yeximan Republic. Zhu Zi ordered in a deep voice. Yes, King. Nancier lowered his eyes, and accepted the order. Then Nancier listened to the King's series of arrangements, and even the government affairs of the Elf King's court were handed over to Heloise. Nanhil was confused. The King didn't mention her in the arrangements. Based on his understanding of the King, the former Elf King was in trouble, and the King couldn't do nothing. King, then you? Nanhil couldn't help but ask worriedly. I'm going to the Yeximan Republic, Zhu Zi said firmly. The last time she sensed her father's mental signal was in Mantan City, the capital of the Yeximan Republic. This was completely different from what Nast said, that the Elf Kingdom's army was trapped in the insect tide. Nast didn't tell the truth. She wanted to go to the Yeximan Republic in person to find out what happened. If I don't come back in 10 days, and no news comes out, then Nanhil, you will lead the Elf Kingdom's army to flatten the Yeximan Republic, Zhu Zi said in a deep voice. Their elves have repeatedly yielded and endured for the Mother Tree seeds, but the result now is the Yeximan Republic's increasingly unscrupulous provocation. Instead of this, it is better to point the guns and cannons directly at Nast's head. Of course, it would be best to wait until she brings back the elves and the Mother Tree seeds before doing so. It's too dangerous for you to go to the Yeximan Republic in person, Nanhil and other elves said worriedly. Some elves also volunteered to go to the Yeximan Republic to investigate. I will take Wu Suaning with me, Zhu Zi said. After so many drills and actual combat, Zhu Zi also realized that her mental power domain is more suitable for dealing with Zerg, which is suddenly mutated by the influence of cosmic dark matter, than dealing with humans. Much like the polluted mutant mermaids she encountered in the ocean galaxy, her mental power domain seems to be very good at dealing with these unusual mutations, as if they are their natural nemesis. Besides, the matter of the Yeximan Republic this time is definitely related to the Zerg. With her mental power field and Wu Suaning's assistance, she is able to deal with dangers when she sneaks into the Yeximan Republic. On the route of the Orc Alliance to the Yeximan Republic, an old gray starship is bumping forward. The outer shell of the starship is covered with scratches, and the engine makes a humming sound from time to time, as if it will shut down at any time. The orcs in the starship seem to be accustomed to it, and they are not at all uneasy or surprised by the movement of the starship. The entire starship cabin is quiet, except for some young orcs, who look around curiously and expectantly. The cabin is surprisingly dull and quiet. In the last row of seats on the starship, an orc with a pair of deer antlers and ears is sitting there. Zhu Zi moved her furry deer ears. It must be said that the upgraded disguise necklace is very powerful. It can not only cover up her appearance, but also simulate the smell of deer orcs on her body. Wu Suaning and Shimia beside her also put on the necklace and turned into orcs. Originally, Zhu Zi only planned to take Wu Suaning with her. After all, the fewer people on this trip, the less likely it is to be exposed. But Shimia insisted on going with her, and Nancier and others also urged her to bring more people, so Zhu Zi took Shimia with her. The three of them are now squeezed on a talent transport starship bound for the Yeximan Republic. The so-called talents are actually cheap labor collected from other remote planets. The cargo hold of the starship has been transformed into a passenger ship with simple conditions. Hundreds of orcs are squeezed on a small starship. The X-Men Republic is one of the few closed countries in the interstellar space. It has been strict in checking the citizens entering and leaving the X-Men Republic, as if it is afraid that its citizens will run away if it is not careful. However, the X-Men Republic has been trying to expand abroad in recent years, which inevitably leads to the problem of labor shortage. After all, the group of Moon Shadow Elves that Johnston took away at the beginning is far from meeting the construction and war needs of the X-Men Republic. This is why the starship that Zhu Zi is sitting on now appeared. Zhu Zi looked through the blurry glass of the starship at the khaki planets that were getting closer and closer to them. That was the capital star of the X-Men Republic, Carlohu. Zhu Zi didn't know what happened to Smollett and the elves of the 5th Legion. What did Nast want to do by keeping them in the X-Men Republic even if she had a direct break with the Elf Kingdom? Suddenly, there was a noise from the connection between the starship cabin and the command cabin. Zhu Zi looked up and saw 7 or 8 elves in black uniforms walking into the cabin with several boxes of medicine. Zhu Zi frowned as she looked at the transparent wings flapping behind the elves in front of her. The Moon Shadow Elves' originally beautiful wings were now marked with black veins. The last time Zhu Zi had a holographic conversation with Nast, she also saw the faint black veins on Nast's wings. She felt very uncomfortable when she saw it, but Zhu Zi didn't expect that after meeting these elves face to face, this discomfort would become even stronger. Fortunately, not every night elf in the Night Shimon Republic has wings with dark black patterns. Even the blackening of Nast's wings was a recent occurrence. When she attended the Starry Sky Council, Nast's wings were still the original Moon Shadow Elf. Zhu Zi observed the several night elves that appeared in the starship. It was obvious that the 3 elves with black wings in front had a higher status than the other elves. This is the mental pollution prevention medicine provided free of charge by the X-Men Republic for the people who come here to settle down. The X-Men Republic is located in a remote star area close to the Zerg, and the mental pollution is serious, so please be sure to take this tube of prevention medicine before entering the X-Men Republic. The leading night elf raised his voice and said. Then he ordered the night elves to hand over the dark green medicine bottles to the orcs. When the orcs learned that this was a free mental pollution prevention medicine, the originally dead atmosphere instantly became lively. Such an expensive anti-psychic pollution potion is distributed for free by the X-Men Republic. If it were sold cheaply outside, it would have to sell for several thousand star coins. The X-Men Republic is too generous. We have it too. We can get such a bargain for free, and it's our turn. An orc with goat horns was so happy after receiving the potion that he couldn't close his mouth. He immediately gulped down 2 mouthfuls, and even the liquid left on the potion bottle was not spared. He tilted his head and drank it all drop by drop into his mouth. Other orcs who received free anti-psychic pollution potions were also full of joy and couldn't wait to drink it. Many orcs in the starship drank this expensive potion for the first time. The night elves also looked at the orcs who drank up the anti-psychic pollution potion with satisfaction. Suddenly, a night elf roughly grabbed the hand of an orc child. Why do you hide the mental pollution prevention potion when you don't drink it yourself? The night elf roared fiercely. The orc child was obviously frightened by the night elf, and explained tremblingly, I can't bear to drink it now. After going to the X-Men Republic, everyone can enjoy the same treatment as all citizens. There will be mental pollution prevention potions distributed every month, so there is nothing to be reluctant to drink. You must drink it immediately on the spot when it is given to you, and the same applies to the future. Damaging, hiding, and wasting the free mental pollution prevention potion is a serious crime that will be sentenced in the X-Men Republic. The night elf said sternly. The orc child held the potion tightly in his hand, wondering why the X-Men Republic would enact such a strict law for the free mental pollution prevention potion. Maybe they are afraid that such an expensive potion will be wasted by them, but it is completely harmless to him, and he is very happy to do so. Under the gaze of the night elves, the orc child raised his head and drank the mental pollution prevention potion in a few gulps. After watching the orc child drink it all, the night elves shifted their sights and continued to distribute the potion one by one. They watched the orcs finish the potion and then collected each empty bottle with a serial number. The mental pollution prevention potion was finally distributed to Zhu Zi. Zhu Zi looked at this bottle of thick dark green potion, which was completely different from the mental pollution prevention potion she had drunk before. Zhu Zi held the bottle of dark green potion, and the eyes of the night elves around her fell on her like radar. Hurry up and drink the potion. The leading night elf urged impatiently. Chapter 109. Seeing that Zhu Zi had not made any move, the night elves stared at her more and more fiercely, as if they would force her to drink the liquid down her throat in the next second. Under such gaze, Zhu Zi frowned, raised her head, and drank the thick dark green medicine in one gulp. Shi Miu and Wu Suang also followed Zhu Zi, and drank the mental pollution prevention medicine one after another. Seeing that they drank it all, the night elves turned their eyes away and left. Watching the night elves leave, Zhu Zi yawned lazily, and then hid the compressed capsule in her mouth into her sleeves with the cover of her palm. The Elf Kingdom and the Yeximan Republic have lived side by side for many years, so they naturally knew that the Yeximan Republic distributed mental pollution prevention medicine to all citizens for free on a monthly basis. The Elf Kingdom Research Institute also has samples of mental power pollution prevention drugs brought back from the Elf Yeximan Republic. The drugs do have the effect of preventing mental power pollution, and even the lowest grade free drugs can have a defense effect of up to 10%. The materials for making mental power pollution prevention drugs are expensive, and the process is complicated. Even if the population of the Yeximan Republic is small, it is a huge expense to distribute them for free every month. This makes them very confused about how the Yeximan Republic can support such a large expenditure with its financial situation. But they found that the ingredients of the drugs distributed for free by the Yeximan Republic are not simple, and a special substance that has never appeared on the market is added to them. But unfortunately, the Elf Kingdom Research Institute has not yet been able to analyze the composition of this substance. Zhu Zi didn't dare to drink such a bottle of unknown medicine without knowing what it was. The three of them had made preparations before coming, and put a nanofilm on the palate. As long as they hold the medicine in their mouth, the microchannels distributed on the film will quickly extract the medicine in the mouth, and then automatically compress it into a sealed capsule. But even so, Zhu Zi's mouth was inevitably sticky with a little residual medicine. Zhu Zi frowned. It was a slightly bitter and astringent taste. 10 minutes later, the starship slowly approached the capital of the Yeximan Republic, Karlohustar. The free distribution of mental pollution prevention medicine made the orcs have more expectations for the Yeximan Republic. The starship landed in the space station on Karlohustar. The moment the hatch opened, a sharp cold wind blew in the face. Zhu Zi looked around and saw that there were only a few starships parked in the space station. As soon as they got off the starship, Zhu Zi and her friends were immediately assigned a job, and then the orcs of the entire starship were taken to the factory that produced mental pollution prevention drugs. Zhu Zi and the other two followed the orcs, silently planning to get out at the right time. Although their identity as orcs in a remote star region made it easier for them to enter the Yeximan Republic, once they stepped into this territory, their actions would be restricted. Smollett's mental signal finally disappeared in the area of Kalita Company, but this company had strict access control, and the orcs could not enter this area. Fortunately, the positions provided by the Yeximan Republic were not completely closed, and they could leave on their own during their rest time. In order to avoid unnecessary direct conflicts, Zhu Zi and his team can only follow the main force to familiarize themselves with their work positions. In the factory, Zhu Zi looked at the transport belt carrying bottles of mental pollution prevention potions. In addition to the dark green potion, Zhu Zi also saw a light blue potion that looked much more normal. There are two lines in our entire factory. The one on the left is the secondary potion production line. The one on the right is specially made to supply the mental pollution prevention potion for the night elves. A half-blood elf with a pair of elf ears, Webster, introduced to everyone. What is the mental pollution defense of this potion? An orc looked at the light blue production line and asked curiously. It's as high as 20%. The half-blood elf, who served as the leader, said with envy. Hearing this, the orcs immediately burst out with surprise or envy in the crowd. In the corner of the crowd, Zhu Zi noticed that as soon as Shimia entered the factory, his eyes glanced at the light blue potion on the conveyor belt several times, and there was a trace of disgust and disdain in his eyes. Zhu Zi slowed down his pace, walked with Shimia to the back of the crowd, and asked in a low voice, Shimia, did you see anything? Shimia lowered his head and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear, there are bugs in the light blue potion. It was an extremely tiny transparent bug, and even Shimia could barely see the bug's pair of dark black eyes. Hearing this, Zhu Zi was shocked. She opened her eyes wide and looked for a long time, but she didn't find anything unusual in the light blue potion, let alone bugs. There was not even a trace of impurities in the potion. Even if these potions were placed under the advanced microscope of the Elf Kingdom Research Institute, no abnormalities were found. Are there no bugs in the dark green mental pollution potion? Zhu Zi asked doubtfully. Shimia shook his head gently. I'm not sure if there are bugs hidden in it. Maybe the potion they gave us before didn't have as many bugs as the light blue potion, so I didn't see it. Shimia spread the mental power on his eyes, and rubbed his eyes tiredly. Zhu Zi frowned and watched the bottles of potions being packed into boxes and shipped away. The affairs of the Yeximan Republic are indeed inseparable from the Zerg, but the connection here may be far deeper than she expected. After all, the Yeximan Republic has been distributing free mental pollution prevention potions to its citizens since its founding. What are these potions used for? Maybe it's subconscious control, Shimia said in a deep voice. Suddenly, a painful groan was heard not far away. The sound was covered by the roar of the machine, but it was still caught by the orcs with sharp hearing. Several orcs looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a half-blood elf, who looked like a foreman holding a thin and straight stick against the waist of an elf. The elf who made the groan had a momentary daze in his eyes, the muscles on his face twitched violently, and a trace of white foam came out of the corners of his slightly open mouth, looking very painful. But his hands and feet were tightly handcuffed to the iron ring embedded in the ground. The entire space for movement was limited to less than half a square meter, and he could not move at all. He could only let the iron rod hit him again and again, causing his body to twitch painfully. Hurry up and work. Who allowed you to be lazy? The half-blood elf holding the iron rod roared fiercely. The new orcs were all frightened by this scene, fearing that they would be treated like this next time. Zhu Zi frowned as he looked at the elf, who was groaning in pain. The pair of transparent wings behind the elf were gorgeous and flamboyant, which was definitely not the appearance of a half-blood elf. And it looked like a high-level blood elf from the Moonshadow Elves. She looked around and saw that most of the people working in the factory were orcs, and there were also some half-blood elves who served as leaders and supervisors. He was the only Moonshadow Elf who was doing heavy work on the production line with the orcs, and he was the only one who was chained like a beast and could not move. But what really made Zhu Zi frown was the incomplete body of this elf. There was nothing on both sides of the elf's head. A pair of pointed elf ears were cut off, leaving only two uneven dark red wounds. Even the tongue in his mouth was broken off, and no matter how painful it was, he could only make some groaning sounds. Some orcs covered their mouths and looked at the miserable state of the elf in fear. The leader, the half-blood elf Webster, looked at the orcs and chuckled, "You don't need to worry. As long as you abide by the country's discipline, you won't be like him." Webster continued, "This night elf was punished here because he was found to have wasted the free potion." The orcs were relieved. So that's how it was. But the punishment for wasting potions is too severe. An orc whispered quietly. Webster's ears moved slightly, and he stared at the orc who spoke. His crime is far more than just wasting potions. He secretly concealed the inspector, and did not take the potion according to regulations. Later, he had the idea of returning to the elf kingdom. The inspector thought that he was a first-time offender, and patiently persuaded him many times, but he not only did not listen, but also became more and more unreasonable. That's why he ended up in such a miserable situation now. Webster frowned and said sternly. He really didn't understand that these night elves enjoyed the high-quality potions distributed by the country for free, but they didn't know how to cherish them at all, and they wasted them. On the contrary, she herself, even if she wanted to drink it, was not qualified to receive this kind of potion. And there was more than one night elf like this. Webster glanced at another elf, who was handcuffed in the corner. The pair of iconic elf wings on her back were broken off when she was found to have secretly gone to the elf kingdom, leaving only a pair of elf ears, making her look like an ordinary half-blood elf now. I don't know what's so good about the elf kingdom. Those night elves insisted on going back even if they became such a ghost. Moreover, such stubborn night elves became more and more after the elf king was found in the neighboring elf kingdom. Webster really didn't understand why they were so stubborn. Chapter 110. Zhu Zi listened to Webster's words with fear, as if every word was stained with blood. Even Wu Suining and Simi, two non-elven people, felt uncomfortable listening to these words. Not far away, the Moonshadow elf Alec Green, who was chained by iron chains, stared at the potion with empty and numb eyes, repeating the same action without stopping, but if he was a little careless, the iron rod next to him would fall on him. With his sharp mental power and instinctive reaction after long-term torture, Alec Green was always alert to the iron rod in the hands of the half-blood elf. When he noticed that the rod was slightly raised, Alec Green hid to the side in fear, causing mocking laughter from the surroundings. In the boring factory, they seemed to have become toys for people to be bullied and entertained. Seeing this scene, Zhu Zi clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles turned white due to the force. She didn't expect the elves to suffer such torture here. And the reason they suffered all this was because the potion that controlled the subconsciousness was ineffective on them, making these elves untamable by the Yeximan Republic. Zhu Zi's eyes darkened. It seemed that the Yeximan Republic had taken away not only the seeds of the elf mother tree, but also her people. The surging anger burned in Zhu Ziyi's eyes, and her hands clenched unconsciously. She wanted to tear off the hand chains on the elf's hands and feet immediately. However, the accident happened in the next second, and it happened so suddenly that no one expected it. The numb and empty eyes of the moon shadow elf Alec Green suddenly focused, and his eyes stared at the half-blood elf holding the iron rod. The half-blood elf was frightened by his deep and terrifying eyes, and began to stutter. "You. Why are you staring at me?" But soon the half-blood elf realized that the weapon was in his hand. Besides, Alec Green's hands and feet were all chained, and he had a top-level mental power suppressor on his neck. As long as it detected any mental power fluctuations in Alec Green, the suppressor would send out a strong electric shock. Such Alec Green had no ability to resist at all, so what was there for him to be afraid of? Thinking of this, the half-blood elf's expression immediately became fierce again, and there was still annoyance on his face because of his cowardice just now. He gritted his teeth and raised the iron rod in his hand high towards the weak abdomen of the elf Alec Green. But before the rod could fall, the half-blood elf looked at Alec Green with horror as he took out a chip from his sleeve. A fingernail-sized chip glowed silver and fit perfectly into the lock of the suppressor. Then, with a click, the mental suppressor that had been worn on Alec Green's neck for many years opened and fell to the ground. The half-blood elf suddenly widened his eyes and stared at the mental suppressor that fell to the ground. His eyes seemed to pop out of his sockets in shock. Because of his special status, the elf Alec Green has been under particularly strict supervision for a long time. So how did he get the key chip of the suppressor hidden on the inspector without anyone noticing? The half-blood elf trembled as he held the iron rod in his hand, staring at Alec Green's movements in fear, and stepped back step by step. Even though Alec Green still had strong chains on his hands and feet, it would only take him a moment to break free from the chains after he had recovered his mental strength. Fortunately, their factory had the highest level of defense and security systems, and someone would come to rescue him soon. The half-blood elf tried to comfort himself in his heart. "Alec, are you going to die? Even if you can turn on the mental suppressor, do you think you can run to the Elf Kingdom? Not to mention the Yeximan Republic, you can't even get out of this factory." The half-blood elf shouted while retreating. When he heard the words Elven Kingdom, Alec Green's eyes dimmed instantly. Then Alec Green's light brown eyes looked at the half-blood elf whose legs were weak with fear and chuckled. He hadn't started to do anything yet, just turned on a mental suppressor, and he was already so scared. Alec Green raised his hand and used his mental power to break the shackles that had trapped him for many years. Feeling a mental power fluctuation, Zhu Ziyi, who was mixed in the crowd, widened her eyes slightly and looked at Alec Green in surprise. With this level of mental power fluctuation, the spiritual power level of this elf is definitely not low. Perhaps it is SS level, or even higher SSS level. Zhu Ziyi then looked at Alec Green's face carefully, only to see that his face was thin, his hair was messy and stuck to his forehead, and the dried blood was still forming dark red scabs on his face. Zhu Ziyi had never seen such an embarrassed look on any elf. But his face gradually overlapped with the photo she had seen. Zhu Ziyi recognized him. He was Alec Green, the former commander of the 4th Legion of the Elf Kingdom. Alec Green glanced at the trembling half-blood elf. Then he turned his head and raised his right hand slightly, holding the heavy chain in his hand. Alec Green's arm muscles were tense, driving the chain straight to the machine that was producing mental pollution prevention potions. The originally solid metal shell was like paper under Alec Green's strength. The machine shell sank instantly, and the internal circuit of the machine collided with a crackling sound, and bursts of black smoke came out. This movement caused a large pile of light blue mental pollution prevention potions to fall to the ground. In an instant, the sharp alarm sounded wildly in the factory, and the red light on the ceiling began to flash continuously, and the dazzling red light illuminated the entire factory. Then, the heavy metal door of the factory fell down with a bang, and even the windows were clanged and tightly closed by the thick metal protective plate, as if to lock everyone inside. The crowd was in chaos in an instant. Zhu Ziyi mixed in the crowd of people screaming in fear, frowning and looking at Alec Green worriedly. Alec Green was racing against time to use the key chip to unlock other trapped moon shadow elves. But Zhu Ziyi couldn't help but worry about them. She saw it when she just entered the factory. The security here was extremely strict. This place is not like an ordinary factory at all. The walls around are made of thick and hard special alloys. And every entrance and exit is guarded by heavy security equipment and well-trained night elf guards. The Yeximan Republic spent a lot of manpower to guard this potion factory. Even if Alec Green had SSS-level mental power, he didn't have mental power to replenish potions, and he didn't even have a mental weapon. The elves couldn't escape the heavily surrounded potion factory, not to mention that the area outside the factory was still the territory of the Yeximan Republic. Sure enough, after a while, hurried footsteps were heard in the passage on the top floor of the factory, and a group of well-equipped night elves came out in a line. The night elves held energy guns emitting a faint blue light in their hands, and the black muzzles were pointed directly at Alec Green and the other 6 Moon Shadow elves. They waited for the leader to give the order, and immediately launched an attack on them. The leading elf had his fiery red hair tied up neatly, with a few strands of hair falling on both sides of his angular face. He looked at his former Legion commander with sharp eyes. "Alec Green, if you surrender now, I can still spare your lives." Although Alec Green was rebellious, his SSS-level mental power was there, and the higher-ups still had expectations for him, and they didn't want to kill him directly unless it was absolutely necessary. But Alec Green just glanced at him coldly, without any intention of surrendering. Seeing that Alec Green was still stubborn and didn't listen to any advice, the leading night elf waved his hand angrily, and dozens of dark blue energy bullets instantly sprayed out from the muzzle. The night elf looked down at Alec Green, who was like a trapped beast underground. The long-term physical and mental torture made Alec Green unable to exert the strength of SSS-level mental power, and even his reaction speed was much worse. He really couldn't understand why Alec Green only needed to nod his head to resume his original position. But he wanted to let himself fall into this situation, and was unwilling to surrender to the head of state. "Alec Green, even if you can go to the Elven Kingdom, do you think the Elven Kingdom will accept you in your current state?" the leading elf said angrily. When they decided to follow the Patriarch to leave the Elven Kingdom, there was no way out, but Alec Green naively thought he could go back. Hearing this, Alec Green glanced at the night elf with fiery red hair. He opened his mouth to refute, but suddenly realized that his severed tongue made it impossible for him to say a word. Just as Alec Green was distracted, an energy bullet shot at his left shoulder. The bullet instantly tore open a hideous wound, the skin and flesh turned outward, the smell of burning spread, and blood gushed out, staining his sleeves red. Alec Green covered his wound and groaned. He looked at the tightly closed metal door in front of him. He had no intention of returning to the Elven Kingdom alive. As long as he could destroy this harmful pharmaceutical factory, he would have fulfilled his value. Alec Green looked at the potions flowing all over the ground, and the broken glass bottles with satisfaction, and a smile appeared on his face. As long as the supply of mental pollution prevention potions in the Yeximan Republic is insufficient, more Moon Shadow elves can be freed from Nast's consciousness control. Then the possibility of their return to the Elven Kingdom will be a little greater. Zhu Zi on the side looked at Alec Green, and the others anxiously. These elves all looked like they were determined to smash the factory regardless of their lives. The 2 production lines of the preventive potion collapsed, the machines issued a harsh error sound, and the energy bombs flew around in the factory. Although the night elves evacuated the workers in the factory before firing the energy gun, the factory was still in chaos in this completely closed space. Since it was already so chaotic here, she would make it even more chaotic. Zhu Zi couldn't watch Alec Green and others die here. Zhu Zi turned her eyes to a production workshop in the factory with a conspicuous sign prohibiting idle people from entering. Before the mental pollution prevention potion is loaded into the potion tube, it must pass through this workshop. The bugs that Simi saw in the potion tube also appeared after the potion went through this process. The defense level in this workshop is obviously higher than other places. Whether it is the impact of the energy bomb or the accidental injury of the night elves' mental weapons, there is no scratch on the protective layer of the wall. It can be seen that this is the core of the preventive potion to control the elves' consciousness. Zhu Zi poked the star core beast that had been hidden in her pocket with her finger, and then took out 2 micro bombs from the space twister with one hand and put them in its little paws. The little star core beast holding the micro bombs instantly got furious. Although it didn't know what it was, it instinctively felt the huge danger and almost threw the 2 things out. However, Zhu Zi's voice came to its ears, and the little star core beast reluctantly held the 2 terrible things. Zhu Zi took the little star core beast out of the palm of his hand, and the star core beast saw the sealed workshop through the gaps between his fingers. So the master wanted it to throw these 2 things into this square little house and detonate them? The star core beast followed Zhu Zi's gaze and looked at the small ventilation holes above the house. The star core beast nodded confidently. It was an energy body formed by the compression and condensation of the star core power. It was easy to drill a small hole. At Zhu Zi's signal, the star core beast took out the speed that it had used to track Zhu Zi in the mausoleum. In the blink of an eye, it drilled into the ventilation hole with the microbomb. Then Zhu Zi turned his head to look at Alec Green and the others. He saw that the elves' eyes were fierce but gray, like the night sky covered by heavy dark clouds. There was no desire for life in the thick darkness. Zhu Zi's eyes sank slightly. It was far from enough to help these elves leave this factory. Even if they could escape from here, they could not escape the encirclement of the Yeximan Republic. Zhu Zi now wanted not only to take Smollett back to the Elf Kingdom, but also to take all the elves trapped here home. Zhu Zi tried to connect to Alec Green's mental signal and passed the message to him. Suddenly, Alec Green, who was dodging the Night Elf's attack, widened his eyes in surprise. He felt the strong mental signal coming from his mind in disbelief. This mental power was surging, but it was filled with reassuring warmth and power. This is their king! Chapter 111. Alec Green looked around in shock, wanting to see where the king was. But there was only a chaotic crowd in the factory, with orcs and half-elves gathered together, and no one looked like their king. But being able to connect with his mental power was 100% proof that the king must be nearby. Alec Green's heart was pounding in his chest with excitement. Alec Green didn't expect that he could see the king before he died. It was a pity that he didn't see the king's appearance. Alec Green still remembered the king seed flower swaying on the branch of the elf mother tree that he saw on the optical computer. That was when the king seed flower was just born, and the elf kingdom wanted to use a loudspeaker to tell the whole universe about it. But at that time, he was affected by the control of the potion consciousness. When looking at this king seed flower, he felt a strong discomfort in his heart for no reason. But even Alec Green himself didn't know why. The king seed flower had been deeply imprinted in his mind, and he even remembered the shape of the petals clearly. Until one day, he somehow didn't drink the mental power pollution prevention potion distributed monthly by the Yeximan Republic. Alec Green understood where the discomfort he felt when he saw the king seed flower came from. Long-term use of the potion made him suppress his emotions for a long time, suppressing his natural closeness to his elf king and the elf mother tree. But the shackles of consciousness began to loosen the moment he saw the king seed flower, and the collision of two completely opposite thoughts produced that strange discomfort. But in fact, he had been looking forward to the birth of the king's flower, just like all the elves in the elf kingdom. In the chaotic factory, Alec Green heard the sound of energy bombs cutting through the air. But Alec Green couldn't help but divert his attention and searched for the king in the crowd. Alec Green even regretted why he made all these noises today. What if the king got hurt here because of him? But suddenly Alec Green remembered what the night elf Joyce said to him just now. Alec Green, even if you can go to the elf kingdom, do you think the elf kingdom will accept you in your current state? These words echoed in Alec Green's mind repeatedly. Alec Green had never thought that he could return to the elf kingdom alive, but now the king was here, and maybe he was watching him from somewhere. Alec Green raised his hand and touched the empty side of his head with trembling hands. Where there should have been a pair of pointed elf ears, there were only uneven scars. It is the nature of all elves to like beautiful things, and the king is no exception. But Alec Green knew that he must look very ugly now, and he couldn't even speak, like a disgusting monster. Feeling the joy of being a king, Alec Green was suddenly shrouded in a thick cloud because of his ugly appearance. He was afraid that he would be rejected by the king. He was afraid to see the king's disgusted eyes. Alec Green thought that if he was rejected by the king, there would be no need for him to live in this world. But before he died, he could do more for the king. Alec Green. A clear female voice suddenly sounded in Alec Green's mind. It was the king at the other end of the mental connection who called him. The king actually knew his name, and Alec Green widened his eyes in surprise. Where are you, king? Are you okay? Why are you in the Yeximan Republic? Is there anyone around to protect you? Alec Green had a lot of things to say to the king. The mental connection was not an ordinary call connection. Zhu Zi could now sense all of Alec Green's emotions, and Alec Green's thoughts were completely exposed to Zhu Zi. In the entire elf race, only the elf king could achieve this level of mental connection, but Zhu Zi rarely did so, which always gave her a feeling that it would offend other elves. But now the situation is urgent, she has no better way, so she didn't care whether Alec Green agreed or not, and directly connected to Alec Green's mental power. But the complex emotions of joy, sadness, and worry conveyed by Alec Green were like a heavy stone pressing on her heart, making Zhu Zi feel particularly heavy. Zhu Zi knew that Alec Green was holding the thought that he couldn't escape anyway, so he might as well die here. And strangely, a terrible thought came up, because he felt that she would definitely hate him, it would be better to die. Zhu Zi's heart was instantly alarmed. Originally, I wanted to try to arouse Alec Green's more desire to live, but I never expected that Alec Green would actually think of such a place. Zhu Zi directly skipped over the worries and questions conveyed by Alec Green. He didn't intend to say anything sensational or encouraging. Zhu Zi said directly, Alec Green, I need you to be alive. Hearing this, Alec Green was slightly stunned. The king said he needed him to be alive. Is this the first order the king gave him? Alec Green nodded. He would naturally obey all the king's orders, but Alec Green looked at the factory surrounded like an iron barrel, and the light in his eyes suddenly dimmed. He seemed unable to do it. Alec Green, in 3 minutes, there will be an explosion in the factory. You take advantage of this time to break this door, with other moon shadow elves. Zhu Zi said in a deep voice. But the most difficult thing is not leaving the factory, but what they should do after leaving the factory. Zhu Zi naturally memorized the city map of Mantan City, the capital of the Yeximan Republic, before coming. This factory is located in the suburb southwest of Mantan City, the capital. Fortunately, the terrain here is complex and there are many trees to cover the area. As long as Alec Green and his men can keep running west and blend into the crowd in the Hopper area, she can arrange for the Elf Kingdom to stay in the night of the Shimon Republic to pick them up and transfer them to a safe place. After that, Zhu Zi connected with the mental power signals of other moon shadow elves and confirmed that they were not subconsciously controlled by the Zerg. Only then did Zhu Zi pass on a series of plans and arrangements to them through the mental power connection. When the moon shadow elves felt the mental power signal of the king, their brain short-circuited in disbelief. They didn't expect that the king, whom they thought they would never see in this life, was now in the same space with them. If the king hadn't told them not to show any abnormality, the elves would have turned around to find out who was the king. However, when the moon shadow elves heard that the king was here and was going to take them home, they immediately became excited. The night elves who were helping to suppress the rebels in the factory looked at the elves, who suddenly became difficult to deal with great confusion. They were almost beaten through with their well-equipped equipment. What happened to these elves? Who gave them stimulants? A night elf cursed inwardly. I guess they knew they were dead, so they had a last burst of energy. The black-haired night elf sneered. Alec Green glanced coldly at the night elf who was speaking. Maybe it was like this before, but now. Alec Green silently counted down the time agreed by the king in his heart. 3, 2, 1. Instantly, a dazzling white light tore through the factory with a deafening roar, and billowing smoke spread all around with hot air waves. For a moment, the fire shot up into the sky, and the whole place was in a mess. Everyone was shocked by the sudden movement, and the night elf with flaming red hair looked at the center of the explosion in shock. That was the explosion from room A01, the core area of the entire project. Joyet could no longer care about Alec Green and the others. He flapped his wings and rushed to room A01 in fear. The closer he got to room A01, the higher the heat in the air. Joyet was stunned to watch the entire room A01 collapse. The snow-white metal wall was shaken to pieces, and the bent and twisted metal fragments were scattered. It was obvious that someone had blown it up from the inside with a bomb. Who did it? Joyet's eyes turned red, and he shouted angrily. Was it Alec Green and his men who did it? How could this be possible? Even he had never been allowed to enter room A01, so how did they get in with a bomb? Joyet looked at the pool of transparent liquid flowing out of room A01 in panic. If he hadn't guarded room A01, he wouldn't have been imprisoned in an underground prison by the higher-ups. None of the elves imprisoned there had ever come out alive. The higher-ups had repeatedly warned them to guard room A01, which was the most critical part of the entire process of making the mental power pollution prevention potion, and it was related to the life and health of all citizens of the Night Shimon Republic. But the strange thing was that no elf in the entire potion factory was allowed to enter room A01, not even the transformed night elves. Only the elves sent from above would open room A01 once a week at a fixed time to maintain equipment and replenish supplies. This was the first time that Jowyet saw the things in room A01. They were so ordinary, just like the water that can be seen everywhere. Suddenly, Jowyet's pointed elf ears moved slightly, and he widened his eyes in surprise. There was a rustling sound of living things turning over the ruins in the bombed ruins of room A01. There was someone in room A01. Jowyet stared at the ruins. But when he looked more carefully, he found that the one who slowly crawled out of the metal ruins was neither an orc nor an elf. It was a bug. The body of this Zerg was dark brown, with a round and bulging head, and a layer of sticky light green mucus covered on the surface of its hard shell. The huge bug was wriggling in the ruins and sticking its body out. The mucus on its surface dripped off, leaving a sticky mark on the surface of the metal fragments. After a while, the bug stood up in the ruins. Its body was as tall as 2 night elves. It was short among the Zerg, but it looked very strange. It seemed that its body was covered with countless tumors of different sizes and shapes. These tumors also fluctuated and trembled from time to time with its movements. When Jowett looked at this bug from room A01, he felt as if his brain was hit by a heavy object. He was so shocked that he couldn't recover. In the capital star of the Night Shimon Republic, Zerg appeared in an important factory surrounded by heavy troops. And it was a king bug with 9 pairs of compound eyes. When counting the compound eyes of this bug, Jowett's whole elf was sluggish. So what they have been guarding and feeding for so many years is actually the bug they hate the most. Jowett's relatives and friends, and his child who failed to be born successfully on the elf mother tree. In addition to the evil intentions of the then elf King Smollett, who deliberately strangled him, there was another bigger reason: the Zerg. That was an existence that all interstellar people wanted to get rid of as soon as possible. But now Jowett saw the fat king worm that was raised in the place he had guarded for many years. The king worm moved its body towards him. Jowett opened his mouth wide and looked at the scene in disbelief. He should have turned around and ran away immediately, but his legs were firmly nailed here. The 3 views that he had believed in for many years collapsed directly. Jowett also saw with his own eyes that one of the tumors on the king worm exploded without warning. However, what exploded was not flesh and blood, but a pool of liquid as transparent as water. Jowett now finally knew where the liquid he had just seen came from. Jowett's face suddenly turned pale, and he couldn't help but began to retch violently. He had just drunk the mental power pollution prevention potion that the Yeximan Republic gave them for free this morning. But now, he wanted to spit it all out. But it was too late. The potion had already been completely digested by him, and he would drink such a bottle every month in the Yeximan Republic. Jowett collapsed and closed his eyes in despair. Don't the elves at the top of their country know that there is a king insect hidden in the core area of the factory? No, they must know. Not only did they know, but they also put the things that exploded in the king insect's tumor into the free potion, so that everyone in the Yeximan Republic must drink it. Jowett felt a needle-like pain in his head, and he knelt on the ground with his head covered. Alec Green, Marion, Berna. The faces of these elves whom they called rebels flashed through Jowett's mind one by one. He remembered how they refused to drink the potion, and how they stubbornly said they wanted to return to the elf kingdom. Alec Green said he was the real rebel. Jowett pressed his head tightly, which was in great pain, and a painful and suppressed whine came out of his mouth. Not far away, the king insect was getting closer and closer to Jowett. Its several pairs of compound eyes emitted a faint green light, and its sharp mouthparts opened and closed from time to time, making a hissing sound, as if it wanted to swallow the slow-reacting elf in front of it. Suddenly, a night elf grabbed Joey's arm and ran out with him. Joey is just waiting to die, run. On the other side, at the moment when room A01 exploded, Alec Green suddenly exerted his strength and ran towards the closed iron door like a cheetah without hesitation. The moon shadow elves behind him also understood and went in the same direction. I don't know how the king did it. Even the time of the explosion was exactly right. This huge explosion greatly disturbed the night elves who were besieging them and dispersed a lot of firepower for them. And when they thought that it was the king who was helping them personally, the moon shadow elves who had been trapped in the Night Shimon Republic for many years felt that the road that was originally dark and destined to never end was instantly illuminated. They endured so much suffering here for so long, probably just to wait for the king. With fierce impacts again and again, the seemingly indestructible metal door collapsed, and the light from outside shone in at this moment. The moon shadow elves rushed out of the gate with great joy. But along with them came the night elf guards guarding outside. The most difficult part was escaping from the factory to the Hopper district. Suddenly, a roar was heard from the factory. This sound frightened all the elves. It was the sound of the Zerg. The elf guards outside also looked at the source of the sound in surprise, only to see a king bug appear in their factory. Chapter 112. How could there be a Zerg in their factory? And it was an overlord. The captain of the night elf guard, Marufu, pressed the distress signal immediately. He then immediately dispersed the group of people. One team went to stop Alec Green and his team, and the other team was responsible for staying here to contain the overlord and wait for rescue. Alec Green turned his head and looked at the overlord in the factory in surprise, and he didn't care about his own escape. Alec Green turned around and wanted to return to the factory, but the overlord was still inside. But just as Alec Green was about to step into the factory gate again, Zhu Zi's voice appeared in his mind. Keep running forward, Zhu Zi said firmly. With the overlord here, most of the firepower of the night elf can be dispersed, and Alec Green and his team can also go to the Hope district more smoothly. Simi said that after seeing the insect in the medicine tube, he was not surprised at all that this overlord suddenly appeared in the factory. This king worm was probably blown out by the little star core beast. But what surprised Zhu Zi was the reaction of the night elves. The elf with the fiery red hair was obviously the highest leader here, but even he was very surprised to see the king worm in the factory. And it can't be said that he was surprised, but his face was full of collapse. So they didn't know that there was a king worm here. It seems that only the top leaders of the Night Shimon Republic know all this. In the pharmaceutical factory, the king worm opened its mouth and attacked all living things indiscriminately. Jode's originally fiery red and flamboyant hair looked dull and depressed at this moment. He injected his mental power into the weapon and waved it at the king worm's limbs. But it was a life or death situation, a battle that required full concentration, but Joyd seemed absent-minded and made mistakes repeatedly. Joyd could not help but look in the direction where Alec Green and his men were running away. Alec Green had been his superior and had helped him along the way in the 5th Army. But why did he treat him so cruelly and mercilessly, just because he was a rebel in everyone's mouth? Just because Alec Green wanted to return to the Elven Kingdom. But is this an unforgivable sin? They originally came from there, and the rustling sound of the Elven Mother Tree often echoed in his dreams. But after waking up, he immediately warned himself to forget this picture and think about the children who died in the Elven Mother Tree. But now Joyd looked at the messy factory and the king insect covered with tumors. The tumors on the king bug's body exploded from time to time, and the transparent liquid mixed with the medicine flowing on the ground. Joyd couldn't tell which was the medicine and which was the king bug's mucus. Joyd now even felt that the national emblem of the Night Shimon Republic on his chest had the flavor of the Zerg. On the other side, the highest administrative building of the Night Shimon Republic. Nass slammed the documents in her hand on the desk, her eyes wide open in anger. How did you do it? How could the king bug in the Tesoro pharmaceutical factory suddenly run out? Nass roared. Nass looked angrily at the subordinate, who was standing there in a daze, wishing he could bury his head in the floor, and angrily smashed the cup on him. Idiot, why don't you take people to catch those night elves? Wylis felt the severe pain in his abdomen. The hit from the head of state had used his mental power, and even the smell of blood came from his mouth. But Wylis could not care about the pain in his body now. He frowned with doubt on his face, and even wondered if he was hit in the head. Why couldn't he understand what the head of state said? Shouldn't they be asked to catch the king bug when the king bug ran out? Why did they go to catch the night elves in the factory? Are they the ones who escaped, Alec Green and the others? Wylis said cautiously. But when Wylis looked up, he found that the head of state was looking at him gloomily. Catch all the elves who have seen the king bug. You don't need to care about the king bug. Nass stared at Wylis and said. Seeing Nass's eyes that looked like she wanted to eat him, Wylis nodded hurriedly, and then took the order and left as if he was escaping. After Valis left, Nass sat in the office chair in the empty office with a frown on her face. The Tesoro Pharmaceutical Factory is the largest factory in the country that produces anti-psychic pollution potions. Now the entire factory has been destroyed by Alec Green and his men. It will take at least 2 or 3 months to resume production. I don't know if the anti-psychic pollution potions in the warehouse are enough to last through this period. However, what makes Nass most nervous is the released king worm. Although the king worm has special abilities, its intelligence is still at the level of relying on primitive desires. The raw materials of the potion larvae of other factories still rely on this king worm. Nass is afraid that the group of night elves in the Tesoro Pharmaceutical Factory will harm the king worm. Fortunately, the king worm is here. As long as the king worm is gone, the king worm will naturally obey. But Nass's eyes were cold and fierce. The night elves in the factory knew the existence of the king worm, and could not be left here. I don't know if it was a coincidence, but this happened in the Tesoro Pharmacy Factory shortly after Smollett's mental connection was blocked. It couldn't be the elves in the Elf Kingdom who did it. Nass immediately stood up, then dialed the phone and ordered in a deep voice, "Go and check if there are any abnormalities in the orcs recently transported to Man-End City, especially the batch of orcs sent to the Tesoro Pharmacy Factory." In the pharmacy factory, screams and cries were mixed together. Facing the rampant king worm, ordinary orcs and half-blood elves had no ability to protect themselves and could only run out desperately. Although there were night elves at the door who stopped the people inside from leaving, the night elves were too busy to take care of the orcs, who were fleeing in all directions. Many orcs fled to a safe area. Zhu Zi looked at the kingworm covered with tumors. In a long-term captive environment, this kingworm was obviously weaker in combat than other kingworms. The ability of the kingworm could not be restored, and the kingworm could not produce 2 identical kingworms. If it was killed now, the subconscious control potion of the Yeximan Republic would not be produced. But Jowett and his men could not get rid of this kingworm alone. When the large force sent by Nast arrived, Nast would not only not kill the king worm, but would continue to worship it well. Zhu Zi suppressed the urge to go forward and kill the king worm. She could not expose her identity here. What difference would it make if she delivered it to her door? Let's leave here quickly and find Smollett. Zhu Zi sighed slightly, and ran out with the orcs in the chaos. But before leaving, Zhu Zi threw a small camera into a hidden place. After doing this, Zhu Zi's frown was slightly satisfied and relaxed. In the pharmacy, Jiaoik clenched the long gun in his hand, regardless of the risk of being torn by the mouthparts of the king insect, and stabbed the king insect's legs at close range. Jiaoik's long gun was glowing with the halo of overflowing mental power, no matter what the high-level officials of the Yeximan Republic thought. But as long as it was the Zerg, Jiaoik would kill it without hesitation. But when Nast's long gun was about to pierce the king insect's legs, it was suddenly controlled by a strong mental force. Jiaoik's long gun, which had been charged for a long time, was suspended in the air, unable to move at all. He looked up in surprise, and saw a group of night elves in neat military uniforms walking towards them. The night elves exuded a terrifying aura, and a pair of dark-patterned elf wings fluttered behind them. The leading night elf looked at him sharply. The mental power that stopped Jiaoik from stabbing the king worm was launched by the elf in front of him. There were actually elves who were afraid that he would hurt the Zerg. Jiaoik let go of the spear in his hand with a bitter smile, and the spear fell to the ground with a clang, and the oppressive mental power around him dissipated. However, the captain of the security team, Marufu, was very excited to see the group of night elves. The shining military emblem on their chests was only worn by the guards around the head of state. Marufu looked at the wings behind the elves with envy. They were the real night elves. After the evolution of the night elves, their strength would be more than twice as strong as before, and they could truly break away from the control of the elf king. Seeing them coming, Marufu felt that he was saved. Even if it was an overlord, they could handle it. But the excited expression on Marufu's face froze when he saw them arresting his team members one by one and handcuffing them. He widened his eyes and looked at the night elves who came to capture them instead of killing the overlord in disbelief. After reacting, Marufu ran out immediately, but there were night elves in front and overlord behind him. Where could he escape? Suddenly, the whole factory was in a strange silence. The rampant overlord stopped moving, and even the roar stopped abruptly. Marufu had never seen the Zerg show such an expression. The pupils of the 9 pairs of compound eyes of the overlord suddenly enlarged, and the dark pupils seemed to swallow up the surrounding light, but they exuded a strange and fanatical light. Can the irrational overlord also have excitement and fanaticism? But now, the overlord looks unreasonably docile. Marufu followed the king bug's gaze in shock, and saw an ordinary-looking middle-aged woman behind the group of night elves. On the other side, Zhu Zi also saw her through the image transmitted by the camera. Chapter 113. The middle-aged woman was wearing a neatly cut black windbreaker, with a scarlet scarf wrapped around her neck. On her ordinary-looking face, her eyes were like a deep cold pond, without a trace of warmth, and people who saw her felt cold all over. Even the well-equipped night elves were quite cautious when they saw the king worm, and they were cautious and did not dare to approach. But the middle-aged woman walked straight towards the king worm, and the night elves around her also made way respectfully. The middle-aged woman stopped 2 or 3 steps away from the king worm. The brutal king worm miraculously did not make any attacking movements, but each pair of compound eyes stared straight at the middle-aged woman, and couldn't help but stretch out his head, as if eager to get close to her. But the middle-aged woman's eyes were still calm. She just raised her hand and waved gently. The pair of tiny antennae on the head of the king insect moved, as if it had received some instructions, and then it obediently went in the direction of the suspension vehicle, like an obedient puppet, and got into a cramped metal cage. Zhu Zi opened his mouth slightly, and looked at the scene in the real-time picture of the camera in shock. Who is this middle-aged woman? This was the first time that Zhu Zi saw someone who could control the king insect and make it obedient. The Zerg are cold-blooded and cruel by nature. Even the same race will kill each other when resources are scarce. This extremely counterintuitive scene made people's scalps numb. Is this the emperor insect? Zhu Zi said in surprise. The king insects cannot control each other, and only the emperor insect can do this. But the one on the screen was clearly a human. How did the king worm stuff itself into a human body? No wonder so many countries and races in the entire galaxy have not made any progress in searching for the king worm for so many years. If it weren't for seeing it with their own eyes, who would have guessed that under the skin of an ordinary middle-aged woman, there was actually the king of the Zerg? Even if it was a scene seen across a screen, Zhu Zi felt a chill coming from his body. On the other side, after the king worm, the biggest danger factor was gone. The night elves in charge of the capture work immediately let go. In less than a quarter of an hour, Jowett and Marufu were taken to the suspension car. Jowett's eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness, and Marufu, who was standing next to him, looked like he had not recovered from the shock even though he had a mental suppressor on his neck. However, the middle-aged woman walked towards the suspension car calmly, with a blank expression. Just as she raised her right hand to tidy up the silk scarf that was blown away by the wind, Zhu Zi saw the dark mark on her wrist. It looked like a tattoo, but more like a crack. Zhu Zi opened her eyes wide. She had seen this mark at the Star Dome Council, and even the direction of the pattern was exactly the same. On the wrist of Chief of the Orc Alliance, Chief Ella Nelson. In the potion factory, the middle-aged woman had already boarded the hovercraft, and the door of the hovercraft was closed, leaving the factory in a mess outside. The micro-camera hidden in the factory by Zhu Zi quietly recorded all this. Zhu Zi took a deep breath, watching the hovercraft gradually taking the night elves and the king insects away, trying to digest this huge and shocking information. The matter of the Orc Alliance can be put aside for now. The most important thing now is Smollett, and the elves of the 5th Legion. Are we going to Kalita Company? Simi said doubtfully. The place where the former elf King Smollett's mental signal last disappeared was at Kalita Company, but now that Kalita Company has been passed, the king is still leading them forward. Go to number 256 Tingjing Street, Zhu Zi said. This is the location that Alec Green told her through the mental link, which is the location of the dungeon of the Night Shimon Republic. Alec Green was imprisoned in the dungeon, when he was forcibly cut off his ears and tongue by the night elves. Nas will probably imprison Smollett there if he catches him. A few minutes later, the three came to the location of the dungeon in Manan City. This is a busy urban area. Wu Suining looked up at the tall office buildings with people coming and going. This place does not look like a dungeon at all. How can we find it? Wu Suining asked doubtfully. Zhu Zi looked towards the southeast corner of the office building, where one hovercraft after another entered. This was the entrance to the building's hovercraft parking lot, and it was also the only way to the dungeon. Zhu Zi stared at the vehicles coming and going, and quickly formed a plan in her mind. There was also a research institute in the dungeon of the Yeximan Republic, and the best way to enter was to disguise herself as a researcher. Zhu Zi quietly spread her mental power. Generally, spreading mental power in such a large area among the crowd would be easily noticed by others, but Zhu Zi's mental power was like a fish in water here, and she took in all the movements around her. It was just that the dungeon seemed to be blocked by something. However, she couldn't use her mental power to check the situation in the dungeon. This was within Zhu Zi's expectations. She didn't use her mental power in this way. Soon, Zhu Zi locked onto a night elf at the intersection. Zhu Zi's mental power sensed that there was an ID card of the Research Institute in her briefcase. Shi Miu and Wu Suining looked at each other, and quickly understood what Zhu Zi meant. A moment later, Zhu Zi, who had turned into a night elf, appeared at the entrance of the dungeon with the ID card. Zhu Zi gently placed the ID card on the instrument. She waited for a few seconds, but the light indicating that she had passed did not light up. A cold electronic sound rang in Zhu Zi's ears, reporting a string of meaningless numbers. Then the instrument quickly flashed a countdown of 5, 4, 3, and so on. The hidden weapons around also silently aimed their launch ports at Zhu Zi, as if the alarm would be sounded immediately if Zhu Zi didn't match the numbers. Wu Suining, who was watching this scene not far away, was sweating in his heart. Unfortunately, they only found one researcher, and there was no way for 3 people to enter together. Moreover, the more people there were, the greater the risk of exposure. He and Simi could only wait outside and respond at any time. The 5-second countdown on the instrument did not give people any chance to breathe. Zhu Zi raised her hand and pressed a string of numbers on the screen that Alec Green had told her early in the morning. A ding-dong sounded, and the green light on the instrument came on. Welcome in, respected Dr. Keppel. I wish you a happy work. The metal door slowly opened in front of Zhu Zi. Zhu Zi lowered her eyes and walked into the narrow elevator. Although the ID card of Dr. Keppel she got had limited permissions, it could also enter the 10th to 20th floors underground. It was difficult for Zhu Zi to perfectly play Keppel based on the information she got from Keppel's folder. Once she met someone familiar with Keppel, she would be easily discovered. Zhu Zi acted very cautiously. As the elevator went down, the floor numbers kept jumping, the words beep 10 lit up, and the elevator door slowly opened. A strong smell of blood came to her face. This place didn't look like a research institute, but more like a purgatory. The tortured and dying moon shadow elves were locked in a transparent and airtight cage. The elves' lifeless and numb eyes couldn't help but shrink their pupils after seeing Zhu Zi dressed as Keppel. Some elves huddled together in fear. Suddenly, a very painful scream came from not far away, with a child's unique sharp voice. Zhu Zi looked in that direction, and saw a little elf about 6 or 7 years old being firmly fixed in the air by a cold mechanical arm. A pair of young wings with a faint glow behind him were broken, and a large amount of blood gushed out and dripped onto the ground, which was immediately absorbed by the tiny holes, leaving the cage floor forever spotless white. The night elves on the operating table ignored the elf's screams, and injected a shot of black potion into the elf's body without changing their expressions. The elf's little body froze instantly, his eyes widened, and the scream stopped abruptly. A moment later, a pair of new wings grew faintly from the broken wings. The wings had dark black lines, but they stopped growing halfway, and the deformed wings hung ugly behind the elf. The mechanical arm holding the elf suddenly loosened, and the elf in midair fell straight down like garbage. It's dead again. What a pity it's an S-level shell. The night elf on the operating table frowned, showing no pity for the elves of the same race, and there was only indifference in his eyes. After knowing that the queen worm was a middle-aged woman, Zhu Zi even felt that the core of all the so-called evolved night elves in the Yeximan Republic might be a bug. The mechanical arm grabbed another moon shadow elf, and Zhu Zi couldn't bear to watch it anymore. After entering the dungeon, the shielding function of the mental barrier was much reduced. Zhu Zi could be sure that there was no Smollett in this layer. Zhu Zi found that the relationship between the researchers was also quite cold. After she walked in here, no one talked to her, not even a greeting. There was no conversation between the night elves, and everyone was doing their own things. The research content was simple and crude, just injecting potions into the bodies of the moon shadow elves to observe their life and death. Zhu Zi went down 2 floors in a row, in and out of the floor, but did not meet any night elves who would pay more attention to her. The evolved night elves in the whole dungeon were like cells that could only act according to fixed functions, doing their own things. Not finding Smollett, Zhu Zi left this floor disappointed, but when the number of the dungeon elevator jumped to the -13th floor, Zhu Zi suddenly opened his eyes wide. The familiar mental signal was transmitted to Zhu Zi's mind. It's Smollett. Chapter 114. The elevator door of the -13th floor slowly opened, and what came into Zhu Zi's eyes was a huge pool of blood. Above the pool of blood were densely packed pipes, and blood kept flowing out of the pipes and merged into the pool, making a pattering sound, like a bloody rain that would never end. The bright red blood in the pool of blood was surging, and the strong smell of blood lingered at the tip of Zhu Zi's nose, stinging her eyes. Zhu Zi stared at the pool of blood in a daze, which was filled with the blood of their elves. Unlike other races, the blood of the elves comes from the nurturing of the elf mother tree, and there is rich energy and vitality flowing in the blood. Even if a few drops of blood are lost, the body needs to spend a lot of time and nutrients to replenish the elves. But now the elves' blood is spread all over the pool. It is hard to imagine how many elves died because of this pool of blood. The blood in the blood pool was still being drawn out, but the blood level in the entire blood pool did not change at all. The large amount of blood drawn out entered a strange sealed instrument, and then a small pool of black liquid flowed out. Zhu Zi slightly widened her eyes. This was the potion that the night elves had injected into the elves before. It turned out that those potions were made of elf blood. The blood red in front of her made Zhu Zi breathless. She didn't know how long this had lasted, and how many elves had been harmed. But as the king of the elves, she failed to protect her people, and let them die in despair in this purgatory-like place. A night elf gently waved its wings beside the blood pool. She frowned and looked at the pipe that suddenly gushed out a lot of blood. Teresa, don't let so much blood out at once. You're going to kill the elf. Teresa seemed to have not heard anything. She continued to move her hands, and roughly cut the wound of the elf in the cage. The bright red blood flowed out of the abdomen quickly, and the blood dripped onto the ground, and was collected by the tiny holes. Teresa said nonchalantly, "Aren't there many elves in the dungeon? There are also so many pure-blooded elves in the 5th Legion of the Elf Kingdom. It's enough for us to use for a while. But the blood of these elves is really not durable." Teresa stabbed the elf's abdomen with a knife, frowning and complaining. Seeing this scene, Zhu Zi's hands clenched into fists and his sleeves trembled slightly, and silent anger surged in his eyes. Zhu Zi tried his best to control his emotions, and then he calmed down. Suddenly, Teresa turned his head to look at Zhu Zi standing at the door. His narrow eyes narrowed slightly, and looked Zhu Zi up and down. "Dr. Keppel, what are you doing on this floor?" Teresa asked with a puzzled look. Zhu Zi lowered his eyes, and naturally took out a report from Keppel's folder. "There is a problem with the data here, I'm here to ask the doctor to proofread it. How can there be a problem with the data? Teresa walked over and looked at Zhu Zi suspiciously. He reached out to take the report from Zhu Zi's hand, and the blood on his hand that had not been wiped clean stained a bright red blood mark on the snow-white paper. Teresa frowned and looked at the report over and over again in disbelief. Zhu Zi looked at the depths of this floor, and the mental signal of Smollett in his mind became stronger and stronger. Smollett was behind this metal wall, but Teresa blocked her way. He was looking through the report, and his thin eyebrows were getting deeper and deeper. It seemed that she would not be able to stay on this floor for long, but it would be good if she could determine Smollett's location today. Zhu Zi tried to use her mental power to connect with Smollett, but to her disappointment, she did not get any response from Smollett. No response, which meant that Smollett was now in an unconscious state, and Zhu Zi's eyes were faintly anxious. On the other side of the wall, Smollett lay quietly on a square platform with a pale face. 5 or 6 night elves surrounded him. Some inserted needles into his body to draw blood, and others pushed various potions into Smollett's blood vessels. Nass stood aside, looking down at Smollett, who could not move at all. The mental suppressor is no longer of any use to an elf of Smollett's level, but they can keep Smollett unconscious by injecting a large amount of medicine. Nass smiled unconsciously. Smollett probably never thought that one day he would be at the mercy of others without any resistance. But suddenly, the line representing the fluctuation of mental signal on the display instrument was originally stable and straight, but just now Smollett did not know what stimulation he received, and this line fluctuated rapidly. Even Smollett's closed eyes and eyelashes trembled slightly, as if he sensed something and tried to wake up. What's going on? Didn't you just inject the medicine? A night elf asked in confusion. Increase the dose, Nass said in a deep voice immediately. Smollett must not be awakened at this time, otherwise the plan later cannot be carried out. On the other side, Zhu Zi looked at the cold metal wall, and the mental signal from Smollett in her mind fluctuated slightly, but this fluctuation only lasted for a short while, and soon returned to calm. However, Zhu Zi slightly opened her eyes in surprise, and an almost completely unfamiliar mental signal suddenly squeezed into her mind. Smollett and Nancy were the only ones in the elves who could sense her mental signal. Smollett was her blood relative, and Nancy was the high priest of the elves. So who was this mental signal from? Could it be the high priest? Zhu Zi looked at these night elves who were completely transformed by the Zerg, and the dark texture flowed between the transparent wings. If the Zerg can transform the night elves, they can't forcefully transform a high priest. Zhu Zi was shocked by this idea. If there really is such a high priest, no matter how she pretends, she will be immediately discovered. Teresa still has the report in her hand, checking the data errors she casually pointed out. Zhu Zi's eyes turned to the elevator entrance, where the strange mental signal she sensed came from. The owner of this mental signal is getting closer and closer to her. On the electronic display screen of the elevator, the numbers representing the floors kept jumping, and finally with a ding-dong, it was accurately fixed on the negative 13th floor where Zhu Zi was. The elevator door slowly opened, and an elf walked out. The elf was wearing a pure white robe, with soft golden hair draped behind his head, and a pair of thin elf wings behind him fluttered slightly, flashing with tiny lights. Some of the night elves around him bowed slightly to him, and said respectfully, High Priest. High Priest Albion nodded, then walked straight to Zhu Zi, staring at her with his dark blue eyes. Teresa on the side frowned, looking at Albion who suddenly appeared here in confusion. This floor was too bloody, and Albion had always disliked coming here the most, but why did he suddenly come here today? There was also Keppel who said that the reported data was wrong, but there was clearly no problem with this data. Two people who shouldn't be here, but today they appeared one after another. Teresa's doubts grew. Arvian was the high priest of the elves that they cultivated through special means. Like Nan Hill, he could sense the spiritual power signal of the Elf King. Teresa suddenly smiled. Arvian wouldn't come here for this. The former Elf King Smollett was imprisoned here, and there was also the seed of the Elf Mother Tree. The Elf Kingdom would definitely find ways to come here. If the current Elf King Zhu Zi of the Elf Kingdom was also captured, the Queen Mother's plan would be more certain. Did the High Priest come here to sense something? Teresa looked at Arvian with excitement and expectation. Although Zhu Zi's face was calm, his heart was pounding in his chest. She could sense the High Priest, and the High Priest could naturally sense her presence. Zhu Zi's right thumb gently pressed the button on the ring. As long as Wu Suing pressed it, he would receive the signal and launch the auxiliary mental field. The Star Core beast hidden in Zhu Zi's sleeve was also ready to go. However, the appearance of the High Priest seriously disrupted Zhu Zi's original plan, and the current situation was very unfavorable to her. However, Zhu Zi frowned slightly and looked at Alvian's fair face. The delicate and deep facial features combined together revealed an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Zhu Zi felt as if he had seen him somewhere before. The elf wings behind Alvian were also different from those of other night elves. There was no dark texture that made people feel uncomfortable, but it was crystal clear, which was particularly special among a group of night elves in the dungeon. Zhu Zi was always alert while searching for this inexplicable sense of familiarity in his memory. Suddenly, a trace of surprise flashed in Zhu Zi's eyes. She knew where the familiarity with Alvian came from. It was not that she had seen him before, but that Alvian's face looked very much like Xia Pu. Xia Pu could always recognize her by smell at the first time. Then who was this high priest in front of him? High priest? Teresa suddenly shouted. Alvian stood there for a long time without answering his question, but stared at Dr. Keppel with his eyes. Does Dr. Keppel have any questions? Teresa asked. Chapter 115. Hearing this, Zhu Zi's heart immediately hung high. Just when she was about to press the signal transmission button to start the war directly, she saw Alvian shook his head. Nothing unusual. Alvian lowered his eyes and said. The light of excitement and expectation in Teresa's eyes fell instantly, and he sighed in disappointment. It seemed that he thought too much. Zhu Zi looked at Alvian in surprise, wondering why this high priest wanted to help her. I have something to do with Dr. Keppel, Alvian suddenly said. Although Teresa wondered why the high priest would need to find a researcher, Teresa was not interested in asking more. After not getting the answer he wanted, she turned around and left in disappointment. Dr. Keppel, please follow me. Alvian bent slightly and made a gesture of invitation. Zhu Zi looked at Alvian with some vigilance, wondering what he wanted to do. However, with such a big handle in Alvian's hand, Zhu Zi still followed him into the elevator. The elevator door slowly closed in front of her, and Zhu Zi still didn't see Smollett in the end. The small and cramped space of the elevator was quiet and a little depressing. The two stood silently on the left and right, and only the subtle sound of the elevator could be heard. Suddenly, Alvian quietly urged his mental power, and the surveillance in the elevator made a crackling sound, and the lighting flickered, and the whole space suddenly fell into darkness. You shouldn't be here, Alvian said in a deep voice. You better leave quickly. There was silence in the darkness. Seeing that Zhu Zi did not respond for a long time, Alvian said anxiously, all the night elves here are actually Zerg. They just retained the memories of the elves before they died, which makes them look like elves. And soon the Zerg Emperor will come here. It's very dangerous here. Zhu Zi did not show too much surprise when she heard it. As she guessed, the so-called evolution is actually to create a shell for the Zerg to accommodate their bodies. The real Moon Shadow elves may have died the moment the potion was injected. What about you? Zhu Zi asked. Alvian is not a Zerg, nor a night elf, and has the same ability as the shining elf Naxil. And he seems to have a high status in the Yeximan Republic. But as soon as Zhu Zi asked, the elevator fell into a long silence. Alvian lowered his head, and a pair of elf wings behind him flapped very slowly. Alvian himself didn't know what he was. He was born and raised here, and was brought here when he was still an elf flower. Alvian thought that the people who surrounded him, gave him injections, and cut his body every day were his family. Until one day he woke up in a daze. He suddenly felt a distant and unfamiliar mental signal, which came from Smollett, the king of the elves at that time. Then he heard the excited cheers of his family members saying that they finally succeeded. From then on, he no longer had to endure endless pain. He could live like other elves and only needed to obey the orders of the Queen Mother. Later, he met Mu Anya, the half-blood elf he needed to assist in the future. The royal insect said that Mu Anya would be the king of the elves in the future. But Mu Anya had a smell that disgusted him, like the stench of a rotting and fermenting heart. Alvian was glad that Mu Anya was in the Interstellar Federation, and had not yet gone to the Elf Kingdom. He did not need to contact Mu Anya immediately, otherwise Alvian was afraid that he would not be able to hide his inner discomfort. But the smell in this dungeon was not much better. But what those elves did not know was that in addition to being able to sense the spiritual power signal of the Elf King, he could also sense another boy. And not only could he sense the spiritual power signal, he could also feel all his joys, sorrows, anger and happiness, as if he really saw his life. Alvian felt like a dark insect, peeping into the boy's colorful life. It was a completely different world. Alvian knew that real family was like this, and being close to them would make people feel happy and at ease. Later, the boy moved with his family from the Elf Kingdom to the Interstellar Federation and met a special person, Zhu Zi. During the period, Alvian could always feel the joy and happiness of the boy when he met Zhu Zi. He was also infected by such strong emotions, and like him, he couldn't help looking forward to seeing Zhu Zi every day. But Alvian knew that Zhu Zi would die soon. The words of the royal insect were sometimes unpleasant to hear, but it never made mistakes. The boy liked Zhu Zi only because of the elves' yearning for Wang Tianran, but he himself didn't realize it. This yearning is blind and very irrational, Alvian repeatedly warned himself in his heart. But Alvian always couldn't help it, and repeatedly reconnected the mental connection that he had forcibly disconnected. Anyway, she would die soon. She would not live past the age of 12. But later Alvian found that the words of the royal insect were wrong, and they were ridiculously wrong. It was not Zhu Zi who died, but Mu Anya, the half-blood elf they thought was the future elf king. For the first time, Alvian questioned the words of the royal insect. Once the seeds of doubt are planted, they will continue to take root and sprout in the heart. Later, the boy met Zhu Zi again, and Alvian couldn't help but feel happy with him. But he estimated that he would never have the chance to see her again, and he had no choice but to stand on the opposite side of her. He couldn't even let her know his existence, because he was just a transformation product that couldn't see the light of day. But suddenly, Alvian sensed that Zhu Zi's mental signal appeared in the Yeximan Republic. He should have told the royal bug about this news as soon as possible. But for some reason, his brain chose to conceal this matter without any hesitation. He felt that the mental signal was getting closer and closer to him, and finally appeared in the dungeon. Alvian could no longer sit still, and couldn't help wanting to find her. Although she had a pair of wings with dark patterns behind her, and wore a pair of old-fashioned black-framed glasses. But Alvian still recognized her at first sight. However, Zhu Zi looked at him with a vigilant look. Alvian then realized that he was not Xia Pu, and this was not the Zhu Zi he saw through Xia Pu's feelings. He really saw her, but he was not as pleasing to her as Xia Pu. But the Zerg dungeon is a dangerous place, and she should not be here. I will send you out safely, back to the Elf Kingdom, Alvian said. Zhu Zi shook her head decisively, so she would come here in vain, and she would not even see Smollett. I can also help you rescue Smollett, Alvian blurted out. After saying that, Alvian realized that his mouth was faster than his brain, and it was not easy to rescue the former Elf King Smollett from Nast and the royal insect. However, Alvian, who had regained his mind, did not intend to take back his words, but quietly waited for Zhu Zi's answer. He hoped that Zhu Zi would leave this dangerous and disgusting place as soon as possible, and not be trapped here forever like him. Zhu Zi opened her eyes wide in surprise, and even doubted her ears, as if she had heard the kidnapper's younger brother take the initiative to release the person. How could she believe a Zerg high priest? And she not only wanted to rescue Smollett, but also the 5th Legion and all the elves trapped here. Zhu Zi shook her head decisively, and rejected Alvian's proposal. The lights in the elevator flickered, and Zhu Zi looked at Alvian's face in confusion, with a hurt and sad expression on his face. It seemed that she had just said something very hurtful. But Alvian really looked like Xia Pu, and he couldn't be Xia Pu's brother or younger brother. Suddenly, Zhu Zi looked up suddenly. She remembered that Xia Pu had mentioned his family when they were in the Interstellar Federation Junior Military Preparatory Academy a long time ago. Xia Pu also said that he should have a twin brother. It is very rare for 2 elf flowers to appear on the same flower stalk of the elf mother tree at the same time. Unfortunately, the other elf flower did not survive. Xia Pu's parents were sad for a long time, and Xia Pu also hoped that he had a twin brother. Could it be that Ervian was Xia Pu's brother who did not survive? Ervian keenly noticed that Zhu Zi's eyes suddenly became a little gentle when looking at him, and he didn't want to stay away from him immediately like at the beginning. Ervian didn't know how this change came about, but he couldn't help but feel happy about it, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose slightly. I can help you do whatever you want, but please leave here quickly, it's very dangerous here. Ervian looked at the elevator surveillance that was about to be restored, and said anxiously, Can you take me to the control room in the dungeon? Zhu Zi asked. What are you going to do in the control room? Ervian frowned. Zhu Zi had been reluctant to leave, which made Ervian very anxious, and now she wanted to go to the control room. Suddenly, the flashing lights of the elevator stabilized, and the bright light illuminated the entire space. The red light of the surveillance camera flashed alternately, and slowly aimed at Zhu Zi and Ervian. Ervian returned to his original expressionless and straight look. Seeing this, Zhu Zi, who was about to answer Ervian's question, had to swallow his words back. The look in Alvian's face just now made her feel as if Alvian would agree to whatever she said. The elevator returned to silence. Zhu Zi held the report in his hand, and quietly looked at the closed elevator door, waiting for the elevator to return to the negative 13th floor where Smollett was. However, Albion raised his hand and dimmed the elevator button for the negative 13th floor. Albion sighed slightly, and finally took out a card with black dark patterns from his pocket. Albion took the card and gently touched the sensing area on the elevator, and then a floor that was not on the elevator appeared 0. The elevator descended rapidly, and a sense of weightlessness came. When the elevator door opened again, the dazzling white light made Zhu Zi blink subconsciously. There was a long passage in front of them. Albion led Zhu Zi on forward, and occasionally met a few night elves. Although they looked at Zhu Zi's researcher clothes with some doubts, they looked away when they saw Albion in a white robe. The further they walked, the quieter it became. Finally, Albion walked to a heavy metal door and opened it. This is the main control room of the dungeon. As soon as he opened the door, Zhu Zi first saw a full screen of surveillance images, with countless cells holding elves one after another. The elves were in a mess, with painful and numb eyes. There were also many elves who were about to be drained of blood, lying on the ground and gasping weakly with their last breath. Zhu Zi's eyes quickly swept across the screen. The elves of the 5th Legion were also locked in these narrow cells, with the mental suppressors around their necks constantly flashing. There were actually many more elves imprisoned here than Zhu Zi had expected. The tragic scenes were like sharp needles, piercing Zhu Zi's heart. However, in the middle of the surveillance screen, Zhu Zi saw Smollett, who was unconscious. Smollett was placed on a circular platform with concave patterns engraved on it, and a circle of dark blood surrounded the platform. The middle-aged woman in the pharmaceutical factory also appeared here, surrounded by a dense circle of night elves. The night elves stared at the seeds of the elven mother tree suspended in the air of the platform with excitement in their eyes. Some of them even turned back into the form of Zerg in excitement, and a hissing sound came out of their mouthparts. A ritual like a sacrifice. What is this doing? Zhu Zi widened her eyes, and was shocked. And Smollett was not on the negative 13th floor. How could he suddenly appear in the surveillance on the floor above her? The royal bug is here. Yarvian suddenly raised his voice. Yarvian raised his hand, and looked at the time on the optical computer. He had been so busy persuading Zhu Zi to go back that he forgot to check the time. This time was exactly when the ritual began. The royal bug believes that the evolution of the moon shadow elves consumes a lot of energy, has a low success rate, and can obtain too few shells. So the royal bug has been looking for a way to transform the mother tree seeds, wanting to let the mother tree seeds directly grow into a mythical race body that can accommodate the Zerg. Yarvian said in a deep voice. So she found this method, Zhu Zi said angrily. When the concave pattern on the circular platform is soaked with dark blood, the royal bug will control the elf mother tree seed to fall into the black blood with the elf king as the fusion agent, and then the elf mother tree will absorb the dark blood and the nutrients of the elf king to grow, Yarvian said. No wonder the night elves in the corridor were rushing out just now. It turned out that they received a special signal between the Zerg and all gathered here. Suddenly, a message lit up on Nast's light brain, and Nast sent a short voice message. Yarvian, guard the control room. Yarvian nodded calmly, and pressed the voice recording button. Okay. Yarvian has always been obedient, and it was the King Zerg who transformed Yarvian personally when Yarvian was still an embryo. Besides, Yarvian knew the consequences of betrayal, and Nast did not doubt him. After giving the order, she looked at the round table excitedly with other Zerg. Can the button here open the dungeon door and the mental inhibitor on the elf's neck? Zhu Zi asked. Yes. Yarvian nodded. But it's useless to open it. The elves imprisoned here have been tortured to the point of having no ability to resist. Besides, there are 3 king worms here, and countless densely packed Zergs. Even the emperor worm is here now. We can't escape. Albion frowned and said. We didn't say we were going to escape. We fight our way out of here, Zhu Zi said. Of course, it's not enough to rely on them, and the elves in the dungeon. Zhu Zi stared at the dark blood slowly flowing in the round table, and raced against time to open the hidden optical computer. Zhu Zi raised his hand, and pressed the release button, and directly released the long-prepared video of the king worm recorded in the pharmaceutical factory on the star network of the X-Men Republic. Nast arrested all the people who saw the scene, just because he didn't want the secret of the mental power pollution recovery potion to be discovered. Moreover, the largest potion factory in the X-Men Republic was severely damaged, and the free mental pollution recovery potions were estimated to be in short supply. Nast himself knew that once these secrets were made public, his subconscious control would be useless. After all, the intelligent Zerg were still a minority, and to maintain the operation of the X-Men Republic, Nast still had to rely on these moon shadow elves controlled by his subconscious. However, Nast and the Zerg's rule in the Yeximan Republic could be completely ended. As soon as the video was released on the star network of the Yeximan Republic, it caused an uproar. The elves looked at the king worm crawling out of the potion factory, and the liquid exploding on the king worm in shock. What surprised the elves even more was that the night elves, who had evolved successfully, which made them envy, had no intention of stopping the rampant king worm. The leading night elves stopped the elves who were attacking the king worm, and then detained the elf in return. The night elves are not here to save people, but to capture people. The elves opened their eyes wide and watched the video in shock. The holographic simulation technology made them feel the fear of facing the king worm, and the despair of being backstabbed by their compatriots one after another, as if they were there. Anger, pain, confusion, and other emotions filled their brains. Alec Green, who successfully escaped to the Hopper district, watched the video on the Star Network with surprise. He knew that this video must have been sent by the king. But what made Alec Green a little worried was that this video alone might not be enough. After all, the effect of the mental pollution prevention potion was still there, and some elves might even suspect that the video was fake. Sure enough, many questioning voices popped up under the comments of the video. Who posted this? It's too outrageous. How can this be a synthesized video? Is it the Elf Kingdom next door, who created this to split us? Alec Green angrily refuted these comments one by one, but it was obviously useless. But the next second, Alec Green's hand suddenly stopped typing, and he widened his eyes in surprise, feeling the mental signal that suddenly appeared in his mind again. It's the king. Alec Green turned his head to look at the elves around him. Not only him, but all the elves received the king's mental signal. The elves all opened their eyes blankly, their eyes full of shock. They looked at each other in disbelief, feeling the shock coming from the depths of their souls. A surging mental power was like an endless wave, and like an inclusive sea of stars, tightly connecting the mental powers of all the elves together. Being in it is like being in a vast sea of stars, with countless stars twinkling, and the gravity between the stars interweaving and shining. Fear, doubt, confusion, suspicion, all emotions turned into streams, watering among the stars, but suddenly these feelings were pulled by an invisible gravity, and all the elves followed Zhu Zi's thoughts unconsciously. Zhu Zi controlled his mental power, and transmitted the monitoring screen in the dungeon's control room to the minds of every elf. The bloody truth of the Zerg was placed in front of the elves, leaving no room for self-deception. Chapter 116. The elves looked at the scene in front of them with bloodshot eyes. Some elves even saw their relatives and friends in the surveillance screen. The so-called evolution process of the night elves was laid out in front of them, all made up of the blood and lives of their people. In an instant, anger swept through the densely interwoven mental power network like a tide. The elves in the dungeon also sensed Zhu Zi's mental power signal. The officers and soldiers of the 5th Legion, who were tied up in the prison with their heads down, suddenly opened their eyes wide. They felt the mental power signal transmitted by the king in disbelief. Even the dying soldiers lying on the ground trembled and supported their bodies. Originally thought that they could only wait for death here in humiliation in this life, but the mental power signal of the king pierced through the heavy blood and darkness, like a sharp sword, flashing with a fiery brilliance. The voice of the king sounded in his mind through the mental power signal. The king said he would take them away from here, take them home. Home. The surging hot tears unconsciously wetted his eyes. The salty smell of blood mixed with the hot tears fell on the ground, and blood flowers bloomed. The king. The king is here. The elf murmured with trembling lips. On the other side, the elf who grew up in the Yeximan Republic was stunned to feel this strange but heart-throbbing mental signal. So this is the king? Suddenly, he felt an unprecedented desire to get closer to this mental signal, like a throbbing from the depths of his soul. He really couldn't figure out why he left the embrace of the Elven Mother Tree and left the king to come to the Yeximan Republic. He almost became an accomplice of the Zerg. The elf clenched his hands tightly, and those thoughts that had gradually withered in the darkness were sprouting at an astonishing speed. He wanted to go back and follow the king. On the other side, Naz stared at the dark blood that was gradually filling the round cone pattern. All the blood in the bodies of the 3 elves could be condensed into a tube of evolution potion as thick as a thumb. And the evolution potion was repeatedly purified dozens of times to produce the dark blood essence under Smolith. Although there were so many elves imprisoned in the dungeon of the Yeximan Republic, the blood consumption was really astonishing. But fortunately, the rewards for consuming so many elves were also very generous. Although the evolution of the Zerg was fast after contacting the dark matter of the universe, wisdom was the most difficult thing for the Zerg to evolve. Most of the Zerg still only rely on instinct to charge around. But after the transformation, when the elf mother tree grows up, there will be a steady supply of Zerg bodies available. With the body of a mythical race, even ordinary Zerg can instantly gain wisdom. Nas felt the strong excitement coming from the system in his mind, and the emotion surged like boiling magma, burning his consciousness. Nas was also uncontrollably excited about this, and even the tremors of excitement seeped out of the cracks in his bones, just like every insect here. Beside the round platform, the royal insect in a black windbreaker greedily stared at the pale Smollett on the round platform. The scar on the royal insect's wrist felt a burning pain. This human body was still too weak to withstand her energy, and would soon collapse. She wanted a stronger body, although the Moon Shadow Elf's body was also very good. But ordinary elves are definitely not as good as Smollett's. When the transformation of the Elven Mother Tree seed is completed, she can change into a brand new body. Densely packed compound eyes suddenly appeared in the eyes of the human woman disguised as the royal insect, and hundreds of pupils flashed with excitement and strange light. Her slender throat also overflowed with a hissing sound that human vocal cords could not simulate at all. Countless Zergs in the hall stared at the central round platform with countless compound eyes, watching the dark blood stains about to cover all the lines. The insects counted down excitedly in their hearts. 5, 4, 3. But before the last two numbers were pronounced, there was a loud rumble under their feet, and the whole ground began to shake violently. The dark blood on the round platform was spilled all over the ground, and even the mother tree seeds suspended in the air fell down and landed directly on Smollett. The shaking ground even began to sag and collapse. A large number of night elves, who could not stand firmly, fell straight to the ground. The hall, which was already crowded with Zerg, fell into chaos in an instant. What's going on? The system in Nast's mind, with shock and surprise, made a sharp and piercing chirping sound, without any trace of its usual calmness. The ceremony has reached the most critical moment. How could such a change suddenly happen? The Zerg in the hall were stimulated to explode into their original form, and countless huge bodies were stuffed into the same space. The face of the King Zerg on the side was gloomy, as if ink could drip out, and he looked at the interrupted ceremony with bloodshot eyes. Suddenly Nast opened his eyes wide, and pointed at something that came out of the collapsed ground. It was just a few green leaves. But the next second, a towering tree came out of the broken reinforced concrete ground. The green leaves glowed with a faint luster, illuminating the dim space. The tree continued to grow upward at an astonishing speed. The thick branches broke through the hard roof of the dungeon layer by layer, and grew recklessly in the dark underground space. How can a tree grow here? Here! Nast opened his mouth in surprise. Suddenly, a huge force kicked his abdomen, and a violent and severe pain came, shaking his head dizzy. The Emperor looked at the extremely stupid Nast with a squint. How could the second-generation system choose such a fool as a host? This is not a tree, this is a spiritual power field. The system roared in Nast's mind. And it is Zhu Zi's materialized spiritual power field. Zhu Zi came to my door. Nast climbed up regardless of the pain in her body, and showed a flattering smile to the royal insect. My lord, Zhu Zi and Smollett will be in your pocket. No matter how strong Zhu Zi's mental power is, there are so many Zerg here, even the Lord Royal Insect. Zhu Zi is now in the Yeximan Republic, not her elf kingdom. The elves of the Yeximan Republic will not listen to her. What is the difference between Zhu Zi coming to the dungeon alone, and coming to the door on her own initiative? It just so happens that the Lord Royal Insect can watch the King of the Elves and his own people kill each other. The system in Nast's mind did not deny or refute Nast's flattering words and his series of thoughts. Zhu Zi alone can't really stir up any trouble here. This is a dungeon. The 5th Legion and other Moon Shadow Elves imprisoned in the dungeon are all wearing mental suppressors. These elves can not only not help Zhu Zi, but will become her weakness and burden. Moreover, the territory outside the dungeon is all the territory of the Yeximan Republic. There are also elf legions nearby that can be dispatched at any time. They can surround Zhu Zi from inside to outside, and definitely make him go without return. It's just that Zhu Zi's materialized mental field is indeed a bit troublesome, and this ceremony carefully prepared by the royal insect was also destroyed by her. But with the seeds of the elf mother tree and Smollett, the ceremony can be completely reperformed if it is destroyed. Thinking of this incident brought them another elf king, which is actually a good thing from heaven. But at this moment, the system heard a violent explosion and roar from outside. It looked with Nast's sight, and was shocked to see that the entrance of the dungeon was actually broken open by the elves. Then the hole got bigger and bigger, and countless elves rushed here with their spiritual weapons. The system even saw the soldiers of the Night Shimon Republic Elf Corps, who were supposed to obey their orders in the team, and they all had fierce eyes and murderous intent. What's worse is that the door of the dungeon also opened at this time, and the elves imprisoned inside rushed out instantly like a long-dormant beast, and the whole underground prison trembled. The spiritual suppressors in the elves' necks were useless, and they broke into pieces under the effect of spiritual power. The elves landed lightly and launched a violent attack on the Zerg, and there were even a steady stream of elves outside joining the battle. The spiritual field of Zhu in the dungeon shone brighter. Nast even saw some Zergs die suddenly under the light of the giant tree. Their huge bodies instantly exploded into blood and splashed on other Zergs. Even the King Bug's compound eyes shrank in fear. The special field that was the most relied on seemed to be suppressed by an invisible big hand under the spiritual field of Zhu, and it could not be used at all. The King Bug was also afraid that it would explode in the next second. Nast's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and his legs were shaking with fear. None of these Zergs would come to protect him in this situation. Nast hid behind the back of the chair tremblingly. The joy of knowing that Zhu came to the door was gone. No Moon Shadow Elf here would listen to his orders anymore. The hard work that their family had spent on the Yeximan Republic for many years was all gone at this moment. And all this was just because of Zhu's arrival. When did Zhu come? Why didn't anyone find her? What was his high priest doing? Damn Albion! Nast cursed. Albion was the person who knew Zhu's position best in the entire Yeximan Republic, but he had kept it a secret for Zhu until now. These elves must have been released by Albion following Zhu's words. Albion was desperate. He had a chip bomb implanted in his heart, and he had the guts to do such a thing. In the main control room of the dungeon, the moment Albion pressed the button to release the dungeon, the chip in his heart burst into a burning pain. The trigger of the chip was in the hand of the royal bug, but Albion didn't expect it to come so quickly. Even if an ordinary chip bomb exploded in his heart, as long as he used his mental power to protect his heart in time, it would not cause fatal damage to him. But the royal bug installed a mental power pollution bomb in his body. Once the bomb was triggered, his mental power pollution value would soar to a lethal level in just a few minutes. Albion covered his heart, his pupils contracted violently due to pain, he staggered and hit the console, but no muffled groan came out of his throat. He tried to stand firm, and didn't want the king to see his abnormality, but Albion's pale face and uncontrollable muscle tremors still completely exposed him. Albion, what's wrong with you? Zhu, who was ready to rush up to kill the Zerg, turned and looked at Albion. Albion obviously didn't expect Zhu to turn around suddenly. He lowered his eyes in panic, and lowered his head. The complex emotions in his eyes were quickly gathered by him. Albion knew that if he betrayed the royal bug, he would have no chance to live again. It was just that his king was by his side, which made him yearn for this world. But all this was his choice. Albion was only afraid that the king would feel burdened by his death. Albion originally wanted to wait for death quietly after the king left, but he didn't expect that in such a critical situation, the king would still pay attention to his situation. King, don't worry about me. My mental pollution value is so high that there is no way to save me. I will die in a few minutes. You don't have to try to save me anymore. It's useless. Albion continued to speak in a difficult and intermittent manner. You don't need to feel sad about my death. You should go and save the former elf king. Don't waste your time on me. Albion tried his best to drive the king away. He didn't want the king to see his miserable appearance before his death. But as he spoke, the king grabbed his wrist. Then Albion opened his eyes wide in shock. The mental power pollution in his body, which was constantly soaring, was actually decreasing at an alarming rate. A few minutes later, his mental power pollution value remained in a state where he could not die. Albion thought he was going to die, but the death crisis was solved so easily that Albion was a little dumbfounded. By the way, Albion, what did you say just now? I was doing purification, and didn't hear it clearly. Zhu asked in confusion. Just a few minutes ago, Zhu found that Albion's symptoms were exactly the same as those of people with highly polluted mental power she had seen when they were sick. Although she didn't know why Albion's mental pollution had soared inexplicably, Zhu still devoted herself to the work of purifying mental pollution very skillfully. When cleaning mental pollution, all external sounds were automatically isolated from her. Zhu didn't know what Albion was mumbling just now. She only saw his mouth opening and closing. Albion, who came back to his senses, covered his face. The king's action was too fast, so fast that he had saved his life before he could react. So what was the point of his long last words just now? Just consider it as his short-term death substitution speech. By the way, the situation is urgent now. I don't have time to reduce your mental pollution value to a healthy state. Just maintain it at about 80%. Zhu Zi continued, I will purify you to a safe value after returning to the Elf Kingdom. Return? Return to the Elf Kingdom. Albion followed in a daze. A bright light suddenly appeared in Albion's dark blue eyes. He forgot about purifying the spiritual power pollution, and only heard the king telling him to return to the Elf Kingdom. Leave the dungeon and return to the Elf Kingdom. This is something he dared to think about only in his dreams. Chapter 117. After saying that, without waiting for Albion's response, Zhu Zi took off the disguise necklace and flew to the upper level of the dungeon. Albion hurriedly followed. Then Albion was shocked by the scene in front of him. He didn't feel anything at the bottom of the dungeon just now. He only saw Wang treating his mental pollution, while using his mental power domain. But now Albion looked up, and saw a giant tree breaking out of the ground in the dungeon hundreds of meters deep. The lush branches and leaves were shining and protecting all the elves in the dungeon. At the entrance of the dungeon, there were also a steady stream of moon shadow elves flapping their wings and flying in. The elves who had been suppressed for a long time rushed towards the Zerg like a torrent with unstoppable momentum. In the chaos, Nast hid aside trembling. He knew how many unscrupulous things he had done. Nast was afraid of being besieged by this group of angry elves. The Zerg limbs that suddenly fell beside Nast startled him. Nast carefully stuck his head out to observe the situation outside. Fortunately, Nast was not discovered and breathed a sigh of relief. But Nast glimpsed Zhu Zi standing next to the round platform from the corner of his eyes. Such Zhu Zi made him a little dazed. When Nast first met Zhu Zi, a group of respectful ministers of the Elf Kingdom followed her. The young monarch, who suddenly put on the crown, with a perfect smile at the world-renowned interstellar conference, just wanted to do it without any mistakes. But now Zhu Zi's eyes are calm and steady, with a sharp edge. She stood in front of the former Elf King Smollett, and her spiritual power field protected her people. Zhu Zi didn't wear a dazzling elven crown on her head, nor did she have ministers surrounding her. But she was like the sun that never sets in the abyss, like the faith of the elves that never extinguishes. Nast suddenly felt the hot blood flowing in his body, burning every nerve in his body, until the extremely angry shout of idiot from the system called back all of Nast's reason. But suddenly Nast's body was suddenly pulled out from his hiding place by a big hand, and then a cold sword was pressed against his neck. Alec Green stood in front of Nast, looking down at him with cold eyes. As long as he exerted a little force, the sharp sword in his hand could cut Nast's neck. The coldness quickly spread along the skin to the bone marrow. Nast was so scared that his hair stood up, and he instinctively wanted to struggle, but Alec Green's hand was like an iron clamp, clamping him tightly, making him unable to move at all. Please spare me, I know I was wrong. Nast said with trembling body, look, I'm not a Zerg, I'm an elf like you, I'm an elf. You want to kill me, Zhu Zi? Oh no. The king will be angry. The Elf Kingdom has always had a strict rule that tribesmen must not kill each other. Nast saw a trace of hesitation and looseness in Alec Green's fierce eyes. Finding this trick useful, Nast hurriedly continued, Alec Green, we are of the same tribe. Alec Green seemed a little surprised that Nast still remembered his name. Seeing the blade leave Nast's neck, Nast breathed a sigh of relief. But before Nast could be happy for too long, his hands and feet were tied up tightly with iron chains by Alec Green. There were many chains in the dungeon, and Nast was tied up and couldn't move at all. Then she met Zhu Zi's half-smiley eyes. Nast was frightened and trembled, calling the system for help in her mind. But the system did not respond to Nast's call for help. It was anxious to leave Nast's body and escape just like it left Mu Anya last time. Anyway, the captured Nast was completely useless to it and the Zerg. But unlike the last time, Nast did not completely lose control of her body and reason, which made it impossible for the system to melt Nast's body and leave directly. The system desperately found that it was trapped in this stupid body. The elf should have killed Nast directly just now, so that it could leave without anyone noticing. But Alec Green was shocked by Nast's words, and kept this idiot alive. The system was so angry that it wanted to curse. Nast, don't expose my existence. If Zhu Zi knows that you have a system in your body, you will definitely not live to see tomorrow. The cold voice of the system sounded in Nast's mind with a warning. For the time being, it cannot leave Nast's body, and the system now hopes that Zhu Zi will not discover its existence. When Nast is executed, no one can catch it after it leaves this body. After hearing the words of the system, Nast hurriedly responded in his heart. But Nast was a little surprised that the system suddenly called his name. Nast hadn't heard the system call his name for a long time. During this period, the system has been calling him a fool. But what the system said was right. If the elves of the Elf Kingdom knew that he had a king insect hidden in his head, he would definitely die. Nast, As long as you don't expose me, I will let the royal bug rescue us together. The system continued, with a subtle anxiety in the plain electronic sound. Okay, I got it. Nast responded to the system in her mind. However, Nast turned her head to look at the royal bug that was also trapped in Zhu Zi's mental field. The royal bug's situation now seemed not to be good. Zhu Zi took a look at Nast, who was tied up, and immediately retracted his gaze. The biggest enemy here now is not Nast, the head of the Yeximan Republic, but the royal bug. Zhu Zi looked at the middle-aged woman, who was protected by several huge zergs. Although the scarlet eyes of the middle-aged woman were turbid with fatigue, her windbreaker was not stained with a trace of dust and blood. The countless insects around her were like fighting machines that were not afraid of life and death. The zerg limbs covered with armor intertwined into shields to form an airtight barrier to protect her in the center. The middle-aged woman was also the only zerg here that still maintained its outer shell. The royal bug stared at Zhu Zi intently. He didn't expect that he would be trapped here by this child, who had lived less than a fraction of his lifespan. Why Zhu Zi didn't die? This was something the royal bug couldn't figure out. Could it be that her survival was related to the restart of this universe? An elf, who should have died, actually lived to this day, and brought her so much trouble. Being under Zhu Zi's spiritual power field, the royal bug felt that every inch of his muscles was under heavy pressure. It had never felt such a sense of oppression under anyone's spiritual power field. This spiritual field seemed to contain an invisible death harvester. Some insects died without warning. Moon shadow elves kept coming in from the dungeon entrance. Even if the ants that she could kill with 1 foot were gathered together, it would be difficult to deal with them. The emperor insect saw that the situation was hopeless, and no longer cared about the mother tree seed ceremony and the system. It looked up at the dungeon exit that was smashed open. The emperor insect's eyes darkened, and the human skin on its body peeled off like melted wax. Its body rose higher and higher, and the silver-gray carapace burst out from the spine. The limbs began to twist and deform, splitting into limbs covered with spikes. The round head also burst, and 10 pairs of scarlet compound eyes opened one after another, and thick and long tentacles broke out of the body. Zhu Zi saw the true appearance of the emperor insect. The scarlet compound eyes of the emperor insect stared at her, and she could actually see a frightening smile from the irregular mouthparts of an insect. Then the silver-gray tentacles covered with fluff on the head of the emperor insect moved. The next second, in the entire dungeon, even the remains of the zerg whose heads had been chopped off, the tentacles on their heads began to swing at the same frequency. The uniform picture exuded a creepy and strange atmosphere. Even the battle-hardened Alec Green couldn't help but shrink his pupils when he saw this scene, and his hand holding the sword tightened unconsciously. What the elves in the dungeon couldn't see was that the zerg that had not completely dispersed at the border of the Yeximan Republic gathered again to form a new wave of zerg tides, and even in the zerg nest deep in the interstellar, the dense zerg tentacles were trembling strangely at the same frequency. The rock layer on the top of the dungeon began to collapse, and even the entire building above was shaking violently and shaky. Zhu Zi suddenly felt a pain in her mind, as if countless insects were constantly roaring in her ears with sharp buzzing. The consciousness was a little blurred by these sounds. Zhu Zi felt as if she was in a worm nest, with countless compound eyes staring at her. The materialized mental field began to shake, until the sound of the mental field breaking came. Zhu Zi suddenly opened her eyes, and the blurred consciousness gradually returned. The feeling of oppression and suffocation in the worm nest disappeared, but the throat was unconsciously filled with a faint smell of blood. Zhu Zi raised her hand and output a large amount of mental power, but it did not stabilize the mental field that was about to break into pieces. When Zhu Zi opened her eyes again, the corpses of the zerg in the dungeon were piled up into a small hill, but the figure of the royal worm disappeared. "King, the royal worm ran away," Alvian said. Zhu Zi frowned and rubbed her head, and from time to time she felt a stabbing pain in her mind. This was the first time her mental field was broken. The feeling of having one's mental power field shattered was very uncomfortable, and Zhu Zi didn't want to experience this feeling a second time. Chapter 118. At the border of the Yeximan Republic, the regrouped insect tide dispersed as if the emperor insect disappeared, and large pieces of insect corpses fell to the ground, shrunken and wrinkled as if their energy was sucked out. The elves in the crowd burst into boiling cheers, and the elves who regained their freedom flapped their wings and flew out of the dungeon. The sky outside was bright, and neat platinum starships broke through the air from the eternal star system. "It's the army of the Elf Kingdom!" an elf shouted excitedly. The elves looked at the Elf Kingdom's national emblem on the ship, which was interwoven with the elf mother tree and the crown, and their eyes were filled with tears of excitement. They can finally return to the Elf Kingdom. The god of light worship, the leader of the fleet, landed first in the city of Mantans, and the streamlined platinum ship body exuded a cold and luxurious metallic luster. In the command room of the god of light worship, Nanhil looked at the night elves of the Yeximan Republic, who took the initiative to open a passage for them with doubt. Nanhil, who was on standby at the border between the Elf Kingdom and the Yeximan Republic, took the First Army and the Third Army directly to the capital star of the Yeximan Republic as soon as he received the king's order. Nanhil originally thought that this trip would inevitably involve a battle with the army of the Yeximan Republic. What Nanhil didn't expect was that the army of the Yeximan Republic saw them and made way for them in unison. The elves didn't hesitate for a second, and they all seemed to be looking forward to their coming. Nanhil even suspected that this was still the enemy country that wanted to disrupt their border from time to time, and would not feel comfortable if they didn't make some noise. The elves of the Yeximan Republic suddenly became like this, and Nanhil even wondered if this was their conspiracy to lure the enemy deep into their territory. But the journey was too smooth. Their huge fleet arrived at the capital of the Yeximan Republic without any obstacles. Behind the fleet, the elves of the Yeximan Republic formed a small team spontaneously, as if the people were welcoming them. Nanxier still remembered that the king's order to him was to recapture the Yeximan Republic. As a result, when they arrived here, the elves of the Yeximan Republic had expressions on their faces saying, "Come and take me home." Nanxier was a little dumbfounded. This process was too smooth. They didn't need to do anything at all. It seemed that the king had already done it himself. Not far away, Zhu Zi came over. When the elves of the Yeximan Republic saw Zhu Zi, their transparent wings folded and fell, and then they all knelt down, neatly as if they had rehearsed. "Meet the king!" the elves shouted in unison. Zhu Zi lowered his eyes, and looked at the elves kneeling on the ground. They had just experienced a fierce battle with the Zerg tribe, and some of the elves still had bleeding wounds on their bodies. Zhu Zi couldn't bear to let them kneel any longer, and raised his hand slightly to signal them to stand up. But the elves were a little confused after standing up. The king would soon leave the Yeximan Republic and return to the Elf Kingdom. What about them? Zhu Zi also noticed the confusion in the elves' eyes, and smiled at them, and said, "I will take you back to the Elf Kingdom." The elves' confused expressions were stunned for a moment, and then instantly turned into ecstasy. Hearing the words of taking them home from the king's mouth, the Moon Shadow elves couldn't help but get excited. If the king wasn't right in front of them, some elves would even want to fly with joy. But no matter how hard he tried to suppress his excitement, he couldn't hide it. His pointed ears trembled slightly uncontrollably. His long silent heart beat violently in his chest, as if he had been waiting for a moment for a long time. In the Elf King's court, Smollett, who came out of the medical cabin, slowly opened his eyes. At first glance, Smollett saw Zhu Zi, who was guarding him. Zhu Zi's frowned eyebrows immediately stretched out after seeing him wake up, and then he showed a bright smile. "Dad!" Zhu Zi shouted happily. Although Smollett had lost too much blood, fortunately he did not suffer any fatal injuries. However, after seeing Smollett wake up, Zhu Zi's heart, which had been hanging for a long time, finally fell to the ground. "During the days when I was away, our little elf king has worked hard." Smollett looked at Zhu Zi's somewhat tired face, and said distressfully. Zhu Zi shook his head quickly. In order to prove that he was not tired, he picked and chose to share his experience in the Yeximan Republic. However, he talked too much without paying attention. Zhu Zi talked about the recovery potion with insects' mental power pollution, and the rich meals provided by the potion factory. Nanxier, who stood aside and listened to Wang's muttering silently, doubted his ears. If it weren't for the fact that what Wang said was really thrilling, just from the tone, it sounded like a child who had just finished a trip and couldn't wait to go home and share interesting experiences with his parents. However, when talking about the dungeon, Zhu Zi's tone began to decline. Although the dungeon of the Yeximan Republic has been buried, the elves who died in it will never have a chance to wake up again. "Dad, I accidentally let the royal worm run away." Zhu Zi lowered his head in disappointment. His light brown hair was a little messy and slightly curled up. In front of Smollett, Zhu Zi was completely calm and composed, and instead looked like an autistic mushroom. In fact, Smollett knew the situation in the dungeon without Zhu Zi telling him. Although Smollett was injected with a large amount of drugs, and was in a coma, his consciousness was extremely clear. On the 6th day of leading the Legion to the Yeximan Republic, he met Nast on the battlefield. I don't know what method Nast used. As soon as she looked at him, it was as if his mind was suddenly filled with countless repressed thoughts. Smollett even saw Zhu Zi, who was happily playing with sand on the beach in the last second, but the next second, the waves hundreds of feet high completely swallowed her. The scene was extremely real, so realistic that Smollett felt like it happened in the last second. Smollett couldn't help but rush into the waves to save the dying Zhu Zi, but he failed every time. The scene appeared in his mind again and again, which made his mind completely confused, and he couldn't even use his mental power. In this way, under the crazy siege of the Zerg, he and the 5th Legion were taken to the dungeon of the X-Men Republic. In the dungeon, Smollett could feel the various medicines they injected into him, and he could also sense Zhu Zi, who suddenly appeared beside him. Smollett even saw the whole process of that ceremony clearly. Lying on the round table, he just hoped that Zhu Zi could leave here quickly and go far away. But suddenly Zhu Zi's materialized spiritual power field broke through the ground. Not only did she not leave, she also led the elves of the X-Men Republic out of the dungeon. Smollett raised his hand to smooth the little hair on Zhu Zi's head, with a pride on his face that he himself did not realize. You have done a good job, bringing the elves who were stranded outside back home, and the seeds of our elf mother tree. Not far away, the light golden elf mother tree seeds were quietly suspended in the air, like a child who finally returned home and took a nap peacefully. Zhu Zi reached out and gently poked the small seed. Originally, she wanted to put it in the box, but the mother tree seed seemed to have a spirit and was unwilling to stay in the dark box. Instead, it stuck to Zhu Zi and floated. Feeling the temperature of Zhu Zi's fingertips, the light golden seed was surrounded by ripples of light. An array of gentle power slowly extended from the core of the seed and wrapped around her fingertips. The elf mother tree seed seemed to have become a spirit, and it was quite cute. Smollett also looked at the seeds of the mother tree of the elves with some doubts, but the seeds of the mother tree were full of vitality, and there was no sign of being poisoned by the Zerg. Smollett was relieved. I also caught Nast. Zhu Zi's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said happily. Other night elves who had evolved were all Zerg under their skin, but they retained the memory before their bodies died, making them look like elves, but their behavior would unconsciously carry the inhuman feeling of the Zerg. But Nast was very special. He was still a real elf. In the interrogation room of the prison, Nast was firmly fixed on the interrogation chair. When was the spiritual power pollution recovery potion that controls the elf's subconscious mind created? How did you first contact the Zerg? Nanhill stared at Nast's turbid eyes and asked in a deep voice. Nanhill, if you want to know these, then you have to ask my father. Nast tilted his head and pulled a wanton evil smile at the corner of his mouth. But unfortunately my father is dead. How did Johnston die? Nanhill continued to ask. Hearing this, Nast's pupils suddenly shrank, but soon Nast calmed down under the prompt of the system. The existence of the system cannot be exposed, otherwise he will be executed soon. How else can he die? Died of illness. Nast lowered his head and spoke a little quickly. But we found that Johnston's body was carried out without a head. Nanhill asked slowly, May I ask where your father's head went? Nast couldn't help but clench his fists, and the veins on the back of his hands popped up. He remembered the bloody taste in his mouth, and the blood all over the bed that night. His Adam's apple rolled up and down uncontrollably, and cold sweat slid down his neck into his collar. He was controlled by the system at that time, and ate the head and the things inside. It was all the system's fault. Tell me now. Seeing that Nast was hesitant to answer, Nanhill pressed the switch of the interrogation chair. A strong current rushed into Nast's body from the metal buckle, and Nast's body twitched wildly, and the smell of burning mixed with cold sweat rose up. How do I know? Nast squeezed out a voice from between his teeth. The ceiling light cast a light and dark shadow on Nast's face, but Nast looked at Nanhill with a very sinister look, and with a firm pride. He was not a Zerg, he was an elf. There is no death penalty in the laws of the Elf Kingdom. At most, he will be exiled to the forbidden land of long silence forever. As long as he does not expose the existence of the system, he will not die, and he can endure until the day when the royal insect sends someone to rescue him. Nast raised the corners of his mouth high, revealing half a row of blood-stained teeth, and he lowered his eyes to glare at the angry expression on Nanhill's face. Nast suddenly grinned and said, I don't know anything. If you have the guts, kill me. The current passing through Nast's body has been adjusted to the maximum, and a strong smell of burning emanates from the interrogation room. Although Nanhill is angry, he dare not continue, fearing that Nast will really be killed. Noticing that the intensity of the current has decreased, Nast tilted his head to look at Nanhill, and a hoarse sneer broke out from his throat. Why, you don't dare? Nanhill frowned and stared at Nast, who was confident. Suddenly, the door of the interrogation room was opened. Nanhill saw that it was Zhu Zi, who came in, and immediately bowed respectfully, Your Majesty. Zhu Zi nodded, then looked at Nast. Take him to another interrogation room. Yes, Your Majesty, Nan Hill said. After a moment, Nast frowned and looked at the new interrogation room. This was a completely enclosed room, and there was nothing special about it except that it was a little smaller. Nast wondered why Zhu Zi specifically asked him to change the interrogation room. But what Nast didn't know was that as soon as he entered this interrogation room, the system in his mind suddenly opened its eyes. It felt an invisible sense of restriction. The system began to panic. It didn't know what material this interrogation room was made of, and it blocked it like a barrier, as if it was specially used to trap it. Has its existence been exposed? The system was panicked, and Nast was not much better. He stared at Zhu Zi, who pushed open the door of the interrogation room and came in with wide eyes. There were only Zhu Zi and him in the enclosed space. Nast looked at Zhu Zi with a frightened look. Zhu Zi walked towards him step by step, and a small ball of hair in his hand jumped up lightly and turned into a silver-white long sword out of thin air. The sword was thin and sharp, with a faint cold light. Seeing the scene, Nast's pupil shrank violently in an instant, and her pale lips trembled uncontrollably, and she stammered, "What do you want to do? I am an elf. The laws of the elf kingdom stipulate that you can't kill me. We are the same." But Nast hadn't finished speaking when a white light flashed in front of his eyes, and a sharp pain came from his neck. He stared at Zhu Zi with his eyes wide open in disbelief. Didn't they say that there is no death penalty in the elf kingdom? The first law of the elf kingdom is that everything is subject to the will of the king. Nan Hill looked at Nast, who died with his eyes open, and said quietly. Chapter 119. Nast's eyes were wide open, her pupils were dilated but still in a state of shock, as if she had never figured out why until she died. Zhu Zi lowered her eyes, and looked at Nast's body. If the system was really in Nast's mind, it should have come out after Nast died. This interrogation room was also designed by Heloise and the others to control the system, so that the system would not run away like last time. Dozens of eyes in the interrogation room stared at Nast, who was lying on the ground motionless. But it was just like an ordinary corpse, except that blood kept oozing out of the neck, staining the entire closed space red. Could it be that I guessed wrong, and Nast didn't have any system? In the closed space, Zhu Zi frowned slightly, and looked at Nast's blood staining the tip of her shoes red. "Wang, why don't you come out first?" Nancy said. "Okay." Zhu Zi nodded and walked out. At this moment, Nast's body melted like wax, emitting a pungent stench. A thumb-sized insect egg suddenly popped out of the distorted and blurred brain, and a fat insect curled up in the transparent film of the insect egg. "It's the system." The system rushed to the exit like an arrow from a bow, but the motionless enclosed space, and Zhu Zi standing aside, and watching it coldly made the system realize angrily that it had been deceived. Zhu Zi didn't want to go out at all, just to lure it out. It had been hoping that Nast would die soon, but now Nast was dead, but it was trapped here. Seeing that it couldn't escape, the system's blood-red eyes slowly opened, and its body flashed and violently hit the transparent glass, trying to break the glass. Zhu Zi didn't expect that the system's speed was faster than that of the little star core beast. Fortunately, it was trapped in a small and confined space. Zhu Zi quickly caught the system and put it in a smaller confined container. Feeling the shackles of Zhu Zi's mental power, the system calmed down a little. Zhu Zi looked up and down at this king insect that was stirring up trouble everywhere. First it was the Interstellar Federation, and then it was the Yishiman Republic. Its first host was Mu Anya, who was obviously aiming for the position of the Elf King. Zhu Zi even suspected that Mu Anya intentionally approached her when she was young, and showing her goodwill was actually arranged by the system. I just don't know what role Mu Anya and her friends will play in this system's plan. Later, Mu Anya also had a connection with the Elf Mother Tree. If Nancy hadn't sensed her mental signal in advance, Mu Anya would probably have become the crown prince of the Elf Kingdom, just like the novel she read in her previous life. But how did Mu Anya, a half-elf, get the blood of the Elf King? Is it related to the system? Zhu Zi shook the system in his hand, and the system closed its eyes tightly as if it was dead and didn't move. From the time it came out of Nast's body until now, the system hasn't even said a word. It seems that only the equipment that can search the brain area can let them know the truth. However, this set of equipment has never been used on the king insect. After thinking for a while, Zhu Zi still said to Nancy, "Put it in the instrument." Nancy bent down and took the cage from Zhu Zi, but the transparent cage that held the system began to hum faintly as soon as it was in his hand. The system immediately began to hit the cage wall as soon as it got the chance, struggling and shaking restlessly in the cage. Nancy quickly used her mental power to hold down the vibrating cage, and then put it on the brain search device. But the system suddenly turned around, and its mung bean-sized eyes hid several pairs of scarlet compound eyes, staring straight at Nancy and Zhu Zi like an abyss. It's useless, don't waste your efforts. The system's calm electronics rang throughout the room through the highly soundproof glass cover. Except for the royal insect, no one else could look through its memory. Start. Ignoring what the system said, Zhu Zi said directly to Nancy. Yes. Nancy nodded in response. Zhu Zi stared closely at the holographic display on the brain search device, which was an instrument used only for extremely vicious criminals. Once the search of disrupting the systems was successful, the system's memory would appear on the holographic display like a movie. The dark blue data jumped on the display like a beam of light, and the entire set of equipment lit up, and a large amount of aggressive mental power passed through the equipment directly into the system's brain. But after several hours, the elves that output mental power were exhausted, but the system seemed to blink calmly, as if it didn't feel any discomfort. The layer of film that seemed fragile, and could be broken with a poke was extremely solid at this moment, blocking all the aggressive mental power outside. The king insect, who had no offensive ability, directly maxed out the defense value. Finally, the holographic projection flashed alternately in white, and no images could be seen. Instead, the system trapped inside continued to violently hit the cage that trapped it, and the entire device was shaken by it. Nancier widened his eyes, and the cage that held the system was even hit by it and cracked. He was terrified, fearing that the system he had finally caught would run out, so he quickly took out a new cage and put it on the outside. Nancier was surprised that this highest-strength cage could not completely control the system. If the cages were put on layer by layer, they would not be enough. The cracks opened by the system became deeper and deeper, and the first layer of cages had been knocked out by the system. The system was happy, and tried its best to knock open the outer cage that restricted it. Until a spiritual pressure from Zhu Zi came from above, the system was stunned for a moment, and then calmed down. Zhu Zi frowned and felt that he had a big problem in his hand. The system's defense value was so high that it couldn't be killed or even injured. Even the brain search equipment had no effect on it. When the system's will is weak, you can use mental power to invade its brain. A researcher weakly suggested. Under what circumstances can it weaken its will? Zhu Zi frowned and asked. When the system is seriously injured or threatened with death. The researcher's voice became lower and lower. Looking at the system's defensibility, it is estimated that it is difficult to threaten its life. Zhu Zi sighed, and caught a useless and troublesome thing. And it can't be let go, lest it find another host. Elf Palace? Smollett looked at Zhu Zi, who walked in with a face full of resentment, holding a small square cage in his hand. Did you catch the system? Smollett asked. Zhu Zi nodded, but there was no smile on her face that showed that she had caught the enemy. She raised her hand and showed Smollett the system that looked like an insect egg. If I don't bring it with me and suppress it with my mental power, the system will hit the cage and run away. Even Nan Hill and Heloise can't use it. Zhu Zi then sighed. The defense value of this thing is still very high. And it is so high that it can even be said to be invulnerable to swords and guns. There is no such thing as an impeccable and absolute defense in this world. Smollett took the small cage from Zhu Zi's hand, looked at the system with amber eyes, and said slowly, no matter how strong something is, it will have its weaknesses. The system was very uncomfortable with Smollett's eyes. The small space made it be examined like an object here, as if its weaknesses had been dissected in front of Smollett. What is the weakness of the system? Zhu Zi asked in confusion. Smollett shook his head. Even though they had fought against the Zerg for so many years, they still knew too little about the Zerg. Zhu Zi sighed in disappointment. It seemed that she would have to carry this cage until she found the weakness of the system. But the system obviously didn't want to waste time with Zhu Zi like this. If it lost its value, the Queen Mother would abandon it at any time. The system turned its eyes to Zhu Zi with full aggression. Open the cage and become my host. I can help you achieve everything you want. The system's calm electronic sound suddenly appeared in Zhu Zi's mind. Zhu Zi looked at Smollett's calm expression, and knew that she was probably the only one who could hear the voice. Zhu Zi frowned, and could not help but increase her mental pressure. Something was talking in her mind, and she felt even more annoyed. But the system seemed not to notice. The tempting voice kept appearing in Zhu Zi's mind, brainwashing her to open the cage. Become my host, the system said. What are the benefits of being your host? Zhu Zi asked directly. I can. The system was about to say that it could help Zhu Zi get the supreme power. It said this to the first two hosts. Neither Mu Anya nor Nast could resist such temptation. But the system looked at the gorgeous elven palace around, and the crown on Zhu Zi's head. This sentence could not be said, and the system suddenly fell into a strange silence. After racking its brains for a moment, the system's eyes lit up and said, "It seems that you have never been able to hold a coronation ceremony. You are the only king in the history of the elves who has not had a coronation ceremony. Don't you think this is embarrassing?" After these words came out, Zhu Zi did not react, but Smollett's eyes shot towards the system as if they were real, as if he wanted to kill it in the next second. But the system met Smollett's eyes without fear, and even felt very proud. It seems that the words just now have touched their sore spots. As long as there is desire, everything becomes easier. I can help you cast a mental field that can cover the entire eternal galaxy and complete the coronation ceremony, the system said. Hearing this, Zhu Zi opened her eyes in some surprise. The system vowed to help her, so how to help? Casting this level of mental field requires connecting to the energy of the Elf Mother Tree, but her body cannot withstand the huge energy transmitted by the Elf Mother Tree. The system said it could do it. Could it be to improve her physique, or could the Zerg control the Elf Mother Tree? Realizing this, Zhu Zi looked at the system sharply. "How are you going to help me?" Seeing Zhu Zi asking, the system thought that Zhu Zi was moved, and a look of joy appeared on its face. On the day of the coronation ceremony, you just need to connect to the Elf Mother Tree to release the spiritual field. You don't need to worry about the rest. I can help you, the system said. Finish. How? Control the energy output of the Elf Mother Tree? Zhu Zi's hands hanging on both sides clenched tighter and tighter, and Smollett looked at the system with a bone-chilling coldness. What did you Zerg do to the Elf Mother Tree? Chapter 120. The Elf King's Court. Alec Green stood under the Elf Mother Tree, looking up at the giant tree that gave birth to their lives with other Moon Shadow Elves. The breeze blew gently, and Alec Green's empty ears felt itchy. After the special growth needle was injected, the ears and tongue that were cut off were slowly growing out. Other injured and disabled Moon Shadow Elves also received special care from the king, and the king even mobilized the medical team in the palace to treat them. The elves who returned to their homeland all had smiles on their faces. Some elves even had red eyes with excitement, and their hands were shaking as they carefully stroked the trunk of the Elf Mother Tree. But when he looked up and saw the Moon Shadow Elves' branches that were obviously thinner than the other 4 branches, he couldn't help but feel a sour and regretful feeling in his heart. After that Blood Moon incident, not only did the elven flowers growing on the Elf Mother Tree wither on a large scale, but even the entire branch was permanently damaged. The Moon Shadow Elves fell into desolation. Even after so many years, the Blood Moon incident is still a thorn in the hearts of the Moon Shadow Elves, and it hurts a little when it is touched lightly. On the Star Network, netizens opened their eyes wide when they saw the sudden decrease in the number of participating countries in the Star Alliance League. Am I dazzled? How come there is suddenly one less country? Someone left a surprise message. Didn't you notice that the Yishiman Republic is missing? Where did the Yishiman Republic go? Not to mention the list of participating countries in the Star Alliance League, I can't even find this country on the star map. Was it swallowed by the insect tide? The Zerg has been so rampant lately. A wave of Zerg comes to our place every 2 months, killing a large number of people. Yesterday my sister also went to the front line. I pray that my sister and other soldiers can come back safely. Zerg tide? Didn't the Elf Kingdom lead troops to support? Even the former Elf King went there. What is there to be afraid of? Could it be that the Elf Kingdom took advantage of the situation and directly attacked the human country in the name of supporting the neighboring country? What if the elves of the Yeximan Republic want to go back? A friend of mine in the Yeximan Republic happily sent a photo of returning to his hometown in the Elf Kingdom. You think political matters are so simple that you can go back if you want? Maybe your friend was covered up. The deep hatred of the Blood Moon incident is not so easy to resolve. Even if the Elf King forced the Moon Shadow Elves to return, it would be difficult for them to be the same as before. It is estimated that the new king of the Elf Kingdom wanted to make some achievements after taking office, so he forcibly recovered the Yeximan Republic. He also completely ignored how to resolve the contradiction after the recovery. Is it because he is young, or because he has been living away from home since childhood and has not received an orthodox royal education? He is not thoughtful enough. In the Elf Palace, Zhu Zi, who was silently browsing the Star Network, found that his reputation was damaged. The system, which had never spoken a word since being asked about the Elf Mother Tree, laughed evilly after peeping at the Star Network comments. Zhu Zi angrily covered the cage with a layer of black cloth manually. It was much quieter beside his ears, and Zhu Zi continued to look at the comments on the Star Network, which were full of all kinds of comments. But we have to admit that they are right about one thing. The contradiction of the blood moon incident has always existed. The blood moon incident at that time spread almost all over the galaxy. Coupled with the enthusiasm of interstellar people for mythical races, this incident was always on the hot search and was repeatedly discussed by people. At that time, Smollett could not explain why the most sacrificed were the cubs of the moon shadow elves. This matter was also criticized and made a big fuss. Even Smollett himself fell into self-doubt, wondering if it was really because of his own mistakes that led to such a tragedy. It can be said that the blood moon incident is also the biggest negative news in the history of the elf royal family. Even if there was no Zerg potion to control the elves' subconsciousness, the moon shadow elves would have a gap with other elves. It's just not as serious as when the moon shadow elves directly went out to establish the Yeximan Republic independently. Now Zhu Zi frowned, and she seriously suspected that even the large-scale withering of the moon shadow elves' flowers was planned by the Zerg, just to split their elven kingdom from within. But the elves have repeatedly checked the elf mother tree, but have not found anything unusual about it. This uncertainty is like a time bomb buried, and it is unknown when it will be detonated. It is a pity that there is no way to enter the system's brain to see what they have done. Saint Elvia Star. Xia Pu opened his eyes wide, and looked at Alvian's face that looked very similar to his own, and then hugged him warmly. Brother. His parents told him, since he was a child, that he should have a younger brother. They are rare twins on the elf mother tree. But before his younger brother was born, Xia's mother and father were told by the staff of the elf breeding garden that the other flower of the twin elves had withered. In the end, only he was left. Xia Pu didn't expect that he could see his younger brother again, and his younger brother was actually a high priest. He used to envy the shining elves who had the opportunity to become high priests, but now his younger brother is also a high priest, and can sense the king's spiritual power signal. Xia Pu looked at Alvian with admiration. Facing Xia Pu's bare hug, Alvian took a step back a little uncomfortably. No one had ever been so close to him before. But the spiritual power induction between him and Xia Pu made Alvian not refuse this hug. Xia's mother and father looked at the child who was lost and found with excitement, and their eyes were red. Mother Xia stroked Alvian's long hair carefully with shaking hands. She didn't know how much suffering this child had endured from the Zerg to become what he is now. When she thought of this, tears burst out of her eyes unconsciously. Alvian stared at Mother Xia blankly. He had seen this familiar face countless times through Xia Pu's mental power. But this was the first time that his mother's eyes fell on him. Alvian raised his hand clumsily to wipe away the tears on Mother Xia's cheek. He opened his mouth and imitated Xia Pu's countless calls, and whispered "Mother." When she heard the word mother, Mother Xia's tears fell even more fiercely, and she cried a little. Alvian stood aside in panic, not knowing how to comfort Mother Xia. Alvian frowned and thought for a while, although he rejected close contact with other people. But looking at Mother Xia like this, Alvian still raised his hand, and gave Mother Xia a hug like Xia Pu, and shouted in her ear, "Mother." This way, Mother should not be sad. Mother Xia smiled, and wiped her tears, raising her hand to touch Alvian's face. A face similar to Xia Pu, but Alvian grew up alone in the dungeon of the Yeximan Republic. Mother Xia hated how the elves in the elf cultivation garden could say that her child had died, and she didn't even see the withered elf flower they said. But now she must know the truth no matter what. Who was the one who interfered and took her child away? In the elf cultivation garden, Elder Holt quickly flipped through the files from more than 10 years ago. The birth and withering of each elf flower would be recorded in detail in the file. Soon Holt found the record of Alvian, where the time and reason of the withering of the fairy flower were clearly written. It seemed that there was nothing unusual, but Alvian was standing in front of them alive. Elder Holt lowered his eyes, and looked at the recorder of this file, Marina Valen. He had some impression of Marina Valen, and he had attended her funeral a few years ago. Marina Valen died in an accident at a young age, which made people sigh that things are impermanent. But now it seemed strange. Holt frowned and opened the personnel record of that year. He widened his eyes, and found that the date of Marina Valen's death was exactly the third day after she wrote Alvian's file. The two events happened so close in time, and Marina Valen held a high position in the elf breeding garden, and had exclusive access to the elf mother tree, so it was easy for her to write a false file. But at that time, no elf would question the authenticity of the file. But now that Marina Valen is dead, there is no way to verify it. Holt frowned and continued to flip through the personnel records. Marina Valen was not the only one who died in an accident during those years. During the Blood Moon incident, another elf in the breeding garden was killed by the insect tide because he left the protected area without permission. Elf King Court Zerg Research Institute. The top Zerg research experts in the entire elf kingdom gathered in this conference room. I have never seen such a king worm before. It looks like an ordinary insect egg, but even mental weapons can't cause damage to it. The gray-haired elf bent over and looked at the cage in confusion. This is the smallest king insect found so far, and its height is only 3 centimeters. A few days ago, Wang gathered them all here to study a king insect that called itself a system. Even the director of the institute was very surprised when he saw this insect for the first time. If he hadn't seen the densely packed compound eyes deep in its pupils, he wouldn't even believe that it was a king insect. But for such a small insect, its defense is so high that it's frightening. The institute tried all night, but couldn't find the weakness of this king insect. The conference room fell into silence. I heard that the star-map tamon flower can devour all rigid objects. A short-haired elf suddenly said with bright eyes. Star-map tamon flower? Zhu Zi stared at the system and whispered, not missing the panic that flashed in the system's eyes. But that's a legendary plant, and no one has seen what it looks like. It's not certain whether it really exists. Another elf sighed and said, Yeah, how can we find something that no one has ever seen? The elf who mentioned the star-map tamon flower also lowered his head. This was indeed a far-fetched idea. Just then, a ding-dong sound came from the quiet conference room. The elves carefully looked at the place where the sound came from. It was Wang's light brain that rang. The First Military Academy. Pei Xinyan looked at the new 5,000 dolls excitedly. The ugly and cute appearance became cuter and cuter. Then Pei Xinyan's mind suddenly pulled and sent the link to buy the dolls to Zhu Zi's light brain. When she woke up, Pei Xinyan was thinking bitterly whether to withdraw the message. Wang had just recovered the Yiximon Republic, and now is probably the busiest time. Pei Xinyan regretted sending such a useless message to Wang at this time. What if Wang is busy? Then she would disturb Wang. Just when Pei Xinyan thought that Wang might not have seen it, she quickly withdrew it, and a reply from Zhu Zi immediately popped up in the chat box. Zhu Zi. Okay, I help you grab it right away.